Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dragon Actually by G.A. Aiken, narrated by Holly Jackson. Chapter 1. He'd heard the sounds of battle for quite some time, but, as always, he ignored it. The wars of men meant nothing to him. Never had. But those same sounds right outside his den? Well, that did stir him to move. His tail unwound from around his body, and he slowly moved to the entrance of his home. He didn't know what to expect and was not sure he even cared, but things were pretty boring right now, and this just might prove interesting. Or, at the very least, provide dinner. The blade entered Anwil's side, ripping through armor and flesh and tearing through organs. Blood flowed, and she knew she was dying. The soldier smiled at her cry of pain, which only brought out the telltale rage Anwil had become famous for. She raised her blade and, with a cry of pure, blood-curdling fury, swung it. The steel sang through the air as it swiped through the man, separating his head from his neck. His blood slashed across her face and arm. The other soldiers stopped. They had handily disposed of her small band of warriors without much trouble once they had them backed into this desolate glen, but she never allowed them an easy path to the killing blow. Until now. Her life's blood drained from her body, and she knew her time grew short. Her vision hazy, she felt weaker and lighter. She struggled to breathe. But she'd fight as long as she had breath in her body. Anwil raised her sword, clasping the handle in both bloody hands, and waited for the next attack. One of the men stepped forward. She could tell by the look on his face that he wanted to be the one to take her head. Present it to her brother so he could keep it as a trophy and warning to others who would dare question his reign. She watched him move with assured slowness. Clearly, he also knew she was dying. Knew she couldn't fight much longer. Her legs shook as her strength fled, and her body ached to lie down for just a few minutes and sleep. Just a little nap. Anwil's eyes snapped open, and she realized the soldier was that much closer. She swung her sword, and he easily parried the blow. He smiled, and Anwil would give her soul for just one last surge of strength to wipe that smug smile off his face. The soldier looked back at his comrades, making sure they were all watching before he killed her. But he left himself open. And one thing her father always taught her: never let an obvious opportunity pass by. She ran him through with her blade, slamming the steel into his stomach as his head snapped back around to look at her in horror. For good measure, she twisted her sword in his gut, watching in satisfaction as he opened his mouth to a scream, but left the world with nothing more than a whimper. She yanked her blade out of him, and he dropped to the ground. She knew that would be her last kill, but she would still die with her blade raised. She turned to the remaining men, but they, to her surprise, no longer found her of any interest. They looked past her, into the cave she now stood in front of. Anwil tried to figure out what new trick this could be, but she never took her fading eyes off the men in front of her, even as the ground shook under her, even as they backed away from her in obvious horror, even as the enormous shadow fell across her body, completely blocking out the sun. It wasn't until the men screamed and began to run that she glanced up to see black scales hovering just above her. When the scales moved, as a large breath was inhaled into even larger lungs, she finally looked back at the fleeing soldiers. The stream of fire flew across the glen, destroying trees, flowers, and eventually men. Using her sword now to prop herself up, she watched as the enemy soldiers were engulfed in flame, their bodies writhing as they desperately fought to put out the fires that covered them. A small sense of satisfaction rippled through her, even with the knowledge that she would be next. As the screams died away, Anwil again looked up to find the dragon now looking down at her. He watched her with obvious curiosity, and made no move to blast her into oblivion. At least, not yet. "I'd fear you, Lord Dragon." She got out, as the little strength left fled her body, and she dropped to one knee, her hand still holding her blood-covered sword. "If I weren't already dying." She gave a bitter half-smile. "Sorry to deny you that tasty morsel." She coughed, and blood flowed onto her chin and down her burnished steel armor. Anwul's body dropped to the ground, and soon after she felt herself moving. She didn't know whether her soul had passed over to the land of her ancestors or into the mouth of a beast, but either way, she was done with this life. Chapter 2. Anwul heard moaning. Incessant, loud moaning. It took her several long moments to realize that she was the one making the annoying sound. She forced her eyes open and struggled to focus. She knew that she lay in a proper bed, her naked body covered with animal furs. She could hear the crackle of a pit fire nearby and feel its warmth. Other than that, she had no idea where she was or how, by the gods, she got here. Last thing she remembered, she died. But there was a little too much pain for her to be dead. Her eyes focused and she realized she was in a room with stone walls. She blinked again and attempted to still the rising panic. These were no mere stone walls, but cave walls. By the gods, she whispered as she reached out and touched her hand to the cold gray stone. Good, you're awake. Anwul gulped and prayed the gods were just playing a cruel joke on her. She raised herself on her elbows when that deep, dark voice spoke again. Careful. You don't want to tear open those stitches. With utter and almost heart-stopping dread, Anwul looked over her shoulder and then couldn't turn away. There he was. An enormous black dragon, his wings pressed tight against his body. The light emanating from the pit fire causing his shiny black scales to glisten. His huge horned head rested in the center of one of his claws. He looked so casual. If she didn't know better, she'd swear he smirked at her, his black eyes searing her from across the gulf between them. A magnificent creature, but a creature nonetheless. A monster. Dragons can speak, then? Brilliant, Anwul. But she really didn't know what else to say. Aye. Scales brushed against stone, and she bit the inside of her mouth to stop herself from cringing. My name is Fargus. Anwul frowned. Fargus? She thought for a moment. Then dread settled over her bones, dragging her down to the pits of despair. Fargus, the Destroyer. That's what they call me. But you haven't been seen in years. I thought you were a myth. Right now, she silently prayed he was a myth. Do I look like a myth? Anwul stared at the enormous beast, marveling at the length and breadth of him. Black scales covered the entire length of his body, 2 black horns atop his mighty head. And the mane of silky black hair swept across his forehead, down his back, nearly touching the dirt floor. She cleared her throat. No, you look real enough to my eyes. Good. I've heard stories about you. You smote whole villages. On occasion. She turned away from that steady gaze as she wondered how the gods could be so cruel. Instead of letting her die in battle as a true warrior, they instead let her end up as dinner for a beast. And you are Anwul of Garvan Isle, Anwul of the Dark Plains, and last I heard, Anwul the Bloody. Anwul did cringe at that. She hated that particular title. You take the heads of men and bathe in their blood. I do not. She looked back at the dragon. You take a man's head, there's blood, spurting blood, but I do not bathe in anything but water. If you say so. His calmness made her feel overly defensive. And I'm not just taking men's heads, only the enemies of Dark Plains, my brother's men. Ah, yes, Lorcan, the butcher of Garvan Isle. Seems to me, if you simply took his head, your war would be over. Anwul gritted her teeth, and it wasn't from the pain of her wound. Do you think that I've not thought of that? Do you think that if I could get close enough to the little tow rag that I would not kill him if I had the chance? The dragon didn't answer, and her rage snapped right into place. Well, do you? The dragon blinked at her sudden outburst.
Do you always get this angry at the mention of your brother?
No, she barked. Then, yes. Anwil sighed. Sometimes. The dragon chuckled, and she fought the urge to start screaming, and to keep screaming. His laughter wasn't an unpleasant sound, but chatting up a dragon? Well, perhaps she was finally going mad. The dragon slowly moved from behind her and brought more of his enormous body into the room. He settled to her right, but she could only see half of him without turning her head. The rest remained outside the alcove. She wondered what he looked like in his entirety. Why exactly am I not...
dead?
She nodded.
You would be, if I hadn't found you.
And why did you save me?
I don't know. You fascinate me.
Anwil frowned. What? Compared to a dragon, she was nothing, just human.
Your bravery, it fascinates me. When you saw me, you didn't try to run like those men. You stood your ground.
I was already dying. What was the point?
It doesn't matter. The dragon fear affects young and old, the dying and the strong. You should have run for your life or dropped to your knees begging for mercy.
I dropped to my knees for no man, she snapped before thinking. He laughed outright, a low, pleasant sound, like his speaking voice. Shame it belonged to a monster.
I'll keep that in mind.
He chuckled as he carefully turned his big body, his head coming frighteningly close to her, and walked out of the chamber. She watched as his tail swung into the room, its sharp end grazing against the stone walls. She tried not to panic when she realized that his tail alone stretched the length of at least 2 of the tallest men in her troops.
I will send someone to help you up and get you fed.
A man?
What?
The dragon slammed his large head into the ceiling. Anwil lowered herself back on the bed. That had just been a dream. Nothing. I'm tired.
Then you best get some sleep.
Wait! He stopped and looked over his shoulder at her. Anwil took in a deep breath. Thank you for saving me.
You're welcome, beautiful one.
He started walking again.
But don't get too comfortable.
He casually tossed over his shoulder.
Who knows what I'll make you do to repay me my kindness.
Anwil leaned back against the soft bed and felt a shudder run through her. She just wished she could say that she shuddered from fear or, at the very least, revulsion. What truly worried her was that it felt like neither. Fargus rubbed the fresh bump on his head. He'd heard about Anwil the Bloody's rage, but he had no idea how overwhelming it could be. Her angry bellow was damn near as powerful as a dragon's roar. No wonder she hadn't defeated her brother yet. He terrified her. He could tell from her overzealous rage at the mere mention of the man. If she faced Lorcan now, even if her body completely healed, he doubted she would defeat him. Either her anger or her fear would get the best of her. And for some inexplicable reason, that thought worried the hell out of him. When did he start caring about humans? Unlike some of his kin, he didn't hate humans, yet he didn't live among them either. So his original plans for the human girl were to simply heal her wounds, then dump her near a human village. He didn't like complications. He didn't like anyone around him. He liked peace. He liked quiet. And not much else. But the mere thought of just leaving her somewhere sickened him. He could already tell this was going to get complicated. And he hated complications. Good. You're awake. Anwil looked up into the face of a woman. A witch, based on the precise but brutal scar that marred one side of her face. All witches were marked in such a manner on order of her brother. The face behind the scar looked as if it might have been beautiful once. You must have fallen asleep after he left. She pulled the fur covering off Anwil's body. Let's get you up. Anwil slowly swung her legs off the bed and, using one arm, pushed herself up. Careful now. Don't want to open that wound again. Anwil nodded as she sat quietly, waiting for the nausea that suddenly descended upon her to pass. You're very lucky, you know. Am I? Most other dragons would have made you a meal, not a guest. Anwell nodded slowly. I know. She looked at the witch again. I have seen you before. Aye. I help at the village when I can. The healer. I remember now. I had no idea you befriended the dragons. They have my loyalty. Anwell looked at the woman's scars. Not surprising she risked life among the dragons rather than of men. Did my brother do that to you? He ordered it. He is not a friend to the sisterhood. The woman wrapped a robe around Anwell's bare shoulders. Her brother hated all witches, mostly because they were women, and he absolutely hated all women. He's always been afraid of that which he does not understand. Does that include you? Anwell laughed as she slowly pushed herself off the bed. The laugh sounded bitter even to her own ears. My brother understands me all too well. That's why both of us have struggled to take any ground. I see you did not escape his punishment. The witch motioned to the wounds on the young woman's back. The raised flesh healed, but still an angry red. That's not from him. Anwell pulled the robe tight around her body. Velvet and lush, she loved the softness of it against her battle-hardened skin. She wondered what rich baron the dragon took this from as he tore his caravan apart and ate the occupants. The woman put her arm around Anwell's waist and helped her to a table laid out with food and wine. Your name is Morfid, yes? Anwell lowered herself into a sturdy chair. Yes. Did you help heal me as well? Yes. Well, thank you for your help, Morfid. It is greatly appreciated. I did it because the dragon asked. But betray him, lady. Don't threaten me. Anne will easily cut in without even looking up from the food before her. I really hate that. And you need not remind me of my blood debt to the dragon. Anwell sipped wine from a silver chalice and stared at the woman. I owe him my life. I'll never betray him. And don't call me lady. Anwell will do. Carefully placing the chalice on the wood table, she found Morfid staring at her. Something wrong? No. I'm just very curious about you. Well, Anwell grinned. I've been told that I'm fascinating. Morfid pulled out the only other chair and sat across from Anwell. I have heard much about your brother. It amazes me you still live. Anwell began to eat the hearty stew, desperately trying not to think too hard about what kind of meat it contained. It amazes me as well, daily. But you saved many people, released many from his dungeons. Anwell shrugged silently as she wondered whether that was gristle she currently chewed on. No one else would challenge him. No man would step forward to face him. Morfid pushed. Well, he's my brother. He used to set fire to my hair and throw knives at my head. Facing him in combat was inevitable. But you lived under his roof until 2 years ago. We've all heard the stories about life on Garvan Isle. My brother had other concerns after my father died. He wanted to make sure everyone feared him. He didn't have time to worry about his bastard sister. Why didn't he marry you off? He could have forged an alliance with one of the bigger kingdoms. Anwell briefly thought of Lord Hamish of Madrone Province, and how close she came to being his bride. The thought chilled her. He tried, but the nobles kept changing their minds. And did you help them with that? She held up her thumb and forefinger a little bit apart. Just a little. For the first time, Morfid smiled, and Anwell found herself warming up to the witch a bit. Anwell pushed her nearly empty bowl away from her and drank more of the wine. It shocked her how well she ate. Shocked her that she still breathed. Make sure you finish off the wine. I have added herbs that will heal you and stave off infection. Anwell stared warily into her wine chalice. What kind of herbs? Morfid shrugged as she stood, picking up Anwell's empty bowl. Lots of different ones. It's my own potion. It works quite well. It can also heal rashes and gout, and prevent a woman from becoming with child. But I guess that doesn't matter to you. Anwell glanced up from her wine. Why do you say that? Because you're a virgin. Anwell froze. That couldn't be just an assumption. She'd lived with a male army for well over 2 years. Everyone assumed she'd lost her virginity ages ago. How did you know that?
He told me.
Anwyl knew the witch meant the dragon, and that's when the fury built up in her chest. A fury she could never control. Dragon! She bellowed his name so loudly Morfydd stumbled back away from her. The ground shook as the dragon returned to her.
What? What is it?
Anwyl forced herself to her feet, her hand against her recent wound. How did you know? And tell me true.
Know what?
He looked at Morfydd, who shrugged and quickly left, almost ran. That I was a virgin. No one knows that. How did you? She had no idea how long her deep sleep held her. Unable to protect herself. Unable to stop someone from... She shook her head. She couldn't bear to even think it.
This is why you demand my presence. Because I know your deep, dark secret.
Not that you know, but how you know. He lowered his head until they were eye to eye. But Anwyl, too angry for logic, did not flinch or back away. Considering his head was the length of her body, and she towered over most men, she probably should have. Instead, she let her anger wash over her, just as she always had. Well, answer me! His black eyes narrowed at her angry shout, and his nostrils flared.
I can smell it on you.
Anwyl reared back from the dragon. What?
I can smell it on you, that no man has been with you, that your maidenhead is still intact, that you, beautiful one, are a virgin.
Anwyl looked at the dragon in horror, her voice no more than a whisper. Really? You can smell that on me?
No,
he responded flatly.
But you are quite chatty in your sleep.
She rolled her eyes. You tricky... Her anger fled as quickly as it came. She leaned against the table, her strength waning.
So did you think I somehow took advantage of you while you slept?
Well? Anwyl flinched as one talon tapped impatiently on the stone floor awaiting her answer. The thought had crossed my mind. She lowered herself onto one of the other chairs surrounding the table, too weak to stand any longer. I'm sorry. I know only what I learned from my brother, and he would have checked. The great beast sighed.
I have heard tales of your brother. You do realize he should have been killed at birth.
Anwyl smiled. If only. She looked across the cave floor to the bed. It looked so far away, and her body was still so weak.
Here.
He lowered his claw and opened it. Black talons as long as her leg glistened at Anwyl. You must be mad.
How did you think you got in here?
Yes, but... There she went again, treating him as an animal when, in the little time she'd known him, he'd treated her with more respect than any man she'd met at her brother's castle. She pushed herself up and took the 2 steps to his outstretched claw. With force of will she didn't know she possessed, she stepped onto it, pushing out the vision she had of him shoving her into his mouth like a piece of steak. He lifted her up, gently moving his forearm until he had reached the bed. He carefully lowered her onto the fur coverings.
Now, let's try not to have any more fits of anger until you get more of your strength back.
Anwyl laughed. As you wish. She sat down on the bed, her long legs hanging over the side. She watched his body leave the cavern, his long tail following behind. But Anwyl wondered if it had a will of its own as it whipped out and wrapped itself around her leg. For a brief moment she worried it might drag her across the room, but instead it caressed her leg, the ebony scales rubbing against her calf. Then it released her and disappeared with the dragon that wielded it. Long after he'd gone and she slid herself back under the fur covers, Anwyl still felt where he'd touched her leg. And she wondered what insanity had begun to take over her normally sensible mind. Lorcan of Garvan Isle stared out over his battlements, watching the 2 suns lower in the west, and wondered how his sister kept slipping from his grasp. No matter what he did or what he tried, she just wouldn't die. And the longer she lived, the more men she killed. His men. His troops. The number of headless bodies with her name carved on their chest rivaled even his own. Of course, his took 31 years to achieve. She'd accumulated hers in little over 2. He wished now he'd killed her when he had the chance. She was 10, he just 14. She had just arrived, sleeping soundly in her new bed. He held the pillow in his hands. He knew he could smother her, and no one would ever know. But she woke up, looked at him, and flew into a blinding rage, which he returned. His father found the two of them rolling around on the floor, trying to choke each other. The man had not been pleased, and he made them pay for waking him out of a sound sleep. Lorcan winced, remembering the brutality of the beating they both received. What gave him small satisfaction was that he'd expected the beating. His bastard sister apparently lived a simple life in her poor village and received little or no discipline. Her reaction to her punishment? Well, truly reward enough for him. He didn't know one could hate someone as much as he hated this girl, but she continued to make a fool of him. There were several surrounding kingdoms that gave her campaign gold and troops in the hopes she would do what they could not. Kill him, take his throne. He'd see her head on a spike outside his castle walls first. And he now had the perfect ally to assist him. He never much liked witches, didn't like the idea of such weak beings as females having that kind of power that they probably could not control, but he tolerated sorcerers well enough. And Hephaithen was just what he needed. Pay him well, and Hephaithen would hand you the world. He'd proven himself over and over the few months they'd been allies, although he still hadn't captured his sister. Lorcan heard the moan of the soldier pinned to the floor beneath his boot. With a sneer, he pushed his foot down harder on his neck. The worthless little bastard had failed him. He'd come back without the bitch. He glanced over his shoulder at his lieutenants. They watched him, trying their best to hide their fear, but he could smell it. He looked back at the lowering suns. "I want my sister." He growled the words low. "I want my sister." He slammed his foot down, snapping the man's neck and crushing his jaw. "Now get out of my sight!" He heard them run from the room. They better run. He would have his sister. He would see the bitch dead if he had to destroy half the world to get to her. Well, I see now why the women in the village avoid her. She's crazy. Fargus the Destroyer settled his enormous bulk near his lair's underground lake. "She's not crazy, little sister. She's angry." Morphid settled against a rock opposite her brother, wrapping her cloak tightly around her body. Her human form was constantly cold, constantly shivering, and yet she lived freely among the humans. They all believed her to be human, merely a powerful witch and healer. Even as Anwil's brother ordered her face sliced open during the early days of his reign, she stayed human. Fargus could simply never understand why. But for the first time, Fargus needed to call on his sister as a human. His power could only keep Anwil alive for a short time. Morphid and her ancient dragon magics actually healed the girl by mending her damaged organs, and as a human female she could comfortably tend to the girl's needs. Morphid nodded. "From what I've heard, she has much to be angry about. It's a well-known fact that her father was a tyrant, and her brother hated her from the day she appeared."
"Do you know why?"
Fargus found himself becoming obsessively fascinated with the girl. "I know they don't have the same mother. Anwil's mother never married her father. You know how important that is to these humans. And Lorcan never let her forget that she was a bastard. A poor bastard, no less, from some little village east of Karezik."
"Can she be trusted?"
Morphid shrugged. "Her men are loyal to her, and as much as the village women avoid her, they do respect her. They trust their men's lives with her. But whether we can trust her? That I do not know, brother. She's still human." Fargus, too, wasn't sure he could trust Anwil. Dragons possessed powers that far outweighed most creatures, but these powers, like their ability to use flame or to shift to human, kept them alive. Humans were a treacherous and dangerous lot, and made killing one of his kind as some sort of rite of passage. No, his brethren relied on secrecy. He couldn't and wouldn't betray that to a girl he knew nothing about. Just bringing her to his lair was a dangerous risk he normally would never take. There were very few who knew a dragon lived in Dark Glen, and those who stumbled upon him in the past he quickly silenced. But that hadn't been an option for Anwil. She really did fascinate him, just as he said. Her bravery, her strength, her beauty. And she was beautiful. Tall, strong, brown hair with golden streaks that reached down past the waist of her lean body. "I'm still impressed she challenged you like that," his sister continued, "although it could just be more proof that she's mad." Fargus heard her, but barely, his mind busy recalling when he first found Anwil. He shifted to human to easily remove her armor and get at her wound. He remembered how quickly and strongly his human body reacted to the sight of her. Naked, pale, and covered in her own blood, there was something about her that called to him. As he chanted the spell that would keep her alive until Morfydd arrived, she watched him with the darkest green eyes he'd ever seen. Over the subsequent days, while he cared for her, he kept seeing those eyes in his dreams. That long, lean body covered in many battle scars there as well. Without even trying, the girl trapped his attention, and he couldn't stop thinking about her, which was unusual. Quite a few females had graced his life over the more than 200 years he existed, all of them beautiful and cultured, some human and some dragon. But none entranced him like this tiny girl. How tall was she, anyway? Maybe 6 feet? He smiled. Only his people would call her tiny. A small fireball hit him in the face. He again looked at his sister, smoke still curling from her human nostrils. "What, brat?" "I said she'll want to return to her men as soon as she can." "I know." His sister smiled up at him. "And will you be ready for that, idiot?" "It's Lord Idiot to you." Fargus rested his head on his crossed forearms. "And yes, brat, I will be." No matter how beautiful Anwil was to him, he wouldn't get involved with some human girl. He would simply let her heal, then send her back to her people. And that would be the end of that. Chapter 3. Anwil dreamed again. Ever since that bastard sword impaled her, the same dream returned to her over and over again. Of a beautiful man with long black hair and dark brown eyes. Tall, powerful, and strong of body. Standing over her, he would wipe her brow and softly whisper that she would live. And once, in her favorite dream, he'd kissed her. The softest, sweetest kiss she'd ever received. And every time she woke up and found him not there, the same twinge of regret tightened her chest and made her body ache. The same twinge of longing racked her waking hours. Long ago, Anwil gave up hope that she'd ever find a man she could love and respect. The warriors at her brother's castle were brutish, rude, and often brainless. By the time she escaped and went on to lead her army, she'd become almost dead inside. Over the 2 years she led the rebellion, a few of her men showed her some interest, until something made her angry. Then they all seemed to drift away. Unlike the dragon, he didn't shrink from her rage. He appeared to enjoy it, greatly. The strange way of man and beast. It never failed to confuse her. She wondered where she'd created this dream lover from. Had she ever seen the man before? Perhaps in one of the towns or villages that aided her troops. Or perhaps she created him from her own imagination. She knew not. But lately, she'd begun to regret having to wake up. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at her, as he always did. He stroked her face with his large, strong hand. She sighed contentedly and smiled. He returned it with a smile of his own. Anwil felt bold in this dream world, brazen. She reached out a hand and slid it around the back of his neck, drawing him down for a kiss. She liked this dream lover. He didn't resist her. Instead, he let her lead him. When their lips met, her whole body responded. Intense heat from his body licked over her flesh. Her nipples tightened and grew hard, begging for the touch of those strong hands of his. Heat and moisture pulsed between her legs. She experienced things she never felt before, and she wanted more. His tongue licked across her lips, and she instinctively opened her mouth to let him in. She moaned as his tongue slid across and around hers, and her body arched as she tried to get in closer to him. She wanted her dream lover. In her bed. In her. But he pulled away from her. She grasped for him again, and found herself face down on the floor. Again. By all that's... She pushed herself up as Morfydd hurried to her side. By the gods, lass, are you all right? Yes. She took Morfydd's arm and allowed the woman to help her sit back on the bed. I'm fine. She couldn't keep ending up on the floor. Now it was just getting embarrassing.
You should leave her there. She looks adorable, like a puppy.
Anwyl turned narrowed eyes on her dragon rescuer as he sat by the entrance to this part of his lair. Quiet, dragon, she warned playfully. She'd become used to the dragon lingering near her, teasing her. In fact, she found she started to like it, to like him. Morfydd examined her wound, already less painful than it was the previous day. Why do I keep finding you on the floor? Morfydd asked, with a slight mixture of annoyance and humor. I keep having this dream about a man. Remembering they were not alone, Anwyl stopped. She cleared her throat. It's nothing, though. Morfydd only glanced at her. Then she turned two suddenly angry eyes on the dragon. Anwyl watched as the dragon looked up at the ceiling, perhaps examining it for cracks. So, how long before I can return to my men? Well, was all Morfydd got out before the dragon cut her off.
We need to make sure you're well first. Wouldn't want you to get caught in a battle still weak.
Anwyl shrugged. That's fine. I just worry about my men. They need to know I'm alive. I don't want them to... Give up hope? Morfydd gently asked as she cleaned off the wound and placed another bandage over it. Aye. I can't desert them now. You're not, and I doubt they will give up hope. Morfydd straightened up. But I will see what I can do. Thank you. I'll bring you some food. Morfydd left, punching the dragon in his side as she walked past him. Had the witch gone mad? Did she not see his fangs? Tell me, dragon, do you have anything to read?
Read?
Yes. Does your kind read?
Of course we read.
Don't yell. The dragon growled at her, and she fought her smile.
Come on, then.
He headed off deep into his lair. Anwyl wrapped the fur covering tight around her naked body and followed. Definitely one of the stupidest things he'd ever done. He really couldn't believe he was doing it. He turned a corner and led her to the right. He could have just brought her some books, dropped them right into her lap. Instead, he led her here. He led a human to his treasure.
What the hell am I thinking?
He reached the entrance and stepped in. She stopped dead in her tracks and waited. Fargus didn't say anything. He wanted to see her reaction. She didn't speak for several moments. Then, I'm freezing me tits off. Where are the books? Fargus blinked.
I'm freezing me tits off.
He mimicked back to her. Anwyl shrugged. I've been with my troops for over 2 years now, she muttered, as if that explained everything. Fargus motioned to a corner of the room.
The books are over there.
He watched her clamor over gold, jewels, and the other riches he'd claimed over many, many years. She reached the books and examined them closely.
So, do you like to read, or are you desperately bored?
No, I'm not bored at all. I'm actually enjoying myself quite a bit. It's nice and quiet here. She grabbed 2 books. And I love to read, to learn. I should have been a scholar.
Why aren't you?
She shrugged as she walked back over the riches as if she stepped on old stones. My father had other plans for me. He thought I'd make a fine noble's bride. Fargus couldn't stop the laugh that burst from his snout. Anwyl glared at him. Well, thank you very much.
I mean no offense. I simply don't see you worrying about the supplies for the kitchens, or whether you'll breed a son to carry on the family line.
Really? And what do you see for me?
Exactly what you're doing now, protecting your people from a tyrant.
She smiled, and he felt pride for causing it. She began to head back toward where she slept.
Wait.
Yes?
Wouldn't you like some clothes?
You have clothes? He motioned to several chests buried in a corner. She handed the 2 books to him and descended on the wooden boxes. She dug through the clothes quickly. She ignored the beautiful and richly made gowns, tossing them aside like a wench's bar dress. But when she discovered a chest filled with men's clothes, she began to take several articles for herself. Several pairs of breeches, shirts, and leather boots that she held up against her rather sizable feet to make sure they would fit. Once she had what she needed, she took her new clothes and books and headed out of the cave. "Well, come on, then," she barked lightly at him. And, like some idiot human, he followed her back to her room. Once there, she dropped the clothes and books on her bed and the fur covering to her feet. Fargus tried his best not to watch her naked body, but he sadly failed in the attempt. He couldn't help himself. She was beautiful and strong, a fierce warrior with the scars to show it. He desperately wanted to lick every one of those marks. She pulled on a pair of breeches that were the right length for her, but a little big. When she turned around, showing her beautiful large breasts, he barely bit back his groan in time. She ripped one of the shirts into long, wide strips, her chest moving seductively in time with her actions. When done, she used the strips to wrap around her breasts, binding them in place. She pulled another plain shirt on over her head, pulled on the boots, and stood before the dragon. "Well, what do you think?"
"I think you are the most amazing female I've ever met, and I would like to fuck you all night long. Bend over." "What do I think about what?"
She sighed. Typical male. Anwell sat on her bed and rubbed her eyes. Her side ached, her body cold, but she finally had clothes.
"What's wrong?"
She looked up long enough to see the dragon settle down in the chamber watching her. She found him doing that often. "Just thinking about my men?"
"You are truly worried about them?"
Anwell nodded. She closed her eyes again and rubbed her palms against them. It helped to relieve the ache that started in her head when she fell to the floor. "They are all good, strong men, but my brother's troops—"
"Outnumber you?"
"Aye. Even with the help from the other kingdoms, my brother still has more troops, more supplies, more everything." She lowered her hands. "And we have—" She turned her eyes to the dragon and stopped. Then she smiled. If Fargus were human, he would have run from the room simply from the expression on her beautiful face. He knew what she was thinking, so he decided to end this now. "No." "I haven't asked you anything yet."
"But you're going to, and the answer is no."
She released a frustrated little growl. "Why?"
"I don't involve myself in the petty problems of men."
"But I'm a woman." She smiled again, and he would have laughed if he weren't so annoyed.
"That you are, and the answer is still no."
She pushed herself off the bed. "We could help each other."
"Wouldn't you rather just take all my gold and jewels, kill me in my sleep, and be done with it?"
She dismissed the riches he offered with a wave of her hand. "Gold I have. I need your power, dragon."
"No."
He watched her walk around the cave floor, impressed with how quickly her body was healing. She already appeared stronger, which only seemed to make her more determined.
"What have I gotten myself into?"
"There must be something we can offer you, something you want or need." He sighed dramatically and fell silent for a moment.
"Well, I'm always in need of fresh virgin sacrifices."
She rolled her eyes. "Very funny."
"Anwell, there is nothing that a human can offer me. I have everything I need. There's a reason no one has seen me in nearly 70 years.
She became so agitated he feared she might come out of her skin. "I'm not asking you to give up your life here. Help me defeat Lorcan, and then it can be like we never met. I'll leave you to your solitude." For some reason, that was the last thing he ever wanted to hear from her, but he ignored the pang of regret her statement caused.
I can't help you defeat your brother. You must do it yourself, and you must do it alone.
Why?
If you do not kill Lorcan yourself, your reign will always be in question. The other kingdoms will rise up against you and kill you and your precious troops. Is that what you want?
Of course not.
Then you best take his head yourself.
Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him. But you don't think I can. She walked toward him. Do you?
No, not really.
There went that rage. Why not?
Because you don't think you can.
Her rage came and went so quickly it was quite the sight to behold. Her whole body seemed to deflate, her hand going to her wounded side. You're right. I don't think I can. She sat on her bed. He's so fast. His skill with a blade. I couldn't even touch him.
You give up too easily. You just need training.
From whom? I know of no warrior as skilled as my brother.
I do.
Anwil looked up. You know someone? Things just kept getting more and more complicated.
Yes, I do.
Do you trust him? Only as much as he trusted himself.
I do.
And he will help me prepare to kill Lorcan? Fargus nodded. Then, perhaps, you could help my army against my brother's troops?
Anwil.
She leaned forward, wincing from the pain she caused her side. Please, Fargus, I know I already owe you my life. But if there's anything, it's just to have the power of a dragon behind us.
So I help you defeat your brother.
He cut in churlishly.
And then what are your plans?
Anwil frowned. My plans?
Yes, your plans. You take your brother's head. Your troops are waiting. What is the next thing that you do?
Anwil just stared at him. He realized in that instant that the girl had no plans. None. No grand schemes of controlling the world, no plots to destroy any other empires, not even the plan to have a celebratory dinner.
Anwil, you'll be queen. You'll have to do something.
But I don't want to be queen. Her body shook with panic, and he could hear it in her voice.
You take his head. You'll have little choice.
What the hell am I supposed to do as queen?
Well, you could try ruling.
That sounds awfully complicated.
I don't understand you.
What do you mean?
You command the largest rebellion known to this land. From what I understand, your troops are blindingly loyal to you, and other kingdoms send you reinforcements and gold.
Your point?
You're already queen, Anwil. You just need to take the crown.
She shook her head. My father didn't believe in crowns. There's a throne, though.
Then take your throne. Take it and become queen.
I will, if you fight with me, dragon.
Will I get any peace if you don't?
Sometimes queens have to do things they're not always proud of, she teased, including the torturing of handsome dragons such as yourself. I could have people traipsing in and out of here all the time. Talkative people. She smiled as she spoke, and called him handsome, but he wouldn't put anything past her.
Then you don't give me much choice, do you?
No, I don't.
Then I will fight with you, Anwil.
She grinned, and he felt pride for causing it. Chapter 4. As the days passed and Anwil became stronger, she began to venture out into the glen surrounding the dragon's lair. She'd never felt safer than she did at this very moment, in the middle of a dragon's territory with only a sword to protect her. And she could never be safer. He allowed her to do what she wished, go where she wished, which she did. Although she actively avoided the section where the smell of burned men still lingered. Anwil moved slowly among the trees and flowers, all so beautiful and hers to enjoy in solitude. Like everyone else in the surrounding kingdoms, she had learned to fear Dark Glen. And from the outside, it stood dark and imposing. But once inside, the dense forest created a place of tranquility and quiet. If she'd known as a child that she had nothing to fear, she would have escaped to it long ago. She rubbed her side. Her wound, still a bit tender, but nearly healed. The dragon and witch had done a brilliant job of keeping her alive. Yet she agonized over the agreement she'd made with the dragon. Was she that desperate to defeat her brother? That desperate to see her brother's blood on her sword that she'd risked the life of the dragon who saved her? Clearly, the answer was yes. But she must be mad. She should flee. Back to her men, back to the safety of her troops and away from the dragon. She should. But she most likely would not. The question she kept asking herself, though, was why? Why wouldn't she leave this place? Why wouldn't she leave him? And why did he himself seem to resist the idea any time she mentioned leaving? Anwell smiled as she thought about how her little space within his lair kept becoming more and more furnished. First, only a bed to sleep in, and table for her to eat at. After that, several stuffed chairs appeared. Then a rug. Then a tapestry. Some beautiful silver candlesticks with sweet-smelling candles. He wanted to make her feel comfortable, at home. Surprisingly, the beast's lair felt more like a home than any place she'd lived in since she was a child and sent to live with her father. No, she could never repay the dragon for his kindness. As it was, what life she possessed already belonged to him. And yet she felt no fear. She should. He could ask her for anything in order to pay her blood debt to him. No, she felt something altogether different from fear. Anticipation. Anwell stopped, her silent revelry broken. She'd sensed the battle before she heard the clash of swords and the cries of dying men. She knew she didn't have all her strength back yet, but she had to see. Had to know if her brother's men had infiltrated the dragon's glen. And if they had, she'd kill them all. She wouldn't put the dragon at any more risk. She ran quickly and silently, reassured by the weight of the blade strapped to her back and the dagger sheathed at her hip. She slipped behind a boulder and watched the brutal conflict. Her brother's men, about 8 of them, all fighting one man, the man from her dreams. Anwell's chest constricted as gooseflesh broke out over her skin. She watched him with wide eyes. His face was the face she saw in her dreams almost every night while she recovered her strength. That black hair, the same hair she always made sure to dig her hands into. Who the hell was this? Other than remembering him from her dreams, she still didn't recognize him. A stranger. A large, gorgeous stranger who wore the crest of an army not seen for many years on the bright red surcoat worn over his chainmail. Anwell shook her head. She refused to believe that her dream had come to life and now brutally fought her brother's men. And fight he did. He moved fast, faster than she'd ever seen a man move before. His skills with a blade unparalleled. He dispatched 2 of the men within seconds and moved on to the remaining 6. But the blade in her back distracted her from the night. There hadn't been 8 men in the Dragon's Glen. There had been 9. Lady Anwell, when I had the men scout this area, I had no idea we would actually find you. Anwell gritted her teeth. She recognized that voice. Desmond Ludaire, one of her brother's many lieutenants and the man who once grabbed her breast during dinner. Of course, only the remaining 4 fingers on his right hand currently held the blade now digging into her spine. Lord Ludaire, I'd really hoped you died. She looked over her shoulder at him. So, how's the hand? Some thought Ludaire handsome, but she only saw the ugly side of him. Like now, when his lips twisted into an angry snarl. He seized her by the hair and snatched her to him, so her back and her sword slammed against his chest. The question, as always, my sweet, is whether I return you to your brother with or without your head. He held the blade of his weapon against her neck. Or perhaps we should spend a little time together before I return you at all. I still owe you for the loss of my finger. Lay with me, Ludaire, and you risk the rest of your parts. She smiled at him and saw his leer fade. What amazes me, said a low voice in front of her, is that you haven't killed him yet. Anwell focused on the mysterious man who had, while Ludaire made his threats, eliminated the rest of the small scouting party. Do you really have time for this? He asked. She raised an eyebrow. You're right, of course. Annwyl unsheathed the dagger at her side and in one fluid move brought it back over her shoulder, not stopping until it tore through Ludaire's eye. As soon as he began screaming, she pulled away from him before he could finish her off with his own sword. She would have taken his head, but he died quickly, and she rarely removed the heads of the dead. Annwyl heard her dream lover move. She drew the blade strapped to her back, touching the tip against his throat as he got within arm's reach of her. "Hold, knight." She stared at him, taking a deep breath to still her rapidly beating heart. By the gods, he's beautiful. And Annwyl didn't trust him as far as she could throw him, which wasn't far. He had to be the biggest man she'd ever seen. All of it hard-packed muscle that radiated power and strength. She tightened her grip on her sword. "I know you."
"And I know you."
Annwyl frowned. "Who are you?"
"Who are you?"
Her eyes narrowed. "You kissed me."
"And I believe you kissed me."
Annwyl's rage grew, her patience for games waning greatly. "Perhaps you fail to realize that I have a blade to your throat, knight."
"And perhaps you failed to realize,"
he knocked her blade away, placing the tip of his own against her throat,
"that I'm not some weak-willed toady who slaves for your brother, Annwyl the Bloody of the Dark Plains."
Annwyl glanced down at the sword and back at the man holding it. "Who the hell are you?"
"The dragon sent me."
He lowered his blade.
"And he was right. You are too slow. You'll never defeat Lorcan."
Her rage welled up and she slashed at him with her blade, but it wasn't one of her well-trained maneuvers. It felt awkward and messy. He blocked her easily, slamming her to the ground. Her teeth rattled in her head. Good thing her wound had already healed, otherwise Morfydd would be sewing it up once again. The knight stood over her.
"You can do better than that, can't you?"
She stared up at him and he smiled.
"Or maybe not. Guess we'll just have to see."
He wandered off. Annwyl knew he expected her to follow, and for some unknown reason, she did. She found him by the stream that ran through the glen. It took all her strength to walk up to him. She really wanted to run back into the dragon's lair and hide under his massive wings. She wasn't afraid of this man. It was something else, something far more dangerous. As she approached, he turned and smiled, and Annwyl felt her stomach clench. Actually, the clenching might have been a bit lower. She'd never known a man who made her so, well, nervous. And she'd lived on Garvan Isle since the age of 10. All she'd ever known were men who made it their business to make women nervous, if not downright terrified. "Well?" she demanded coldly. He moved to stand in front of her, his gorgeous smile teasing her.
"Desperate, are we?"
Annwyl shook her head and stepped away from him. "I thought you said something about training me for battle, knight." "For the dragon?" She would only do this because the dragon asked her to. And she would damn well make sure he knew it, too.
"Aye, I did, Annwyl the Bloody."
"Do stop calling me that."
"You should be proud of that name. From what I understand, you earned it."
"My brother also called me Dung Heap. I'm sure he thought I earned that, too, but I'd rather no one call me that."
"Fair enough."
"And do you have a name?" He opened his mouth to say something, but she stopped him. "You know what? I don't want to know."
"Really?"
"It will make beating the hell out of you so much easier." She wanted to throw him off, make him uneasy, but his smile beamed like a bright ray of sunlight in the darkened glen.
"A challenge. I like that."
He growled the last sentence, and it slithered all the way down to her toes. Part of her wanted to panic over that statement, since it frightened her more than the dragon himself, but she didn't have time. Not with the blade flashing past her head, forcing her to duck and unsheath her own sword. He watched her move, drank her in, and when she took off her shirt and continued to fight in just leather leggings, boots, and the cloth that bound her breasts down, he had to constantly remind himself of why he now helped her. To train her to be a better fighter. Nothing more or less. It was not so he could lick the tender spot between her shoulder and throat. Annwyl, though, turned out to be a damn good fighter. Strong, powerful, highly aggressive. She listened to direction well and picked up combat skills quickly. But her anger definitely remained her main weakness. Any time he blocked one of her faster blows, any time he moved too quickly for her to make contact, and especially any time he touched her, the girl flew into a rage. An all-consuming rage. And although he knew the soldiers of Lorcan's army would easily fall to her blade, her brother was different. He knew of that man's reputation as a warrior, and, as Anne Will now stood, she didn't stand a chance. Her fear of Lorcan would stop her from making the killing blow. Her rage would make her vulnerable. The mere thought of her getting killed sent a cold wave of fear through him. Yet if he could teach her to control her rage, she could turn it into her greatest ally, use it to destroy any and all who dare challenge her. The shifting sun and deepening shadows told him that the hour grew late. The expression on her face told him that exhaustion would claim her soon, although she'd never admit it. At least, not to him. But he knew what would push her over the edge. He grabbed her ass. Anne Will screeched and swung around. He knocked her blade from her hand and threw her on her back.
How many times exactly do I have to tell you that your anger leaves you exposed and open to attack?
She raised herself on her elbows. You grabbed me, she accused. Again. He leaned down so they were nose to nose.
Yes, I did, and I enjoyed every second of it.
Her fist flashed out, aiming for his face, but he caught her hand, his fingers brushing across hers.
Of course, if you learned to control your rage, I'd never get near you.
He brought her fingers to his lips and kissed them gently.
But until that time comes, I guess your ass belongs to me.
She bared her teeth, and he didn't try to hide his smile. How could he, when he knew how it irritated her so?
I think we've practiced enough for the day. At least I have. And the dragon now has a scouting party for his dinner. But I'll be back tomorrow. Be ready, Anne Will the Bloody. This won't get any easier.
Fargus entered what he now considered her chamber, but immediately ducked the book flung at his head. Clearly she'd been waiting for him, and she was not happy. "He's the one supposed to be helping me?" she roared at him.
"Did you just throw a book at me, in my own den?"
"Yes, and I'd throw it again." Fargus scratched his head in confusion. He'd never met a human brave enough, or stupid enough, depending on your point of view, to challenge him.
"But,"
he croaked out, amazed,
"I'm a dragon."
"And I have tits. It means nothing to me."
"What exactly is wrong with you?"
That...
Knight?
Bastard!
Me or the knight?
Both of you! His anger crawled up his spine and settled itself against the back of his neck. He briefly closed his eyes, taking in a deep, soothing breath. She was making him angry, and Fargus the Destroyer didn't get angry.
"I'll come back when you've calmed down."
He turned to go, but she seized his tail and pulled. "Oi! Don't walk away from me!" If Anne Will could have punched herself in the face, she would have. Anything had to be better than watching the dragon turn oh so slowly to face her. She had clearly angered him, really angered him, and when he just as slowly walked over to her, Anne Will knew that she might finally see her ancestors waiting to welcome her home. But no matter. Anne Will planned to stand her ground. She wasn't going to let some dangerously grumpy dragon make her cower. Of course, she did let him back her up against the far cave wall, but she had no choice. He just kept coming. Anne Will thought briefly about panicking, but that seemed about as useful as punching herself in the face. Instead, she straightened her shoulders and looked directly into the dragon's dark eyes. "You don't scare me, you know." Impressive. She almost sounded as if she meant that.
"Really?"
His tail appeared, and the dangerously sharp point smashed into the cave wall right beside her head. Her body tensed as bits of stone hit the side of her face. He placed the tip of one of his wings on the other side of her, effectively boxing her in. He leaned in close to her, the flaring nostrils of his snout almost touching her face.
"I should scare you, beautiful one. I can turn you to ash where you stand."
The beast had a point, but no use backing down now. "Then do it if you're going to." The dragon's eyes dragged across the entire length of her body. Then he breathed in deep, his eyes closed as if he were sniffing a really good meal. Well, that's not a soothing thought.
No one's ever thrown anything at me.
He finally got out, as his dark eyes again focused on her. Well, you deserved it. You should have warned me about him. Fargus took a step back. She realized that she'd held her breath the entire time. She let it out as the beast took another step away from her. She guessed he'd decided not to eat her. Today.
Was it really that bad, Anwyl?
His anger seemed to have dissipated. She wondered how he did that. Control his rage. She envied him the skill. Yes, it was.
But did you learn anything?
Damn dragon with his bloody life lessons. That's beside the point.
Anwyl.
All right, maybe a little. He chuckled, and Anwyl, without meaning to, smiled in response. I've always been better than anyone I've ever fought. Not that she had a choice. Her father knew teaching her to fight was the only way she would ever survive her childhood. Her brother had actively tried to kill her on more than one occasion, and she had a tendency to say things that caused some men to want to see her dead. She guessed, though, that none of the men, including her father, expected her to be as good or as brutal a fighter as she turned out to be. But your knight. He made me feel like I couldn't fight off a 10-year-old boy. Fargus sighed.
Give it time. He's, doing what I asked him to.
She didn't want to give it time, or give the knight a chance. She found him disconcerting. And she didn't like that feeling one bit. And she hated him for making her feel that way. She hated him a lot. You sure?
Positive.
He studied her.
All right.
She shrugged.
Anwyl, answer me.
Gods, he could be commanding. He didn't yell. He didn't have to. And it had nothing to do with the size of him. It sent a delicious little shiver throughout her entire body. Gods, Anwyl, get control of yourself. Yes, all right. She glared at him, even as her rage slipped away. But I won't be nice. The dragon looked her up and down.
I don't think he'll mind much.
She rolled her eyes. Probably not. She stepped away from the dragon. Men are disgusting. Fargus couldn't believe how angry she'd made him. He didn't get angry. Annoyed? Definitely. Stern? Absolutely. But to lose his temper? He didn't do that. Ever. Until her. And it didn't help that when she was angry she gave off that scent. A musk, maybe? Something that called to him. He'd smelled it before when, as the knight, he'd annoyed the hell out of her. He'd worked hard to ignore that smell, but this time he leaned in and enjoyed her scent. Let it pulsate through his veins. It gave him all sorts of visions. Things he could do to her. Things she could do to him. It didn't help his resolve. He watched her walk away. Watched her tight rear move in those leather leggings. He couldn't help himself. He swatted that rear with his tail. Oi! She jumped and turned to glare at the dragon. What was that for?
For having the most amazing ass I've ever seen.
No, he probably shouldn't say that.
To remind you that you're in my lair, and don't forget it.
She should have been angry, but she smirked instead.
Interesting.
I'll bear that in mind. They stared at each other, and if Fargus had been in human form, he would have kissed her, and anything else he could think of. But he couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. No involvement with the human. He'd made the decision. He'd stick to it. No matter how much he wanted to suck on those... Damn it. He needed to go before he did something inappropriate. Fun, but inappropriate.
Well, is there anything else?
No.
Good.
Fargus walked to the exit. But... Fargus cringed and looked back at her.
But?
Well, now that... She cleared her throat. We have all that resolved. I was hoping we could talk.
Talk?
That completely distracted him from sucking on anything of hers.
About what?
About anything. If Fargus had eyebrows, he would have raised them. She couldn't get away from the knight, who she believed to be human, fast enough. But she wanted to sit and chat with the dragon who had, just moments before, threatened to burn her to embers. Such an odd girl. He smoothly turned his big body around and sat back on his hind legs, his head scraping the ceiling.
Well, I guess I can.
Good. She eagerly jumped up on the table, sitting cross-legged. Should I start then?
Perhaps you better.
As you wish. She fell silent as she thought, and he stared at her breasts. She'd taken the bindings off, and he could see the outline of the perfectly round mounds under the cotton shirt.
Gods, Fargus, get control of yourself.
I know. How old are you?
268.
Years?
Aye.
So dragons are immortal?
No.
But legends say you are.
They're wrong.
She prompted him to continue. He wasn't used to talking so much.
The first dragons, the elders, were immortal, but a mated pair asked the gods for the gift of children. The gods agreed, but the price would be that they lose their immortality. Our line is descended from them.
Anwyl stared at him with her mouth open. That is the sweetest story I've ever heard.
It is?
The girl read too many books. Yes, it's romantic. They gave up immortality to be together and start a family. Fargus shrugged.
It's a tale they tell the hatchlings. I'm almost positive there was more to it than that.
Are you always so cynical?
Yes.
So you're not immortal, but your kind clearly lives a long time.
Yes, about 800 years or so.
So compared to other dragons, you're kind of a baby? Fargus grunted.
If you feel the need to put it that way.
Any siblings?
Yes.
How many? Fargus sighed and settled down for what would clearly be a long and painful night. He almost missed the days when she lay unconscious and near death.
Too many. And you?
With a frown. Is that meant to be funny?
Oops.
He actually just meant to be polite. Of course, he'd never been very good at polite.
No. Just wondering if there was anyone else besides the demon spawn you call kin.
Sadly, no. Or at least, none that my father has claimed. She propped her elbows onto her knees and cupped her chin in the palm of her hands. Are you close to your family?
Just one sister. The others I only see at family times, and that is grudgingly.
Dragons have family times? Is that just a simple get-together, or are virgin sacrifices required? Fargus barked out a laugh, and the girl smiled. See? Got you to laugh.
That you did.
Maybe the evening wouldn't be that painful after all. Chapter 5. Brastius, general of the Dark Plains Rebellion and Anwyl's second-in-command, leaned back into the hardwood chair and rubbed his tired eyes. She must be dead. She had to be dead. Anwyl would never disappear this long without word sent. He'd already sent trackers out to find her, but they came back empty-handed, losing her trail somewhere near Dark Glen, a haunted place most men dare not enter. Of course, Anwyl was not most men. She often dared where others fled. She remained the bravest warrior Brastius knew, and he'd met many men over the years who he considered brave. But Anwyl could be foolhardy, and her anger formidable. And yet every day for 2 years, Brastius thanked the gods for his good fortune. On a whim they had attacked a heavily armed caravan coming from Garvan Isle. Its cargo had been Anwyl. Dressed in white bridal clothes and chained to the horse she rode, her destiny to be the unwilling bride for some noble in Madrone. And based on how heavily armed her procession was, dangerously unhappy about it as well. Once the attack began, one of his men released Anwyl and told her to escape. She didn't. Instead, she took up a sword and fought. Fought, in fact, like a demon sent from the gods of hate and revenge. Her rage a mighty sight to behold. By the time the girl finished, she stood among the headless remains of those she killed, her white gown completely covered in blood. On that day, the men had given her the name Anwyl the Bloody, and, as much as she hated it, the name stuck. They returned with her to their encampment, but no one knew what to do with her. The women of the camp shunned her. She frightened them, and she turned out to be completely useless with anything domestic. But she possessed information on her brother. She knew where to attack and when. She knew his strengths and his weaknesses, and she wanted nothing more than to destroy him. Soon, she brought in the financial assistance of other regions. No one wanted Lorcan in power longer than necessary. If his sister could stop him, she would have their loyalty. She protected their borders, and the rebellion's troops grew. Eventually, Anwil took control, and Brastias gave it over gratefully. She earned their loyalty and trust, and after 2 years the men would follow her down into the very pits of hell if she asked them. But if she were dead, Brastias didn't want to even consider it. They hadn't found her body. Perhaps they could still rescue her.
"General?"
Brastias's eyes shifted to the front of his tent. Danilin, his next in command, stood waiting.
"There's a witch here to see you."
Brastias nodded once. She probably wanted to see Anwil, or, if his world contained any luck at all, perhaps she could tell him where to find his missing leader. A tall woman entered his tent. An astounding beauty, tragically marked as a witch. He truly hoped that a special hell waited for men like Lorcan. She walked toward him, almost glided. He knew he'd seen her before. The people considered her a talented witch with healing powers, but he had no time for magic or witches, even beautiful ones. He had a rebellion to win.
"Yes, lady?"
"You are General Brastias."
"Aye."
The witch glanced at Danilin, refusing to speak in front of him.
"Go, Danilin. I will call if you are needed."
Danilin left, closing the tent flap behind him. The woman stood before him. She didn't speak. She just stared.
"So, what is it, woman?"
She raised one delicate eyebrow, and he felt as if she'd dug down into his very soul. "I have word of Anwil of the Dark Plains." Brastias stood quickly, grasping the woman by the arms. She stood almost as tall as he.
"Tell me, witch, where is she?"
She stared at him. "Remove your hands, or I'll make sure you don't have any." Brastias took a deep breath and released her. "She is safe and alive, but she is healing. She won't be back for another fortnight." Brastias heaved a sigh of overwhelming relief as he sat heavily in his chair.
"Thank the gods. I thought we'd lost her."
"You almost had, but the girl must have the gods smiling down on her."
"Can I see her?"
The woman watched him carefully. "No, but I will get any messages you may have to her."
"Give me a few moments. I need to write something."
He grabbed quill and paper and wrote Anwil a brief but to-the-point letter. He folded it, affixed his seal, and handed it to the witch.
"Give her this and my love."
"You are her man, then?" she asked cautiously. Brastias laughed. He did like his head securely attached to his shoulders. Becoming Anwil's man risked that.
"Anwil has no man because there is no man worthy of her. That includes me. So she has become the sister I lost many years ago in Lorcan's dungeons."
The woman nodded and walked back to the entrance of Brastias's tent. She stopped before leaving. "She asks," the witch spoke softly without turning around, "that you not lose hope."
"As long as she lives, we won't."
Then she was gone. Brastias closed his eyes in relief. Anwil wasn't dead. His hope returned. Morfydd landed softly on the glen grounds. Unlike her brother, she'd learned to move silently as dragon. Once securely on hard earth, she shook her body, releasing the wetness her wings picked up along the flight. She spoke the ancient words of enchantment that allowed her to shift back to human. Moving swiftly, she picked up the clothes she'd hidden away earlier and garbed herself. Her body shook from the chill, and she wanted nothing more than to settle in front of a fire to warm her human form. She'd taken longer than she originally planned to get back, but if Fargus needed to involve himself in the sibling war, she wanted to let the Queen know now. It would be worse for him if she found out after the fact. Of course, the Queen didn't seem too interested, but Bersilac was, and that could be a problem for them both. But first, she wanted to get the note from the General to Anwil. She'd learned to like the human girl, with her sudden rages and tendency to end up on the floor. And clearly Anwyl had enthralled her taciturn and cranky older brother. Fargus didn't really like anyone, human or dragon. Among their kind, many considered him rude and inconsiderate. Among humans, they feared the black dragon who smote whole villages. Of course, leave it to humans to exaggerate the truth. He'd only smote one village when their king made killing him into a tournament event. Morfydd wrapped a cloak around her witch's garb and headed to her brother's den. As always, when in human form, she pulled the hood of the cloak over her head to hide her mane of white hair. It was not white from age. Like her mother, she'd been born a white dragon. White dragons were rare, and often born with powers far outreaching of other dragons. But she still had a way to go before she could even think to compete against her mother's skill. She entered her brother's den and moved deep within to reach the girl's chamber. He had practically made that section of the cave into the girl's bedroom. Very subtle, Fargus. As she neared her destination, she heard Anwyl speak and her brother laugh. Morfydd stopped. Perhaps she'd heard wrongly. Perhaps she'd finally gone insane. Morfydd inched closer to the chamber and waited. Now, I did try to set him on fire once when I was 12, but I assure you, I felt awful about it later.
And how long did that awful feeling last?
Until he set the dogs on me. She heard her brother chuckle, and she started at the sound. Can I ask you a favor?
Another. What do you want now, woman? My gold? My lair?
No. Nothing like that. And this might sound strange.
As opposed to your horse manure story.
But... Can I touch your horns? Morfydd blinked and looked around, half expecting her 3 other brothers to be standing behind her, proving this was nothing but a joke. Could she have truly heard what she thought she'd just heard?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Because I think I just got the brain fever.
She heard the girl give a very unladylike snort. I've never touched a dragon before. Your horns look so beautiful, and I would just like to...
All right, stop. Before you say something that will make both of us uncomfortable.
She heard her brother move his body. Morfydd realized he was lowering himself so the girl could reach him. Morfydd couldn't stand not knowing. As silently as she could manage, she peeked around the corner and looked into the girl's chamber. What she saw astounded her simply because it was Fargus. The girl stood on tiptoes, Fargus allowing Anwyl to lean against him as she reached up and ran her strong, battle-scarred hand across his horn, her tanned skin standing out against its shiny blackness. Her other hand moved down his neck and grasped the mane of black hair that flowed across it. I didn't know dragons had hair. It's like a horse's mane.
It is not like a horse's mane,
Fargus snapped. To Morfydd's surprise, Anwyl didn't shy away from her brother and scurry across the room. Instead, she laughed, leaning closer to his body. No need to get testy. I was merely implying that your kind was really meant to be beasts of burden for us humans. Just like horses. And centaurs.
Oh, is that all? Well, I apologize, Lady Anwyl. I thought you were saying something insulting.
Morfydd stepped away from Anwyl's chamber. Her brother making jokes? Well, perhaps the time had come for her to completely lose her mind, considering the family she came from. Dragons did do that sort of thing on occasion. She looked down at the letter she had clutched in her hand. It could wait until tomorrow. Silently, she turned and went to get something soothing to drink, or, at the very least, some hard ale. She needed something to help her sleep, because the last image she'd witnessed before turning away from the chamber would have her awake and obsessing for hours. The image of Anwyl the Bloody, known terror of the dark plains, lovingly running her hand down Fargus's snout, and Fargus the Destroyer letting her. Fargus watched Anwyl sleep. They talked long into the night, and she fell asleep lying against his side, a handful of hair wound around her fingers. When she started to slide to the floor, he picked her up, laid her out on the bed, and covered her with one of the furs. His affection for the human grew steadily by the day, sometimes by the minute. And it wasn't simply her beauty, but her utter lack of fear of everything and anything except her brother. She didn't fear dying. She didn't fear battle. And most importantly, she didn't fear Fargus. She touched him, ran her hands along his scales and through his mane. But it was when he covered her up with the fur and she sighed his name in her sleep that he lost his heart. Chapter 6. Lorcan threw the table across the room, nearly crushing one of his soldiers. He roared in rage. 7 days, and they still hadn't found the bitch girl or any of his men. He grabbed 2 heavy wooden chairs and flung them as well. His guards scattered, running for safety. But there was no safety from his rage, a rage rivaled by only one other. "Find her! Find the bitch!" Several of his men stared blankly at him. "Now!" The men ran. Lorcan leaned his burning forehead against the cool stone of his castle wall. "My lord." Lorcan took in a deep, soothing breath and looked at his council. Ephiathan still remained the only one brave enough to face him during one of his rages. "Perhaps we are avoiding the obvious." "Which is?" Lorcan slowly turned, his anger under some control. "Perhaps your sister has fled to Dark Glen." "My sister is weak and stupid, but she is not insane. No one goes into Dark Glen, because no one ever comes back out again. She knows that well enough." Ephiathan turned disturbingly milky blue eyes to his master, and Lorcan shuddered inwardly. "She may not have gone there willingly, but that doesn't mean she's not there." "Then she would already be dead." "No. All signs tell me she still lives." Lorcan snorted. He should have known better than to get his hopes up. "Then what is your counsel, wizard?" Ephiathan smiled, if you could call it that. "Let me take some of your men and go into Dark Glen myself. I will see if I can find her." "I can't afford to lose you, Ephiathan, even if it means destroying her. I need you during these rebel attacks. Every day more troops arrive to fight with her. And while she lives, they will continue to arrive." "I said no." Lorcan, his anger spent, sat down heavily in one of the chairs he had not yet thrown. "But send a few of my warriors. Make sure they understand that they go into the Dark Glen, or what lies in there will be the least of their worries." Ephiathan bowed low. "As you wish, my lord." Then the wizard took his leave, and Lorcan began to breathe again. He thought of his ugly little sister, and reveled in the delight he would take in planting her head on a spike outside his castle walls. "I will have you, bitch." He growled low, hoping his words would find her wherever she was. He wanted her to know that her time would soon end. He wanted her to know he would rule the land in his father's place. He wanted her to know just how much he hated her. He roared again, his rage returning tenfold. He roared and roared until he knew she could hear him wherever she was. Anwyl sprung naked from the bed, her sword, which she always kept on the floor within arm's reach, firmly grasped in her hand. Her brother's presence surrounded her. She felt him near her. She spun around, expecting to find him standing behind her. "Are you all right?" Anwyl barked in surprise at the voice. Without thought, only instinct, she spun around again and threw her sword across the room. The only reason the blade didn't slam into Morfid's forehead was because the witch moved too fast. She dropped to the floor with a hoarse cry. "By the gods, Morfid!" Anwyl, now realizing where she was and that she truly was safe, ran to the woman. "Are you hurt?" The witch grasped the girl's hand and let Anwyl help her up. No, I'm fine." "Morfid, I'm so sorry." "It's all right." Morfid sat down heavily in one of the chairs. "I startled you." Anwyl crouched beside Morfid. She couldn't bring herself to release the woman's hand. "I thought he was here," she whispered. Morfid frowned. "Thought who was here?" "My brother. I felt him here, Morfid, as surely as you are standing here now." "You were just dreaming. He can't hurt you here. Fargus would never let him." The witch spoke true, of course. She trusted the dragon with her life, more than any of her own troops, even more than Brastias. Thank you for understanding. Anwyl stood and went back to her bed, wrapping one of the fur covers around her shivering naked body, and for being able to move so fast. I don't know what I would have done if But you didn't. So let's not think of it a moment longer. Here. Morfydd handed her a parchment. Anwyl saw the seal of Brastias and grinned. You saw him then? Aye. He seemed heartily relieved that you still live. Anwyl sat down on her bed. And my men? They still have hope. Anwyl nodded. Thank you for doing this. Morfydd stood up. Do not speak of it. I will get you something to eat while you read your letter. Once the witch left, Anwyl carefully removed the seal and opened the parchment. Anwyl, we await your return, yours in life, death, and war. Brastias. Anwyl read the letter again and then held it against her chest. Her army waited. Soon she must return. Fargus watched his sister grab several pieces of fruit. Her human body seemed shakier than usual. Are you all right? That mad bitch threw a blade at my head. He studied his sister. What did you say to her? Morfydd swung around to glare at him, fruit flying everywhere. What did I... Why do you... How dare you? Morfydd stopped and pulled herself together. I did nothing, brother. She was having a nightmare about Lorcan or something. I happened to walk in at the wrong time. Or something? Morfydd shrugged as she knelt down to pick up the scattered pieces of fruit. He could very well be contacting her through her dreams. I thought you put up protections around the glen. I did, she snapped. That doesn't mean he hasn't found a wizard to work around them. Fargus walked up to his sister. He towered over her in his human form, dressed and ready to start his training with Anwyl. No one should be able to get past your protection, sister. I don't care if it's the queen herself. I want Anwyl safe, understand? Morfydd's eyes narrowed as she examined her brother. Why are you dressed like that? Her frown deepened. And for that matter, why are you human? Damn. I need to go into town. Town for what? Supplies. Now get on with the spellcasting, please. He stormed off before she could ask any more questions that would force him to lie to her more. Anwyl was falling. Then she was landing. Her back hitting the ground hard, then her head. She lay there, unable to move. Suddenly his face loomed over her. Sorry about that. No, he wasn't. He wasn't sorry about anything. She'd gotten in a couple of really good blows, and he retaliated, knocking her right on her backside. Hard. It took her several moments to get her breath back. By then, he reached out to help her stand. She slapped his hands away and dragged herself up so she knelt on the hard ground. She glared at him. What's that look for? It's not my fault you weren't fast enough. Anwyl punched him in the face. Was that fast enough? She snapped. Now he glared as he clutched his slightly wounded nose. Anwyl pushed herself to stand up, but the spasm in her neck and shoulder forced her right back down. She moaned in pain, and the knight looked at her. What is it? Nothing. Liar. He moved behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders. His touch sent shocks through her body. Anwyl tried to push his hands off, but he ignored her. Stop being difficult. His strong hands glided across her shoulders and quickly found the spot at the base of her neck where her muscles bunched into tight knots. Gods, girl, there's a huge knot here. His thumb pushed into the flesh and Anwyl's body jerked. Oi! Painful! Sorry. No, you're not. She stood up while trying to pull away, but he pulled her back. Must you be so difficult? If you give me a moment, I can fix this. Anwyl gritted her teeth. The knight chuckled, his hands massaging muscles on her shoulder. Anwyl bit her lip and barely stopped herself from moaning. The man had the most unbelievable hands she ever experienced. She closed her eyes and tried to focus on something, anything, that could distract her from the feeling of him touching her. The muscles loosened under his big fingers and she found herself relaxing. Grudgingly.
You know, you still don't know my name.
And I still don't want to know. When she left the glen with Fargus, she never wanted to see this man again. At least, that's what she kept telling herself.
Such a difficult girl.
I'm hardly a girl.
Oh, sorry. Do you prefer old maid?
Annabel clenched her fingers into tight fists.
There's that knot again. It just got worse.
What a surprise. The knight pulled her arm out, massaging it all the way down. He stopped at her tight fist.
Unclench.
She stared at him but didn't answer. He slapped the back of her hand. Ow!
I said unclench, woman.
She opened her hand, and he began to gently massage each finger.
You don't like me, do you?
No, I don't.
Do you like the dragon?
Of course I like the dragon.
What do you mean, of course? No one likes dragons.
Then why are you here? He opened his mouth to answer, but abruptly stopped. Annabel nodded knowingly. I see.
You see what?
I know what's going on.
You do?
You don't fool me. She pointed at the crest on his surcoat. That army hasn't been seen in over 20 years. The knight looked down at his crest as if seeing it for the first time. Annabel watched as an unruly bit of black hair fell over his eye. She longed to touch that hair, longed to feel it move across her naked flesh. I am completely out of control.
Really?
He sounded so innocent, or at least he tried. Yes, really. Where did you find it, anyway? Some castle you robbed? Or the dragon's den? Knight my ass. You're a mercenary, a blade for hire, the lowest of the low. The knight let out a deep sigh and looked away from her. Huh, she caught him. He loved the humans' complete inability to see anything even when it stared them right in their faces. He knew what it was, too. Their logic. How could anything the size of a dragon turn into a human? Humans understood nothing of ancient magic and how powerful it could be. For a moment, he really thought that Annabel figured it out. Still, he remained grateful she hadn't. He knew he shouldn't lie to her, and in the beginning he really hadn't planned to. He'd trusted her now more than he trusted anyone, but her reaction to him as a human male completely confounded him. She wanted the knight, but hated the knight. Cared for the dragon, but, not surprisingly, didn't seem to have any other feelings than general friendliness. Annabel continued to be the most complex creature he'd ever met. And, when he wasn't staring at her chest or rear, he found her intelligent, delightful, and extremely funny. Just a joy to be around. But only the dragon seemed lucky enough to see that side of her. When he came to her as the knight, he found her surly, foul-tempered, and downright rude. He still found her a joy to be around, but probably because he liked how she smelled when she became angry. A musk all her own that forced him to fight his erection every time he caught a whiff of it.
And, well, the things I could do to you.
He needed to focus. Right now, right this second, or he would end up doing something very stupid. He cleared his throat and released her arm.
Feel better?
Yes.
And?
And what? He raised an eyebrow, and Annabel scowled. Thank you.
No, that wasn't so hard, was it?
She turned away from him, and he caught sight of that lovely rear again. He slapped it with the palm of his hand. Annabel stopped, gritted her teeth, but did nothing. He came up behind her.
Good.
He whispered in her ear.
You're getting better. You want to beat me to a bloody pulp, but you're able to restrain yourself. Nice.
He desperately wanted to touch her, but he fought the desire as best he could. He had no idea his human body could be so hard to control.
Now,
he barked gruffly,
let's start again.
So, Morfydd placed a bowl of stew in front of Annabel. Tell me about your Brastius. Annabel frowned. He's not my Brastius. At the moment, he's no woman's Brastius. Annabel's frown quickly turned to a grin. Interested? What? Morfydd started. No. Oh, then you were just being nosy. Oh, forget I asked. Annabel dug into the hearty stew. After her long day with the knight, her body demanded sustenance. Is it hard to be with all those men? All day, every day? Annabel drank some of Morfydd's wine. She knew no threat of infection remained, but the wine still tasted unbelievably delicious. Not at all.
Really?
Absolutely. Just let one of the men touch you inappropriately, and you take his arm off right at the shoulder joint. Then, as he's bleeding to death, you slam his face into a few things, and you'll find the other men leave you alone. Morfydd stared at Anwyl with wide eyes. What? Morfydd cleared her throat.
Nothing.
Anwyl could hear Fargus coming, the cave shaking with each mighty step he took. She didn't look up from her stew until he entered her chamber. Lord Dragon?
Lady Anwyl.
I was wondering when you were going to come and visit me. The dragon barely glanced at Morfydd.
Don't you have somewhere to be, Morfydd?
No. The dragon bumped her chair with one of his talons. She glared but stood up. Fine. I'm heading back to the village.
Good idea. All those sick humans for you to take care of.
Morfydd sneered at the dragon while addressing Anwyl.
See you in the morning, Anwyl.
Have a good night. Anwyl finished off her stew, then turned to the dragon, a chalice of wine in her hand. So, Lord Dragon, what are your plans for this evening? He adjusted his body awkwardly, and the end of his deadly tail landed gently in her lap.
Well, I thought we could do that thing again.
That thing? Anwyl desperately fought a smile as she ran her hand across the scaled tip. Its very edge shaped like an arrowhead, and as sharp. She briefly wondered if the dragon ever needed to sharpen it with a stone. Do you mean talking?
Yes, whatever it is called.
You like talking, don't you? Just admit it.
I like talking to you, and that is all I will admit to.
Fine. No need to get testy. His snout moved close as well. Without even thinking about it, she rubbed her hand over it, and the dragon let her. So tell me more about your family.
Don't you get bored with my family stories?
Not at all. She leaned forward and looked at him, her hand once again resting on the tip of his tail. Waiting. Fargus sighed.
Well, one time we shaved our baby brother's head.
Anwyl burst out laughing. Chapter 7. Anwyl hit the ground. Again. She had to admit it. She grew tired of seeing the world from the flat of her back. She winced as the pain shocked through her head. The knight had hit her with the back of his hand, the sword he held adding to the power of the move. I think you broke my nose.
Probably.
He stood over her, staring into her face. Suddenly, she silently cursed herself for removing her shirt while they trained, the rocky dirt digging into her bare back that the bindings did not cover.
No, I just pushed it out of joint a bit.
Anwyl began to stand, but he pushed her back down.
Calm yourself.
He tossed his blade aside and straddled her hips. She watched him with narrowed eyes as he rested the lower half of his body against hers. He leaned over and took her nose between both of his big hands.
This may hurt a bit.
He adjusted her nose back into place with a pop. Ow! She slapped his shoulder.
Don't be a baby,
he admonished with a smile.
So, while I'm down here, any other aches or pains you need me to assist you with?
Anwyl needed him to get off her because she didn't want him off her. She wanted him to run his hands over her body. She wanted him to kiss her. She wanted this man inside of her. And the thought absolutely terrified her. Get off me.
You know the magic word?
Anwyl rolled her eyes. Please, she bit out between clenched teeth. The man continued to try what little patience she possessed.
Now. You can do a little better than that. A little nicer, please. Perhaps mean it.
Oh, come on.
Unless...
Unless?
Unless you don't want me to move.
He leaned in closer.
Unless you want me to stay right here.
Bastard. It seemed like he could read her thoughts. Just having him on top of her caused her blood to race, and she had the strangest throbbing sensation between her legs. Not unpleasant, but definitely disconcerting.
Well,
he persisted. But she couldn't answer him. She couldn't speak. If she did, she truly feared what the hell would come out of her mouth. Instead, she stared into those dark black eyes of his and wondered if his sweat would taste salty on her tongue. He allowed more of his weight to rest against her hips, and she bit the inside of her mouth to keep from moaning out loud.
"Answer me, Anwill."
She swallowed hard and forced herself under some kind of control. Damn it, she was a warrior, the leader of one of the toughest rebellions in known history, and still she let some night completely confuse her. "Get your ass off me, please." He stared at her, stunned, then threw his head back and laughed. He jumped up, grasping her arm and pulling her up with him.
"You never fail to amuse me."
"I'm glad I can be so entertaining." She quickly picked up her shirt by the stream and pulled it on over her head. She needed something to hide the hard points of her nipples. The bindings were not helping with that. "I think my nose has gone through quite enough this day. Besides, it grows late. I must go." He took hold of her wrist.
"Are you sure?"
"I said so, didn't I?"
"That's not what I asked you."
"I don't have time for this." She hated how desperate she sounded at the moment, her entire body responding to his touch, screaming out for him to explore every bit of her flesh.
"Don't leave."
His voice low, enticing. "One of us needs to go." He smiled at her.
"Why?"
Her eyes traveled the long length of him, taking in the expanse of his wide shoulders, the muscles bulging under his chainmail. "Trust me on this." He moved in closer to her. He still held onto her arm, but his fingers began to move along the flesh, traveling up her arm. Her breasts tightened. Her nipples became painfully hard. Her breath quickened. She wanted this man. Gods, did she want him, more than anything before in her life. And he knew it. She could tell by the way he looked at her, the way he moved into her, his body nearly touching hers. "You really need to go." He lowered his head, his eyes on her lips.
"Really? Are you sure?"
She watched as his mouth lowered to meet hers. Clearly, he'd lost his mind, and he blamed the girl for it. In the beginning, he had no intention of doing anything more than training, but with those green eyes of hers staring up at him and that body calling out to be taken, really, what was a poor dragon to do? Kiss her, of course. At least that was the plan as he brought his head down to taste her, but he felt a sharp slap as a hand covered his face. "Hold it!" Anwill reared back from him as she pushed his face away with her hand. He pulled back, surprised. "Exactly what do you think you're doing?" She radiated anger, although not her usual rage. It seemed something else altogether.
"Excuse me?"
"You heard me." She pushed him by his shoulders. "What do you push? Think you are push doing shove?" He felt his back slam into a tree and he gritted his teeth. Was he seriously letting some human push him around his own glen? As he watched her readjust the bindings under her shirt to make sure her breasts didn't slip out, he realized that the answer was yes. Yes, he was letting some human push him around. But not just any human. Anwill. "I'm not some whore you can just grab and take as you like." He took a deep breath.
"I know."
Anwill blinked, surprised by his answer. Well, so long as we understand each other." He smiled.
"We do."
"Well, good. Now, go away."
"If that is what you wish."
Yes, that is what I wish." She waved a dismissive hand as she stepped away from him.
"Of course, a goodbye kiss would prompt me to leave just a little faster,"
he called after her. Anwill stopped, and until the end of time, he would always swear he heard her growl. Why did he insist on torturing her? What did he want? Why wouldn't the man just leave? Anwill swung around, expecting him to be where she left him against that tree. But he stood right behind her. The man moved faster than lightning. Startled, she stumbled back from him and almost fell, but he caught her around the waist. She felt searing heat on her flesh where he held her, and her breath caught in her throat as he leaned in, keeping her bent over his arm.
"Are you all right?"
His low voice slid softly across her flesh, teasing, making her body ache with need for him. "I'll be better when you let me go."
"And I'll be better when you kiss me. Want to make a deal?"
She let out another agitated growl, and he grinned in response.
"I do like that sound."
"Let me go."
"Kiss me."
"How about I just run you through?"
"I believe you need a sword for that task."
She realized she'd left her sword lying on the ground at her feet. Stupid, Anwyl. Stupid. His smile softened as he looked down into her face.
"Just kiss me."
It came out more a plea than a demand, and as much as her rational mind railed against it, she wanted to kiss him. She brought her head up slightly as he lowered his. They met somewhere in the middle, and when his lips touched hers, a bolt of heat swept through her. Heat and recognition? Her hands reached up and gripped his shoulders as her mouth opened and his tongue slid in. He swept strong, dry fingers across her bare skin, slipping easily under her bindings to gently graze her breast. Her body jerked in response, and Anwyl realized she hovered moments away from letting this man do anything he wanted to her. Anything. She pushed against his shoulders while pulling her body out of his arms. She forced herself away, and the two stood staring at each other, both gasping for breath. Her nipples were painfully hard now, as, she guessed, was the erection desperately trying to push its way through the night's chainmail leggings. "Now, as you promised, go."
"Are you sure?"
He took a step toward her, and she jumped back. "You keep asking me that." There was that desperation again. The knight grinned.
"I keep hoping you'll give me a different answer."
"I won't. Now go." He nodded and took a deep breath.
"As I promised."
He walked off. Once Anwyl knew that he truly was gone, she walked back to the stream and sat in the middle of it, letting the cold water rush past her. After a few minutes, she stuck her head in as well. Fargus dived into his lake. Still human, but so was the raging erection he had at the moment. The girl insisted on making him insane. Whether she admitted it or not, her body definitely called to him, loudly. And what exactly did he think he was doing? Why the hell did he kiss her? A human, he reminded himself desperately. Just a human. Just a gorgeous, big-breasted human. He gritted his teeth. He really didn't know how much more he could stand, but he had to fight it. He had to resist her, simply for his own state of mind. When Fargus pulled himself out of the water, he'd returned to his dragon form once more. He shook the wetness from his body and wings and settled down for a few minutes to get control of his impulse. His impulse to go back outside and find Anwyl. To find her and to fuck her. "Dragon?" Anwyl's voice rang through his lair, causing his whole body to clench. Damn. He covered his eyes with his claw. The woman would be the death of him. "Dragon!" Anwyl went deeper into the cavern than she ever had before. She couldn't find Morphid, and she wanted to see Fargus. Now. "Dragon!"
"Here."
She heard his deep, rich voice and followed. She found him stretched out beside an underground lake, his tail swirling through the water.
"What's wrong?"
"Your friend needs to go."
"Not again. What did he do now?"
She climbed up onto a boulder and looked the dragon in the eye. "He's very disconcerting."
"Disconcerting? I didn't know that was a flaw."
"It can be."
"I don't understand why he makes you so nervous and I don't. I can turn you into a fireball."
"So can he." "Well, you're very sweet and charming."
"They call me Fargus the Destroyer."
She dismissed that with a wave of her hand. "And they call me Anwyl the Bloody. I'm not impressed."
"You're a very strange girl, Anwyl."
"You get raised by my family and see how you turn out." She clenched her fists in frustration. She'd never been so frustrated before in her life. All over some man.
"I think it would be a mistake to send him away. He's preparing you to fight Lorcan. Eventually, you will have to face your brother and kill him."
He sounded as if he'd grown weary of reminding her of that fact, but once again she blamed the knight. She should tell the dragon to toss a fireball at him. "I know."
"Unless there is another reason you want me to send him away."
Anwell thought carefully on her answer. Tell the dragon that every time she was around the man, her body cried out for him? Tell him that every time their swords clashed, she became wet with desire? That she continually wondered what he would look like naked and on top of her? Did she admit that to the dragon? No. She shook her head. No other reason. She sighed. Just what? Why can't he be more like you? Nothing. She looked down at the lake, the water a beautiful, clear blue with an active spring constantly replenishing it. She motioned to it. Do you mind? No. He adjusted his large body. Would you like me to leave? Why? She slid down the boulder and went to the water's edge. You've seen me naked before. She dropped her sheathed sword to the ground. Unless human bodies repulse you. What? No. Just do whatever you must. She shrugged, quickly undressed, and dived into the water. He understood now. The gods were testing him. Clearly, that must be the only reason this woman now floated naked and face up in his lake, completely oblivious to his presence. The gods had a cruel sense of humor. Dragon? He realized she'd been speaking to him for quite a while, but he couldn't stop staring at her breasts. They were amazing. What? I said, how do you know him? He tore his eyes away from her chest. Who? She frowned. Am I annoying you, Lord Dragon? Annoying wasn't the word he'd use. No. Why? With a shrug. Just wondering. You seem a little tense. You have no idea. She caught the end of his tail with both hands. Her fingers were long and strong, and he could easily imagine those hands stroking him to climax. No, I shouldn't have gone down that road. The tip of your tail is sharp as a blade, and the entire length of it muscle. Do you ever use it as a weapon? He cleared his throat. Anything to distract himself from her magical hands. I have. Fascinating. It really didn't help that she insisted on touching him all the time. He never had a human come near him as a dragon, much less constantly explore almost every inch of him. He grunted. She was trying to kill him. Why the hell had he involved himself in this sibling war anyway? He should have just kept sleeping. What is it, exactly, that bothers you about him? Everything. She glanced down at the water. How deep is this? I can get my entire body into it. And everything seems like a lot. He's smug. She gripped his tail between both her arms and held on tight. Lift me. Are you insane? And I am smug. Yes, but he's irritatingly smug. She still clung to his tail. Please? She begged with a smile. With a dramatic sigh, Fargus lifted his tail, the girl going with it. She squealed and laughed, warming his heart. Now what? He asked her as she hung there, frighteningly far up from the lake. Now? I let go. And she did. He watched her crash back into the water, disappearing into the dark blue recesses of the lake. But within a few seconds, she fought her way back to the surface. That, her wet face flush with excitement, was bloody brilliant. Fargus lowered his head so they met eye to eye. Have you always been so different? She shrugged. I don't know. Probably. She kissed him sweetly on the snout and swam away. His claw touched the spot where she'd kissed him. She had such soft lips. He growled low as he watched her naked body swim across the lake and wondered what it would feel like to bury himself inside her, to feel her climax, to feel her soft mouth on his. Sorry, Fargus. Am I interrupting anything? He gritted his teeth at the sound of his sister's voice and wondered how long she'd been standing there. Knowing his sister, he bet it was quite a while. Fargus slammed his tail down, and she jumped out of the way just in time. No, he innocently replied. You're not interrupting anything. His sister glared at him, and he feared she might shift right then so she could ensure her blast held enough strength to knock him across the cave floor. He knew he heard bastard muttered under her breath. I have to go back to the village for a few hours, but tell Anwell there's food for her. She turned to walk back the way she came. As you wish. He lazily swished his tail and heard her curse as he swiped her feet, causing her to trip and stumble out of the cavern.
"I'm sorry,"
he called after her. Was that Morfydd? He found Anne Will stepping out of the water. Her brown hair reached down to her knees, covering her long, strong body and, thankfully, those breasts.
"There's food."
"Good. I'm starving." She reached down and grabbed her clothes and sword.
"Anne Will."
I know. He serves a purpose and I should just give him a chance, right?
"Actually, I was going to say you should put your clothes on. There's a chill in here."
"Oh."
"But you should also give him a chance."
She squinted up at him. "Fine, dragon," she grinned. "Anything for you." And Fargus's heart missed several beats before it began moving again. But he best not piss me off again. Fargus cringed. He could practically guarantee he couldn't stop himself from doing that. Chapter 8.
"Here."
Anne Will found the knight holding his sword out to her. "What's wrong with my blade?"
"Nothing. I want you to start using both."
Anne Will took the sword from his hand. It bore beautiful workmanship, a noble's blade. A little heavy for her, but a weight she would be able to get used to. And she bet it could cut through anything. She wondered where he got it from. What noble died at his hand? She shrugged. She never liked nobles much, so she really didn't care.
"How does it feel?"
"Good."
"Want some time to get used to it?"
She didn't answer. Instead, she swung at his head with her new blade. He ducked and she blocked his retaliatory blow with her other sword. He smiled at her sudden attack and she felt pride. It took much to impress this man. As the morning progressed into afternoon, the contact of their blades and the grunts of exertion were the only sounds in the glen. Morfydd pulled away from the flames and growled. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't see Lorcan. She couldn't see into his world. She recently heard he had joined forces with a powerful wizard whose name no one ever seemed to remember. Powerful indeed. There were very few humans who could block her. She'd have to warn Fargus. Let him know that the girl may have more to worry about than that demon brother of hers. Fargus. What exactly was going on with him and that girl? Morfydd wasn't blind. She watched him watch her. Clearly he'd become enamored of the female. But she sensed something else going on. As Anne Will became stronger, Morfydd began to spend most of her time in the local village. A recent bout of fever required her skills. But she sensed that neither Anne Will nor Fargus spent their days in the lair. And if they weren't in the lair, where the hell were they? Morfydd knew her curiosity would soon get the better of her, but something was going on, and she planned to find out exactly what. Anne Will watched the shadows move through the glen. She knew the hour grew late, and her body tensed in anticipation. She saw it now as a kind of ritual. They would meet and train for hours, break to eat in silence, train for several more hours, and at the end of it, something would happen. Something that usually caused increased wetness between her thighs. Their blades clashed one more time.
"Hold,"
he barked. She smiled. The stronger she grew, the more she seemed to be wearing him out. She had no doubt he could continue for a few more hours, but she liked that her skills had improved since they'd first started. He sheathed his sword and turned from her. She crouched down and picked up her shirt, pulling the soft, plain cotton material over her head. She sheathed both her weapons and looked up to find Boots standing in front of her. She fought to control her breathing as she slowly looked up at him. He stared down at her, his face inscrutable and half covered by his black hair. He almost looked angry at her, his silence driving her to distraction. "Is there a problem?" she snapped. A low growl erupted from the back of his throat as he reached down and took hold of her shirt, pulling her to her feet. Then his mouth latched onto hers. Anne Will didn't fight him. She had no desire to. Instead, she wrapped one arm around his neck, the other around his waist. He had her by the nape of her neck, his other hand slipping under her shirt. His rough fingers moved across the sweat-covered flesh of her back, while his mouth claimed hers in a kiss that was so desperate, so passionate, she thought for sure he would take her right at that moment. Instead, he let her go as abruptly as he'd grabbed her. and she couldn't stop the whimper that escaped her throat when he broke off contact. He stared at her for a moment longer, then he stormed off, just like that, leaving nothing but the dull ache between her legs to keep her company. Morfydd placed food in front of Anwyl and watched the girl ignore it. In fact, she hadn't spoken since her return. Morfydd glanced over the girl's body. She wore only her bindings and leggings, and for the first time Morfydd noticed the bruises, bloody nicks, and deep cuts that covered Anwyl's body. Anwyl. The girl's green eyes flickered toward Morfydd. Where did those bruises come from? My training. She made the statement as if Morfydd were supposed to know what the hell she spoke of. Your training? Aye, with the knight. Morfydd's eyes narrowed. What knight? The one who was here when I was healing, the dragon's friend. Morfydd couldn't hide her surprise as she took a sudden step back. Her brother with a knight friend? Not in this lifetime, or any lifetime for that matter. And suddenly his recent desire to traipse into the village as human made sense. Ah, yes, his knight friend. And he's done this to you? You could say that. Morfydd nodded. She needed to find out what was going on. Now. The curiosity was killing her. Is the dragon here? Anwyl asked hopefully. As a matter of fact, no, he's not. The girl went back to staring at the wall. Eat, Anwyl. I need you to keep your strength up, understand? The girl nodded but made no move to eat and continued to stare at her fascinating wall. He looped around the glen, moving past a large boulder, heading for the back way into his den. He'd gone into town, running all the way to order a few things and hopefully work the girl out of his system. It didn't work. If he stumbled across her now, he'd have a hard time not taking her up against a tree. So, again, it looked as if his cold lake would be his only respite. But as he came around the boulder, he stopped. Morfydd stood waiting for him. Her eyes narrowed in anger, her arms crossed in front of her chest, one foot tapping sharply against the grass. She glared at her brother for several moments. I'm telling, she barked. Then she was off. Morfydd! He chased after her, snatching her around the waist before she could get away from him. She slapped at his hands, but when that didn't work, she slammed her elbow into his face. He released her, and she spun around to face him. The two siblings stared at each other. Keep your mouth shut, sister. Morfydd hissed just before she latched onto a handful of Fargus's hair and pulled. You little... He winced in pain and wrapped his arm under his sister's leg, tossing her on her back. She didn't let her grip on his hair go, though, and instead reached up and punched him in the head. Ow! He slapped her hands away. Could this be any more ridiculous? They were dragons, the mightiest killers in the known world. What the hell were they doing? Hold it! Just hold it! Morfydd stopped. How could you lie to her like that? I'm not lying. Did you go up to her and say, it's me, Fargus? Well, not exactly. Liar! She dragged herself off the ground by using her brother's hair to pull herself to her feet. Stop yelling. She finally released her hold on Fargus's hair. What are you up to, brother? Getting her ready. She raised an eyebrow. For what, exactly? Dirty little... That's not what I meant. Soon she will face her brother, and I'm making sure she's ready to do that. I won't watch her die. That's admirable, brother, but I still don't know why you haven't told her the truth. Told her who you are. Our power to shift is one of our most sacred secrets. Do you think I'm going to reveal it to some little girl? He motioned to his sister's scarred face. You even kept our secret while they cut your face. For a moment, even Fargus believed that excuse. Morfydd, however, that's a weak excuse, brother. If they'd known what I was, they would have killed me or at least tried to. And I'd rather not be like old Terlac with only one wing. And I'm sure she wouldn't harm a hair on that big, thick head of yours. So why don't you simply admit the truth? And what truth is that? That you're afraid. Afraid that once she knows who and what you are, you don't stand a chance with her.
What are you talking about?
I've seen how you look at her, brother. I'm not blind.
No, but you are insane. I have no interest in some human girl.
If he wasn't careful, his lies would choke him. He wanted that girl more than life itself. He tried to walk away earlier, but he couldn't. He just had to taste her again. And it took all his strength to keep himself from going further, from ripping off her clothes and burying himself inside of her until morning. You're afraid that if she finds out her knight is really you, really a dragon, she won't give you another look. His sister stood in front of him now, her blue eyes boring into his head. You desire her, brother, and you don't want anything to jeopardize that. Fargus looked down at his sister.
Are you done?
Aye.
Then hear me well, sister. I don't have to explain myself to you.
He leaned into her.
You just keep your mouth shut. I'll tell her when I'm ready.
Fine. But you best hope it's not too late, brother. She punched him in the chest, hard, and walked away from him. Fargus sighed. He had too many damn females in his life. Anne just started eating when Morfydd stormed back in. She stopped and looked at the witch, watched her pace in front of her. Is everything all right, Morfydd? Morfydd looked at her, and Anne put her spoonful of food down. Based on the expression Morfydd wore on that scarred face of hers, Anne wanted to make sure she could sprint to the door if necessary. What's going on with you and that knight? What? Nothing? Morfydd pulled a chair over, sat in it, and stared at Anne. She'd always heard it was a bad idea to lie to a witch. Well, he's kissed me a few times. And nothing. Nothing else has happened between the two of you. No. But you want more, don't you? Anne's face got hot. A blast of the dragon's flame couldn't make it any hotter than it was at this very moment. Anne. Yes, all right. I do want more. So why has nothing more happened? Anne shrugged. Are you afraid? I know he'd be your first. No, I'm not afraid. Is it because you might become with child? Because as long as you keep drinking the wine... No, that's not it. Morfydd waited for her to continue, but she didn't think she could speak the full truth. Not out loud. You'll never understand. Anne, I'm a witch. I understand much more than you could ever conceive. Just tell me before you shred my nerves. Anne looked into those clear blue eyes as she found herself wringing her hands. She swallowed. I feel guilty. Morfydd tilted her head. Her brows pulled together in confusion. Feel guilty about what? Anne closed her eyes and rushed forward before she lost all nerve. I can't help but feel I'm betraying the dragon. Silence followed her admission. She slowly opened her eyes to find Morfydd still staring at her, but her expression of anger and confusion were gone. Instead, she smiled, a smile of such kindness that Anne felt her heart warm for the scarred witch. I want you to do me a favor, Anne. Anything, and she meant it. If you want the knight, take him. Anne blinked. That wasn't the response she'd expected. Ever. What? I'm sorry. Was I not clear? I said if you want him, take him. But do not worry about the dragon. Just promise me. If this is what you want, you'll take him. She reached out her hand and ran it along Anne's cheek. Trust me, my friend. Anne watched Morfydd leave. Her confusion continued to grow by the day, the minute, the second. She pushed her chair away from the table, slowly standing on wobbly legs. She needed to see the dragon, the one calming thing in her life. He was what he was, and she loved him for that. Fargus, his head resting in the palm of his claw, sighed. Again.
How many times must we do this?
Until I get it right?
Aren't you tired? You had your training today, didn't you?
Yes, but all we do is sword train. This hones my reflexes. Now do it again. Vargas again sighed and swung his tail. Then he swung it back. He heard her squeal, but unlike before, he didn't hear her lovely bottom hit the ground.
Anwyl?
He turned around, but she'd disappeared. His confusion lasted only a moment. He felt the weight on his tail. Slowly doing his best not to laugh, he brought his tail around. The tip of it caught under her shirt, and there she hung.
Are we done now?
Her face took on a charming beet-red color. Yes, we're done now.
You sure? I mean, we can keep going if you'd like.
She growled at him. Enjoying this, are you, dragon?
As a matter of fact, yes, I am.
Down. He carefully lowered her to the ground and watched her struggle to get untangled from his tail. She finally had to yank off her shirt, and Vargas took in a shaky breath. She wore no bindings. She really needed to stop getting naked around him. I should be faster than that.
Anwyl, you're tired. You had a long day, as did I.
Anwyl raised an eyebrow as she pulled the shirt back on. And what did you do all day?
Many things. Dragons are very busy higher beings.
Anwyl smirked at him, her arms crossing in front of her voluptuous chest. Higher beings, huh? It must be nice.
You need not feel jealous. You are much better than most humans.
Anwyl laughed outright. And Vargas realized how much he loved to see her smile. Why, thank you, O mighty dragon. She curtsied low.
Now, Anwyl. No need to curtsy. A simple nod of your head and absolute worship will be more than enough.
Anwyl liked Vargas more and more every day. At some point she began to think of him as her dragon, as if the great beast belonged to her and her alone. Ridiculous, of course. The dragon belonged to no one, but she found the feeling comforting. She laughed now when she thought of how afraid she had been of him and all his kind. That feeling seemed like ages ago. Now she found herself almost dreading the day she would have to leave. She and the dragon never spoke of it. They spoke of everything except her leaving. And Anwyl did love talking to her dragon. She loved to hear the history of his kind, the stories of his family. She loved to hear him. Just the deep, rumbling sound of his dragon voice calmed her, eased the rage that always pulsated just beneath the surface. Absolute worship? That's a very tall order.
You are a very tall girl.
Anwyl chuckled as she knelt before the dragon and held her hand out to him.
I thought you knelt before no man.
You are a dragon. And don't get your hopes up. I only want to see your talon.
I'm under such scrutiny.
He grumbled in annoyance, but laid one of his talons into her palm nonetheless. Coal-black and smooth, its tip sharp and quite deadly. She closed her hand over it, marveling at the fact that her long fingers could barely reach around. What's it like?
What? Being a dragon?
No. She smiled as she released the talon. Flying. He laughed.
Fine.
Fine? Just fine? That's the best you can do?
Well, I've been flying most of my life, so it's not as interesting to me as it seems to be to you.
You take your gifts for granted, dragon.
As do you.
And what gifts do I have exactly? The ability to have my own brother trying to kill me?
The ability to inspire hardened warriors to follow you into battle. I know few who have such a gift as that.
Anwyl shrugged. They were desperate. No one else knows much about my brother.
If they were desperate, they would have sent you back to him with a ribbon around your head.
Anwyl smiled at the dragon. He possessed the uncanny ability to make her feel as if she could challenge the entire world and win. And after a long day of being thrown on her back and told her rage would only get her killed, it was nice to come back to the lair and have the dragon make her feel like she was worth something. She sat down on his front claw, leaning back against his forearm. She let out a deep, contented breath and felt her sore body begin to relax. She put her hands behind her head and looked off into the dark cavern, amazed at the size of the dragon's home. With mild sarcasm,
"Comfortable?"
She wiggled her rear against his scales. Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm quite comfortable, thank you. She let his chuckle wash over her, and her body relaxed even more.
Anwell.
Aye?
Did you get those marks on your back from your brother?
Anwell didn't even have to look to know which marks he spoke of. There were scars from battle all over her body, but the ones her dragon spoke of were brutal whip marks that covered her back. Those scars had belonged to her for more years than she could remember. No. Anwell cleared her throat, and she admitted something to the dragon that she never admitted to anyone ever before. I got these from my father. She still hated the man. Even though he had been dead for so many years, she still hated him. She lowered her arms and laid her hands in her lap. My brother has the same marks, one of the few things we have in common. Anwell didn't even realize at first that she clasped her hands together, clasping them so tightly that the knuckles had gone white. Then the dragon placed 2 of his talons against them, and she realized that only her father ever caused her to feel this way. She closed her eyes and willed herself not to cry. She'd shed enough tears over that bastard. She would shed no more. She opened her eyes when the dragon stretched himself out and crossed his forearms over each other. He adjusted her so she rested in the crook of his forearm, his claws ensconcing her safely. He lowered his head until it rested over her outstretched legs. She stared at him for several long moments. His eyes closed. He didn't make any further moves. She realized he wanted her to feel safe. And she did. He was giving her his strength, his power, his protection. She didn't fear the razor-sharp talons that laid so close to her body, or the mighty head with all its dangerous fangs. She didn't fear Fargus the Destroyer at all. She marveled at the feeling of being safe. It seemed strange to feel neither fear nor rage, as new a feeling to her as her desires for the night. And she had to admit she liked them both. That 2 different beings could introduce her to such opposite emotions shocked her to her very core. No matter what happened, both dragon and man would forever share a place in her heart. Anwell reached out her hand and brushed her fingertips lightly over the scales on his snout. She let her hand rest there as she closed her eyes and leaned back. She had no idea how long they stayed like that, but when she finally couldn't stifle a yawn any longer, Fargus spoke up.
You'd best get to bed, Lady Anwell.
Aye. Anwell pulled her legs out from under the dragon and stood up, shaking off the pins and needles that ran through them. That demon knight you've trapped me with is quite the taskmaster. His head still remained close, so she bent down and kissed the dragon on his black snout. Good night, Lord Dragon, and thank you.
For what?
She smiled. For nothing at all, which is exactly what I needed. Anwell walked past him to get back to her chamber. As she left, she couldn't help but slide her hand across his leathery wings and the scales of his body. Fargus closed his eyes as her hand swept across his body, something she did almost every night now before going to bed, although he didn't expect her to kiss him. It took all his strength to not shift right then and there, to kiss her back as he wanted to do what he could to take away her pain over a cruel father and a sadistic brother. His sister was right, of course.
Unforgivable brat.
He did long for the girl, longed to make her his own. But the reason she felt so comfortable with him was because he was not a man. From men she'd only known pain and abuse. Yet a dragon protected her, cared for her, saved her life. He thought of her touching his human flesh the way she touched his scales, running her hands along his body, the skin sensitive to the touch because of the shifting. His entire body shuddered at the thought, and he headed toward his lake. The water, cold and bracing, was just what he needed right now. Hen stared at the flames and wondered what the hell was going on. He'd never really focused much energy on seeing into Dark Glen before. He never cared. But his instincts, which were never wrong, told him he could find the girl there. And he needed to find the girl. Not for Lorcan. He could care less whether the fool ever got his precious revenge. It seemed that the girl had more reason to want her brother dead. But Hen needed the girl for other reasons. He had to stop the rebellion, and she was the key. For he had plans. Important plans he needed Lorcan for. The girl, however, would never be stupid enough to trust him. He could never have made her an ally. But Lorcan, so lost in his rage, didn't even realize that someone like Hen would never waste his time on such petty battles, unless he wanted something in return. So he needed the girl out of the way. Every day she pulled more and more loyalty from the other kingdoms to her side. What had started out as a poor and rather ineffectual rebellion had become something much more deadly and decisive in the girl's capable hands. Lorcan insisted he wanted her alive, so he could have the pleasure of taking her head, and Hen would do what he could to keep the fool happy, at least for the time being. But if the girl had to die first, she had to die. Hen looked back into the flames and frowned. He still couldn't see anything. What could possibly be strong enough to block him? It must be powerful magic, because there were few who could match him. Whoever or whatever protected the little whelp needed to die as well. All these little distractions took him away from his plans, and soon his patience would run out, especially with Lorcan. He didn't realize someone could be so dislikable, but the man was. Never happy, never satisfied, any failure met with brutal and uncontrollable rage. Hen wondered how long before he lost his patience with the puny man. He had a feeling he'd know soon enough. Chapter 9. If you want him, take him. It sounded more like an order than anything else, and Anwyl felt compelled to obey. She smiled at her own centaur shit. She wanted the man. Nothing the witch could say either way would ever change that. Anwyl reached the stream where she and the knight always met to practice. She stopped short, taking in those broad shoulders and back that tapered into the narrow waist. He crouched by the stream, his body taut and ready under his chainmail. Even before he turned around, she knew he was beautiful. He glanced over his shoulder, sensing her presence. "Well, hello, pretty lady." He pushed thick golden blonde hair out of his eyes and leered at her. Openly. Didn't even try to hide his lust. "Who the hell are you?" Considering almost all feared Dark Glen, there seemed to be many visitors here of late, her included.
"Gwainvel is my name, and you are?"
"Your worst enemy, unless you tell me your business here, knight." She glanced down at his surcoat and noticed it bore the same color and crest as the one worn by her knight. Another mercenary, it seemed. Gwainvel stood up to his full height, and Anwyl tightened her grip on her sword, ready to unsheath it if need be. He was enormous, and she had no doubt her knight and this man were brothers.
"I'm here to see the dragon."
Her eyes narrowed. Why?
We are protective."
"Yes, we are. Now answer my question."
"I have a message for him, from family."
"Really? Well, give it to me. I'll make sure he gets it." She held out her hand.
The knight smiled. "Actually, the message is in my head, sweet one."
He took her hand and brought it up to his lips. Anwyl watched as he kissed the tips gently, all the while staring into her eyes. She let him finish, then pinched his nose between her thumb and forefinger. She twisted until she got a cry of pain from him. "Don't touch. I don't like to be touched."
"I see that."
"Say you're sorry, or I'll take it off."
Sorry.
She released him. He rubbed his nose and pouted. She couldn't help but smile. So very cute, and so very charming. Of course, she still wouldn't trust him with her dead horse. His sister was up to something, he could tell. He'd known her for over 200 years, and she'd been annoying him senseless that entire time. But she would tell him nothing now. She was still too angry at discovering his double life. But she would never be as angry with him as he was with himself. Yesterday had been the final straw. He had no intention of touching Anwyl, much less kissing her. He, in fact, had started to walk away. But once again he couldn't help himself. And when she kissed him back... Yet today would be different. Today he would get control of this human body of his. Today he would not touch her. He wouldn't even look at her. Today he would face the fact that she was human and he a dragon. Fargus sighed. When had everything become so difficult?
"When you just had to rescue her, you idiot."
He now realized he should never have gone out to help. He should have let the humans fight their war as they'd been doing for centuries. As soon as he became involved, everything became difficult, complicated. Now he had his sister and some human girl living with him. Who else exactly would appear to drive him insane? He realized too late he should never have entertained that thought as he came upon them. They sat by the stream, his unmistakable charm oozing from every pore while she laughed loudly at whatever he'd just said. She almost looked as if she were flirting. Brutal jealousy came up and choked him. He would throttle the little bastard, send him back to their mother without the rest of his tail. He walked out of the trees, and Gwainvel looked at him.
"Oh, greetings, big brother."
He gritted his teeth. Had the little bastard told her anything? Gwainvel, unlike the rest of their kin, did not believe in discretion. It didn't take long to realize that if one asked Gwainvel a direct question about dragons, or anything for that matter, he would give a direct answer.
"I'm here to see the dragon."
He winked at Fargus, and Fargus barely contained the near-overwhelming desire to take the boy's head completely off his shoulders and kick it right out of his glen.
"Is that a fact?"
Fargus spit out between clenched teeth.
"Oh, yes. Important family business has sent me this way." "Well, why don't you find Morfydd? I'm sure she's in the cave. She can help you." "Really? Do you think so?"
Gwainvel's glee almost caused the little bastard to froth at the mouth. He had Fargus right where he wanted him, and they both knew it.
"I'm sure of it. Well then, I guess I better go find this elusive Morfydd."
Gwainvel's grin practically blinded him, but when the bastard caught Anwil's hand in his and kissed it, Fargus realized he would definitely have to kill the little toe rag. "I thought we discussed this night," she chastised with a smile.
"We did, but I just couldn't help myself, lady."
Gwainvel stood up and walked toward Fargus.
"I'll see you soon, brother."
The two brothers stared at each other until Gwainvel disappeared out of sight. Fargus turned back to find Anwil standing, brushing dirt off her backside. "You never mentioned a brother before. You two look very much alike."
"What were you doing with him?"
She looked up, startled, and caught on to his implications almost immediately. "Anything I like." He snarled. She snarled back. He moved on her, his hand slipping under her arms, lifting her off the ground and pushing her back against a tree. He could smell the lingering scent of his brother surrounding her, and he wanted that smell gone. If she smelled of a male, it would be of him and no other.
"You need to stay away from him."
"Don't try and tell me what to do. I answer to no man." He lifted her up higher so they were eye to eye.
"You'll do as I say."
The look on her face, the smell of desire battering his senses, the fullness of her lips, none of that moved him. It was what she said next that did the most damage. "Make me." This couldn't have been what Morfydd meant. She must have meant something else, something less dangerous, or at the very least less stupid. But Anwil challenged him. Not with a sword or a mace. Those she could handle. She challenged him. Had she lost her mind? Had she finally become as mad as her brother? She stared into those beautiful dark eyes, one of them almost blocked by the hair that continually fell across it, and realized that for once she might be in over her head. Her feet weren't even on solid ground. He lifted her as if she weighed no more than a babe. And even worse, she still didn't know the man's name. By the gods, woman, what have you done? But she wouldn't back down now. She had her pride to think about. At least, that's what she kept telling herself. He leaned in close to her, his mouth brushing against her cheek, his hot breath tickling the inside of her ear.
"A challenge. Woman, are you trying to kill me?"
Anwil frowned in confusion. What was he talking about? "Do you speak of the dragon? He would not harm you." He ran his tongue along her jaw.
"You think you control the dragon, do you?"
Anwil had to force herself to focus. His tongue against her skin made her crave more. More of his touch, more of him. "He's not mine to control." Anwil bit back a moan when he pinned her against the tree, his body hard and tight against hers, the only thing holding her up.
Then what makes you think?
He kissed her collarbone.
You can stop him.
He kissed her neck.
From harming me.
He nipped her earlobe. A creature he may be, knight, but an honorable one. I'd trust my life with him before any human. His hand stopped moving. His body became still. His lips rested gently against her ear. Had she insulted him? She didn't want him to stop, but she would never beg him either. So she waited.
You care for a dragon?
I care for this dragon, knight. He is my friend.
And I?
You? I have no idea, but I wouldn't exactly call us friends. He released her, letting her drop to the ground like a sack of potatoes.
Then why are you here with me now, Anwyl?
I didn't say I didn't want you. I just said I wasn't sure if I care for you. He stepped back and stared at her long and hard.
Honest girl,
he finally managed. My family can be called a lot of things, Lord Knight, but liars aren't one of them.
Fair enough.
Anwyl fought to understand the confusing man. She sensed he wanted something from her, but she had no idea what, and her frustration was too great to try and figure it out. With an aggravated sigh, she pushed past him.
We're not done.
She stopped in mid-stride, annoyed by his tone. Annoyed by him. We're not? She faced him, arms crossed in front of her chest.
No. I'm still waiting.
He walked toward her, and she felt like a hunted doe in the woods. Waiting? For what?
For your promise to me.
He stepped in front of her, and what little light the two suns poured into the dragon's heavily wooded glen was completely blocked out by the man's huge body. She now stood in shadow. Promise?
Your promise to stay away from Gwainvel.
Now she really was annoyed. She could care less about Gwainvel. A mischievous little troublemaker, that one. But she also understood how brothers could make each other insane. I do not intend to make such a promise. She could see his jaw tighten, and she had the sudden desire to be wicked. Very wicked. Truth be told, I just can't stop thinking about the man. Tell me. She cocked her head to the side as she looked up at the knight's dark, handsome face. Does he already have a woman?
You test me, wench.
And you push me. I strongly suggest you not.
Or you'll what?
She gave him the same smile she gave an enemy soldier in battle. She didn't practice it, but she knew it when she gave it. Men blanched at this expression. Most ran. All died. Her knight didn't even flinch. Or I'll make your brother a very happy man. He seems more than willing. With a feral growl, he grabbed her arms and pinned them behind her back. He pulled her close, and she felt the intense heat from his body. The anger. And the lust.
You play where you should not, Lady Anwyl.
She could have backed off. She probably should have. But Anwyl had always been reckless, foolish. And this man brought out something base and primal in her. Something she couldn't control. Only one man ruled me. Now his bones lay rotting in the ground, and since his death I answer to no man, and especially not to you. The knight gave a painful groan just before his lips slammed against hers, and for Anwyl, there would be no going back. Fargus wanted to be stronger than this. He wanted to hand her sword to her and begin their daily training session. Instead, he ripped her swords from her back and threw them across the glen floor. Anwyl the Bloody was more dangerous than anyone realized. She took no prisoners, whether in love or war. Her response to his kiss was as desperate and demanding as he felt. But he had to remind himself that she was still a virgin. As much as he wanted to find a boulder and bend her over it, he couldn't. He didn't want her first experience to be a painful memory that made her wince. He fought for control, pulled away from her, leaving her gasping and annoyed.
Take your clothes off,
he ordered as he stepped away from her. She frowned in confusion.
I'll rip them off your back if I do it myself. Take them off.
Anwyl stared at him, her entire body tense. For a moment, he thought she might have changed her mind. Her eyes flickered to the path that led back to the cave. But then she pulled the shirt over her head, followed by the bindings. She slid the breeches off past her hips and long legs, dropping them in a puddle at her feet. She kicked them as well as her boots aside. She stood before him completely naked. He studied every inch of her. Every scar, every freckle. She was so beautiful. And his. You stare, Knight.
Yes, I do. You're beautiful.
Suddenly she appeared awkward and shy. Her gaze shifted to the ground, and it seemed as if she might bolt.
Has no one told you that before?
They have. Usually when they wanted something from my brother or myself. They've never meant it. And suddenly he saw the woman behind the warrior. A woman who grew up among evil men but still somehow managed to keep her soul. A woman who fought for the freedom of people she didn't know and who risked her life every day to defend them against her own kin. A woman who easily called a dragon her friend. And whether she knew it or not, she belonged to him. His woman, his warrior, his life. He'd do anything to protect her, anything to keep her. He reached out and pushed her long hair off her shoulder. Gently he ran his finger down her chest, across her breast, circling the nipple. He watched it harden at his touch, watched her breath come hard and fast. She smelled of desire and the forest, and soon she would smell of him. His arm slipped around her waist and he roughly pulled her flat against his body. His mouth captured hers as his hands trailed down her back and bottom. Her strong hands gripped fistfuls of his hair. Her tongue tasted his. He moved away from her long enough to snatch off his own clothes and weapons. Then he had her in his arms again. Fargus nipped the soft flesh at her neck and heard her give a growl. The sound played across his every nerve, testing the very control of his human body. He lowered her to the soft grass of the glen, settling down beside her. Anwyl loved the feel of his body. His hips fit snugly against hers. His hands were rough and large, capable of holding her sizable breasts. His skin hard and smooth. Her fingers reveled in flowing across his body, through his long, thick hair. As he slowly trailed his tongue down her chest, she feared she might come out of her skin. But his hands held on to her, grounding her, as they trailed down her back until they cupped her rear. His tongue slid between her thighs, causing her back to arch. But when his teeth rasped over her clit, a feral moan tore from her throat. Anwyl always believed herself beyond this, that desire would never trap her like the few women she'd known over the years. But now she realized that her body had become a treacherous thing. In battle it responded to her every command, did things she never believed that it could, had strength she never knew it possessed. But now, her body completely ignored her. It responded to something else altogether. And until it got what it needed, it would no longer respond to anything she thought or rationalized. It would only respond to her desires, to her needs. And at that moment, that meant her body would only respond to him. He loved the taste of her, the scent of her. Everything about her brought him to life, making him more human than he'd ever been before. She panted, her body tight and coiled, afraid of this new feeling, this new sensation she'd never had. But when she tightened her hand in his hair, winding the strands around her fingers, he realized how much he needed her, how much he would risk so that he could have this time with her. He swirled his tongue slowly around her clit as he slipped a finger inside of her. Her whole body jerked, and he smiled as he licked her over and over while slowly fucking her with his hand. She moaned aloud, and he wondered how much more of this he could stand before he could be inside of her. But her body jerked again, and the muscles of her sex tightened around his finger. She gasped loudly and gripped his hair tighter as she came, her juices sliding down her thighs. He licked her clean as the spasms passed and moved slowly up her body, kissing and licking every scar as he went. His lips reached her mouth, and he groaned in surprise to find out how hungry she was for him. Fargus hadn't satiated her as much as he made her want more. Her passion increased his. He settled his hips between her thighs, his erection pushing against her. She panted in his ear, her body shifting beneath his, preparing herself for his shaft, her legs opening wider. Fargus kissed her along her neck, moving up to her earlobe. He licked the sensitive bit of flesh and then bit down on it. She gave out a sharp cry of surprise, and that's when he slammed home, breaching her maidenhead and filling her completely, his cock buried deep inside her. She wrapped her arms around him, and Fargus waited until she became used to the size of him, until she became comfortable having him inside her. In moments she began to kiss his neck and along his jaw. He kissed her again, and while he slowly explored her mouth, he began to thrust into her. He enjoyed the feel of her, the way her body moved beneath his. He didn't want to do anything to hurt her, so he took his time, keeping his own pleasure at bay until she could have hers. Then he heard her mutter something against his throat. "What?" he asked softly, and he started at her answer. "Harder." She couldn't believe she'd said the word once, much less twice. But she had always been a woman who knew what she wanted, and she needed him to move inside of her harder. She appreciated the time he took, the gentleness of it all, but she was over the hardest part. He had breached her maidenhead in expert fashion, and now she wanted to move past that. He paused. "Did you just say harder?" "Yes," she cringed. "Guess that was rude." An accusation flung at her more than once. He licked the hollow of her neck. "Not at all." He slammed into her, and Anwyl felt every nerve in her body come alive. He pulled out and slammed into her again. She closed her eyes and let the pleasure wash over her. As he moved inside of her, she ran her hands down his back. When heat spread from her loins and up her spine, she dug her nails into his back as her whole body began to tighten and she lost her breath. When the first spasm tore through her, her nails ripped across his flesh and she screamed out, her body arching against his. He slammed into her again, his whole body shaking as he released inside of her. Anwyl leaned her forehead against his neck. She closed her eyes and listened to his breathing. His heart beat against her chest as his warm body held her close. Before she knew it, Anwyl was asleep. He could feel Anwyl's even breath against his hot flesh as she fell asleep against him. He smiled as he relaxed them both against the grass. He smoothed her long hair away from her face and stared down at her. No frowns, no worries. It looked as if she were having a dreamless sleep. He cradled her in his arms and kissed her sweat-covered forehead. He closed his eyes. When they awoke, he'd tell her the truth. All of it. Whether his mad little warlord wanted to hear it or not. Chapter 10. Anwyl awoke to find the shadows deepened and herself naked in the night's arms. She turned her head, and their eyes locked. He watched her silently. And she guessed he had been for quite a while. He started to speak, and Anwyl stopped him. "Don't." She pulled away from him, picked up her clothes, and walked off. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow?" Fargus sat up and watched her walk off. She didn't even look back at him as she walked and put her clothes on at the same time. She barely acknowledged his existence. She wouldn't even let him speak. Fargus clenched his fists, his rage swarming around him. He needed to hurt something, to destroy something. Fargus's eyes narrowed. "Gwainvel." He stood up with a growl. He needed to find his brother. He needed to kick the shit out of something, and Gwainvel would do quite nicely. Gwainvel sat in one of the chairs in Anwyl's room, his feet up on the table. He'd done his task. He'd given Morfydd the message, and she would make sure that Fargus got it. Now he could play. And he'd bet all his gold that Anwyl could be quite the entertainment. Sweet, innocent, and his brother was crazy about her. He didn't blame him. She was a beautiful girl, tall, scarred, a little mean, and he'd always liked that in a female. He loved it when they were mean, but that wasn't what really interested him. It was the fact that "Don't Bother Me" Fargus had finally fallen. And fallen hard by the looks of it. He thought his brother would rip his guts out when he saw him talking to Anwyl. Absolutely nothing made his day more fun than when he could drive Fargus insane. True, Fargus might be firstborn, but Gwainvel always felt his particular birthright was to torture his siblings. And Fargus had always been his greatest challenge, therefore his favorite, mainly because Fargus was the quintessential dragon. He never moved faster than he had to. He never got upset or seriously angry. He never worried, and he never seemed to care about anything except his privacy and his quiet. Then the human came along. When he heard that Fargus rescued a human, Gwainvel had been shocked. When he found out it had been Anwyl the Bloody, notorious sister of the Butcher of Garvan Isle, he became intrigued. And now that he'd seen his brother desperate with lust, well, things just became much more interesting.
Besides, he thought with a growl, I still owe him for my tale.
He heard her coming a league away. The woman stomped like an elephant. Anne Will stormed into the chamber and stopped as soon as she saw him.
I was wondering where you'd gone.
What do you want, Gwainville? She wasn't in the same mood she had been in a few hours before. He fought back the smile. He could smell his brother all over her. It seemed that Fargus had finally stopped being a prat.
I just stopped by to see you. Is there anything wrong with that?
She sighed heavily and stomped across the room. She stopped in front of a large wood chest. Where did this come from? At his shrug, she smiled. Fargus. She said it so softly he almost didn't hear her. Anne Will knelt down and opened it. There were clothes inside, but she ignored them for the dagger that lay on top. He wondered what dead nobleman's hand his brother pried that little item from. Gwainville watched her examine the blade and became bored. Time now to have a little fun.
So, where's my brother?
I have no idea. She tested the weight of the blade.
I hope you're not, getting any feelings for him. That would be a mistake.
Really? And why is that? She gripped the handle of the dagger with one hand while checking the sharpness of its blade with the other.
I just don't think he could appreciate a woman like you.
And you? Gwainville gave that smile that had gotten him more pleasure than he cared to admit.
I am not my brother, lady.
That's when she moved. She was up and across the room, snatching him out of his chair in mere seconds. Anne Will slammed him face down on the table, her knee against his back to hold him in place. The point of her blade burrowed into the skin of his neck. As human, that blade could easily kill him. She leaned in and spoke quietly. I don't know what's going on between you and your brother, and I don't want to know, but I'll not be the bone between you two dogs. So take yourself from my sight. I am in no mood. With that, she lifted him off the table and shoved him from the chamber. The crazed bitch had more strength than he had known, he realized as she sent him tumbling from her presence. He fell and slid across the cave floor, coming to an abrupt stop when a large boot slammed into his head. He looked up and braved a smile.
Oh, hello, brother.
With a growl, Fargus lifted him off the ground by the back of his neck. Morfydd reached down and pulled an Oregon root. The materials she collected were for a spell that might help her destroy the protective barriers surrounding Lorcan, but she found the yelling simply too distracting. And when her baby brother literally flew over her head and landed in a heap not a quarter league from her, she decided it was time to say something. Fargus! She stepped in front of her advancing brother and put her hand on his chest. Leave him alone.
Just let me kill him, please.
Morfydd bit the inside of her cheek to stop herself from laughing. After all these years, her brothers still couldn't get along. No, she'll never forgive you if you kill him. She still resents you for his tale. To this day, she remembered her 3 other brothers playing catch with the tip of Gwainville's tail and her mother raging like never before. It was funny then, and it was still funny now.
I hate him, Morfydd. I hate him.
I know. She patted her brother's shoulder. But he is all our burden to bear, our pain.
You know what?
Gwainville jumped up, his rage pouring off him in waves.
You're all bastards, and I hope the lot of you rot in hell. You just stay away from her, you little toe rag. What's wrong, big brother? Can't handle your woman?
Morfydd barely dodged in time to avoid the fireball Fargus let loose, but it hit Gwainville full in the chest, sending him flying back into the trees.
Keep him out of my sight, sister.
Fargus.
No.
She'd never seen her brother so angry, and she had the distinct feeling it had very little to do with Gwainville's presence, for once. Wait. She caught up to Fargus and grasped his arm. Gwainville brought a message. Fargus stopped walking.
From who?
She smirked. Who do you think? And he's not happy. He doesn't want us involved in this sibling war. Fargus looked at his sister.
And this means what to me?
She sighed. We can't just ignore him.
I can and I will. You do whatever it is you need to do, sister.
He snatched his arm away and walked back into his cave. She wouldn't bother going after him. There would be no point. She knew as soon as she got the message from Gwainvel that this would only set Fargus's resolve. He never liked anyone telling him what to do. Anyone. She heard Gwainvel moaning and headed toward the sound. Then Morfydd stopped. She sniffed the air and looked around her. She felt a presence, something deadly and evil. She had to move quickly. She began a chant in her ancient tongue, and soon flames covered her body, flames that didn't burn. She wrote sigils in the air, and with a roar that shook the glen, she sent the flames off. Once the flames disappeared from her sight, she again headed off toward Gwainvel. She would tend her little brother's wounds, and hope that Fargus didn't merely open them up again tomorrow. Hiphiath Hen flew back out of his chair and across the room, slamming into the far wall. He collapsed to the floor and stayed there, his head feeling as if it might split open, his body racked with lightning strikes of pain. He should be dead, and if he were any other wizard, he would be. 2 of his 3 acolytes were immediately by his side. "Master?" He slapped their hands away and continued to sit on the floor. He gasped for air, stunned. So it had been Morfydd. The Dragon Witch. That explained so much. He smiled, even through the pain, and watched as his apprentices fearfully backed away from him. Fargus shifted back to Dragon before returning to his lake. He was glad he had, too, because Anwyl waited for him. She sat on one of the large boulders that, because of its height, would bring them eye to eye. Her wet hair told him she'd bathed, probably trying to wash him off, attempting to remove his scent from her body. That tore his heart more than he could admit. But when she saw him and smiled, he became completely confused. It was the warmest smile he'd ever seen, and she seemed absolutely relieved by his presence. As long as he existed, he would never understand the girl. "Fargus, I wondered where you'd gotten to."
"Is everything all right?"
She sighed. "I guess." The woman was killing him, slowly, bit by bit. He settled down next to her, and she immediately grasped a handful of his hair.
"All right, Anwyl. What is it?"
"The night." Fargus tensed.
"Yes?"
"I lost my virginity to him today." Fargus's head snapped around so fast he dragged the girl off the rock, her hand still gripping his hair. "Oi!"
"Oh, sorry."
He never expected her to tell him, never expected her to tell anyone. The way she walked away a mere hour before led him to believe she'd go to the grave with that secret.
"Are you all right?"
"My butt hurts."
"What?"
"From dragging on the rock. And do get your mind out of the gutter, Dragon." Fargus chuckled at that.
"Sorry."
She lowered herself to the ground, but still had a firm grip on his hair. She leaned into him, and Fargus couldn't believe how warm her body felt against his. "What do I need to do to mount you?"
"What?"
"For battle. Honestly, Fargus."
"Oh, that. Just catch hold of my hair and climb."
"Won't that hurt you?"
"No."
She seized 2 handfuls of his hair and pulled herself up until she placed herself on his back. She sat low on his shoulders, her legs straddling him at his neck. "No saddle?"
"I'm not a horse."
"No need to get testy, just asking." She squeezed her thighs tight around his neck, and he wondered how much more the gods would make him endure before he lost all reason.
"Did he hurt you?"
Fargus had to know what she was feeling, thinking, and she wouldn't tell the night, so maybe she would tell the dragon. "No."
"I can't help you if you don't talk to me, Anwyl."
Yes, he would go to hell, and this girl would be the one to send him there. A special hell for evil dragons that lied to beautiful women. She gave a great sigh as she combed her strong fingers through his mane. He fought the desire to purr like a cat. "I don't know what I want."
"Do you want him?"
"Oh, yes, I want him. I really want him, but—"
"But?"
Anwyl could easily spend the rest of her life right here, right on top of this enormous beast, her legs straddling his neck, her hands buried in his mane of black hair. She wondered what it would be like to ride with him into battle, to feel his strong body soar through the deep blue skies of dark plains. But would she be happy? Could she give up her life as a leader and a woman to spend the remainder of her days in this cave with this dragon? Her dragon? The night had opened a new door for her. She never trusted anyone enough to let them get that close to her. He hadn't made love to her, as she'd heard the kitchen maids call it. What they had was much more primal, much deeper. Could she give that up to stay with her dragon and be no more than a friend? That's all the dragon could really offer her, and there would be no guarantee he wanted to give her even that much. And although the night gave her insurmountable pleasure, it was the dragon that she wanted to talk to when she awoke in the knight's arms. Perhaps her father had been right. Maybe she did go out of her way to make things difficult. Manuel. She realized that the dragon waited for her answer, but she really had none to give. Anwyl stood on the dragon's back and stretched. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Then what do you want to talk about? Anwyl, on a whim, did a handstand. What are you doing back there? Nothing to worry yourself about, dragon. She balanced her body and proceeded to move across the dragon's back, inch by inch, using only her hands. Tell me more about your family. Fargus stretched out, and Anwyl let out a squeal of surprise as she lost her balance and landed heavily against his back. Ignoring her, the dragon rested his enormous head on his arms. I cut the tip of my brother's tail off once. Anwyl sat up with a laugh and wondered what the hell she was going to do. Chapter 11. Hysterical laughter. Why did he keep hearing hysterical laughter? Fargus opened one eye to stare at his two siblings. They were practically falling over each other. They were laughing so hard. They woke him up from a sound sleep for this. What? His current mood wouldn't allow for this, and definitely wouldn't allow for him. Gwainville choked out an answer. She braided your hair, brother. Like a horse's mane, his sister added. He growled and watched Gwainville snatch their sister out of the way before the stream of white flame hit them both. Of course, that didn't stop the laughter. If that's how you feel, you should tell him. Morfydd tossed 2 apples to Anwyl. But you can't hide in here all day. I know. Anwyl looked at her friend. I'm just not sure what I should say. Whatever feels right. Anwyl nodded and left the chamber. She passed Gwainville as she walked out of the dragon's lair. How's your neck, Gwainville? He glared but said nothing, although she noticed he moved as far away from her as possible. She bit back a smile and headed out in search of her knight. She was so confused, and she wasn't used to that feeling. She made life and death decisions every day. Even before she took over the rebellion, she risked her life and her brother's wrath to help innocent people trapped in the Garvin Isle dungeons. But her feelings over 2 males were making her completely useless. But she would talk to the knight, tell him how she felt, and most likely end it. Her heart didn't belong to him, even if her treacherous body did. She found him crouching by the stream, much as Gwainville had done the day before. Unlike Gwainville, however, the sight of his body sent a thrill through her that knocked the air from her lungs. She forced herself to walk up to him, to face the man and tell him exactly what she thought. She knew he sensed her presence. His whole body tensed at her approach, waiting for her. She stood behind him for several long moments, neither speaking. Anwyl crouched low, her body close to his. Before she realized what she was doing, she slipped her arm around his shoulders and kissed the side of his thick neck. His whole body suddenly loosened up at her touch, and he turned his head to look at her. He gave her the perfect opportunity to say something, to tell him the truth. But she couldn't stop staring at his full lips or wondering what it would be like to have him inside her again. She kissed him, and his moaning growl set her body on fire. Wanting someone was one thing. Knowing he wanted you just as much was something else entirely. Tomorrow, she thought, as she ripped the shirt from her back. I'll tell him everything tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll tell her everything tomorrow. Only a twinge of guilt needled his heart as Anwyl eagerly pulled his chainmail shirt over his head. Morfydd convinced him that morning that he should finally tell Anwyl the truth. Tell her that her dragon and her knight were one. He promised himself he'd do it, too. He could feel her standing behind him, and he had his speech all prepared. Then suddenly her arms were around him and her lips were on his neck. With those simple gestures, all logic disappeared, and all he could think about was burying his head between her thighs. It seemed like they were both naked in a matter of seconds. Fargus licked his way down her body, loving the feel of her hands on his skin and in his hair. He settled between her thighs, her legs on his shoulders, and ran his tongue between the lips of her sex. He marveled at how wet she already was, how clearly she wanted him. He dipped his tongue inside of her, and her body arched off the ground. She tasted so good, felt so good. He realized, as he slowly dragged his tongue across her clit, that she was everything he wanted and more. He couldn't give her up. He wouldn't let her go. There had to be some way to keep her, to prove to her that they were meant for each other, and he would risk absolutely everything to make that happen. Lorcan stared at his advisor.
"I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?"
Hephaestion spoke with his usual measured slowness.
"Your sister is being protected by a dragon, my lord. Perhaps two. The vision was not clear." "I don't understand. How is she protected by dragons? People like her are eaten by dragons. I'm confused," he bellowed. "I can't explain the relationship, Lord Lorcan. I can only tell you my vision."
Lorcan rubbed his head.
"Am I asking too much to want the little bitch dead? Am I?"
It seemed Hephaestion learned long ago not to answer certain questions.
"All I want is for her to suffer a painful, horrifying death, and for her head to be on a spike in front of my castle. That's all I want. We can still achieve that. Go up against a dragon, or two? I think not, Hephaestion. I'd rather my last memory not be of flames. Trust me, Lord. I can find a way to get your sister and all that you desire." "How?" "By doing what I do best."
Lorcan looked at his advisor, a brutal chill running down his spine. Those cold blue eyes stared back, telling him nothing about the man behind them. But Hephaestion had proved himself time and time again in the past. As much as his very presence disturbed Lorcan, he could not deny that the man was a powerful ally.
"You have 3 days. After that, Hephaestion, I start to get angry." "I understand."
Hephaestion gave Lorcan the oddest smile before he bowed low and quietly left. Morfydd needed to go to the village. A woman in her care would give birth in the next few days, and all the signs told her it would not be an easy delivery. She'd already warned Fargus she might be gone off and on for a bit, but Anwyl's body healed well. She no longer needed Morfydd's care. As she walked out of the cave, she passed Anwyl walking in. The girl had her swords in one hand. The other hand held her ripped shirt and bindings over her ample breasts. Her brows angled down into a dark frown, and she wouldn't even look at Morfydd as she passed. "How did that talk go, then?" Morfydd called over her shoulder. "Shut up." Morfydd laughed as she advanced into the glen toward the clearing where she could take off. She rounded a corner and came upon her brother, his chainmail shirt and sword in his big hand, heading toward the hidden entrance of his cave. She watched him as he passed, and she noticed the long scratches across his back. "How did that talk go, then?" Morfydd called over her shoulder. "Shut up." Morfydd shook her head. If love always made you this pathetic, she wanted nothing to do with it. Brastius tugged the hood of his cloak over his face. Again he wondered how much longer they had before Lorcan made his move. He could feel it coming. Even before his spies told him to start getting his men ready, he knew that something had changed. Lorcan's troops were readying for battle at Garvin Isle, and he sensed that a strike would be coming from Lorcan himself, but he wasn't sure when or how. He wished he could see Anwyl, discuss it with her. She knew her brother better than anyone else. She'd know exactly how and when Lorcan's forces would strike. Instead, all he could do now was wait for more information to come their way and hope they'd have time to react. The door to the busy pub smashed open, and again he turned to see who entered. Already he'd lost 3 hours waiting to see her. Danelin brought him over another ale and sat across from him.
How much longer? Until she gets here.
Brastius didn't mean to be so abrupt, but he didn't like being out in the open any more than Danelin. He'd rather be back at the camp, safe, with a lot of troops surrounding him. But he had to know how Anwyl fared. It had been days since the witch called Morfydd came to see him that first and only time. He hoped she would bring more messages from Anwyl, but she never returned. So when he heard she was in the village visiting one of the women about to have a baby, he decided to go to her himself. He heard she always stopped at the pub for food or drink later in the evenings, so he waited and worried. Not about her, or even about Anwyl, but about the rebellion. He could tell the rebellion would soon come to an end. Tension grew daily. Many of the local villages emptied out. All except this one. Many of the rebellion's families lived here, their wives and children. He debated whether to give the order to move them all into the citadel of O'Donoghue, where they would hopefully be safest. He knew the women would never willingly leave their mates. As he wondered about the logic of this move, he saw her. How could he miss her? She stood taller than Anwyl and almost the same height as him. A gray cloak covered her witch's robes. She found a table in the back and ordered food. After the bar wench left, Brastius walked over to her table.
Remember me?
Glittering blue eyes turned to look at him. Her eyes were almond-shaped, almost like a cat's. How could I forget? You're so compelling. Brastius smiled as he sat down opposite her.
How is she doing?
Better. Stronger every day.
How much longer before she returns to us?
The witch blinked. Not sure, really.
What do you mean you're not sure?
What exactly do you think I mean? The witch's vagueness caused the hairs on his neck to rise. He didn't like this one bit.
Is she safe?
The witch hissed at the insult. Of course she is. Safer than if she were with you. Brastius glared at the witch.
Really? And how is that possible when you are here, and she is wherever you left her, alone?
Perhaps it was the look in the witch's blue eyes or the way she didn't answer him, but it suddenly became clear.
She's not alone, is she?
When the witch didn't answer, he grabbed her hand. She snatched it away as if he were on fire. She stood quickly. Be well assured that she is safe, and soon she will return to you. You'll be able to find me at the village from time to time, should you need to get an actual message to her. She tossed a few copper coins on the table and stormed out.
What the hell happened?
Brastius looked up at Danelin. He shook his head.
I don't know, but something's going on.
Danelin sat down as the barmaid left the witch's food on the table and scooped up the coins she left.
What? I don't think the witch is taking care of her. It's somebody else. Who? I don't know. Do you think she's safe?
Brastius thought about it a minute, listened to his gut.
Yes, I think she is.
Danelin seemed surprised by that.
Then why do you have that look on your face? Did you see the way she ran out of here, like I had the plague or something?
Who, the witch?
Aye. And this bothers you because? Well, it's rude.
Uh-huh. Brastius growled at his second-in-command.
Shut up.
Fergus turned the page of his book with one of his talons. He never bothered to read the story about his grandfather Aiken before, but Aiken spent most of his life as human, and lately, Fergus began to wonder what that was like. Completely engrossed in the chapter about Aiken and 3 bar wenches, he didn't know Anwyl sat down beside him until she pushed herself up against his side near his wing. She brought wine, cheese, bread, and a book. She didn't say a word, just began reading and occasionally drinking or eating. Fergus watched her.
What are you doing?
What does it look like?
No talking tonight?
She smiled softly. No, not tonight.
Good.
Tonight he didn't want to talk. He just wanted to read his book and enjoy Anwyl being beside him. He didn't know when he fell in love with her. It might have been when he first saw her outside his cave fighting for her life, or when she yanked his tail, or possibly when she swam naked in his lake. In the end, it didn't matter. It didn't matter when he fell in love with her. All he knew was that he loved her now, and would love her until his ancestors called him home. He thought of the too short lifespan of the humans, or, at least, of his Anwyl. Even if she survived the sibling war, she still wouldn't survive as long as Fargus. The thought of living without her cut him like a lance through his heart. A very selfish part of him wished he could walk away from her, leave her to live her human life with some human male. But when he looked at her, he realized that wasn't possible. She dipped her forefinger in the chalice of wine, leaned her head back and let the wine drip into her open mouth. He shook his head at the woman's overt silliness. Still, he couldn't help but think about that mouth of hers exploring his entire body, that finger running over his shaft and wiping the fluid off its head. Anwyl put her finger in her mouth and sucked it clean. Without meaning to, he gave a little moan, and she turned to look at him. Oblivious, she winked at him and went back to her book. There was one thing he could do, but it risked too much and could lose him everything. He shook his head again. No, the Queen would be his last resort. She was always his last resort. The air shifted in front of her as the blade slashed by her throat. With a laugh, she danced back several steps and brandished her two swords. He attacked, and she blocked the move while she swung out her leg, aiming for his groin. He stopped her, catching hold of her ankle, then flipping her up and over. She landed face down but forced her body up and moving before he could get his hands on her. Anwyl really did have herself to blame for this. Throwing out, "If you can take me, you can have me," before their swords clashed was, in retrospect, probably a bad idea. She really should stop challenging the man, but she had to admit that she did enjoy a good fight. Her father always accused her of making everything difficult. Perhaps he was right. If she wanted the knight, she could have easily taken him. From the time she walked up to him that morning, he had been more than ready. She knew it, and he never said a word to her. But she realized now that she liked the challenge. She liked making him work for it, and work he did. He knocked one of her swords out of her hand, so she backhanded him, causing the big ox to stagger away from her. She tried to charge past him, but he reached out that long arm and grabbed her. She struggled to get away from him, but his iron-like grip held fast. He pulled her struggling body into his chest with one arm. With the other, he twisted her wrist until she dropped her sword. "Seems, my lady, that I've got you." Bastard! "Now I guess I can have you." "Let me go." "You made a bargain, my lady." Anwyl growled in frustration, loving the feel of his arm around her, his hard body pushing into her back. He forced her up against a tree, her back still to him. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "I'd hate to think the future ruler of Dark Plains would not keep her promises." Then he ripped her leggings off. Hours he spent creating the spell that would drag Anwyl from her protective cocoon with the dragons right to his lair. Days he spent gathering all the necessary ingredients. He even had to sacrifice one of his favorite acolytes who tragically for him was a virgin. But the virgin blood opened the doorway between space and time. And that's when he saw her, stark naked and astride some male. She rode him as if he were a favored stallion, her hips grinding against the man's body. Hephaesth's view took in her back, and he could see her muscles flexing as she came closer and closer to release. He could see the sheen of sweat on her tanned skin, the sweat-drenched hair draping across her rippling muscles. He could hear her moans and cries of pleasure. Hephaesth's fingers neared her, about to touch her flesh. She was nearly his, but Lorcan burst in. Stormed in, actually, pushing about his acolytes, demanding Hephaesth's immediate response to his presence. With his concentration broken, the doorway slammed shut and the girl slipped his grasp. He roared in anger. And Hephaesth turned all his fury toward the butcher of Garvin Isle. Fargus snatched Anwyl's naked, sweaty body protectively to him and sat up. "Wait, don't stop." He'd never gotten the stubborn, demanding, insatiable wench that close to begging before, but he had to ignore her. Something wasn't right. The energy surrounded him. A presence, not quite human. He looked around him and sniffed the air. What? What is it? She reached for her sword, but he stopped her. They were alone in his glen again. But a dark sense of foreboding invaded his very soul at that moment. Things were about to change, forever. He looked at Anwyl. She stared at him, a small smile on her lips. "Everything all right, Knight?" He didn't answer her. Instead, he kissed her collarbone and stretched back out, his hard, demanding cock still inside her.
"Finish what you started, woman."
Her smile grew wide. "My pleasure, Knight." Lorcan slowly opened his eyes. The brutal pain in his head made him wish for death. Just the dim light from a close-by pit fire caused a moan to escape. He couldn't remember what happened. Not clearly, but he knew from the sound of loud breathing in the room that something was terribly, terribly wrong.
"Ah, my lord, I am so glad to see that you are finally coming around."
The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He tried to push himself up with his arms, but something powerful and large slapped flat across his back, forcing him back to the ground.
No. Stay down. I want you to rest before you try getting up."
The voice sighed heavily.
"I am so sorry, my lord, that it was necessary to be so harsh with you. But I think that it is time we made some things clear,
Lorcan didn't try to rise again. Whatever pushed him down still rested against his back, holding him in place. But he slowly swiveled his head around to see what spoke to him. On sight of it, he immediately tried to pull away, but it wouldn't let him go.
Now. There is no reason to fear me. I am your ally, just like I have always been."
Lorcan retched, and his meal from several hours ago burst across the floor.
"Well, that is lovely. You humans, so quick to panic. It amazes me that any of you still live."
Lorcan closed his eyes tight and refused to look at it any more. He couldn't, not if he hoped to keep his sanity.
"This can be a very profitable relationship for us both, Lorcan, as long as you understand that you belong to me. Body, soul, and what little bit there is of a mind. I will give you your sister, but in return, you will give me what I want as well. As long as you agree to that, you will live a very long time. But if you do not..."
It pushed against his back, and he knew that at any moment his ribs would break, but it stopped itself before going that far.
"Do you understand, Lorcan?"
For the first time since his father died, Lorcan shook in fear.
Yes, I understand."
Tears slid down his face, and he realized he hadn't done that either since the death of his father.
Good. I do like when things are clear and concise. It's just in my nature.
It patted his back almost lovingly.
We have so many plans to make. There will be much bloodshed soon. But you just rest now, my pet. You will have your sister soon enough."
Lorcan cried silently and prayed for oblivion. Anne-Will stared up at the cave ceiling, her hands behind her head. The dragon's even breathing caused his scales to move gently beneath her. He'd let her climb up his back and lie there. He didn't complain, and she let herself enjoy the moment. His mane of hair spread across his scales and felt silky next to her bare skin. She wore nothing but her recently mended leather leggings and her bindings. She'd spent another day entangled with her knight. They had barely trained in days, instead choosing to rut around the glen like two dogs in heat. But she couldn't help herself. The man did things to her body, made her feel things, took her to heights she never thought possible. And every evening, as the shadows darkened, she'd leave him and return to her dragon. Shame she couldn't live her life in this manner for the next 1,000 years or so.
"How was your training today?"
His low voice rumbled through his body, vibrating against her flesh. "Fine," she lied. She hadn't touched a sword, at least one made of metal, in 2 days.
"Good."
"Dragon?"
"Yes?"
"Have you ever had a woman?"
"What?"
"I mean a female, mate, whatever your kind calls them."
"Oh."
His body moved a little beneath her.
"No. I've had no mate. Why?"
"Just wondering."
"What is it, Anne-Will? What's bothering you?"
Nothing now. In fact, she felt relieved.
Anwyl?
She turned over, her head resting on her arms. I'm fine, Dragon. Just curious. She closed her eyes. She'd never felt so safe before in her life. So at peace. She realized now there was no man alive who could ever make her feel this way. She smiled. Only I would fall in love with a dragon. Fargus loved the feel of her body against his. Loved the fact she felt safe enough with him to fall asleep while stretched out across his back. He didn't realize how much that feeling would mean to him, how much this girl would mean to him. He never realized that his feelings for Anwyl could get any stronger than they already were, but he was wrong. They were stronger and becoming stronger every day. By day, he lay with her as human, and every night she found him by the lake and they talked for hours. She still confused him, but he wouldn't give up their time together for all the gold in the world. But he still feared the day he would have to tell her the truth, tell her that he'd been lying to her. Would she hate him? Would she ever forgive him? He didn't know, and he didn't want to think about it too much, because his gut would twist up and a sudden sense of panic would set in. He thought only humans could experience panic. It annoyed him to discover he was wrong about that too. No, he thought as Anwyl tightened her grip in his mane of hair and sighed softly in her sleep. I'll not give her up without a fight. Never. Chapter 12. It had been a hard birth, but both baby and mother survived. Besides, Morfydd had needed to be away. Give her brother and his humans some time alone. Of course, Gwainvel refused to leave until he got an answer from Fargus, but she was able to bribe him to stay out of the lover's way. She would have thought her baby brother would be too embarrassed to take money from his sister. She quickly discovered how wrong she was on that point. Dark Glen lay only a few leagues away, but she wasn't ready to go back yet. She never knew where or when she might stumble across Fargus and Anwyl going at it, as Gwainvel so eloquently put it. The late hour and a brief check around assured her that she was alone. Morfydd quickly stripped off her robes and dove naked into the lake. She enjoyed the rush of cold water over her human form. She didn't know why, but her kind did love water. She'd envied Fargus a bit when he found his lair, a cave with its own freshwater lake. Now that was heaven. She couldn't have gotten far. Go that way. I'll check the lake. Morfydd froze. She heard male voices and knew they were looking for her. She swam to the edge of the lake and had just pulled herself out when a man stumbled from the bushes. She stood tall, ready to burn him to embers when he straightened up, turning to face her. Brastias?
Morfydd. Good. We were...
Brastias stopped. Apparently he just realized she was naked, and he became transfixed. She waited, but he kept staring, his light eyes seemingly unable to look away. With a growling groan,
Damn, woman.
Brastias. She snapped her fingers. Brastias. He yanked himself out of his trance and turned away from her.
Sorry. I just didn't...
Morfydd grabbed her robes from off the ground. What is it? What do you want?
I need you to get word to,
Anwyl?
Yes, that's it.
Morfydd wanted to laugh, but her sudden awareness of her own naked body trapped the sound in her throat. She pulled on her clothes. You can... She cleared her throat. Turn around, now. Brastias looked over his shoulder at her.
I'm very sorry. I heard you just left the village. I didn't know you'd be here, bathing.
Morfydd pushed her wet hair off her face. No bother. Really. We'll simply never speak of it again. Ever. Now, you said you had a message for Anwyl.
Yes.
He slowly turned his body to face her.
We've received word that Lorcan will be attacking this village in 3 days' time. We're going to move the women and children to the citadel of O'Donoghue. We think they'll be safe there. I never knew your hair was white.
Morfydd's head snapped up, her eyes locking with Brastias's.
He continued in a rush. We believe Lorcan himself will be attacking. I haven't seen him in battle for quite some time, but I know Anwyl's been waiting for this chance. I need you to let her know.
I will.
No matter what, we will fight to protect this village, so if she's not ready...
She's ready.
Tell her we'll carry on until we hear from her.
Morfydd nodded.
I'll let her know. Thank you.
Brastius stared at her for a moment longer, then quickly turned away, slamming into Danilin, who had just emerged from the trees. He spun Danilin around, and before the man could say a word, pushed him back into the trees and away from the lake. Morphid covered her face with her hands. Just bloody wonderful. Fargus walked past his treasure room toward his lake. He stopped, taking several steps back. Gwainvel sat on his pile of riches like he owned it.
What are you doing? Waiting for you. You've been avoiding me. As if you are worth avoiding. Well, it was either sit here or go sit on Anwyl, but she'd hurt me. Of course, I'm not sure I'd mind.
Still drenched in sweat from his last encounter with Anwyl, he could still smell her all over his body, still taste her on his lips. So he wasn't about to let his idiot brother upset him.
What do you want? I'm waiting for you to give me a message to take back. There is no message. It's none of their business. Do you really think it's that easy? Do you really think you don't have to live by the same laws the rest of us do?
Fargus snorted.
What laws do you live by, little brother?
Gwainvel grinned.
The ones that keep me alive and healthy. Go back to them. Tell them anything you want. But when Anwyl leaves to fight her brother, I will be by her side.
Gwainvel sighed.
She could never love you, brother. She's human. I'd hate to see you give up your family for a girl that as soon as she finds out the truth will run fast and far from you.
Fargus gritted his teeth and tamped down his desire to blast Gwainvel where he sat. He didn't dare go near him. He might shift and rip the little bastard's guts out.
Get from my sight, boy, before I send your head back to them as a gift.
Fargus headed toward his lake.
Don't say I didn't warn you,
Gwainvel yelled after him. Anwyl leaned her forehead against the dragon's snout. You've been very quiet this evening. What's wrong?
Nothing.
She knew he was lying. He'd barely spoken 2 words in the past hour. Did I do something?
No, of course not. It's just family problems. Nothing to concern yourself with.
That message Gwainvel brought with him. They don't want you involved with my war, do they? The dragon sighed heavily.
What they want doesn't concern me.
I won't come between you and your kin. You saved my life. You owe me nothing more. He pulled his majestic head away from her.
This isn't about owing you anything, Anwyl. I fight by your side because that is what I choose to do.
He moved away from her. Restless, he didn't stand still for long this night. She also sensed his anxiety and annoyance, and she knew that somehow she stood at the heart of it, but she didn't know what she'd done. Unless, of course... Is this about the night? The dragon stopped moving, but he didn't turn to face her.
If I asked you to stop seeing him, would you?
Anwyl closed her eyes. Finally, the question she dreaded since this all began. But she only had one answer for the dragon. Only one answer that would not be a lie. Yes.
Why?
Because you asked me to, and I am loyal to you and you alone. I'll always be loyal to you, Fargus.
Because I saved your life?
No. I owe you my life for that. If you hit me with a ball of flame, I wouldn't try and stop you. My life is yours to take, but my loyalty is not. That has to be earned, and you have.
How?
You've made me feel safe, when no other has. Anwyl drifted slowly to him. Once in front of him, she rested her hand on his snout. He closed his eyes at her touch. For that, you'll always have my loyalty. She walked around the dragon and wrapped her arms as far around his neck as she could. She hugged him, and, as always, he let her. Good night, my friend.
Good night, Anwyl.
She headed back to her chamber, but couldn't help but slide her hand across his leathery wings and the scales of his body, like she did every night. Fargus didn't watch her leave, as he often did, his emotions a jumble in his head. The man that he played by day railed against the fact she could so easily give him up. The dragon agonized in confusion because she was willing to give up for him something that she clearly desired. But not once had she mentioned love. Only loyalty. Of course, he had not mentioned love either. The little human managed to completely confound him, and he wasn't sure he would ever be able to forgive her for it. She watched the soldiers quietly flow into the glen. She could smell their fear. They didn't want to be in Dark Glen. No sane person would. So their other option must have been much worse. And once she recognized their armor, she realized it was. They were Lorcan's men. He sent them to her brother's glen. Sent them to find Anwyl. She let them get farther in, away from any troops that might be waiting in safety outside the glen. She waited and she watched. When the time was right, she moved behind them, clearing her throat. The men stopped. At first, they wouldn't turn around, afraid of what they might find. But she waited, knowing their human curiosity would get the best of them. It did. When she saw their eyes, Morfydd let go a stream of fire that scorched them to cinders before they could scream. Gwainvel appeared beside her, his golden scales glinting brightly in the moonlight. He sniffed the air and looked at the still smoldering remains of the soldiers. He smiled at his sister. Dinner. It had gone on for days, the two of them constantly at it, like two mating beasts. Gwainvel shook his head in disgust. He understood lust. Actually, he appreciated lust greatly. But love? A strictly human emotion. And although he enjoyed gallivanting around town as human, he had no intention of making a muddle of his life as they all seemed to. Of course, he would never have thought Fargus the Destroyer would either. If there was one thing he could always count on from his large, less-than-social brother, it was his seemingly innate ability to feel nothing for anyone. So to now watch him moon over some slip of a girl made Gwainvel question all his beliefs. His head snapped up, and he studied the sky. For a moment he thought he'd heard the flap of large leather wings, but as he searched the sky he saw nothing. He dismissed it and went in search of his sister. The soldiers from the previous night were not sitting well in his stomach, and he needed one of her soothing concoctions. She always did have a tendency to overcook their food. Anwyl followed the sounds of retching. She found Morfydd by the stream, her arms around Gwainvel's shoulders as he vomited into the water. He all right? Morfydd shrugged. He ate too much, but he'll be fine. And I have a message for you from... She cleared her throat. Brastius. Anwyl frowned. Did Morfydd just blush? What message? Your brother plans to attack the closest village in 3 days' time, maybe less. I tried to tell you last night, but you were sound asleep. Anwyl shrugged. All right, thank you. She'd already planned to return to her troops in the next day or two. Is that all your brother warrants? A shrug and a thank you? As a matter of fact, yes. Anwyl snapped, unable to help herself. I have other things on my mind besides him. Oh, she waved her hand. I'll come back later. Anwyl made to go, but Morfydd stopped her. Wait, Anwyl, what is it? I can't go on like this. Morfydd dropped Gwainvel, his head slamming into the stream. Anwyl grinned as Gwainvel cursed the woman. Morfydd moved over to Anwyl and looked at her. You can't go on like what? My days with the night, my nights with the dragon. It's becoming impossible. Anwyl, talk to him. I tried that. I can't think when I'm around him. He does this thing with his tongue. Anwyl, I mean the dragon. Talk to the dragon. I tried last night, but I think he grows tired of me. And what if he laughs? He hasn't, and he won't. Morfydd smiled. Trust me. But, no, I don't want to hear it. Just tell the big bastard how you feel about him. He needs to hear it, and you need to say it. But the night. Don't worry about him. Talk to the dragon. The night can wait. Anwyl took a deep breath. She had to do something. Soon she would face her brother and most likely death. She didn't want to go to her grave knowing that her weakness held her back from the one thing that truly mattered to her. She nodded and headed back to the cave, back to her dragon. Fargus followed the sound of retching. He found his brother doubled over and Morfydd patting him on the back.
"What's wrong with him?"
"He ate too many soldiers last night."
"Soldiers? Here?"
Morfydd nodded. "Lorcan's men. Don't worry, I took care of them."
"But this means they know Anwyl is here."
Morfydd shook her head as she rubbed Gwainvel's sweaty brow. "Not necessarily. It looked more like they were just checking the area. You know, a scouting party." Morfydd looked up at her brother and frowned. "Why are you here?"
"What do you mean, why am I here?"
"I just sent Anwyl to find you. She wants to talk to you."
"Talk to me?"
He pointed to himself.
"Or to me?"
He pointed toward his cave. Morfydd laughed and seemed about to answer when she stopped and stared off behind him. Fargus turned around.
"What are you doing here?"
Briac, next in line behind Fargus, leaned against a tree and watched his siblings quietly. Naked, fresh from shifting, his long silver mane of hair stretched down his back and fell across his face and shoulder.
"When there was no answer from you or Morfydd, and baby brother didn't return."
Fargus shook his head.
"Not this again."
He didn't want to hear it. He wanted to find Anwyl, hear what she had to say. And no matter what she said, he would tell her the truth. Tell her everything. He couldn't go on like this anymore. "I told you not to ignore him," Morfydd chastised, as she helped a very green Gwainvel to his feet.
"Go back to the old bastard and tell him to stay out of my life."
Briac shook his head. "I can't." Fargus frowned.
"What do you mean you can't?"
"I mean I can't. Because he's already here. He awaits you in your den." Before Fargus could react, Morfydd's hand suddenly gripped his arm, nearly tearing the skin off. "Gods, Fargus! Anwyl!" "Dragon?" Anwyl called out before she even entered his part of the lair. "Dragon, are you here?" She marched into the dragon's main chamber, the words she needed to tell him on her lips. "Fargus, She stopped. Although the dragon she now saw before her bore the same size and color as Fargus, this one's black mane had silver and white hair streaked through it, and his scales were not as bright. Clearly an older dragon. And he definitely wasn't Fargus. She stopped and stared at him. The old dragon looked at her.
"You."
The look of welcome she always saw in Fargus's eyes did not spark in this dragon's, and she knew in that split second he wanted her dead. She burst into a run, the dragon's flames just missing her. The dragon took in another deep breath, so Anwyl dived behind a large boulder. Flames erupted all around her as she crouched down low. The flames went around the boulder, but its heat scared her beyond anything she'd known. He could kill her with one blast. She ignored the panic that began to rise and unsheathed her sword. After several moments, the flames stopped, and she could hear the dragon stomping toward the boulder. She held her breath and waited. He stopped, and she glanced over just as his snout came around the boulder, latching onto her scent. She waited until the beast's head was close enough, then she slashed him across the snout. Dragon blood spurted across her arm, and the dragon roared in pain and anger as she sprinted out, heading away from the beast. He charged after her. Anwyl knew that in order to survive, she needed to let her instincts take over. She weaved between other boulders, using the beast's size and weight against him. When he stopped to strike her with flame, she would again hide behind a boulder or a stone wall. But she couldn't keep it up much longer. She needed to kill the dragon before it killed her. She stayed behind a boulder longer than normal, and this time, just as she somehow knew he would, the dragon came from overhead. As his head silently lowered to get close to her, she jumped up on the boulder and onto the beast's snout. Startled, he gave her the time she needed to run up and over his head, down his neck, across his back until she reached his tail. She knew he could use it as a weapon, so she moved quickly. She held the tip down with her foot and slammed her sword between it and where the scales were at their smallest and weakest, where Fargus once cut his brother's tail off. She impaled the tail, burying the blade into the ground. The roar he sent out shook the cave, and Anwyl knew she only had seconds before he got himself loose. So she unsheathed her second sword and ran under the dragon. She could only pray that a dragon's weakness was the same as a human's, the groin. She lay flat on her back and, using her legs, slid completely under him. She had to move quickly. Once he realized she was there, all he had to do was lie down. As she hoped, the hard scales that covered the rest of his body did not cover his groin. His shaft, protectively tucked up inside the flesh, thankfully out of sight and away from her face. She'd already seen more of this dragon than she'd ever wanted to. She raised her sword and dug it into the beast's fleshy underbelly, readying herself to push the blade through. She hoped the move would allow her time to get out of the cave and out of the glen if she had to.
Anwyl, no!
Anwyl froze. Blood began to seep where the tip of her blade rested, but she pushed no further. The dragon above her stopped breathing. He couldn't sit now. True, he'd crush her, but he'd impale himself in the process.
Anwyl, love, give me your hand.
Anwyl glanced over and saw the shiny black talons of her dragon. Breathing hard, a war raged in her soul between the warrior ready to strike the killing blow and Anwyl, the woman who knew this dragon was Fargus's father. Fargus?
Anwyl, trust me.
Anwyl looked back at the bleeding beast above her. If the old dragon killed her now, she knew, as sure as she knew her own name, that Fargus would kill him. The old beast wouldn't risk that. She decided to trust the one being she'd trusted all along. She grabbed onto his talon and allowed him to snatch her out from under the great dragon. He pushed her back into Morford and Gwainvel and turned to face his father, protecting them all with his own body. Chapter 13. Never before had anyone gotten so close to killing Bersilac, and if he hadn't stopped her, Anwyl would have killed him. She found the one weak spot on a dragon, the one place with no protective scales. When the four of them charged in, Anwyl had just slid her long body under the dragon's. Fargus called her name, but the bloodlust had her, and she couldn't hear him. So he shifted, his voice shifting with him, almost bringing the walls down with his call to her. Part of him didn't want to stop her. He was so angry at his father. But he knew that if Anwyl killed him, there would be no going back for the queen. She would move heaven and earth to destroy Anwyl, and he would do the same to protect her. But at the sound of his voice she stopped, cold. He wasn't sure she had that kind of self-control. But as always, Anwyl continued to amaze him.
You son of a bitch.
Fargus's rage shook the walls of his lair, and he itched to beat the old bastard to death. His father had his claw over his slashed snout, while desperately trying to get his tail released from the blade that held it.
Did you see what that mad bitch did to me? I should have let her kill you. I gave you strict orders. I don't answer to you. Get out, now. What is your attachment to this human?
His father's shrewd eyes stared closely at his son. His nostrils twitched.
I smell her all over you. I said go.
His father looked around him to see Anwyl.
What did he tell you, little human, to get you to spread your legs?
Fargus released a fireball that sent his father flying across the cave, part of his tail torn off where the blade impaled it. "Fargus, no!" Morford shouted behind him, but he only glanced at his sister. His anger had a stranglehold on him now, too blind with rage to acknowledge anything, until he heard Anwyl. "Fargus?" She didn't shout. She didn't scream. She said it so quietly the rest of his family probably never heard her. But he did. Anwyl sheathed her sword and listened to the fight between father and son. It almost reminded her of Lorcan and their father, but she doubted the fight would end with Fargus crying and cowering in a corner. The old dragon's cold eyes turned to her. She pulled away from Morfydd, ready to face the old bastard when something caught her eye. The bright red of a surcoat, shredded and sitting at the entrance to the chamber. She walked over to it as the family squabble continued. She crouched down beside the garment and also found chainmail leggings, chainmail shirt, and leather boots, all shredded and ripped apart. For a moment she worried that maybe her knight had become food for the old dragon, but she could find no blood, and the garments seemed split apart. She looked up at Fargus, who had just blasted his father across the room. What did the old bastard say to her? What did he tell you, little human, to get you to spread your legs? At that moment, Morfydd called out to Fargus, and in anger the dragon's head snapped around to briefly look at her. The action caused his mane to flip to the opposite side, and an unruly bit of black hair fell over his eye. Anwyl stared. How had she never noticed it before? That black hair that she loved so much on both her knight and her dragon. The hair she insisted on running her hands through when she talked with her dragon, or gripping in passion when she rode her knight. Fargus? He moved to descend on his fallen father, but her voice stopped him. He looked at her. Their eyes locked, and Anwyl felt a wave of cold spike down her spine. Her gaze shifted to Morfydd, but the woman looked away from her. Gwainvel, although still a little green, turned his entire body away, his eyes downcast. Then she realized that there was another. She looked up to find a silver-haired naked man staring at her. He grinned in greeting. Then he winked. Anwyl stood and walked to Fargus. She stood in front of him. Fargus?
I can explain everything. Can you, boy?
Fargus closed his eyes at the sound of his father's voice. The old dragon had hauled his enormous bulk up and stood behind his son. Anwyl felt it at that moment. She had kept it at bay so long she forgot how good it felt to wrap it around herself like a warm cloak in the middle of winter. She unsheathed her sword as her rage spread through her limbs. Fargus's eyes snapped open in surprise at the sound.
Anwyl.
She moved around him, her eyes locked with his. He turned his body as she walked. He waited for it, waited for the blow. And he'd take it, too. She was sure of that.
Are you going to let some human do this to you, Fargus?
His father barked in disgust. Anwyl now stood between the two dragons. Her eyes still locked with Fargus's, her blade pointing tip down, the handle gripped by both her hands. She held the weapon so tightly that her tan knuckles now white with the effort. You lied to me.
Yes.
Why?
I didn't think you'd understand. Just kill her, Fargus. Kill her and be done with it.
His father sighed heavily. Tell me, Fargus. She raised the sword high, her rage singing through her veins. Do you understand this? She spun on her heel, away from Fargus, and using all the rage she contained, slammed the blade into the old dragon's claw between his talons, where the scales were at their thinnest, nailing it and him to the hard ground. The dragon's head fell back, and the roar he let out most likely rang out hundreds of leagues away. Anwyl turned to her lover. Burn in hell, Fargus. She walked away, leaving the dragons to tend their wounded father. Chapter 14. His siblings stood there silent, stunned by their father's scream of pain. But Fargus watched Anwyl. He watched her walk toward the exit, watched her notice Briac staring at her. She stopped and stared back at his silver-haired brother. When he smiled at her, she backhanded him across the head, knocking the dragon's human form into Gwainvel. He glanced at his younger brother.
Go with her. Have you lost your mind?
Gwainvel demanded, as he helped Briac to his feet.
She's insane. I'm not going anywhere.
Fargus growled low, making sure his fangs showed. Gwainvel winced back and grudgingly followed.
Keep her safe,
he called after his brother. He looked at Morfydd, who finally snapped out of her surprise and now tended their father.
How bad is it?
Morfydd looked at her brother with wide eyes. She went straight through to the cave floor. I think it's stone. She didn't bother hiding the awe in her voice.
No, there's some dirt there.
Well, it's going to have to be pried out. It's embedded. He sneered at his father.
He'll live. I'm going after her.
What? His sister stood up in front of her brother. Fargus, don't. She's angry. Very angry. She impaled your father. Twice. Give her some time to calm down.
I lied to her, Morfydd. She has every right to be angry. Besides, it wasn't me she hurt.
No, you're not going anywhere until you help me with him. She went back to Bersalak. I can't do this alone. Fargus shook his head. His sister didn't need his help, but she wanted to give Anwyl at least a few minutes to calm her rage. Perhaps not a bad idea, when he thought about it a moment. He watched his father struggling to pull his claw from the cave floor, but he couldn't do it without tearing open the wound. The bastard was effectively stuck until he and Morfydd helped him. Fargus smiled a little at his father's suffering and the female who caused it.
I do love that woman.
Stay away from me, Gwaenvel.
I don't want to be here, but my brother gave me no choice.
Gwaenvel struggled to keep up with her. His stomach still threatened to remove the rest of the soldiers he'd eaten the previous night, and she had very long legs. She didn't run, but rather stalked, and he knew if he got too close, he could end up like Brieg, or worse, like his father. He finally understood what his brother saw in this woman. Dragon females were dangerous, but very calculating, and sometimes very cold. For them it was all about the politics. Not for Anwyl, though. She cared nothing for politics. She ran on instinct and emotion. Her instincts kept her alive. Her emotions made her a lethal weapon. How could Fargus not fall in love with her? If Gwaenvel thought about it himself, he might have to admit he'd fallen a little in love with her himself. It didn't take long for her to reach the edge of Fargus's glen. He followed her out, but found himself slamming into the back of her. He thought once she hit open ground, she'd run for it, back to her troops. But when he looked up, he saw what stopped her. 2 battalions of soldiers waited for her. They wore Lorkhan's colors, and they clearly had every intention of taking her back alive for their leader to have his revenge. At least 10 men had nets to snag the female. I have no weapons, she muttered under her breath, as she took a step back toward Gwaenvel.
Yes, you do.
He tossed his sword to her. Anwyl stared at the weapon, and Gwaenvel quickly realized the girl had lived in safety with Fargus too long. Well, no matter. He knew exactly how to get Anwyl the Bloody back.
And don't forget, Anwyl, my brother lied to you, made a fool of you, and he's probably having a good laugh with the old dragon as we speak. Now,
he shoved her toward several advancing men.
Go get 'em.
He watched as the girl gave a bellow of rage and took off the head of the first man who came near her. Then she turned and swiped off another. Gwaenvel shivered. Her name fit her well. Gwaenvel saw soldiers moving toward him. He shifted, forcing the girl to dash off to the side to avoid the crush of his dragon body. Dragon! He expected them to run. They always ran before. But these troops didn't. And he suddenly realized that Anwyl hadn't been the only one expected. So had a dragon. Anwyl slammed her blade into another soldier's belly and sliced him open. She snatched the man's sword from the sheath at his side, ignoring the bowels that fell to the ground in front of her, and turned to face the next attacker. They wanted to get her in those nets, but she knew what that meant. Going back to her brother and any tortures he had planned for her. The thought chilled her to the bone and spurred her speed and malice. She began first by hacking off arms, any arms holding nets. She quickly realized how her training with Fargus benefited her as she lobbed off another arm and removed the man's head. She moved faster now, her attacks more pointed, more deadly. For a moment she forgot how angry she was with him, but then she remembered and practically cut a man in 2 with her rage. She heard Gwaenvel's roar of anger and turned to find that a separate group of men were trying to take the dragon down. They had ropes wrapped around his neck, and at least 30 men were trying to pull the beast to the ground. He blasted a few with a breath of fire, but she recalled that in his human form, Gwaenvel had been quite ill. She now realized that same illness affected the dragon as well. A few more moments, and he would be down, and the soldiers would take him. She ran toward him, taking another soldier's head as she passed by. She slid to a stop under the dragon's neck and slashed at the ropes holding him, slicing as many as she could into two. Gwainville pulled up as some of the pressure lessened, dragging the men holding the last few intact ropes with him. As they came close, Anwil gutted several of them, and took a few heads. "Fire!" Anwil crossed her blades in front of her as archers released a volley of arrows, but they never reached her, as white flame destroyed them in mid-flight. A silver dragon appeared over the battle, his flame taking out almost an entire battalion. A white dragon swooped down and snapped up a carriage of soldiers, tossing them like toys. Then Anwil saw him. He landed beside his golden brother, blasting the last of the men still holding the ropes. "Take her," he barked at the now free Gwainville. "What about you?" "We're fine. Take her." Another group of men charged Anwil. She readied her blades, but suddenly found herself gripped firmly about the waist and airborne. She watched the land recede from her sight. "You bastard! Let me down!" "Not on your life, beauty." The golden claw gripped her tighter. "You get hurt, he'll kill me. Now quiet. I'm trying not to vomit." Fargus watched Briake and Morfydd unleash lines of flame, destroying anything in their wake. A small group of men, about 20, ran toward him, their blades drawn. In disgust, Fargus spit out a fireball and watched with little satisfaction as the men writhed and screamed. He saw another group trying to escape. "Briake, kill them! Leave none alive!" Briake followed, and Fargus walked out among the remains, stepping on any men he thought still lived. Morfydd landed in front of him. He nodded toward the empty spot where Gwainville first stood and the ropes that lay there. "Seems I was expected as well." His sister nodded. "Seems so." Fargus growled. "I am not happy, sister." "I can tell." "And you still have no idea who's helping Lorcan." "It's a Fyeth hen." Fargus watched as a wounded Bersalak landed gingerly in front of him, making sure not to further damage his wounded claw. "Fyeth hen. The Fyeth hen." "Well, that's just bloody wonderful," Morfydd spat out, as Briake continued to fly overhead, blasting flames. "And when were you planning to tell us?" "Never. The girl shouldn't have even been here, and you shouldn't have been helping her." "Why would Fyeth hen help Lorcan?" Morfydd cut in, before Fargus could go for their father's throat. "How should I know? And why should I care? These are human concerns, not ours." "You should care, because Fyeth hen's a dragon," Morfydd snapped angrily. "If he gets Lorcan's loyalty, then he gets his troops, which no doubt would triple once he secured the loyalty of the other regions." "And once he gets his troops, he moves on the queen," Morfydd summed up quickly. Fargus saw his father suddenly realize the implication to them all of Fyeth hen's involvement. "He wouldn't dare." If there was one thing Fargus had always been sure of, it was his father's feelings for the queen. He had no doubt this little revelation would change everything. "That dragon craves power more than anything," he reminded Bersalak, "and all he's ever wanted was the queen's throne." "There's much power in her blood," Morfydd added, "if he takes it." "That won't happen." "Then you best hope Anwil defeats Lorcan, father, because if she doesn't, however, then we'd best prepare for war, because no dragon will be safe." Fargus watched Bersalak struggle with all this. The old dragon hated being wrong, especially when his own children pointed it out to him. But Bersalak knew in his heart how right they were, and Fargus knew that he would do what was best for the queen, as Bersalak always had. His father's head snapped up. "Briake and I will return to the queen, and you two make sure the girl wins. I don't care what you have to do." "If she lets us near her, father," Morfydd bravely chastised. "Her last memory is of you trying to kill her and telling her about Fargus before he could." Briake finally landed behind his father. He tossed a silver mane. "She still saved Gwainville. I saw her. She's a brave girl, for a human." "I know that." Fargus snapped. He looked at his father.
I'm just not sure how I'm going to fix this." "Well, you better find a way, boy. Use whatever charm she seems to think you possess. You got her on her back at least once before."
Morfydd slid between Fargus and their father before he could kill the old bastard. "Fargus?"
"Just let me kill him. I'm begging you."
"Father, go." The dragon didn't waste time. He took to the skies. Brieg nodded at his siblings once and followed. "Really, Fargus, you need to stop asking me to let you kill our family." Fargus shook his head.
"They just keep irritating me."
Morfydd gave a smile he knew would frighten any human. "I know, but that's what most families do. Irritate." She stepped back. "I need to do something, Fargus, and you need to go to Anwyl." Fargus looked down at his large claws and sighed.
"She hates me."
"Yes, I believe she does."
"How is that supportive?"
he bellowed. "I'm not going to lie to you, brother. But I also know she loves you. She must. She risked her life to save Gwainvel."
"Yes, she did."
"And now she's alone with him." Fargus looked at his sister. "She's alone with big, golden, charming Gwainvel, and he's probably feeling so indebted to her right now for saving his life." Fargus knew what his sister was doing, knew how she was trying to manipulate him. That didn't change the fact that it worked. He took to the skies, only briefly wondering what something his sister must do at that very moment. But he thought of Gwainvel alone with Anwyl, and he forgot all about his sister. Anwyl's rear hit the ground hard. The shock traveled all the way from her spine to her teeth. But she knew that in the dragon's mind, he dropped her gently to the ground. She heard him land behind her and felt human hands grip her under her arms and lift her to her feet.
"That wasn't too hard, was it?"
"No, like landing on pillows." She pulled away from him.
"I could have taken you directly to your camp."
"True, but then I'd have a camp full of screaming men wetting themselves over a dragon."
"Oh, good point."
She didn't know what to do with this Gwainvel. And not just because he was naked and very much like his brother, but because up until now he'd never stopped flirting with her, although he'd always kept a healthy distance from her and Fargus. But this Gwainvel seemed almost sweet, the smug bravado gone. "Well, you can go." She waved him away, hoping he'd leave. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to be angry. Really angry.
"Yes, I just wanted to say, well, thank you for saving me."
She hadn't she? Why? At the moment, she hated all dragons, especially large black ones. Must have been instinct. Anything that fought against Lorcan or his men she needed to protect. "You're welcome." She realized he was leaning into her. His eyes focused on her mouth, his lips slightly open. She slapped her hand over his face, just as she had his brother. "What are you doing?"
"I was going to give you a kiss."
"Don't even think about it, Gwainvel. I am in no mood." The dragon nodded sagely.
"You still love him."
"No, Gwainvel, I don't love anything, and I don't think I'll love anything ever again." He stepped back at her sudden spurt of rage. "Now get out of my sight!" She stomped off toward camp, her rage walking beside her like a pet panther. Chapter 15. Brastias dismissed the other lieutenants. Once alone with Danilin, he asked him the question that had plagued him all day.
"Anything more on Lorcan?"
Danilin shook his head.
"No, and I'm worried. That bastard's gonna move soon. I can feel it." "Have you seen the witch again? Do you know if Anwyl is still returning?"
At the mere mention of Morfydd, Brastias felt his whole body tighten.
"I don't know,"
he barked gruffly.
"What if she's still healing? She'll be no use to us if she can't fight."
Brastias walked out of the tent, Danilin beside him.
"I want the men prepared and ready. When Lorcan moves, I don't want us surprised. By anything." "I understand."
The two men stepped aside as a woman pushed past them, heading to Anwyl's tent. Brastias stopped.
"Was that? I think so."
Brastias and Danilin followed. They found Anwyl just as she threw a chair across the room. Lying, conniving toe rag! Danilin gave Brastias a look, turned, and ran.
Anwyl?
Angry green eyes locked onto him, and he'd wished he'd run like Danilin, when he still had the chance. Brastias, my friend.
Uh-oh, this couldn't be good.
Do you lie to me?
No.
See? That's a lie.
Anwyl, calm down. Tell me what happened.
Happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Everything is fine. Perfect. Better than perfect. Brastias wanted to pursue this further and probably take his life in his hands when he heard the screams of the men from outside the tent.
Lorcan.
He ran out of the tent and slammed into Danilin, who couldn't move. He stood trapped, in fear. Fear of the mammoth black dragon that landed in the middle of their camp.
By the gods.
The dragon looked around at the surrounding troops, but still hadn't sent anyone to hell.
Anwyl!
Oh, gods. It's talking. Danilin looked like he would piss himself any moment. But fear for Anwyl kept Brastias moving. He drew his sword, intent on challenging the creature when she stormed out of the tent. He seized her arm in what he thought a powerful grip to stop her, but with her formidable anger, she easily pulled away, stomping off to face the dragon. The men watched as Anwyl the Bloody took a stand against something from their darkest nightmares. Too afraid to fight, but too terrified for their leader to run away. And then Brastias saw the girl do something he would never forget. She kicked the beast, right in the knee. Brastias and Danilin exchanged glances.
Well, you always thought she was insane,
Brastias offered.
I didn't think I was right.
You lying toe rag! She yelled up at him.
Let me explain.
Go to hell!
Anwyl.
No! She headed back to her tent. Leave me, dragon. I never want to see you or your family again. Ever. Danilin glanced at Brastias.
Family? Don't ask.
The dragon silently watched Anwyl's retreating form. He began chanting, and flames surrounded him. That's when Brastias wondered if he would die this day. The flames grew, enveloping the beast, but eventually the flames died away, leaving a very large, very naked man. With a growl, he followed after Anwyl, disappearing into the tent after her.
So they can shapeshift then?
Danilin asked quietly.
Seems so. Should we go after him?
Brastias looked at Danilin. It took him a while, but he'd finally figured out what he'd just witnessed. A lover's quarrel. Leave it to Anwyl.
I think not. We need to ready the troops, and let's ready them somewhere away from camp, I think.
He glanced at the tent, shook his head, and walked off. A quaking Danilin followed quietly behind.
Why won't you talk to me?
You want me to talk? Fine. How's your father?
How do you think he is? You stabbed him in the foot.
I would have aimed for his heart, but I wasn't sure he actually had one. Do any of you have one?
Anwyl, I couldn't tell you the truth.
Why? He didn't know this would be so hard. Was he joking? Of course he knew it would be this hard. Still waiting. He got the feeling he could claim being one of the few who actually got her this angry. Funny, that didn't seem like such a good thing to him at the moment.
I was going to tell you, I swear.
Really? You were going to tell me? Her sarcasm thick, her bitterness filled the tent. He couldn't blame her. He'd asked for this.
Yes, Anwyl, I was. Today. My father just beat me to it.
And why didn't you tell me before? He moved into the room toward her. She took a step back, drawing her sword.
Everything changed.
He stood before her now, her blade at his throat.
I couldn't stop thinking about you, Anwyl. I wanted you more than anything. And I didn't know how to tell you the truth without losing you. You trusted the dragon, but you absolutely hated the man. I needed you to accept all of me. Today I thought maybe you could.
He took a step forward and felt the tip of the blade just pierce his flesh. A trickle of blood eased down his neck to his chest. Anwyl's breath came out in short gasps as she stared into his eyes.
You could kill me now, easily, if that's what you want.
He moved in a bit more. Any more and the blade would tear through his throat and kill him.
Is that what you want, Anwell?
She stared at him for several long moments. Yes, Fargus, she growled out. It is. Not the answer he'd hoped for, but he was quickly distracted by the pain in his knee where she kicked him. He barked in agony as she pushed him out of her way and moved a safe distance from him, against the far tent wall beside her bed. Lucky for you, I owe you my life, bastard. Anwell knew her rage could snap loose at any moment. She wanted to run the lying bastard through, wanted him to know the pain she'd suffered when she'd realized the truth. Fargus knew she had little knowledge of dragons except that they were something to fear. She had no idea they could turn human, live as human, and, based on what they'd been doing all over his glen recently, mate as human. She felt like a fool, a whore and a fool, and she hated him for making her feel that way. So yes, she did want to see him dead. His blood on her sword. And although he gave her the perfect opportunity, she couldn't bring herself to do it. At the moment, she hated herself for that weakness. He rubbed his knee and looked at her.
I need you to calm down so we can talk about this.
I hate you. He stood to his full height, already recovered from the blow. Clearly, he wasn't that easy to kill as human. Any other man would be nursing a shattered knee from that practiced kick.
Can't you give me a chance?
No. He seemed startled by that.
Can't you even try?
No.
Can you tell me you feel nothing for me?
I felt for the dragon who rescued me, took care of me.
And the man?
She shook her head. I don't know what I felt for him. You. Whatever. For the first time, she was lying. She knew exactly what her feelings for the man were. Lust. Pure, simple, and quite exquisite. But she couldn't tell him that. She could never admit that to him now. Even as she had to cross her arms in front of her chest to hide her hardening nipples or that damn distracting pulse coming from between her thighs. No, she could never admit any of that to him. But when she glanced up at him, she realized he already knew, just by the expression on his handsome face. Fargus moved to her again so that he stood in front of her. Brave man, she thought with intense bitterness. He looked down at her, then lowered his head until his forehead rested against hers. He didn't try to kiss or grab her. He simply rested against her, and it felt wonderful. She stood stock still, wondering exactly what he was up to until she heard him whisper,
I'm so sorry, Anwell. Please. Please forgive me.
No, he wouldn't get out of this with a simple apology. Not in a million years. Even with an apology as sweet and heartfelt as that. There is nothing you can ever say or do that will make me forgive you, she whispered back. He pulled away from her and stared. She wondered what he was thinking, but she wasn't expecting the grin that spread across his face.
Was that a challenge, Lady Anwell?
Her face grew hot as she pushed away from him. It was most certainly not. She scrambled away from him, scooting around the table. He stood on the other side, his hands resting against the hard wood.
It sounded like a challenge.
It was not a challenge, but a statement of fact. I will never forgive you.
Challenge.
Stop saying that. She tried to look away from him, but she kept seeing his gloriously naked body. But when she looked up into his eyes, she kept seeing him, his soul, staring at her. She moved around the table again, and he slowly followed, every muscle moving, anticipating the chase. He looked at her, and she found herself marveling at how long those black lashes of his were.
I bet I can make you forgive me.
Damn him to hell. She hated him. She hated him with every fiber of her being, but her damn treacherous body responded like never before. She kept forcing herself to move away from him, but it became harder and harder, especially when all her body wanted to do was climb onto the wood table that separated them and let him climb onto her. I'm not going to do this, she cringed. That probably would have sounded a lot more convincing if she weren't panting when she said it.
Do what?
Stop it.
Stop what?
You know, most men try not to get me this angry. He stopped, his dark eyes burning into her very soul.
I'm not most men. I'm not a man at all."
And that's when Anwyl charged for the tent opening, but he caught hold of her before she could even get within arm's length of it. He pulled her to him, her back against his chest. He snatched the sword from her hand and tossed it across the tent. He leaned in close to her ear while the hand on her waist skimmed under her shirt.
"Forgive me, Anwyl."
"No." His free hand pulled her long hair out of the way, his fingers brushing against the skin of her throat, causing her entire body to shudder. Her damn, treacherous body. Then his hot mouth was on her neck, his tongue running along the side. The hand under her shirt went right for her bindings, gliding under them, pushing them out of the way. It felt like her head and her body were completely separate. Her head kept screaming at her to pull away, telling her to make him stop, while her body ignored her head. Instead, her body did things like reach her arms back so she could dig her fingers into his hair, while also stretching the entire length of her taut so his fingers against her swollen breasts would feel that much more wonderful. She hated her body. Hated its weakness. Clearly, her body only thought about her immediate pleasure and not what this would all mean later. No, only her poor head thought about that. He gripped her nipples with both of his large hands as he gently bit the flesh at her throat. He let the bite get a little harder, and Anwyl realized with horror that she rewarded his actions with a moan.
"Forgive me, Anwyl,"
he said again, his voice a dark, husky whisper in her ear. She knew she should just say it and get it over with, but she wanted him to make her say it, and he had a way to go before that happened. Never. No female had ever made him feel this way, dragon or human, but Anwyl stood apart from the others. She wasn't dragon, she wasn't human. She was something more. She was his. He pulled the shirt off her body and tore the bindings from her back. He turned her around, his gaze immediately falling on those breasts that he so loved. He gripped her close, leaning his head down, sucking a nipple into his mouth. She moaned and leaned back, both her hands in his hair. He ran his tongue over the already hard nipple again and again, teasing it, teasing her. Her grip on his hair tightened.
"Say it, Anwyl,"
he demanded against her hot flesh.
"Say you forgive me."
No. He slammed her against the wood table and ripped the breeches from her body. She let out a startled, hungry gasp, and he leaned into her, running his tongue up her neck until he reached her mouth. He swiped his tongue along her full bottom lip. She leaned up, capturing his mouth in a searing kiss. Her tongue sliding along his teeth, gliding along the inside of his mouth. He ran his hand down her body and between her legs. Her head fell back as he slipped his finger inside of her, slowly moving in and out.
"Tell me, woman."
"Go to hell." He jerked back, startled. She stared up at him, her eyes full of lust and challenge.
"Want it that way, do you?"
He pinned her to the table with his body while his eyes wandered around the room. As the leader of the rebellion, she received the best of what they could manage. That meant she had an actual bed, made of a solid wood frame. It wasn't very large, but long enough to suit her height. It would do quite nicely. In seconds, he caught sight of what he needed lying on the floor, conveniently beside the bed.
"Come on, then."
He gripped her wrists in one hand, stepped back, and pulled her up. She watched him with wary eyes as he dragged her to the bed. But when he reached down and snatched up a good length of rope that someone had been practicing knots on, she burst into laughter and began to fight at the same time. "Not on your life, dragon."
"You started this."
"No, I did not." He leered at her as he held her tight. Ignoring her struggles, he hauled her to the bed and threw her face down on the fur coverings. His knee, well placed, held her down. "You bastard! Let me go!"
"No."
He mimicked her recent simple delivery as he took her wrists, bound them securely with the rope, and tied the end of the rope to the wood frame. "Fargus, let me go! Now!" He ignored her, instead crouching by the bed and running his hand along the entire length of her body. She closed her eyes and gave a shuddering moan.
"Tell me what I want to hear, Anwyl. Tell me and I'll let you go."
"No!" In response, he slapped her rear. Anwyl froze, her eyes wide in shock. Did he just slap her ass? As if in answer, he slapped the other cheek. She glared at him. "Have you Gone mad? He smiled at her, and she couldn't believe how beautiful he was.
Just forgive me, unless, of course, you want me to.
He raised his hand above her rear. Anwell snarled. How could she hate him and want him at the same time? How could she feel completely betrayed and still be having the time of her life? Fargus kissed her, taking her breath away as he smoothed his hand across her rear. He slid 2 of his fingers inside her. Already so wet and ready for him, her body offered absolutely no resistance. He began again to slowly move his fingers in and out of her, making her writhe on the bed. She closed her eyes and moaned. The man must have some kind of spell he used on her. Nothing, absolutely nothing, could feel this good on its own. Her body tightened as heat spread across her groin and up her spine. Then he stopped. Anwell's eyes flew open and she groaned in frustration. Don't you dare stop. He stared at her mouth.
Then say it. Say you forgive me.
She wanted him to finish, wanted him to bring her the pleasure only he could. But she would never give in that easy. Unable to speak for fear she'd start begging, she shook her head. He gently pushed her tangle of hair out of her face and stared at her. Her eyes boldly swept across his body, lingering on his erection. He growled in response, standing up. His body towering over her, Fargus placed his knee on the bed and leaned in, his engorged cock right by her mouth. Without a second's thought, she pushed her mouth onto it, taking in as much of it as she could until the head tickled the back of her throat. She began to deeply suck his shaft, while her tongue ran along the underside. His eyes closed, and he growled her name. Clearly, her mouth was a gift from the gods. There could be no other explanation for something that felt so wonderful. He let himself get lost there for several minutes, as she sucked and licked him. He pulled away before he came in her mouth, although the little moan of disappointment she gave when he did almost made him reconsider. But he wanted to release while buried deep inside her. Panting, he stood back and almost came just looking at her. Laid out on the bed, bound at the wrists, her body vibrated with her need for him. He couldn't wait any longer, whether she gave in or not. He had to have her. He knelt between her legs, pushing them up and under her so that he had a delicious view of her rear. He entered her from behind, gritting his teeth as her head dropped forward and she gave a guttural gasp. He moved in slowly, taking his time, ignoring her pleas and rude demands. He waited until he embedded his cock deep inside her, then he leaned forward.
Tell me, Anwell.
He panted desperately in her ear.
Tell me you forgive me.
No. He sank his teeth into the flesh of her back, and she bucked under him. He ran his hand down her body until he had his hand at her bottom. Then he slapped her rear again. Why do you keep doing that?
Because now it's getting fun. Besides, you wench, you're enjoying it.
No, I am not.
Liar.
His hand slapped the firm flesh of her rear, and she growled.
Now tell me you forgive me.
She took a moment to get her breath. Why? Why do you care? Fargus blinked.
By the gods. She doesn't know.
He smoothed his hand across her back as he nuzzled the back of her neck.
Because I love you.
Anwell's entire body started at the whispered pronouncement. Her dragon loved her. That's all she wanted to know. All she ever needed to know. She tossed her head back and looked at him, saw the truth in his eyes. Untie me, Fargus. He leaned forward and released her bonds. Once free, she pulled away from him. A moan escaped his lips as he slid out of her. She turned her body so that they faced each other. Anwell stared at Fargus, her hand brushing against his cheek and skimming along his chiseled jaw. Then she growled and punched him in the chest. You idiot!
Ow!
Why didn't you tell me that before? You're making me crazy. She punched him in the shoulder.
Stop hitting me.
She stood up and stormed away from him to the middle of the tent, her arms crossed in front of her chest. I thought I was finally going insane because of you.
Are you done?
Anwell stopped pacing, slowly turning to face Fargus. He leaned back against the bed, his long legs on the floor, his long erection at the ready. "Excuse me?" He smiled as his smoldering gaze swept over her.
"I asked if you were done. I mean, you can go on all day about how I wronged you if you like. Or you can come over here and let me make it up to you."
Anne bit the inside of her mouth to stop herself from smiling. Cheeky bastard. "I'm very wounded, you know. Devastated. May never recover from this."
"Come to me, Anne.
He held his hand out to her, a beautiful smile spreading across that gorgeous face.
"Bring that pretty ass to me."
Anne rolled her eyes, but went to him nonetheless. She took his offered hand. Fargus squeezed it as he gently turned her away from him. He grasped her hips and pulled her back to him, lowering her body until his hot shaft slowly entered her from behind. She gasped as he placed her on his erection, taking his time, moving slowly. Once she fully enveloped him, he slid his hands to her breasts. He gripped the nipples tight between his calloused fingers while he rubbed his forehead against her back and nuzzled her neck. Anne groaned, and she wondered how she ever thought she could give this up. Give him up. She realized she no longer had to worry about it. She had them both. Dragon and knight were one and the same, and he loved her. He nipped the nape of her neck and gripped her hips. He slowly moved her up and down his shaft, over and over until Anne felt sure she'd go insane. His tongue glided up and down the back of her neck, his hair cascaded over her shoulders and rubbed against her sensitive breasts. Anne placed her hands over his. She gripped them tight, digging her nails into his flesh. "Gods, Fargus, you're driving me mad." He chuckled against her neck.
"Too slow?"
She could only manage to nod.
"Then tell me what I want to hear."
She gasped as his hands tightened on her. She shook her head. She had no idea what he was talking about.
"Tell me you forgive me, Anne. Forgive me and I'll fuck you until you scream."
Hell, she'd forgiven him 100 times over. At least, she had in her head. But to verbalize it, right at this moment, when she couldn't even see straight, that was the real challenge. Yes?"
"Yes, what?"
She moaned. She was so close, so close. "Forgive."
"Forgive what?"
What an utter bastard. "You."
"Say it, Anne. Say it, because I can keep this up for hours."
Hours? She couldn't handle 5 more seconds of this, much less hours. She forced herself to concentrate, using the same skills she used in battle. "I forgive you, Fargus. I forgive you." Suddenly he lifted her off his cock and threw her back on the bed. He pushed her ankles up around her ears, slamming his cock into her. She gripped the headboard with both hands and growled Fargus's name. Already so close, it didn't take much more to push her right over the edge, and the growl became a scream as she exploded around him. Wood splintered in her hands, the headboard an unlikely casualty of their mating. His climax followed close behind, a savage groan torn from him as her muscles gripped him, attempting to wring every last drop from his body. They stayed locked together, neither moving nor speaking. Eventually he pulled out of her, gently lowering her legs. He stretched out beside her on the bed so she could nuzzle against him. Anne smiled as he kissed her forehead. "Now what, Dragon?" He ran his hand across her cheek. How close he'd come to losing her. The only thing he ever wanted.
"I think we have a war to win."
Anne shook her head. "No, I don't. I didn't." He kissed her mouth, and she stopped babbling.
"I know. I want to. Actually, I've been ordered to."
He grinned.
"Besides, I really want to see you go up against that brother of yours."
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure."
He reached down and pulled fur coverings from the floor over their entwined bodies. She settled in close to him, nuzzling his neck while he ran his hands along her back. He would help her win this war. Not for his father or the Queen, but for her. For his Anne. For the love of his life. Chapter 16. Anne's eyes flew open as the hand closed over her mouth. But once she saw Morfydd's blue eyes, she relaxed. Morfydd took several steps back and motioned for Anwyl to follow, then she quietly slipped out of the tent. Anwyl tried to move out from under the large, possessive arm slung over her waist, but it tightened, and Fargus snuggled into her back.
"Where do you think you're going?"
Smiling, she rubbed the hand at her waist. Just his low, rumbling voice gliding across her back had her wet and ready for him. Can't a girl have some time to herself? I'll be back in a bit. His teeth nipped her shoulder.
Better be.
She tumbled out of bed, grabbed a fur covering, and stepped out of the tent. She walked around the corner and found Morfydd impatiently waiting for her. What is it? She liked Morfydd, but she really wanted to be back in bed. Fargus's arms wrapped tight around her, his cock inside her, hard and ready. I need you to come with me. What? Where? I can't explain now. Here. She handed Anwyl her clothes. She had no idea when Morfydd took these, nor could she understand the secrecy. Morfydd, what is going on? I need you to trust me, but we need to get moving before Fargus comes looking for you. Anwyl put her clothes on while she watched Morfydd. You too, huh? Me too what? You and Fargus. I never noticed before, but you look a bit alike. He's my brother. Big family. Anwyl tugged on her boots, pulled her surcoat over her head, and wrapped a leather belt around her waist. Once dressed, she put her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. What now, Lady Dragon? Morfydd watched Anwyl address her lieutenants. True, she'd seen a side of Anwyl that these men never had. The wounded warrior struggling to live, the woman who loved her brother, and the warrior woman she'd taken as a friend. But she now saw why these men followed her. Anwyl radiated strength and determination. She was more than the leader of the rebellion. She was the heart of it. Move out tonight. We've gotten word that when the two suns rise tomorrow, Lorcan will attack the village. We can't let him get through, or he'll make for the citadel of O'Donoghue, and our women and children are there. Kill anyone that wears Lorcan's colors. No survivors, no prisoners.
And you?
Brastias asked. I leave with Morfydd. Now. But I'll be back by morning. Tomorrow, I will face my brother.
And what of...
The men shifted uncomfortably, unwilling to meet Anwyl's eyes. She smirked. And what of my dragon? Morfydd blinked in surprise. Anwyl wasn't even trying to hide her relationship with Fargus. Brastias cleared his throat.
Yes, Anwyl. What of your dragon?
Let him sleep. When he awakes, tell him that I will return by sunup. Not too hard, is it?
And are we safe around him?
Anwyl sighed in annoyance at the question, but Morfydd answered for her. Yes, you are safe around him. But when you tell him about Anwyl, I wouldn't stand around. I strongly suggest moving away quickly. Very quickly. Anwyl and her men stared at Morfydd. She shrugged at Anwyl's raised eyebrow. He is my brother. I know him well. The men, en masse, stepped away from her, all except Brastias, who stared at her. She realized that they were completely unaware that she, too, was a dragon. Don't worry. You're safe around me as well. She smiled, but only Brastias and Anwyl smiled back. All right, then. We're off. Anwyl stepped away from the large tables strewn with maps that she'd been leaning against. I'll see you all at dawn. Morfydd walked out of the tent, Anwyl behind her. Brastias's voice stopped them.
Anwyl.
The two females looked at him. He braved another smile at Morfydd before speaking to Anwyl.
Your weapons?
No. Morfydd shook her head. No weapons, Anwyl. Anwyl looked at Brastias and shrugged. No weapons.
Then please be careful.
Anwyl nodded and followed as Morfydd led her away from the camp to the clearing where she'd landed earlier. The girl stepped back as Morfydd shifted, shaking out her wings and mane of hair. You ready, Lady Anwyl? Anwyl grabbed onto the white mane of hair and expertly hauled herself up onto Morfydd's back. Aye, Lady Dragon. I'm ready. I just don't understand our brother. A human. Briac gave a great sigh, causing Gwainvel to roll his eyes in annoyance.
You don't know anything, Briac. She's different. Don't you really mean crazed, baby brother?
Gwainvel saw Morfid's white scale swooping toward them. He stood up. Both he and Briake were already in human form and dressed.
"You're just mad she slapped you around." Gwainvel looked at his brother. "Like a bitch."
Briake stood up. Slightly taller than Gwainvel, but still shorter than Fargus, he tended to be just as much fun to torture as their older sibling.
"I let her hit me." "You had to. Otherwise she would have killed you where you stood."
Morfid made one of her soundless landings and patiently waited while Anwyl dismounted. She shifted to human, and Anwyl wrapped a fur covering around her shoulders. He rushed down the stairs to meet them.
"Lady Anwyl."
"Gwainvel."
"Feeling better?"
She couldn't hide her smile or the blush to her cheeks. Now he knew what he'd always suspected. His brother was a brave, brave dragon. "Much, thank you."
"Good."
Briake now stood beside him, his arms crossed in front of his chest.
"Lady."
He nodded coldly to her, and Anwyl glanced between Gwainvel and Morfid. "I'm sorry. Do I know you?" Briake blinked in surprise.
"I am Briake, the Mighty."
Anwyl examined Gwainvel's brother over from head to toe. "Really?" she remarked at last. "Did you give yourself that name?" Gwainvel and Morfid choked back a laugh before Morfid pulled the girl away and up the stairs. "Come, Anwyl. We don't have much time." Briake sneered after their retreating forms.
"I hope the queen eats her marrow like pudding."
Gwainvel scowled. If those two became enemies, Anwyl and the queen, who knew who would come out the winner? They were both equally frightening females. Gwainvel jogged up the stairs, Briake closely behind them.
"Just remember, Briake, she almost took down Father, so we best hope they get along."
Anwyl thought they would travel for long distances across land. She guessed wrongly. Morfid instead went straight up, higher and higher, until they reached the crest of Devenalt Mountain, just above the clouds. It contained the court of the infamous Dragon Queen. Believed to be a myth, she, like Fargus, turned out to be all too real. And little did Anwyl know a whole community of dragons were always so close. They truly did keep their lives secret from humans. And now, here Anwyl was, a common bastard girl walking into the majestic halls of the Queen's court. As she entered the main hall with Morfid, all conversation stopped. The dragons all turned to her. They watched her, closely. Anwyl felt naked and alone. She wished that Fargus accompanied her, but she knew he'd never let her come. He wouldn't risk it. He wouldn't risk her. The thought brought a smile to her face, and she didn't notice Fargus's father until she practically climbed on top of the old bastard. Still in dragon form, his claw and tail freshly bandaged. His damaged snout smeared with some kind of ointment, probably to stop the bleeding. He glared down at her with those cold eyes, and Anwyl felt that desire to run again. But she wouldn't give the old bastard the satisfaction. "How's the claw?" she called up to him. Morfid gasped and seized her arm, dragging her up another set of stairs and into another hall. "Please try not to get yourself killed, Anwyl. Fargus would never forgive me." "I'll keep that in mind." As they entered the next hall, she again halted all dragon conversation. Instead, they watched her walk by. They all stare. "Yes, it's been hundreds of years since a human has been here." "You mean a human who wasn't brought here as a meal?" Morfid shrugged, but would say nothing else. "I see." A dragon walked toward Anwyl, and Morfid hissed at him. "Keep back, Kesleen." "I just wanted to see the pretty thing," the dragon announced to the room. "Oi!" Anwyl snapped. The last one who referred to her as a thing, Lorcan, she had every intention of killing soon. Morfid kept Anwyl moving, although the large dragon kept pace with them. "Don't be cute, Kesleen. Besides, she's with Fargus, and you remember what he did to you the last time you caused his displeasure." Morfid went down another flight of stairs this time, and the dragon Kesleen stopped, following, but he wasn't done.
"With Fargus? Really? Then why has he not claimed her?"
"Claimed me? Worry about that later, Anwyl." After several minutes, they stopped in front of another set of stairs. You dragons really like stairs. Up these stairs and inside. You know what to do. Anwyl nodded once, took a deep breath, and walked up the steps and into the Queen's chamber. The Great Queen tossed her mane of white hair out of her eyes and turned the page of the book she read. As she did, the chain linked to the collar around her throat rattled lightly, and she smiled. Then a familiar scent hit her nostrils. She sniffed the air. Fargus? She closed the book in her hand and turned, her chain rattling more. But it wasn't Fargus standing in front of her, but a tiny human. How cute. Bersilac sent her a little something to munch on. And who are you? She always liked to chat with her meals before disemboweling. You never knew what you might learn. The human female did not answer. She just stared at her. A typical response when humans saw her. She stood much larger than most dragons. She snapped two talons together. Hello? It came alive, clearing its throat. I am Anwyl. 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 I do not know an Anwyl. So are you my dinner? No. It took a step back. No, I'm not dinner. Let's never say that again. I am Anwyl of the Dark Plains. The Queen stared at it. Anwyl of Garvin Isle? Still nothing. It sighed. Anwyl the Bloody. You are Anwyl the Bloody? It looked slightly defeated. Yes. You are awfully tiny to be Anwyl the Bloody. I'm taller than most men. That simply does not impress me. Morfydd should have warned her. She should have let her know that she would be facing a being this large and imposing. How could the dragon before her be anything but a queen? She reminded Anwyl of Morfydd, her scales a glossy white, her mane the color of fresh snow, but she stood as tall and wide as Fargus, if not a little bigger than that. Is Fargus here? I smell him. Anwyl now wished she had bathed before leaving the campsite, but there hadn't been time. No, he's not here. She cleared her throat. That's me, you, smell. Intense blue eyes shifted, and the Queen leaned in closer as if to get a good look at her. You? He's been with you. A human. Whatever for? This was one of those times where Anwyl had a really crude remark at the ready, something that would include the word suck. But she kept her tongue in check, controlled her impulses. It wasn't easy. He loves me. Does he now? The Queen sat up, and for the first time, Anwyl noticed she wore a collar around her throat with a chain connected to it. The chain led to a stone wall securely attached to a thick metal circle. She frowned, but didn't have much time to think about it as the Queen moved closer to her. Whether he does or doesn't concerns me not. Why are you here? I must fight Lorcan of Garvin Isle in a few hours. I do not concern myself with the problems of humans. But my problem isn't human, lady. It's Aphiathen. Ah, yes. Bersilac told me of his involvement with your brother. Morfydd said you could give me some kind of protection. He will surely use Aphiathen against me. Are you afraid you'll die, human? Anwyl shook her head. No, lady. That has never been my worry. I worry that I will not be able to kill my brother before I die. That has always been my greatest fear. I know what he can do. He'll destroy all that oppose him, and Aphiathen will help him do it. I only need protection from Aphiathen long enough to kill my brother. After that, I don't care what happens to me. And what of Fargus? Fargus said he will fight with me. So you risk his life as well as your own. My life is forfeit, lady. All I care about now is killing my brother. He must die this day so that my people can be free. And I truly believe I'm the only one who can do it. Fargus can take care of himself. But if you die, what of Fargus? Anwyl shrugged, uncomfortable with these questions. He will find another, I guess. I don't know. The Queen snorted. You don't know dragons at all, do you? I never said I did. And if Fargus dies but you live, then what? Anwill's face tightened. The thought of something, anything, happening to Fargus caused her anger to vibrate right below her flesh. Her voice low, her rage barely contained. You best pray that never happens, lady. For if he dies and I live, then I will tear this world apart with my rage, and no one will be safe. I promise you that. The Queen watched Anwill for several long moments. You are an interesting thing. I think I understand what my son sees in you. Anwill swallowed. Son? You didn't know? Anwill slowly shook her head. Yes, I think all my children are quite unimpressed with their rank among dragons. Yes, apparently they are. The Queen smiled at that, and Anwill had to stop herself from running from the chamber. Her smile revealed a frightening display of what seemed to be hundreds of teeth, mostly fangs. The dragon moved to the other side of the cave, reaching into a tiny cavern. She dug inside, then came out with a small but shiny object. She walked over to Anwill and held the item out to her. Anwill took it from the Queen's white claw. She examined it carefully. A necklace, made of a strong but extremely thin silver-colored metal, twisted into an intricate design, the thin lines swirling around and through each other. Remove your shirt and put it on. It needs to be right next to the flesh. Anwill followed the Queen's direction, quickly pulling off her surcoat and shirt and placing the necklace right at the base of her throat. It lay flat against her collarbone and the top part of her chest, while two thin bits laced around her neck and clasped at the back. She redressed quickly, eager to be away as dawn and the fight for her people drew near. She prayed there would be no more questions. How does that fit, then? Anwill nodded. Fine. And this will protect me from Hephaestion? No, that will not help you. Anwill sighed in exasperation. Why waste her time putting on bits of jewelry? But before she could ask the question, the Queen cocked her head to one side. That will not help you with Hephaestion, but this will. Anwill looked up just as the Queen let loose a ball of flame that threw her from the chamber. Morfydd and her 3 siblings waited outside the Queen's chamber. Aver, the youngest brother, anxiously jumped around them. When are we going? When? Briac calmly looked at him. You ask that question one more time, and we're going to shave your head. Again. Aver sunk into a moody silence as Morfydd wondered what kept the girl so long. She risked Fargus's wrath by bringing Anwill here and taking her to the Queen. There was every chance the girl would not survive, but she had to risk it, and Anwill agreed. In her more than 200 years alive, she never knew a braver human, one willing to face the Queen of Dragons. And Morfydd had warned her that the Queen had no sympathy for humans. Anwill had laughed. Not dismissively, but after fighting off Bersilac, a lack of sympathy just didn't sound that scary to her. So she walked in alone to face the one being who could protect her or turn her to ash where she stood. Morfydd still had no idea which the Queen would choose. She gave up long ago trying to guess her moods and whims. All she could hope for now was that her fondness for Fargus kept the girl alive. The siblings stopped talking. They all heard it, the unmistakable sound of air sucked into lungs. They all turned to each other just as a ball of flame flew out of the chamber. It hit the wall and crashed against the floor. Oh, gods! Anwill! Morfydd and Gwainvel rushed over as Anwill rolled herself on the floor to put the flame out, but by the time they reached her, the flame disappeared. No, that wasn't right. It didn't disappear, it went in to her. Her skin soaked up the flame. Anwill, however, still screamed and rolled around, completely unaware that the fire was gone. Morfydd caught hold of her. Anwill! It's all right. After a few moments, Anwill stopped. She rolled into a ball and breathed in gulps of air, her entire body shaking. They all waited, silently, expecting her to snap out of it. But the Queen's voice called from inside her chamber. It's not over yet, my loves. That's when Anwill started screaming again, not in fear and panic, but in pure, unbridled pain. Get it off me! Get it off me! She ripped off her surcoat and the chainmail shirt and dug at the flesh on her throat and neck. Get it off me! Morphid hit the girl with a spell that knocked her out instantly. Anwyl fell back and Morphid looked closely at her.
What are those markings?
Gwainvel asked next to her. I don't know. Morphid ran her hand along the flesh and felt something right under the skin, something embedded in the girl's flesh. Something that she knew hadn't been there a few hours before. Within seconds, the markings turned a deep, rich brown, and Morphid gasped. The chain of Behak. Gwainvel stared in awe.
She gave her that?
Briac snorted in disgust.
The only reason she gave that to this human was because of Fargus. Well, she never liked you, Gwainvel muttered.
Amazing breasts, Avar noted casually. Would you control yourself? Morphid snapped at her oversized baby brother. She lifted the girl up. Help me get her clothes back on. We need to get her out of here quickly, and don't let the others see. The Dragon Court would find out about the Queen's gift soon enough. Her chainmail was scorched. Her hair was darker, the gold streaks that ran through it brighter, and her skin looked like she'd spent several days under the hot desert suns of Al-Sundar. But other than that, Anwyl lived. They dressed her quickly and stood her up. Gwainvel took one arm, Briac the other. Morphid muttered a counterspell, and Anwyl awoke, still screaming. Anwyl! She'd made sure to put a healing spell on her chest to stop the pain. She grabbed the girl by the face and yelled her name again. Anwyl finally stopped screaming. She looked around. Better? Anwyl's eyes latched onto her, and that infamous rage exploded around her. What did that bitch do to me? I heard that. The siblings all cringed and began dragging Anwyl down the stairs, ignoring the girl's angry protests. But when she shuddered and began to shake uncontrollably, they stopped. Morphid pushed the girl's hair from her face. You all right, Anwyl? After a few moments, Anwyl nodded. Gods, the girl carried some strength within her. More strength than even some dragons possessed. I'll be fine. Just give me a bit. Anwyl's eyes focused on Avar. Your hair is blue.
I'm a blue dragon,
he announced with his usual pride. Morphid rolled her eyes. Avar did love his blue hair. Anwyl glanced at Morphid. Another brother? Morphid shrugged as they went up another flight of stairs, meeting Bersilac at the top. He looked down at Anwyl.
So she survived.
Looks that way, father, Morphid answered, a little smugly. Anwyl, still supported by Gwainvel and Briac, raised her head and looked at Bersilac with narrowed, accusing eyes. Why is the queen chained inside her chamber? Morphid closed her eyes in utter embarrassment. For the love of... Bersilac's relationship with their mother never failed to either embarrass or annoy all their children. If she didn't know for a fact that they loved each other more than anything, Morphid would have divorced herself from the clan long ago out of sheer disgust. Her father grinned.
Did she complain?
Morphid and Briac exchanged mortified glances, while Gwainvel and Avar bit back their laughter. Anwyl shook her head. No.
Then what do you care what goes on between me and my mate?
Anwyl stared thoughtfully at him, then recognition dawned. Oh, by the gods! Time to go. Morphid started moving again. The suns will rise soon.
Yes, all of you must be off.
Morphid stopped and looked at her father. All of us? She'd already talked her brothers into helping Fargus, but they were planning to do it without Bersilac's knowledge. Now it seemed their father finally realized the danger of Lorcan and Hephaioth Hen winning this battle, and perhaps the sibling war.
Aye, you can't let your brother fight alone with some humans. You all must go with him. I will stay here with the queen.
I bet you will, Anwyl muttered under her breath. The siblings exchanged glances as Bersilac began pushing them toward the exit.
Go, now. You haven't much time.
Wait. Morphid watched as her younger sister, Kita, in human form, ran toward them. She wore a beautiful gown, probably given to her by some noble who thought her a sweet maid before he took her to bed and found out otherwise. Well, perhaps a noble, his brother, and his cousin took her to bed, all at the same time. Slut? Sorry I'm late. What are you doing here? Daddy asked me to come. She gave a toss of her long red hair before smiling up at Bersilac, who smiled back and patted her shoulder. Daddy asked me to come. Morfydd mimicked brutally. Her sister sneered at her, and she wanted to kick Daddy's little princess in the face, but Anne Will's voice stopped her. Exactly how many are in your family? Too many, all the siblings answered at once. Chapter 17. Danelin lived the first 9 years of his life in Garvanil's dungeons. He'd been battling the troops of the Isle since he turned 12, and learned to fear nothing besides the siblings' wrath, which all men of any intelligence feared. Until the day the black dragon landed in the middle of their camp. For the first time he learned the meaning of true fear. Seeing the black talons of the beast touch down, watching the mighty horned head turn slowly as it watched the troops surrounding it, hearing it roar Anne Will's name, he thought he would never experience fear quite like that again. He turned out to be very wrong. Standing across from a dragon who had shapeshifted into a man and explaining to him how his lady-love left, but don't worry, she'll be back soon enough, introduced him to a whole new world of fear. Especially when the dragon stood naked across from him and Brastias, big arms crossed in front of a big chest, big legs braced firmly apart, and most disturbingly, black smoke curling from his nostrils. Luckily, they had already sent the troops ahead. But the two suns were rising, and he needed to get Brastias to the village. Someone needed to lead, since they really had no idea when Anne Will would return. Although he and Brastias had no intention of telling the dragon that. Of course, now they realized they should never have told the dragon about Anne Will while his big body blocked the exit. Now he stood between them and the way out of the tent. And the dragon wasn't moving.
So, you just let her leave?
Danelin exchanged glances with Brastias. Brastias raised an eyebrow.
Perhaps you haven't actually met Anne Will the Bloody, but you don't let her or not let her go anywhere. You just stay out of her way.
Danelin forced himself not to cower as the dragon growled in displeasure. He watched the two humans stare at him. Brastias looked annoyed. The boy looked like he might start screaming at any second. He knew he shouldn't take his anger at Anne Will out on these two men, but they were here, and she was not. The last thing he remembered was her slipping that lovely body out of bed with whispered promises to return quickly. He awoke several hours later to the sounds of Anne Will's troops moving out. He also discovered his bed cold and no sign of his woman. A feeling, he found, he did not relish. By the time he dragged his human body out of bed, most of the troops were gone, leaving Brastias and the boy. He cornered them in one of the supply tents and refused to let them go. Their cavalier attitude about Anne Will's disappearance with his sister did nothing but raise his anger. Where Morfydd may have taken her, he could only guess. But if he guessed right, his sister would pay.
She's not our responsibility, dragon, nor is she yours.
He had to admit, Brastias turned out to be a lot braver than he thought. The boy, though, didn't look like he could handle much more. But he wasn't done with them. Soon he would start threatening body parts, but a hand on his bare shoulder stopped him. There you all are. Anne Will smiled. Everything all right?
Fargus scowled. No, everything's not all right. Where the hell have you been?
Discuss later. Fight war now. Obeying a motion of her head, Brastias and the boy quickly left. You better not have been terrorizing them.
Anne Will.
He caught her arm.
What's going on?
He looked at her face and wondered what was different. The two suns had just begun to rise. Darkness still filled the tent, so he couldn't see all that clearly, but he knew something had changed. Later. Right now my people need me, Fargus. She reached up and kissed him lightly. Trust me. He brushed his head against her cheek and breathed in her scent.
Try not to get yourself killed, Anne Will.
She laughed. Why do all of you keep telling me that? He kissed her, long and deep, until she pulled away. He enjoyed the fact that it seemed to be a struggle for her. We, better go. She stared at his lips for a moment longer, then, with a deep sigh of regret, stepped away from him and through the tent opening. He followed, but stumbled upon finding his siblings waiting for him. All his siblings.
"Took you two long enough,"
Briake snapped.
"What exactly were you two doing in there?"
Gwainville smirked. "Big brother!" Kita spread her wings wide, completely blocking out Morfydd. Morfydd slammed her claw down, causing the ground to shake. "You do that one more time, Kita, and I'll start taking pieces of you right here."
"Let's go, let's go, let's go!"
Aver took off and continued to swoop around the group.
"Come on, we'll miss all the best kills."
Fargus glared at Anwyl. She backed away from him with a shrug. They wanted to help.
"When we're done with your brother, woman, we will discuss this."
Promises, promises. Anwyl leered as she quickly strapped her swords to her back, leather gauntlets on her wrists, and tied her hair back with a long leather strap. Fargus walked out into the middle of the campsite and shifted, doing his best to ignore his squabbling kin. He shook out his mane and turned to Anwyl as she secured her swords to her back.
"Lady Anwyl."
Anwyl finished adjusting her weapons. "Lord Dragon?"
"I think it is time we make you queen."
Anwyl nodded once and smiled. Brastius rolled on his side, avoiding the warhammer aimed at his head. He stood and brought his axe up, splitting the man from groin to neck. "Behind you!" Brastius didn't turn, but swung his axe back and up. He took off a soldier's sword arm, then turned to finish the man off. Prying his axe from the man's corpse, he glanced at Danilin, who called the warning.
"Where is she, Brastius?"
The warrior called over the din of battle.
"She'll be here."
"Well, she and those dragons better be here soon."
"Why?"
Danilin pointed to the sky, and Brastius turned to see why the color drained from his lieutenant's face. It wasn't just that it was a dragon, or that Lorcan rode him, but the fact that they were not alone. 8 other dragons flew with them, geared for battle. Brastius cringed. Things just became more difficult. As they flew toward battle, Fargus gave explicit instructions while Anwyl clung to his back.
"Lorcan belongs to Anwyl. Ephiathan is mine. Kill everyone else who wears Lorcan's colors. Understand?"
"Wait, is that it? Has our brother no words of wisdom before we go into battle?" Gwainville demanded with sarcasm.
"As a matter of fact, I do. Don't get killed."
Morfydd and Kita laughed as they moved out, his 3 brothers following.
"And Anwyl, remember what I told you."
"Protect my right side?"
"No."
"Faint with my left?"
"No."
"Nice ass."
"No."
His growl of annoyance only elicited a sweet chuckle from his woman. "Watch my rage, heart of my heart?"
"Condescending cow."
Chapter 18. The ball of flame narrowly missed her, and she desperately clung to Fargus's neck and hair as he spun and dove down toward the middle of the battle. For several agonizing moments her world turned upside down, and she felt certain she would retch at any second, when the dragon thankfully righted himself. She didn't care what he said. She was getting him a saddle. As they neared the ground, she caught sight of Brastius. "There, land me there." Fargus dropped lower, plowed through a contingent of horse-mounted soldiers, and slid to a halt in front of a startled Brastius. Anwyl slipped off the dragon's back. She unsheathed both her swords and turned to her dragon lover. The two stared at each other.
"Stay well, Lady Anwyn."
"Stay alive, Lord Dragon." Fargus unfurled his mighty wings and lifted off into the air to join the battle already raging with the other dragons and his siblings.
"We're glad you're here."
Brastius stood beside her now, covered in blood, the majority of which she doubted belonged to him. "Sorry I took so long, my friend." She tested the weight of her blades. As always, they felt good in her hands. She was ready. "Where is he, Brastius?"
"Up there."
He pointed to a ridge where she could hear the war cries of men, but between her and her brother lay a battery of troops screaming for her blood. One soldier ran for her, the bloodlust having grabbed hold of his mind. She brought her 2 swords together, stepping aside as the man's head snapped off his body. Anwil smiled at Brastias. "Perhaps you should let me take this from here." She wondered what he saw on her face when she looked at him, because he visibly blanched and backed away from her.
"As always, Anwil, they're all yours."
Anwil smiled and charged in, killing all that stood in her way and did not wear the colors of her army. A bolt of lightning hit Fargus dead in the chest. He flew back with a roar. Leave it to Hephaioth Hen to find lightning dragons, purple beasts from the Northlands with awesome powers, but he already tired of the stinging pain their lightning caused. Plus, he knew they were singeing his hair. He could see Gwainvel coming up behind the dragon. He moved in again to distract him and barely missed the bolt the beast sent out. As the dragon reared back to send out another, Gwainvel wrapped his maw around his neck and held it. Fargus dived in and slammed his talons into the beast's groin and belly, ripping up. The dragon roared in pain as he lost his bowels over the battlefield, and when they released him, he dropped to the ground, taking out some of Lorcan's men in the process. The 2 brothers stared at each other. They got along at no other time as when they were in battle together, and Fargus finally admitted to himself it brought him joy that his family fought with him this day. The 2 brothers separated, and Fargus went over to help Morfydd. But as she dispensed with 2 dragons, one with flame, the other with a spell, he wasn't quite sure why he'd bothered. Then he saw Eivor tumble past him. He caught his brother's arm before he could fall to the ground while he hit the enemy dragon with flame, knocking the beast back.
"Eivor, are you all right?"
he demanded in the ancient language of dragons.
"Aye, brother. That bitch caught me by surprise is all." "Well, watch your back, pup. I'll never hear the end of it if anything happens to you. You she likes."
Eivor took to the air once again, going after the bitch dragon who had just tried to kill him.
"Morfydd."
Fargus flew to his sister.
"Hephaioth Hen, where is he?"
His sister closed her eyes and tried to reach out with her magic to find the dragon. Suddenly her eyes snapped open and she looked at her brother.
"What is it?"
Anwil. Anwil tore through her brother's troops. Most of them she beheaded, as was her way. She only wasted time with arms and legs when the head wasn't readily available. And she only took those limbs to slow the enemy down long enough so she could take the head. A soldier dived for her. She blocked his blow and brought her other sword down, cleaving off half his skull and silencing the man's screams. She turned as another soldier hoped to sneak up on her from behind. She gutted him, which she also liked to do, especially when her blade released the entrails. She realized with a smile that she truly did earn her name. She really was Anwil the Bloody, and proud of it. But she tired of wasting herself on these men. She wanted her brother. She wanted his head, and by the gods she would have it. She killed off 2 more soldiers stupid enough to get in her way, and then charged up the ridge, screaming for Lorcan. As she made it to the top, she slid to a halt in the wet grass. Lorcan waited for her with his dragon. She glanced behind her and realized that more of his troops blocked her escape. Anwil glared at her brother. "Afraid to face me yourself, Lorcan?" He wouldn't even meet her eyes. "Can't you answer me, brother?"
"You can direct your questions to me, Lady Anwil."
She looked at what could only be Hephaioth Hen. Unlike Fargus and his kin, she saw no beauty in this beast, no sense of grace or elegance, just a cold-blooded killer. His dragon body appeared almost skeletal, his color a sickening maggot white, his dragon eyes a pale, watery blue. Just looking at him made her skin crawl. "Are you ruler of Dark Plains now, Hephaioth Hen?"
"I am merely counsel to Lorcan."
"And what has been your counsel to my brother?"
"That he should not waste his time killing you. He should leave that to me."
Anwil stilled her panic. The queen supposedly gave her a gift that would help her fight Hephaioth Hen. She had no idea what her flames would do, but she prayed that the queen really did help her. She prayed hard. For although she could hear Brastias calling to his men, hear them battling to get through the line of troops separating her from them, she still knew. She knew as Hephaioth Hen reared back to take in a lungful of air that they would never get to her in time. She looked at her brother. "No matter what happens, this isn't over, brother." Fargus flew as fast as he could. Morfydd doing her best to keep up with him, calling his name. He ignored her. Morfydd saw the ambush. An ambush for Anwyl only. As strong as she was now, she would never be able to face Aphiathen down. Never be able to win against him. He wasn't just a dragon, but a wizard as well. His flame, like Morfydd's on occasion, would be rife with magic. But as he closed in on the ridge his woman now stood on, he could see he wouldn't be in time. No matter how fast he flew, no matter what he did, he would lose her. Brastias couldn't clear the enemy troops and make it up the ridge before the foul beast sent a blast that completely covered his leader in a white-hot flame. And no ordinary flame like the one he saw her dragon lover spew, but something different. And seemingly a waste of magic considering she was just a girl. But when the flames and smoke cleared, there she still stood. Her eyes shut tight, her face turned away. Everything as it should be, even her chainmail and surcoat. Brastias stopped. That wasn't possible. There should be nothing of her left. Not even ash. He saw the dragon rear back in confusion as Anwyl slowly opened her eyes and looked around. She most likely expected to see those of her ancestors welcoming her to the next world. Instead, her eyes focused on a startled and a little bit disturbed Brastias. She grinned and wiggled her eyebrows at him.
"She's bloody mad,"
he whispered, as she swung around and looked at the dragon. "Did you miss?" she asked sweetly. The dragon looked as if he were about to answer, but he never got the chance. Fargus swooped down and snatched him up, the beautiful Morfydd right behind him. Brastias threw himself back into the fray, but not before he heard Anwyl address Lorcan. "I guess it's just us then, eh, brother?" Lorcan smiled. Things had turned in his favor. He knew he couldn't battle Aphiathen on his own. He'd killed dragons before, but Aphiathen wasn't just a dragon. He was something completely different, unnatural, unholy, evil. But with Aphiathen off battling his own kind, Lorcan could finally do what he'd wanted to do since the day the little bitch became part of his life. He would kill his only sister. Lorcan brought his blade up and charged. Anwyl dodged the blade, slicing her brother's back as he passed her, but the blade barely touched him. He swung around to face her again.
"You've become fast, little sister," he openly leered. "Did the dragon teach you that before he pushed you to your knees?"
The siblings shadowed each other, moving slowly, purposely, waiting for the other to make the next move. Anwyl knew exactly what her brother was doing. He was baiting her. And it would have worked a few weeks ago. "He taught me many things, brother, although I think it is you that has become the bitch of a dragon. Did Aphiathen make you moan as he took you?" Lorcan began to growl, but quickly it became a full-blown roar. He attacked, a straight thrust to her belly. Anwyl parried with one blade and slashed his midsection with the other. She danced back away from him. Her brother looked down at the blood seeping from under his garments. Anwyl knew the damage was slight, but Lorcan's shock went to the fact that few ever came that close to striking him before. And that's when she knew she had him. His rage exploded out, surrounding her. She knew she should be scared, or angry. She felt neither. His anger calmed her, soothed her. She knew the control belonged to her, while he drowned in his own rage. She stayed on the defensive, letting him come to her. He attacked again, this time swinging at her neck. She blocked the blade and slammed her body into him. Lorcan stumbled back. He righted himself quickly enough, though, and brutally backhanded Anwyl. Her body flew several feet before landing. Yet her dragon had hit her like that before while training, so she barely felt Lorcan's fist. She scrambled to her feet before he ever reached her. After fighting Fargus, Lorcan's moves seemed slow and blocky, not the fluid movements of her dragon. Suddenly, she couldn't understand what she'd so greatly feared all these years. Hell, she'd faced Bersilac the Great and almost destroyed him. Was her brother really that much of a challenge? She found herself getting calmer, seeing his moves long before he ever made them. She could also see his rage burning through his body. He wanted her dead so badly his attacks became sloppier. Soon, blood covered him, and none of it belonged to her. Fargus took Aphiathen up toward the suns, his talons digging into the soft white underbelly. He no longer had the protective scales of their breed.
What did this dragon do to himself?
Hephaestus spat out a spell, and an almost unbearable pain racked Fargus's body, a pain that came from within. Now he saw that the beast gave parts of himself for the magic that coursed through his veins, the magic that Hephaestus now used on him. But Fargus wouldn't let the bastard go. He'd only go after Anwyl again. He couldn't risk that, so he kept his claws dug deep into Hephaestus' flesh and held on. Another wave of pain tore through Fargus's body. He roared, but his roar could never match Hephaestus' brutal scream. He opened his eyes to see that Morphid had attached herself to Hephaestus' back. Her claws dug in deep to the white flesh as she spoke a spell that set the beast on fire. And without scales, he had no protection from the unholy flames Morphid unleashed. "Now, Fargus, now!" Fargus dug his claws deeper into Hephaestus' lower body and opened him up from bowel to throat. Hephaestus screamed, a scream of surprise and utter pain. Fargus and Morphid released his body. The unnatural beast plummeted to the ground, vainly attempting to keep his entrails in and put out the fire that covered him. Morphid spewed another spell at the retreating form, and Hephaestus burst into pieces. Fargus glanced at his sister.
"That was a bit much, don't you think?"
She gave an innocent shrug. "I like to be certain." Anwyl saw an opening and took it. She lunged and thrust her blade into his thigh. Lorcan roared in pain and slapped her across the face, his gauntleted hand opening a slash across her cheek. She went down on her belly, and he straddled her from behind, his two hands going on her throat. His rage had him out of control, but she never thought he'd use his bare hands to kill her. She only had seconds before she blacked out. She pulled her dagger from her side and slashed backward. Screaming, he stumbled off her. Jumping up before Lorcan could recover, Anwyl turned and saw her brother's hand over his face, blood pouring from between his fingers. She'd slashed him across his eye. Quickly, not wanting to give him any time to attack again, she moved behind him while he kneeled on the ground, cradling his bleeding eye. Her father always taught her that if one destroys a man's legs, you've destroyed the man. Remembering that, she slashed the tendons on the back of Lorcan's ankles. She ignored his screaming as it intensified tenfold. Knowing that he couldn't walk or run, she kicked him in the back, knocking him to the ground. Anwyl straddled him, just as he'd done to her. Snatching off the strip of leather she used to bind her hair back, she pushed her brother's hands out of her way and wrapped it around his throat. She pulled the ends tight and ignored his flailing arms, keeping the pressure up. There would be no noble death for him. She would not take his head while he still breathed, as she would have any other warrior. He deserved no such courtesy. Instead, she gritted her teeth and kept up the pressure. Soon his movements slowed, and desperate, needy sounds came from the back of his throat. She waited until he dropped off unconscious, and with one strong pull she snapped his neck. She released him, and his lifeless body dropped to the ground. She realized that it took less time than she thought it would. The task of actually killing her own brother.
Anwyl
tore her eyes away from her brother's body and looked up at the looming form of her dragon lover.
"You need to turn the tide of this battle."
She glanced over the battlefield and saw that her men and Lorcan's were at a standstill, both sides fighting equally well, neither side giving up any ground. She nodded as she retrieved her sword. "You were right." Brastius raised his axe to cleave another man in two when he heard her voice, clear and strong, booming over the battlefield of the land. "Hear me!" On her command, they all stopped fighting and focused their attention on her. Even the enemy paused. She stood upon the black dragon's back as if she were born to be there. "I lead Dark Plains. I lead these troops, and now Garvin Isle belongs to me!" With that final screech, she raised her brother's head high in the air. Her men screamed her name as Brastius turned to the soldier before him.
"Now where were we?"
he asked, just before cleaving the man in two. Chapter 19. Fargus sank deep into the metal tub someone placed into Anwyl's tent. He let the hot water wrap around his human body, soaking the aching muscles. He would rather be back at his lake, but this would do for now. Besides, he would be home soon enough. Manuel? Morfydd entered the tent, but stopped short on sight of her brother. Oh, you.
Yes, me.
Where's Anwil?
Still celebrating with her men, I presume.
He closed his eyes and leaned back against the tub.
Did the family leave?
All except Gwainvel. He's enjoying the camp girls, I think.
That better be all he's enjoying.
Fargus growled out. Morfydd chuckled. He tried, but I hear Anwil handled it.
Does he still have his head?
For the moment.
Sister, I need to ask you something.
Yes?
How did Anwil survive the flames? Ephiathen's flames.
Well, Fargus jumped up and out of the tub, grabbing his sister by her arms and snatching her completely into the tent.
You let Anwil face her alone, didn't you?
It was a risk she was willing to take. Morfydd pulled her arms away and pushed her brother.
But not a risk that I was willing to take. Not with her life.
Fargus pushed her back. I feel no guilt for what I did. I had to protect her, and the family agreed.
I didn't agree.
We didn't ask you. She punched her brother in the chest.
But Anwil belongs to me.
He slapped his hand over his sister's face and shoved her. Morfydd stumbled back and glared at him. No, she doesn't. Morfydd smirked at him. You haven't claimed her. Fargus winced at that. His sister spoke true. Until he performed the claiming ceremony, Anwil was as unshackled as a virgin. You haven't marked her as your own, so she belongs to no one. Although the way Gwainvel has been looking at her lately, you never know. The siblings growled at each other. Then Fargus pulled his sister into a headlock. Ow! Let me go, you crazy bastard. He ground his knuckles into the top of her head.
You are the most irritating little... Anwil,
Fargus looked up as Brastius entered the tent, but he took one look at the siblings and walked back out. Fargus released his sister and shoved her away so she couldn't get in a good kick.
If anything had happened to her...
But it didn't. And maybe you didn't notice, but it saved her life. With that, Morfydd straightened up her robes, pushed her white hair out of her face, stuck her tongue out at her brother, and left. Fargus growled, smoke curling out from his nostrils.
Brat.
Anwil headed back to her tent. She'd grown tired of pushing Gwainvel's hand off her thigh every 10 seconds. Eventually, she'd just pulled his fingers back until she heard one of them give a satisfying snap. It angered him to no end, but after the past day, he really didn't worry her. She walked past rows of men feasting and celebrating. Still so much more work to do, but she let the men have their time. They earned it. And they would earn more still. Anwil knew that she must attack Garvin Isle and take possession of the castle before she would truly be queen. It galled her that she would have to return to a place she held with such contempt, but the seat of power for Dark Plains was Garvin Isle. She had no choice. And once done there, she would then have to defeat any and all that might still hold loyalty to her brother. Yes, she had much work to do, but tonight she would celebrate. Tonight was special. She slowed down to a stop and glanced at the front of the camp. There it stood, her brother's head on a spike. She smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction.
Anwil.
She looked around to see Danilin standing before her.
You're scaring the men.
Anwil looked at her troops. They'd stopped eating to watch her stare at the remains of her brother, and they did appear a little frightened. Sorry. He made to walk past her, but she stopped him. Nice work today, Danilin. He smiled proudly, nodded, and moved on. As she neared her tent, Anwil realized that no troops guarded it. That could only mean one thing. As she stepped through the flaps, she saw him lounging decadently in a high-backed chair. A fur spread from the bed wrapped around his long, muscular body. His long black hair recently washed, partially covering his face and chest. Her breath caught in her throat. She became wet at the mere sight of him. "Lord Dragon?"
"Queen Anwill."
This was the first she'd seen of him once the battle turned. He'd gone off to help his family finish off the enemy dragons, she to destroy as many of Lorcan's men as her troops could get their hands on. But war and sex had now become one for her, probably forever. She blazed through men, knowing that the sooner she completed her task, the quicker she could return to Fargus.
"A bath awaits you."
She glanced over at the huge tub. Since she still had her brother's blood in her hair, a bath might be a good idea. She moved to the middle of her tent and quickly removed the sheathed swords hanging from her back.
Slowly.
She looked up at Fargus. He watched her closely with those beautiful black eyes of his. The walls of her womb clenched, and it took all her strength not to launch herself at him. Instead, she slowly removed her surcoat, pulled off her boots and her chainmail, unbound her breasts and slipped off the material that covered her sex. When done, she stood there. His eyes roved languidly over her, taking in not only her body but every wound she now wore on it after the day's battle. He motioned to the tub with a flick of his eyes. She slipped into it and shivered.
"Cold?"
"A little." Throwing off the fur covering, he slowly stood and walked toward her. She studied his body as he came to rest beside the tub. Underneath all those long, hard muscles lay the heart and soul of a dragon. Her dragon. She licked her lips, her only thought, sucking his sweet cock once again into her willing mouth. Fargus crouched down next to her. He placed his hand in the tub between her thighs. She'd hoped he would touch her, but he didn't. His hand only rested there until she noticed that the water warmed up nice and hot. This dragon magic really did have its uses.
"Relax."
He coaxed her gently, and she did just that, leaning back into the tub, letting her head rest on the rim. Fargus poured water over her hair and soaped up her scalp. He washed the blood and sweat of the day from her hair and eventually her body.
"Comfortable?"
"Yes."
"Relaxed?"
"Very."
"Good."
Then Anwill screamed as Fargus shoved her head under water. He held her down for several long seconds as she fought to get that piece of steel he called an arm off her head. Eventually he released her, and she came coughing and sputtering back to air. "What in all that's holy?" He took hold of her shoulders and easily lifted her from the tub.
"Listen to me clearly, woman. Never face my family again without me. Ever. You are never, and I mean never, to risk your life like that again. Are we clear?"
Anwill pulled away from him and took several stumbling steps back. "No, we are not clear." She turned on him. "I did what I had to, and I'd do it again. And I'm not afraid of your family."
"Anwill,"
he warned through gritted teeth. "No, I don't want to hear it." She fought to get the strands of wet brown hair out of her eyes. "Do you have any idea what I went through today? In just one day, I stood in the dragon's flame. Twice."
"But I—"
"Quiet!" He stood there, startled into silence. "I also had to face that cold bitch you call a mother. I took my own brother's head, and I was forced to break your brother's hand because he wouldn't stop touching me." Fargus broke out in a grin, and she stopped her tirade. "What?"
"You broke his hand."
He couldn't help but laugh. "Well, it was more like a finger, but the way he carried on you'd think I'd broken his entire arm." Fargus laughed, hard, and eventually Anwill smiled. What the hell was he going to do? He loved this woman, loved everything about her, wanted her as his mate. But she had a kingdom to run, allies to forge, enemies to crush. He already saw the fear in the men's eyes. They'd witnessed her dance with the dragon's flame, a dance she'd survived, and they all knew she'd taken him as her lover. His presence would do nothing but put her safety at risk. "What are you thinking, dragon?" He shook his head and moved to her.
"Nothing,"
he whispered as he slipped an arm around her waist. "Still lying, I see." She pulled away from him. He sighed.
"What, Anwill?"
"You're planning to leave, aren't you?" How she knew these things he'd never know.
Look, you have a kingdom to—
Horse shit.
What?
He told me you'd come up with some noble horse shit about me having to defend my kingdom and no one able to accept the two of us.
Gwainvel,
he growled angrily.
Anwyl, it is for your—
You have two choices, dragon, she cut in smoothly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
And they are?
Claim me now, or let me go forever. He'd kill his brother for his big mouth.
You don't even know what that means.
Yes, I do. He wanted to claim her, to make her his own. Yet he planned to wait until she'd secured her reign. And if, after that, she still wanted him—
No, you don't.
I know I'll not waste my life waiting for you. That stung, more than he wanted to admit.
I'm not asking you to.
Really? You're not?
No.
So I can take any man right now and you won't care.
If that's your wish.
He bet a lie that size could kill him. Well, any man won't do, she mused softly. But I think Gwainvel is still here. She grabbed a fur covering and headed toward the tent flap. Fargus seized her by her arm and swung her around.
That's not funny,
he growled. Fargus, just admit it. You'd kill any man or dragon who came near me. He wanted to say no. He wanted it to be the truth. But they both knew better.
I would.
She leaned into him, her breasts against his forearm. He closed his eyes as her hand ran down his chest, his hips, finally grasping his shaft in her hand. She ran her fingers over the veins and ridges, her thumb circled the head. Then claim me.
No.
She angrily released what had now become a healthy erection. Why?
Because it would be clear to all that you are mine, that your love and loyalty belong to a dragon.
And?
Could you at least act afraid?
The only thing I feared has his head on a spike outside my camp. Now my fear is of living the rest of my life without you. Fargus stared at Anwyl. Just that morning the woman bravely took the queen's flame, a flame imbued with the most ancient of magics. And until her death, Anwyl would always be immune to any dragon's fire. But he knew his mother well enough to know she didn't make it easy on the girl. Anwyl's back and side were probably covered in dark bruises. The old bitch probably knocked her right out of her chamber. His eyes glanced briefly at the mark clearly defined on her chest. It was burned into the tan skin above her breasts. She now wore the chain of Behak as well, and would for the rest of her life. It would always be there right under her skin. One of the most powerful gods-created items a dragon could bestow upon a human. The chain of Behak could extend the life of the wearer, but only if her heart remained pure and her love true. Her love for the dragon. Otherwise it would be a fiery and painful death that would last days. He touched the mark, and Anwyl winced, her skin still sensitive. Anwyl loved him. She wouldn't have survived if she hadn't. Yet he couldn't let that change his plan. He wouldn't put Anwyl at risk until she secured her reign. Of course, that didn't mean Anwyl would make it easy on him.
Anwyl.
I grow tired of this, and of you. She snatched her arm away from him, taking several long strides to the wood table in the middle of her tent. Already she moved like a queen. The humans would be lucky to have her as their sovereign. Claim me now, dragon. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, the fur barely covering her at all. Or go, and never come back. He knew what he should do. He should walk out of her life forever. He should let some nice human boy take her. Some nice human boy he would have to kill for touching the woman he loved. With a sigh, Fargus went and stood in front of her.
You are a mad bitch, Anwyl the Bloody.
What other woman would put up with you, Fargus the Destroyer? Fargus leaned down and kissed the top of Anwyl's head to prevent himself from laughing.
You are a strange woman, Queen Anwyl.
He brushed his cheek against hers. So I've been told. His hand slid under the fur covering, gliding along her waist, her back, her rear. He heard her breath catch as she leaned into him. "Don't make me wait, dragon. Claim me now or let me go forever."
"Are you sure, Anwell? Once this is done, there will be no going back."
"I've made my decision, dragon." She let the fur covering drop to the floor. "But make sure it's what you want. Do me no favors." He gripped her around the waist and easily sat Anwell on the wood table. He kissed her forehead, then her neck, as he grasped both her forearms in his hands. He leaned in and kissed her luscious mouth as his grip on her arms became tighter. Anwell stared at Fargus and wondered what he was doing. He stood quietly, holding onto her forearms as if he were afraid she'd run away. But that wouldn't happen. She wanted this and him more than anything. But maybe he'd decided he just didn't want her, that he'd rather spend his long life with a dragon as a mate. Gwainvel led her on this course, damn him. The drunker the dragon got, the more she realized how much he actually cared for his gruff older brother, even as he tried to put his hand on her rear. Then Morfydd confirmed it. The two of them planted themselves on either side of Anwell and told her that if she wanted their brother, she'd best get him to claim her this night. Otherwise he'd leave, thinking he did it for the right reasons. But maybe they were wrong. Maybe he didn't want her at all. Not for any length of time, anyway. Anwell winced. The grip on her arms hadn't tightened, but pain still slashed across her flesh. Her fists rested against his chest, and she felt his deep, even breathing against her skin as her agony became more intense. The pain reminded her of when she burned her hand over an open flame or got too close to a bubbling pot. It went through her skin, right down to the flesh and bone beneath. She tried to stifle a yelp of pain, but she just couldn't. It hurt that much. She dropped her head against his chest, praying it wouldn't last much longer, when a warm jolt passed through her body. Her nipples hardened. Her sex became wet. Her breath came out in short gasps. She moaned as her entire body tightened. Fargus's erection rose against her in response to her body's call. Anwell gasped as another pulse of heat passed through her. Her sex clenched. Her legs weakened. She was coming. She didn't know how or why, but she was coming. And when a third wave of heat flashed through her body, she cried out. She came hard, her teeth biting into the flesh of his chest. Fargus kissed her then, his mouth brutally claiming hers, his tongue torturing hers with bold strokes. The pain in her arms receded and her spasms stopped. Fargus released her, and she glanced down at her forearms, saw burned flesh on both. The lingering after-pain made her wonder if they would ever heal.
"That is so every dragon knows you belong to me."
He kissed her again as he laid her back against the table.
"And this."
He kissed her breasts, her chest, her stomach.
"This is for me."
He lowered his head between her legs, his tongue swiping the inside flesh of her thigh. She clenched her teeth as a burning pain spread over the area. He did the same to her other thigh, and she gripped the table, her fingers digging into the wood. He breathed over the two areas, and the pain swept through once again. Anwell bit her lip to stop herself from screaming, but a low moan escaped as her body shook. Then his tongue speared through the folds of her sex, replacing the pain with sweet, deep pleasure. Her back arched off the table, but he gripped her legs and held her as his tongue dipped inside and around the swollen, hungry flesh. She forgot the pain as Fargus's talented tongue stroked her over and over again, bringing her closer and closer to release. Her hands clenched into fists. Her moans filled the tent. Soon she began to shake as her climax ripped through her, a loud cry torn from her heated body. Fargus gently gathered her to him, pulling her off the table and pressing her still shuddering body against his. Fargus whispered softly against her ear,
"Are you all right?"
Her arms hurt, the insides of her thighs were sore, and burns permanently marred her body. Yes, Anwell felt just fine. She wet her lips and took a deep breath. "Is that all, dragon?" Breathing hard, his cock hot and demanding against her, he growled,
"Not even close."
"Good. I was about to feel disappointed." Fargus's head brushed against hers as he breathed in deeply.
"You always smell so good, Anwell."
"I do?" At least, she hoped she said that. She wasn't quite sure. Fargus, slowly rubbing his head against hers, his long hair sliding across her naked body, completely distracted her. An innocent move, it still made her knees weak and her nipples tighten painfully.
You amaze me, woman.
Then finish it, she purred as she wrapped her arms around his neck, ignoring the searing pain the move caused her forearms. And keep me as your own. Apparently, he needed no further prompting. He turned her so she faced the wood table and ran his hands down her back, his lips following close behind, alternately nipping and sucking her skin. He licked any wounds she had, cleaning them with his tongue. She wanted to order him to get on with it, but she knew he would just make her wait longer. So she placed her hands, palms flat against the table, and wondered when she'd become such a bitch in heat. She'd lost all control around her dragon. Fargus wondered how long before she started barking orders at him. He grinned against her flesh. Anwil reigned absolute as the most demanding female he'd ever met, and every day she surprised him. Already she handled the worst part of the claiming, the branding not being for the faint of heart. Truth be told, he thought as soon as the process began she'd beg him to stop. At the first touch of heat on her arms, she'd panic and run. But he should have known she'd stay. She'd gritted her teeth and faced the challenge. But he never expected her to climax. Her whole body shook with the force of it, and she drew blood when she bit into his chest. The claiming differed from pairing to pairing. After all these years, his parents' notorious claiming still remained the talk of the court, but he knew what he needed from his Anwil, and as always, it would be his pleasure to get it from her. He pushed her legs apart and deftly entered her from behind. He wasn't sure, but he thought he heard her mutter, "About time." Already wet and so tight he felt like he might come before he even finished the first stroke. No other female ever made him so desperate, so hungry. He let his cock rest inside of her, and he waited. And waited. She lasted about 10 seconds before she pushed back into him. He slapped her rear. "Oi!"
"This is my claiming, wench, not yours. Try that again and we stop. For good."
He lied, of course. There would be no way he would ever stop taking her, fucking her any and every way he could. But he loved that growl of annoyance she gave when he taunted her. It made him harder. For good measure, and really just because he wanted to, he slapped her rear again. She glared at him over her shoulder, but she couldn't hide the rush of moisture or the way her muscles gripped his cock. She wanted him, needed him, which was good, because this night he would make her his own, so that she'd never forget it. She knew now that only one male could have ever claimed her. Only one dragon was strong enough to make her his and his alone. Any other male she would have left dead on the wedding sheets. But her Fargus was brave enough to take her, brave enough to burn his mark into her flesh, and brave enough to slap her ass. He never tried to tame her. He loved everything about her, including her rage, and he never tried to change it or make it go away. Fargus embraced it as he embraced all of her. He was her perfect match, and one day they would rule Garvin Isle together. Fargus moved inside her, slowly, taking his time, making her hungry for it. She cursed him, but it came out suspiciously like a moan. But by the gods, it felt so good. And she couldn't stop herself from moaning, gasping, saying his name, screaming his name. He brought his long, hard body over hers and kissed her shoulders, back, and neck. His hands slipped under her body and gripped her breasts, squeezing her nipples tight. She leaned her head back and he kissed her. He stood, lifting her chest off the table with one hand, while the other slowly found its way down to her dripping sex. He massaged her there, avoiding her clit, and she thought briefly that she might possibly have to kill him. She needed release, and she needed it now. She leaned back against him, her arms going back to wrap around his neck as he hungrily nipped her throat. She again ignored the pain in her forearms as his black hair rasped across the wounds. She didn't care, because at that very moment even the pain felt good. "Finish it, Fargus," she begged desperately. "Now."
"Tell me what I need to hear first, Anwil. Tell me."
Somehow she knew exactly what he wanted, what he needed, and she would not delay in telling him. "I love you, Fargus. I love you and I'm yours. There will be no other, ever." As if that had ever been an option.
"And I'm yours, Anwell, forever."
"Yes, that's wonderful," she barked dismissively. "Now finish it." He laughed. She assumed at the desperation in her voice. His cock thrust smoothly in and out of her as his fingers gripped her clit and firmly stroked the engorged nub. Her fingers dug into Fergus's hair, gripping the silky strands as the wave of heat spread across her lower back. She moaned desperately as her body began to shake. Heat tore up her spine, and her clit throbbed uncontrollably. The moan became a scream as the climax racked her body. He fucked her through her orgasm, but when her cries settled, he allowed himself to come with a roar, his seed exploding into her. The pair laid against the table, tiny spasms rocking their bodies, until Anwell looked back at him. "Fargus?" He looked asleep, his eyes closed, his breathing even and deep.
"Aye,"
he finally answered without opening his eyes. "So, is that it, then?" He smiled.
"Yes, Anwell, that's it."
She looked across the tent to the tub, then back at him. "That tub certainly is far away." He opened his eyes and glanced over.
"Aye, that it is."
"Think we can make it?"
"Leave it to me, woman."
He took a deep breath, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lifted her off the floor. He walked over to the tub, carrying her easily, his cock still buried inside her. With his free hand, he reached down and dumped the tub over, the used water splashing across the floor.
"Watch. Learned this from Morfydd."
He spoke an incantation in a language Anwell never heard before. In moments, the tub filled with steamy water. "Nice trick."
"I thought so."
Fargus stepped into the tub, still tightly holding Anwell in his arms. He lowered himself into the hot water and relaxed back.
"Of course, somewhere I may have just caused a drought."
"Couldn't be helped."
"Selfish bitch."
He kissed her neck, licked her ear, while his hands roamed slowly over her flesh, his shaft still buried deep inside of her. "You know, Fargus, you can let me go now."
"I know,"
he muttered against her neck, but his body seemed to have a plan of its own, as his hands did nothing but excite her, his cock hard again, growing in response to her moans. Anwell smiled. This was going to be a long night. Anwell forced her eyes open. Based on the shadows crawling across the dirt floor, most of the day had already passed. She'd probably missed luncheon. She didn't reach for Fargus. There was no point. He was gone. She didn't know when he left, but as soon as she awoke, she felt his absence. The dragon took possession of her body all night. A few times she'd wake to find him inside of her, making love to her until she climaxed. One time she thought she dreamed that she'd taken him, only to wake up to find herself straddling his hips and riding his cock until he exploded inside of her. But the last time he came to her, she knew something was different. He moved slow and gentle inside her, taking his time, giving her the sweetest experience she ever had. And she knew that when dawn came, he'd leave her. Tragically, she'd been right. Anwell dragged herself up to a sitting position, the fur cover slipping to her waist. She ached all over, and she did mean all over. Wounds from the battle littered her body, and her muscles and skin were sore from Fargus's claiming of her. Remembering the claiming, she glanced down at her forearms and froze. "Brastius?" In a few moments, her head battle lord strode into her tent, his eyes averted from her naked breasts that she didn't bother to cover. "Is Morfydd still here?"
"Aye."
"Fetch her." He didn't ask questions, he just moved. In a few minutes, Morfydd came in. She saw the look on Anwell's face and immediately became concerned. "What's wrong?" "Your brother's gone." Morfydd nodded. "Yes, I saw him this morning." "Why?" "He said you needed to do this on your own. You would be the one ruling these people. It was up to you to earn their loyalty. All he could do was bring their fear." Of course he spoke true, the bastard. Anwell pointed to the marks on her chest. The pain she endured made her hope it had some useful significance and wasn't merely the queen having a bit of fun. You never gave me a straight answer about this. That is the chain of Behak. It's now a part of you, like your skin. The marks will never go away. And it has extended your life 5, maybe 600 years. Perhaps a bit more or less than that. Hard to tell, really. Anwell stared at her friend. Oh. Well, that might be worth a few minutes of excruciating pain. She cleared her throat and held out her arms. And these? Morfydd took Anwell's forearms in her hands and studied them. She smiled. Fargus cleaned you last night, I see. Clearly, Morfydd slept somewhere else last night, since anyone within a league of the campsite could hear their exhaustive couplings. Yes. Now what are these? Morfydd shrugged. He branded you. Anwell looked again at the wounds. Last night, they had just been areas of burned skin. She assumed that once she healed, scarred flesh would remain. But that's not what she saw now. Instead, she saw a dragon brand on each of her forearms. The lines were dark, the dragons clearly defined, easily seen. Each dragon different from the other, both wrapped around her forearms. Otherwise, the flesh on her arms remained healthy and clear. He really branded you, Morfydd added. What does that mean? I've just never seen one so dark before, except my mother's. These lines are coal black. He said it would be clear that my love and loyalty was to the dragon. Your brother was not joking. Anwell blinked as she remembered all of the claiming from the previous night. She lifted the fur covering over her legs and sighed. Oh, honestly? Morfydd peeked over the fur covering and snorted out a laugh at the sight of Anwell's thighs. Dragons, larger than the ones on her forearms, clearly branded her flesh. He's more like Bersalak than any of us realized, Morfydd laughed. Well, I'll not wear a chain. I'll leave that to the queen. Morfydd leaned back, her smile revealing what a beautiful woman she was even with the scar. If you like, I could have some gauntlets made that would hide the ones on your arms, if you are feeling unsafe. Anwell shook her head. No. What are a few more scars, brands, burns? Besides, I'll not hide my loyalty to your brother from any man. She stood and headed toward the tub. And if one of them dares call me a dragon's whore, I'll take his head. She stopped and motioned to the tub. Now, can you do that trick with the water? Chapter 20. Brastias searched the castle for her. She kept disappearing on them, and once they found one hiding place, she would simply find another. 1 year had passed since Anwell took her brother's head and his place as leader of Garvin Isle and Dark Plains. For 6 months, she squashed rebellions as quickly as they rose. She also created alliances with other nearby kingdoms that hadn't been in place for almost a century. But once the battles stopped and Anwell's kingdom became peaceful, she seemed increasingly unhappy. It didn't take him long to realize that she was a wartime ruler, her leadership born of blood and struggles for ground. That was all she knew. But Brastias also knew that if Fargus had been by her side, she'd be much less restless. Yet the dragon never came for her, and she never returned to Dark Glen to find him. Morfydd, however, stayed by her side as counsel. With almost 250 years of knowledge trapped inside that beautiful body, she helped Anwell with the decisions involving peace and politics. Brastias did what he could, but it was Morfydd who kept Anwell from taking nobles' heads on a whim. An amazing dragon, that one. He'd just passed an unused bedroom when he heard a sound from the other side of the door. The sound of a turning page. Brastias walked back and pushed open the heavy oak door. He found her reading by a window, a lone candle the only illumination in the room. Anwell? What now? Her snappish tone increased as the months passed. We need you in the main hall. Why? Delegations are here to bring you tributes. Again? She sounded so annoyed he wasn't about to tell her the truth. Can't you do it, Brastias? I do not rule this land. Fine. She threw her book across the room and stormed past him. Once she was too far away to get in a good punch, he sighed quietly in relief and followed her. He cringed when he saw what she wore. Leather breeches, leather boots, and one of those damned sleeveless chainmail shirts she insisted on wearing, her branded forearms exposed for all the court to see. He thought about asking her to cover them with gauntlets, but he really liked his throat uncut, and he had every intention of keeping it that way. He thought of the upcoming evening and hoped that Morfydd had thought out this plan of hers carefully. Anwyl stalked into the throne room. Some of the nobles began to bow, but seemed to remember how much Anwyl hated it, and they stopped themselves. If she weren't so annoyed with the whole process, she would laugh. But she was annoyed. Very, very annoyed. Anwyl threw herself into the high-backed stone chair her brother and father once used as a throne. She hated it, and she only used it for occasions like these. "Lady Anwyl," Morfydd began, but Anwyl cut her off. "Can we just get this over with?" Morfydd nodded. "As you wish." Delegations from surrounding kingdoms began to come before her. They offered her a tribute of precious metals or gems, or presented something that meant a great deal in their land. But Anwyl also began to notice something else. Every last one of the nobles who came before her brought a son, a strong, virile, unmarried male. When the House of Arrans presented 3 sons, one of them a boy no more than 10 and 2 years of age, she'd had enough. "Excuse me." She stood up and walked over to Morfydd. "May I speak with you for a moment?" She didn't give the dragon a chance to answer, but grabbed her arm and dragged her out of the throne room and into a servant's hallway. "What is this?" Anwyl demanded. "What do you think? And get off me." Anwyl silently reminded herself that Morfydd was a dragon. She could decide to shift right now and take the whole castle with her. "I don't want this." "No one is saying you have to take any of them as a mate, but you should at least look like you're considering it. If they think one of their sons has a chance at being your consort, we've got a little more bargaining power." "Bargaining power for what?" "Grain from Karezek, lumber from Madrone. The list goes on and on. Do you not listen to our daily meetings about the state of your lands?" "Of course I don't. They're dead boring." "Not everything can involve bloodshed, Anwyl." "Can't you come get me when there is bloodshed? Otherwise, just leave me alone to read." Morfydd took Anwyl by the shoulders and none too gently shoved her back into the throne room. Grudgingly, Anwyl returned to her throne and let the painful procession continue. Eventually, she stopped looking at any of them. She sat sideways in the big chair, her legs thrown over the arm. She responded to each representative politely enough, but she could no longer hide her annoyance with the entire process. But when the heir to the House of Madrone strutted in with his entourage, she knew she'd about hit the end of her tether. The Madrone advisor made the announcement. "Lady Anwyl of Garvin Isle, the people of Madrone bring you their thanks and undying loyalty." Anwyl glared at Brastias and Morfydd, huddled together in a corner watching her. They both knew her feelings about Hamish Madrone, and how Hamish Madrone felt about her. Hamish stepped forward. "Lady Anwyl, it's been so long since we've seen each other." "Lord Hamish?" She gave a wave of her hand and prayed the torture would end soon. "Perhaps, lady, when you are done here, we can dine together and discuss the future of our kingdoms." Anwyl smirked at the sudden look of panic on Brastias's face. She knew what her old friend feared, and she delighted in giving him exactly what he expected. "No." A long pause followed as the Madrone representatives took in her short but direct answer. Hamish pushed. "I'm sorry, lady. Is there something else that keeps your attention this night?" "No, I just don't like you." Brastias rolled his eyes in exasperation. Poor thing, he didn't realize that the torture had only begun. "You were ready to force me into marrying you. You're lucky I let you keep your lands and your head." Hamish glared at her. "Besides, Lord Hamish, any attempt to seduce me to get my crown would only have my dragon hunting you down and killing you. And I'd let him." Hamish became very pale, and he didn't bother hiding his disgust. "So the rumors are true, then? You have mated with a dragon." "Very true. But of course, if it bothers you, Lord Hamish, please. Feel free to come and take my throne from me." Rhiannon landed and watched the men run for their lives. She really never tired of that moment. The panic on their tiny little faces, the sounds of their screams as they scurried off. She would have laughed, and maybe sampled a few of the delicacies, but she had a purpose. She needed to get that little human girl to get off her precious throne and return to her son. Any more time apart, and there would be war. Already she'd regretted her recent insistence Fargus come to the court. It cost Kathleen his life. It started with a simple, although admittedly crass, remark on Fargus's choice of mate. It should have led to a challenge between the two. But this time no challenge came. No warning. Fargus calmly told him to apologize. Kathleen wondered out loud if he, too, would enjoy betting the girl. And Fargus snapped the dragon's neck without a moment's pause. All court activity stopped. True, it wasn't the first time a brutal death happened in her court, mostly due to Bersilac's rage or parts of Gwainvel being where they should not, but this was the first time that Fargus had caused the problem. And then Fargus challenged any and all in the hall to take his rightful place among his clan. After seeing his hearty dispense of Kathleen, no dragon stepped forward. Not even his own kin would approach him. Later, Rhiannon spoke with her children, asking them about their brother. His siblings expressed worry about their brother's sadness, a word she would never use with Fargus. He wasn't as exuberant as Aver, or as lusty as Gwainvel, or as cocksure as Briac. He wasn't even brutish and grumpy like her Bersilac. Instead, he lived quietly and calmly. He only became upset when he couldn't have time to himself. He left the court earlier than any of her others because he couldn't stand the noise or his siblings constantly pestering him. And she let him go with her blessings. She prided herself on understanding all her hatchlings. She understood them better than any of them realized. She knew he needed to be alone. And even when he took the throne as king, he'd be the same way still. Nothing would change that. Or him. Then the chatty little human girl came along. Because of the girl, people now knew dragons could shift into human. Her sweet Aver, whom she always had such high hopes for, only spoke of mating for life with a human. A human. And her own daughter, heir to her magic and power, actually served the human female at Garvin Isle. In the beginning, Rhiannon became convinced that the girl seduced her son, and clearly the rest of her family, with her feminine wiles. At least that's what she thought before she met her. But she quickly realized the girl had absolutely no feminine wiles to speak of. A hard warrior who risked death so she could protect all her tiny human kin. Rhiannon even stopped referring to her as it the moment she took her flame. She screamed, true, but mostly because the pain was excruciating. But once the process changed her body, the girl had gone on to take her brother's head, become ruler of all Dark Plains and Garvin Isle, and still unite with a dragon. All in the same day. That still impressed Rhiannon. But now she had an unhappy son, and she blamed the girl. A year had passed. The female tamped down all forms of insurgence with her tiny but mighty fist, and now she needed to return to her mate. He'd claimed her. She now belonged to him. If the girl changed her mind, well, it would be in her best interest not to change her mind. Rhiannon's offer to Anwyl was simple. Return to Fargus now or suffer my wrath. She stalked through the castle, her children trailing behind her, Kida desperately trying to cover up her mother's nakedness with a cloak. Her children had arrived a bit earlier and were already dressed. They lived among the humans more than she, and she often forgot how much the humans' own bodies caused them such distress. She paused outside the throne room long enough to pull the cloak on, but stopped and halted her children at the sound of Anwyl's voice. "So the rumors are true, then?" A male voice snapped in disgust. "You have mated with a dragon." "Very true. But of course, if it bothers you, Lord Hamish, please, feel free to come and take my throne from me." Rhiannon exchanged glances with her children. Seemed she still might be underestimating the tiny human. Anwyl swung her legs off the arm of the stone chair and stood to her full height. She looked in the eye of each and every head of the houses before her. She tired of games and pretending. With all the houses present, the time now came to make sure everyone understood her reign and her. Perhaps this is as good a time as any to clarify the situation for all. That way there are no misunderstandings. Yes, the rumors are true. My mate is Fargus the Destroyer, the Black Dragon of Dark Plains. He is my mate and my consort. With him I shall rule. I understand if any of you have a problem with this. And please, feel free to try and take my throne from me. She lowered her voice to a whisper, but it razored across the silent hall like a shout. Please. She waited. When none stepped forward, she turned her back. But the flicker of Danilin's eyes alerted her. They'd weathered many battles together, and sometimes all you had time for was a look or one word. She knew exactly what he needed to tell her, and she moved with her usual speed and brutality. Anwell pulled the jeweled dagger Fargus gave her so long ago from her boot and, turning only her upper body, flung it behind her. The blade skewered the throat of a member of the House of Adaman, who wanted to kill her in the name of his people. A big man in full armor, he wore no helm, and Anwell's blade lodged itself right in his neck. His big body crashed to the floor, causing everyone but Anwell and her troops to jump. Anwell stared at him for a long moment, letting it all settle in for everyone present. Then she looked over the faces of the nobles. Anyone else? No one moved. I guess we are all clear now. She sat back on the throne, watching as Hamish scurried to the back of the hall. She glanced at Danilin. Are we done now? He leaned in low so only Anwell could hear him. There were to be 3 more, but I believe they may have run for their lives. That weighs heavy on my heart, Danilin, she muttered under her breath. He raised an eyebrow. I can see that, Anwell. All her original troops, from her squire to Brastius, still called her by her name only, without the formality of title, and she would not have it any other way. Anwell the Bloody. A voice rang out across the hall, startling Anwell and Danilin as well as the entire court. You speak of your mate, and yet you are not with him. Anwell's eyes narrowed as her rage began to flow through her veins like blood. It must have been on her face as well. Danilin stepped back from her, his hand on his sword, while Brastius and her troops moved in closer. Whether they were worried for her or about her, she did not know. She stared at the woman who stood at the large wood doors of the hall. Completely covered in a light blue cloak, she was the tallest female Anwell had ever come across. Not sure what business that is of yours, lady. Anwell wondered whether she would kill her slowly or just outright. The woman came forward, the cloak swirling around her bare feet. I've traveled far to meet with you, Lady Anwell, but I don't like to waste my time or bandy words about. And neither do I, so perhaps you should get to your point before I lose my patience. Anwell felt a hand grip her shoulder and looked up to see Morfydd beside her. Anwell, I'd like to present Queen Rhiannon of the House Gwalchmai Gwyar. Anwell cringed. What an ugly family name. She would hate to be stuck with something like that. My mother. The feeling to bury one's head in a ditch can be an overwhelming one, but Anwell fought it all the same. The Queen stood in front of her, as human. She snatched back the hood of her cloak. Snow-white hair tumbled down around her shoulders, and an expression of intense dissatisfaction rippled across her face. She didn't even seem to notice the gasp that went up from the court when they saw the mark of her own claiming, a black dragon brand that went from her jaw down her neck and disappeared under her cloak. But now Anwell understood why all Rhiannon's children were beautiful. As human, Rhiannon was absolutely stunning. Anwell looked at those who accompanied Rhiannon, a beautiful red-headed female who looked as innocent and sweet as any daddy's girl, and 3 males who were clearly brothers, all quite beautiful in their own way. The one with silver hair looked as if he appeared before her under protest. The golden-haired one openly leered at her, and the blue-haired one grinned so happily she could do nothing but give him a quick smile back. My point, lady, is that it is time to take your rightful place beside my son. Anwell took a deep, shaky breath. The bitch had just ordered her back to Fargus. Ordered her. Her hands clenched into fists as the rage welled up. She could control the emotion now, but that only made it more deadly. Gwainvel must have seen it. He shut his eyes in resignation. "And perhaps, lady, you should mind your own business." Morfydd's fingers dug deep into her shoulder as warning, a warning she ignored. "What goes on between Fargus and myself is our concern, not yours, and you need to remember that." She noticed Rhiannon's children desperately trying to get her attention while Morfydd came dangerously close to tearing her arm off. "Perhaps you forget who I am." "I forget nothing. And pray tell me, lady, how was your mate's tale?" At that point, Morfydd threw up her hands and walked back to Brastias's side, while Rhiannon's sons cringed and the beautiful redhead dropped her head in her hands. Rhiannon smiled, a disturbing sight to say the least. Unlike her children, her human teeth still resembled fangs more than anything else. "You know, Lady Anwyl, any woman strong enough to impale a dragon as mighty as Bersilac the Great should be strong enough to go claim what is hers." Interesting turn from the Queen. Anwyl expected her to rip her head off instead. At least, she expected her to try. "I appreciate your concern, lady, but I am at a loss as to why your son did not come himself and save me from his damn kin." "He foolishly fears that he will bring great risk to your safety. I now know there is nothing to fear. You are a deadly adversary. I doubt anyone here would dare your wrath. I know I wouldn't." Anwyl wondered for a moment if Rhiannon spoke these words just for the benefit of the nobles, but she doubted the dragon would be bothered. The female was dangerously honest, foe or friend. "But since my son is such a—" "Prat," Gwainvel offered. "Insidious harpy," Briac countered. "Concerned mate," their mother spat out between gritted teeth as she silenced them both with a glare. "I have a gift for you." Anwyl readied herself. The Queen may be honest, but Anwyl still didn't take anything she said at face value. Gift could leave her covered in blood and eyeless. "Really? I offer you my loyalty, and the loyalty of all dragons in Dark Plains." Anwyl wasn't sure what that should mean to her. "Oh, that's very, sweet." Morfydd returned to her side and leaned down to whisper loudly in her ear so all could hear. "In case you didn't know, that means if anyone ever tries to strike out against you or your throne, they will bring the entire dragon kingdom of Dark Plains and all our allies down on their heads. It happened once before, about 1,000 years ago. When the dragons were done, they'd wiped the land clean." A jolt passed through Anwyl's body as some of the humans in the hall began to inch their way toward the exit, and Hamish couldn't run fast enough. She wondered what he'd originally planned. Anwyl looked at Fargus's mother. "You give this loyalty to me, a human?" "Yes." "Because of Fargus?" "No. I give nothing to my children. It all must be earned, and you have earned this. You've done very well, without us, and without Fargus." She gave a bored sigh. "Simply put, you've impressed me, Anwyl the Bloody, and I do not impress easily." Thank you?" For once, Anwyl couldn't think of a thing to say. Rhiannon waved her hand dismissively. "Yes, yes." She turned away. "But my son awaits. Perhaps you best get that rump of yours moving." Rhiannon headed toward the exit. "I must go. Bersilac, too, awaits, and he is so impatient." "Need to get back to your chain, lady?" Morfydd and Kida coughed in surprise, while the brothers simply appeared stunned. Rhiannon glanced at Anwyl over her shoulder and gave the most sensual smile Anwyl ever witnessed. "Jealous?" Then she was gone. Gwainvel stepped forward. For the first time, Anwyl watched him get angry. "Woman, are you mad?" "Why does everyone ask me that?" "Well, you must have impressed her," Kida added. "I thought for sure she would tear out your throat." Anwyl remembered those white talons of the Queen quite well. "I kept thinking, what are we going to tell Fargus? Then I thought, who is going to tell Fargus? Then I thought we'd make Morfydd do it." With a vicious hiss, "Excuse me? Would all of you stop?" Anwyl wiped her hands on her leggings and stared down at her knees. She knew what she had to do. She looked up at the dragons. "I need a ride." Gwainville smiled. Relief seemed to spread through his entire body. He would never admit it, but Anwyl knew the dragon cared much for his brother.
"Thought you would. I can take you."
Anwyl raised an eyebrow. "Sure that is wise?" Gwainville shrugged.
"Good point. Briake will take you."
"I will not. I'll not have her smelling like me when she gets back to him. I like my tail."
"I'll take her,"
Aver offered happily.
"No,"
both his brothers snapped. "Honestly, you three are such idiots." Kita motioned to Anwyl. "Let us go, sister. I will take you. I have some, plans with a few soldiers near the glen." Anwyl shook her head as Morfydd snorted in disgust. All right." She glanced over her shoulder. "Brastius?"
"Yes, Anwyl?"
He stood beside Morfydd, trying desperately not to smile and failing miserably. "I must take care of something, Brastius. Think you and Morfydd can keep that grain and lumber moving until my return?"
"Of course."
He grinned.
"But we'll let you know immediately if there's any bloodshed."
Anwyl looked at him. "And that's all I've ever asked." Fargus stretched out by his lake, his jaw cupped in one claw, the tip of his tail making swirling patterns in the blue water. He sighed. A year since he'd left her the morning after the final battle with her brother. A year since he'd held her in his arms. A year since he'd kissed her. A year since he'd buried his head between her thighs. A year since she'd punched him in the face. He sighed again. He truly did miss her. He didn't think he could miss anything or anyone that much. He wanted to go to her, wanted to take his rightful place by her side, but he feared for her safety. And more importantly, did she even still want him? What if she'd found someone else? Someone human. Someone who wouldn't cough and accidentally toss a fireball at her in the process. Did she already forget about him? Did she still love him? And when exactly did he become so insecure? He sat up.
"This is ridiculous."
He would go to Garvin Isle. He'd retrieve his woman. She belonged to him. He'd claimed her, and nothing would change that. Besides, he couldn't take it any more. Everything around his lair reminded him of Anwyl. He could almost smell her. He could almost feel her running up his dragon back, climbing atop his head and bending her body over him so their eyes could meet. "Did you miss me?"
"Anwyl?"
Fargus startled, jerked, and Anwyl fell backward, tumbling down his back and tail. She hit the ground with an oof. He spun around and stared at her, unwilling to believe she was really in his lair. As she struggled to her feet, he shifted. "Well, that was quite the greeting. Oh." He grabbed her and dropped both of them to the ground, his arms protecting her head and back. Once he had her on the ground, he kissed her. Her body's response immediate and as strong as always. Then he pinned her arms over her head, holding her body down with his.
"Where the hell have you been?"
"Where have I been? Where have you been?"
"Here, waiting for you."
She tried to yank her arms from his grasp, but he held on tight. He would not let her get away now. "You left me, Fargus. I woke up and you were gone. What was I supposed to think?"
"That I wanted to protect you."
"Yes, so your sister told me. But why didn't you tell me?"
"Would you have let me go?"
"Don't flatter yourself." He stared at her, hard. She glared back.
"If that's how you feel, then why are you here now, Anwyl?"
"Your mother came for me," she bit out between clenched teeth. Fargus stopped.
"What?"
"I said that your mother came for me, told me it was time to take my place beside you." His mother ordered Anwyl back to him. That couldn't be good. Fargus was afraid to ask, but he had to know.
"What did you say to her, Anwyl?"
"I told her to mind her own business."
"God's woman."
Fargus released her so he could use his hands to cover his eyes in exasperation as he sat back on his heels.
"Are you mad?"
Anwyl pulled herself out from under him. "Why does everyone keep asking me that?"
"What else?"
He looked at her.
"What else did you say to her?"
She shrugged. "Let's see. Well, I asked her how Bersalac's tail was doing." Fargus buried his head in his hands again.
"Are you that sure she won't kill you?"
"Oh no, not at all. Figured she'd kill me right on the spot." She stated it so nonchalantly he knew she was being completely honest with him.
"And yet you—"
"Don't like to be ordered around, Fargus. You should know that."
"Well, clearly she didn't kill you. So what did she say?"
Again the shrug. "She gave me the loyalty of all dragons." Fargus stared at Anwell, not sure he heard her correctly. His mother handed to a human the loyalty of all dragons? Was he on another plane of existence? Had the gods decided to play tricks on his mind?
What in hell?
Then she said she had to go, and I asked her if she was going back to her chain. His mother's gift completely forgotten, he tried to look stern but kept laughing instead.
"Tell me you're lying, please."
Anwell grinned at him. "Wish I could, but it just flew out of my mouth." Fargus grinned back. How could he not? He loved the most difficult woman he'd ever met, and he couldn't imagine his life without her. He eyed her slowly. A bit leaner and a little darker, he guessed from the time she spent in battle and under the two suns. She still had a thin scar across her cheek from her brother's gauntleted hand, and his brands stood out clear and triumphant on her forearms. Ah, Anwell, still beautiful, and still his.
"That's a very subtle tunic you're wearing, my love."
Anwell glanced down at the sleeveless chainmail shirt she wore. "I had these specially made. I like my arms to be free and comfortable. Easier to take heads." Fargus nodded.
"Did you miss me?"
Anwell leaned back, the palms of her hands lying flat against the cave floor, her body stretched tight, taunting him, tempting him. After all this time, he still wanted her so badly he could barely breathe. Not really. He tilted his head to the side.
"Tell me you missed me, Anwell."
Anwell's eyes locked with his own. No. He raised an eyebrow.
"Tell me now, woman."
She stared at his mouth. "Make me."
"A challenge, Queen Anwell?"
"Not a challenge you'd ever be able to live up to, Prince Dragon." With a snarl he knew only Anwell would find playful, he seized her ankle and snatched her body to him, dragging her across the cave floor. "Oi!" He pulled off her weapons, yanked off her chainmail shirt, and dragged her leggings from her body, pausing only briefly to lick the brands on the inside of her thighs. Anwell pushed at his chest. "You know, I really should beat the living—" He didn't let her finish. Instead, he pushed her down and stretched himself across her, covering her mouth in a brutal kiss. She shoved at his shoulders while her legs wrapped around his waist. Still his Anwell, always fighting to the bitter end while milking him dry. He grabbed her wrists and again pinned her arms over her head. She growled in response as she sucked his tongue deep into her mouth. He settled between her thighs and buried himself inside of her. Slick and ready, her body shook beneath his with barely contained lust, her moans and cries desperate against his lips. Her hips arched against him, and he thrust hard into her in response. She'd been gone too long from him. Too many nights spent alone wondering if she were safe, if she were happy, if she missed him. Too much time apart for both of them, and he would never let it happen again. So he claimed her, again, and he made sure she knew it. Anwell wrapped her legs around his waist and wondered how she'd managed so long without having him inside her, filling her completely, making her think of nothing but him, wanting nothing but him. A brutal coupling, but one she understood. He was claiming her, again, and she wouldn't have it any other way. She needed it as much as he did, to know she belonged to him, and that he belonged to her. She struggled to loose her arms from his steel grip, knowing that he'd never let go. She wanted to touch him, to feel his skin beneath her fingers, but she loved the fight just as much. He'd never give her an inch, never let her get away with anything. She would always be his challenge, and he would always face it with his usual unquenched vigor. Anwell strained against him, each hard thrust bringing her closer to climax. He kissed her face, her jaw, her neck. But when his teeth sank into the flesh below her collarbone, she went over the edge. She screamed in release. A war cry. But he continued ahead, never stopping until several minutes later he tore another scream from her. And that time he came with her, his roar almost drowning out hers. Fargus released her arms, laying his head against her chest. She managed a tired smile as she wrapped herself around him. "All right, so I missed you a bit," she finally admitted. He laughed and she closed her eyes, the feeling of that deep voice sliding through her. She was safe. At home.
No, Anwell. Please stop. You're drowning me with all your emotion.
He chuckled as his hands gently caressed her sweat-covered body.
And just so you know, I missed you too.
Then why did you not come for me? Fargus heard the pain in her voice, and he hated himself for causing it.
Because I'm an idiot, Anwell. That's why.
So long as we understand each other. He smiled.
We do.
Well, good. He hugged her tight and licked the side of her breast. She gave a soft moan, and Fargus knew that he never wanted to be without that sound ever again. And why exactly did your mother come for me, Fargus?
Guess I had her a bit worried.
Oh? And how did you do that? He shrugged.
Well, you know.
You scared the hell out of everyone, didn't you?
Just a bit.
Anwell gripped him tighter. Foolish higher beings. He looked into the face of his mate, stared into those beautiful green eyes.
You should be scared. I'm a dragon, Anwell. A born hunter and killer. The most ancient of destroyers.
Anwell burst out laughing. You are so cute when you try to look scary. She tweaked his nose with her thumb and forefinger.
What the hell am I going to do with you, wench?
She ran her hand along his jaw. Rule with me, Fargus.
What?
Rule with me.
You want me to come with you to Garvin Isle?
And of course he would. He would give up everything to be with her. He had no intention of ever letting her go again. He just wanted to hear her say it. Anwell looked off toward the lake. He could see it on her face. She already had a plan. She just needed to figure out how to get him to agree to it. That's one option.
And another option is?
We rule Dark Plains from here.
No.
Why? It's perfect.
Well, I don't think the nobles would actually feel comfortable being here.
And he didn't want them anywhere near his lair. But Anwell sneered in disgust. I don't want those people here. She barked at him, clearly annoyed he'd even suggest it. With us? And don't you dare offer.
Then what are you saying?
Garvin Isle is not my home, Fargus. This is. You are. He thought of the part of his lair he'd made into their home. He'd equipped it with everything he thought a human might need or want, and then added the biggest bookshelf and bed he could find. At the time, he kept wondering why he would even try. He always thought a queen must have her court with her. But then, Anwell would never be an ordinary queen.
I'm guessing, woman, you already have this planned.
Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she sat up, pulling away from him. I've got it all worked out. The troops can set perimeters outside the glen. That way we'll be protected. And of course, I'll only use my best and closest men. Morfydd and Brastius can take care of the day-to-day issues at Garvin Isle. It's all dead boring anyway. It's all about lumber and grain and... Yuck. I can't even make myself care. He shook his head and grinned as she continued. Your family and the other dragons will feel safer here if they dare visit. And if there is any strike against our throne, Morfydd will be able to let us know. And now that your mother is on our side, we can strike down anyone that gets in our way. Crush them like ants. She finished the last part off as if she just told him about a beautiful new dress she made, or new horses she bought. Not that she was, actually, discussing an alliance not seen in Dark Plains for more than 1,000 years between men and dragons. An alliance she clearly planned to use. He stared at her, not sure what he should say. Come on, Fargus. You can't tell me that's not bloody brilliant.
He laughed. Yes, Anwell. It's bloody brilliant.
Fargus leaned in and nuzzled her neck, his fingers brushing her hard nipples. She giggled as she pushed his face away. That's not an answer, dragon.
Oh, you actually want an answer. I thought you already had your mind made up.
She shrugged. a less-than-innocent smile on her lips. "I do. I was just being polite." He stared at her, then shook his head.
"No."
"What do you mean, no?" He stretched out next to her, his hands behind his head.
"I mean, no. I don't think so."
Anwell pushed him. "Why not?" Now he shrugged.
"Just don't feel like it."
Anwell crossed her arms in front of that gorgeous chest he'd never stopped thinking about. "Really?"
"Anwell, I've been alone for well over 100 years. I'm used to being on my own. I think it will take some convincing on your part."
"Convincing?" She raised an eyebrow. "How much convincing?"
"Well, I am a stubborn dragon. Very stubborn. We're looking at hours, if not days, of convincing. Or years."
He looked into her green eyes.
"Perhaps a lifetime."
Anwell stretched out across his chest, her head propped up on one arm. "I guess I'd best get started then."
"I guess you better, wench."
Anwell kissed him then. And Fargus never let her go. Chains and Flames. Chapter 1. "You demanded my presence, Queen Adina?" The queen didn't even look up from her book. "Is it so hard for you to call me mother?" "Actually, yes, it was." "You demanded my presence, mother?" Sighing, the queen laid down her book and looked at her oldest daughter. "How I do love that sneer." Rhiannon, firstborn of the Dragon Queen, firstborn daughter, white dragon witch, and heir to the queen's throne, sat back on her haunches. She brushed her long white hair out of her eyes and stared at her red-haired and red-scaled mother. "Can we just get this over with? I have things to do."
"Really? Like what?"
Damn. She really didn't have anything to do, she just didn't want to be here. Rhiannon and her mother had never gotten along, never learned to tolerate each other. There was even a story passed among the queen's court that when freshly hatched, Rhiannon bit her mother on the neck when she tried to cuddle her new daughter. But Rhiannon didn't believe that for 1 second. True, she believed she bit her mother, but she didn't believe her mother had tried to cuddle her. "What I have to do is my own concern. Can we just speed this along?"
"Fine."
Her mother moved forward a bit, and Rhiannon's entire body tensed at her approach, especially as she watched the queen's guard follow.
"I've made a decision."
Rhiannon's eyes narrowed. "About?"
"You. It's time for you to be mated, to be claimed, and I've chosen your mate. One of my finest warriors, Bersalak the Great."
Snorting a laugh, Rhiannon stared at her mother. "Bersalak the Great? Don't you mean Bersalak the Vengeful? And that low-born lizard is your choice of mate for me?" She laughed louder, harder. "You have gone mad." Her mother's blue eyes glittered dangerously in the low-lit chamber.
"He's the one I've chosen. He's the one who shall claim you."
Rhiannon's laughter died in the face of her mother's cold expression. "What? Why?" When the red dragon only stared at her, Rhiannon exploded. "You callous, deceitful bitch!" Her mind screamed when she thought of Bersalak the Great. A battle lord of her mother's court, everyone knew Bersalak as dangerous, mean, and generally unpleasant. In all the years she'd known him, she'd never seen him smile to anyone. Except her. And it was only once. Constantly he watched her, ignoring the rules of rank, until finally she told him in all honesty to stop staring at her like a horse cooking on a spit, or she'd rip the horns from his head. He'd only smiled at her. For the first and only time he'd smiled. When she'd threatened him. She did not take that as a good sign. At the time, she'd feared she'd have to protect herself from a forced claiming. They were rare, but they happened. Then the Dragon Wars began. The battle of dragon against dragon in pursuit of power. As her mother's champion, Bersalak led that war, and she hadn't seen him since. But the wars were over, her mother's reign secure, and apparently, as reward for his loyal service, her mother planned to hand Bersalak her.
I've made up my mind. We'll have a ceremony at the next moon to celebrate your union. You will attend. You will look beautiful, and you will let him have you.
I know why you're doing this. I know what you're up to. She hated the desperation in her voice. She hated her mother. When the queen only stared at her, Rhiannon continued, You fear I'll take your throne before you're ready to give it up. You're afraid if I mate with someone not loyal to you, I can have it all, and you'll have nothing. So you hand me over to that piece of trash.
Why, Rhiannon, that's a horrible thing for you to believe about your loving mother.
She said it so flippantly that Rhiannon knew she'd been right. Her mother feared her, feared the loyalty she'd built up among the other dragons and in court. She feared her magic skills, still weak but growing excessively and surprisingly strong. Her mother feared her, and for that the bitch was willing to hand Rhiannon off like a human slave. Rage blinding her, Rhiannon lashed out at her mother with one of her claws, but her damn guards, who protected the queen's life as if it were their very own, were there before her forearm barely left her side. They shoved her back. Her. A princess. "You'll not do this to me, you old whore!" she screamed, unable to control herself any longer. The hurt and pain eating away at her like a parasite. "I'll take your throne. I'll take your power and your treasure, and I'll leave you to rot." Cold, crystal blue eyes stared at her, and she knew she'd never find mercy there. Never.
"You'll regret this, little bitch."
"Go to hell." Rhiannon took several steps back until she stood a good distance from her mother and those insane guards of hers. Then she turned and stormed off. She'd regret nothing, but she would make sure her mother regretted everything. Bersalak the Great, dragon warrior of the Dragon Queen throne, ninth-born son of Aiken the Slag, ruling commander of the Dragon Queen's armies, and on and on and on, marched through the palace he'd grown up in. Unlike most dragons, his first home had not been a cave, but a castle. He stalked through the halls, nodding and greeting to as many siblings as he passed. Including himself, there were 15 of them. Some mated, some not. Some already with their own offspring. Before entering his father's home, he had to shift to human and put on human garb. His father, Aiken, insisted on it. For reasons unknown to any of them, their father loved being human. Not for a part of the time, like some of his kin, and at times even himself, but all the time. He only turned back to dragon to fight or to fly somewhere quickly. To this day, Bersalak had no idea how his mother, a beautiful dragoness of royal blood, tolerated the old bastard. He was loud, rude, and crude. Growing up with him had been a horror to every male offspring he had. The females fared much better, but as they came into full age, they found that having a slag as a father worked against them when time to mate came along. Everywhere they went, their father's reputation preceded them. Now Bersalak had to face the old bastard, and he didn't know why. Aiken had demanded his presence, sending 4 of Bersalak's brothers to bring him back. Not wanting to kill his own kin, Bersalak had finally agreed to return to the castle. But he wanted this over with so he could go home. Now that the wars were over, he had plans to make, and his father was delaying them. He stormed into his father's study, then winced and turned away.
"Think you could get off my mother long enough to tell me why you demanded my presence? When did you get so shy, boy?"
Bersalak heard his mother slap his father, which she seemed to do often. Then he could hear her getting off the desk Aiken had tossed her up on and pulling her clothes back on. For Aiken, his mother stayed human. Bersalak just didn't know why. "Put your clothes on," he heard his mother hiss, and he shook his head. The bastard lived to embarrass him. He did a good job of it, too. His mother's hand rested on his shoulder. "My son." He turned and looked down into her beautiful face.
"Mother?"
He kissed her on the cheek.
"I'm glad to see you."
A corner of her mouth quirked up. "Really? I have to admit that with all of my hatchlings, it's hardest to tell with you."
"Boy!"
His father, who finally pulled on his leggings, leaned against the desk. Why the old bastard insisted on calling him that, Bersilac would never know. He wasn't human, and he was no boy, but still, his father called him, more than any of his brothers, boy. Most likely because he knew how much it irritated the living hell out of him.
"Father, you sent for me?" "Aye. Word came from the Queen today."
His mother stiffened beside him. She always did that whenever a mention of the Queen came up.
"About Princess Rhiannon."
His heart stopped in his chest.
"What about her?"
Although he was afraid to ask, the acrimonious relationship between mother and daughter had almost taken on legendary proportions, and Rhiannon was barely 125 winters. Gods, could the Queen have finally done something to her?
"You are to have her."
Bersilac frowned, which seemed amazing even to him, since he frowned most of the time, but this made him frown more. "What does that mean?" his mother asked before he had a chance. "He is to have her?"
"It means that the Queen wants you to mate with her daughter."
"Over my dead—"
"Shaylin,"
Aelin cut her off.
"this isn't your decision. It's the boys'."
"Yes, but—"
"I know how you feel about Adina, Shaylin. But again, this is Bersilac's decision, not yours, not mine, nor the Queen's."
Silver eyes focused on him.
"If you don't want her, tell me now, and I'll fight the Queen on this. I haven't seen her in centuries, but I'm sure I can still be quite—"
His father grinned.
"Persuasive."
Shaylin snorted and turned away, but his father continued.
"But I wanted to give the option to you. What's your decision?"
He had no decision to make. He'd made it long ago the day he saw the White Dragoness. He was barely 50 winters, and she was already 52. An older dragon. He'd never been to court before, and he'd accompanied his mother this time. He made his first misstep as soon as he entered the Queen's hall. He stomped on the snowy white tail of a princess. Her rage was instantaneous, and without waiting for an apology, she sent the tip of that tail directly for his eye. What few knew, but eventually learned, was that all of Aelin's children were raised, well, differently than other hatchlings. Bersilac couldn't remember a day when his father didn't come jumping out of somewhere dark, grab his tail, and toss him across the room. Not to be abusive, although it was, but because he wanted his offspring's reflexes to be better than anyone else's. And to Bersilac's annoyance, it worked. While other dragon warriors were caught off guard or had run from fear during battles, Bersilac never flinched, never feared, and he definitely never ran. Not ever. Instead, he destroyed any and all in his way until they finally gave him the title of Queen's Battle Lord, the highest rank a low-born warrior dragon such as himself could hope to obtain. So on that day, when he saw that razor-sharp tail point coming for his face, he reacted as he would with any of his kin. He grabbed hold of that tail and swung, flinging the princess and heir to the Queen's throne across the Queen's hall and right past her mother. As the Queen's guard took firm hold of him, he thought for sure he'd die that day. But the Queen? She had other plans, and to be honest, didn't seem to care how he'd treated her daughter. But he did care. After that, he tried everything to get Rhiannon to forgive him, to get close to her. But when she saw him, she rolled her eyes and went the other way. If he tried to speak to her, she yawned in his face and left him standing there. Eventually, he left her alone. But he never gave up wanting her. And that hadn't changed. That would never change.
"I'll take her."
His mother gripped his arm. "Bersilac."
"It's all right, Mother. I know what I'm doing."
He looked at his father.
"I'll take her."
Aelin grinned, one of those big, toothy grins that annoyed Bersilac to no end.
"Somehow I thought that's what you'd say. She'll be waiting for you at your den."
Bersilac and Shaylin passed glances. He thought for sure he'd have to go get her himself. This was Princess Rhiannon, after all, and she never let anyone forget it. Bersilac tilted his head to the side.
"She will?"
Rhiannon took to the air as soon as she walked out of Devenalt Mountain. She flew and flew, determined to make it back to her own den before nightfall. She had much planning to do, since she knew her mother would probably plan a counterattack of some kind immediately. but her den was a stronghold. With the help of wizards loyal to her, she'd put up so many magical and physical defenses around her cave home, there was no way her mother would ever be able to break through. She flew past forests and towns, castles and farms. Few saw her. The ones who did screamed in terror and ran away. Gods, she must be angry. She didn't even go down and snatch a quick meal from one of the villages or simply revel in their screams. She headed to open sea, moving quickly since the wind was with her. She neared a large mountain when she felt it, a small tickle in her stomach. She knew it was her mother and immediately chanted a spell to raise stronger barriers around her body. But before she could get them in place, the power of the gods passed through her like a flash of lightning, and then she was falling. Desperate, she tried flapping her wings, but nothing. Then she looked down at herself, and she screamed in horror. Human. Her mother had shifted her to human, and she was unable to shift back. Seconds before she hit the ground, she had one last thought. Oh, shit. Bersilac stared at the naked female crumpled in front of his den. White hair, matted with blood and dirt, covered her, except for a small, odd brand on her bare shoulder. Leaning in, he sniffed her. No, she wasn't born a human. She was, in fact, a dragon in human form. Well, there goes dinner. He pushed her with his snout, forcing her onto her back. When he saw her face, his heart stuttered in his chest for a second time this day. Rhiannon. Princess Rhiannon. His Rhiannon. He looked her over. She was bloody and broken. He looked up at the sky and realized that's where she'd dropped from. No wonder the queen said Rhiannon would be waiting for him at his den. This was where she'd dumped her daughter. This can't be good. But it didn't matter. He finally had her. He had his Rhiannon, and he planned to keep her. Forever. Screaming. Why is there all that screaming? Rhiannon moved, and the screaming became decidedly worse, but she also realized the screaming was in her head. She put her claws to her forehead, hoping to push back the pain, except something didn't feel right. Her head felt different. So did her claws. By sheer will, she opened her eyes and stared at her talons. Except they weren't her mighty white talons she proudly kept sharpened. They were, she frowned in confusion, they were nails. Human ones. So was the claw those tiny useless nails were attached to. Not her mighty claw, but the claw of a human. A hand. She looked down at herself and realized she hadn't been dreaming. Human. Her mother had turned her human. She'd shifted to human many times, but only to fool the humans around her. Well, and to see if her human form was remotely attractive. Otherwise, she lived her life as a dragon and never understood those who didn't. Why anyone would want to be human was beyond her understanding. And damn it all, she was brilliant. Knowing she needed to calm down, Rhiannon took a deep breath and slowly released it. Once she'd cleared her mind and the screaming in her head lessened, she said the chant that would shift her back. Bright colors of magic sparked off her human body, then nothing. Absolutely nothing. She took your powers. Rhiannon turned her head and looked over at the black dragon watching her. Bersilac, she sneered. Of course. Where else would her mother make sure she dropped but at the feet of the one dragon Rhiannon never wanted to see? I hate that bitch. Rhiannon. Growling, she forced her human body to sit up. You will, lowborn, call me by my title. I'm Princess Rhiannon to you. He stared at her for a moment with his typical frown. Did he have any other expression? Then he snorted. Princess you may be, but at the moment you are one without powers or claws. He stood up and took several steps toward her. You are human, no wings, no way to escape me. It was a good thing I recognized you, or I might have had a lovely meal of you with some parsley and potatoes. 2 more steps brought him closer, and Rhiannon ignored the pain in her head and backed up. All that soft skin and those breakable bones, he fairly crooned. We can't let you out in this cruel world so defenseless, Princess.
You'll need me to care for you, to protect you, just as I had to do today. If it hadn't been for the skills my mother gave me and what I learned on the field of battle, I may not have been able to heal you."
"I need nothing from you, Bersalak, son of a slag." He stopped moving, his cold black eyes locking on her face.
"Since I know for a fact your own mother took a turn on my father's cock, excuse me if I'm not truly insulted."
One eyebrow raised.
"We aren't kin, are we?"
"You—" Stunned that anyone dare speak to her in such a manner, Rhiannon forced herself to her feet. The screaming in her head became decidedly worse, but she didn't care. She wouldn't let the arrogant bastard treat her like this. No one, absolutely no one treated her like this. "Listen to me well, low-born. Don't think for a second I won't cut your heart from your worthless hide and wear it on my head, like a hat." Bersalak spit out a spell. Flame burst around the dragon and faded, leaving only his human form. And oh, by the dark gods of fire, what a human form! Coal-black hair reached down his back, sweeping around his narrow hips. Because he was a battle dragon, his hair was shorter than the royalty he protected. He also had scars. Lots and lots of scars, some in the most interesting of places. One brutal scar was right by his eye. Oh, and his eyes, black like his hair, dark and fathomless, glaring at her from under black brows. But his body. She never thought of human bodies as all that pleasing, especially the male ones. Until now. All those muscles and those big, strong shoulders, everything about him was perfect. His face, his body, his scars. She stared at him as he marched over to her, forcing her to back up against the cave wall. She winced, the rocks pricking the soft human skin she'd begun to detest. She felt weak, defenseless. How do you humans live like this?
"Tell me, Princess, do you really think someone is coming here to rescue you from me? I am all you have. Even your mother has deserted you."
"She deserted me a long time ago." It seemed like his naturally hard expression softened a bit at that.
"I know she did. It hurt you."
She gave a short, cruel laugh. "Nothing hurts me, lowborn. Absolutely nothing."
"How is that possible?"
And for some reason, he sounded as if he truly cared about her answer. "When you stop feeling anything, you find it quite possible." One big hand kept her cheek.
"I have no desire to hurt you, Princess, but I do want you to feel. I want you to feel everything when you're with me."
Rolling her eyes. "Oh, please, lowborn, don't try seducing me." Planting two hands against his chest, she shoved him back and moved away from the wall. "I'm not a child. I've been seduced by the best." She looked him up and down. "Those of royal blood. And it pains me to tell you that you are sorely lacking." He leaned back against the spot she'd just vacated, his arms crossed over that gorgeous chest.
"Does my lack of royal blood truly bother you?"
"No, it insults me," she answered honestly. "Are you the best my mother could come up with? I'm not some table scrap to be tossed off to her favorite battle dog. I am of royal blood, the daughter of a king. To be quite honest, I deserve better than you. Now, lowborn, you'll escort me to the closest exit." He moved so fast she didn't have a chance to jump, much less run. His hands slipped around her neck, holding her in place. She thought he'd try to choke the life from her. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be the first time that had happened to her. Instead, he towered over her, staring down into her face, his black eyes locked with hers.
"When I'm done,"
his low voice said softly, while his face still looked so intensely cranky.
"You won't be able to imagine your life without me. You'll pine for me, wanting me like you've never wanted anything before in your life. You'll miss me when I'm gone, and desire me when I'm right beside you. No other male will ever be good enough." No other male worthy of taking this body and bringing it and you pleasure you've only dreamed of. And when you're coming and screaming my name, begging me to keep you as my own, I'll claim you. And your heart and soul will belong only to me. But until that time, Princess, you're not going anywhere." Then he released her and walked away. She waited until he was far enough away so he couldn't hit her and said, "Oh, yes? You and what army?" He stopped walking, looking over his shoulder at her. Unable to meet his gaze, she rubbed her eyes with one hand and sighed. Well, that came out terribly wrong. Chapter 2. Bersalak dropped the cow carcass on the ground and stared at it thoughtfully. Now, if Rhiannon were dragon, he'd merely sear it and they'd feed. But with her being human, at the moment he'd have to adjust, at least until she got her powers back. So using his talons carefully, he removed the animal's hide, tossing it aside. Then he put the animal on a spit over the pit fire. He chose some of his best and most precious herbs, obtained from the desert lands of Al-Sandar, and seasoned the cooking meat. With a sigh, he sat back to watch the flames and think. Princess Rhiannon was definitely as mean as he remembered, and it only made him want her more. Not surprising. Dragon males liked their females dangerous. It made the mating that much more interesting and intense. Of course, her calling him lowborn was beginning to grate on his nerves. No one had to remind him of his father. The other dragon warriors he fought with never understood why Bersalak didn't flinch during battle, never showed any signs of fear or panic. If they lived the way he had, they wouldn't either. But until you were awoken in the middle of the night with "we're under attack" and thrown out of bed by your well-meaning but clearly insane father, you didn't know what fear was. His mother was of royal birth. His father? Not so much. Which meant no one handed Bersalak a damn thing. He worked for everything he had, and he did it with one thing in mind. Crystal blue eyes, long white hair, and a snarl that could scare an army of demons. The day he met her, when those gorgeous blue eyes locked on him with such hate, he knew he had to have her. "I want his head," she'd screeched. And for a minute, he thought she'd get it. But then he heard, "Oh, leave him be. As usual, my daughter is overreacting." A red dragon, big and beautiful, walked toward him. "He didn't mean it, Rhiannon." His mother bowed, but he continued to stare at the queen. And he knew it was the queen. Just the way she moved and held herself told him that. He'd been in awe. She'd motioned for her guards to release him and smiled, showing her fangs. Shaylin's son. Now free, he immediately bowed. "Yes, my queen. Bersalak the Black, son of Aiken." "Yes, you look very much like him. So handsome." A red claw with pitch-black talons reached out and caressed his jaw. He felt his mother stiffen beside him and knew this was for her benefit more than his. For years, Bersalak had heard how the queen had taken one turn in his father's bed and had never forgotten him. Nor had she forgiven him. For the very next morning, he'd left the then-future queen to meet with Bersalak's mother and the queen's one-time friend, Shaylin, who, if the story was to be believed, threw an axe at his father's head when Aiken found her. Up to that day, Bersalak never believed any of the stories. His low-born father with a dragon princess? Not bloody likely, he used to think. Still, one look at the female before him, and he wondered if perhaps all the stories were true, for she looked at him with something he could not name. Perhaps something he did not want.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
want to name. At 50 winters, he was much too young for such deep thoughts. Tell me, son of Aiken, what is your life's dream? Wizard? Warrior? Sword maker? What is it you think of when you lie awake at night? He answered honestly, unable to lie to those dark blue eyes. Of glory and wealth, of power. I see. So you may look like your father, but his aspirations had never been as lofty. She glanced at his mother, but he didn't realize until years later what that look meant. Then she turned and walked off. You shall stay here, son of Aiken. The queen casually tossed over her shoulder. You shall train to be one of my battle dragons. You will protect this throne and me, and anyone else I deem worthy. Then she was gone, up the stairs to her private chambers. Her daughter stomped her foot and glared at him before marching off in quite a rage. Once activity began again in the court, he heard his mother mutter under her breath, I hate that bitch with every fiber of my being. Still, his mother left him there when she returned home. She had no choice. After that, the queen's daughter treated him like so much trash caught between her talons, and the more she did, the more he knew he'd do anything to win her. The meaner she was, the more deadly he became. Soon, with the moniker of Bersilac the Vengeful firmly in place, he led the troops into the war against the lightning dragons, the barbarians. Barbarians they may have been, but worthy opponents. The war lasted decades, but when the smoke cleared, Queen Adina's throne stood secure, and she graced him with the new title of Bersilac the Great. Fair enough. He'd earned it, and had the scars to prove it. Now he wore the elaborate armor of Battle Lord, Dragon Warrior Leader, and Queen's Champion. He had the attention of every female, from the lowest born to some of the most important royalty. And although he found pleasure among those scales, he knew there was only one whom he wanted for life. I must feed. I'm starving. Pulled from his reverie, he looked at the princess and frowned. You put on clothes. She wore a bright blue robe she must have taken from his treasures. It covered her from shoulders to feet. Although the color of her robe brought out her eyes, he liked seeing her naked. Then again, hiding those delicious full breasts and gorgeous ass from his view was probably for the best, at least for now. This skin is so fragile. She shook her head. I don't know how they tolerate it, being so defenseless. At least forest animals have fangs or claws, or at the very least good instincts. Humans have none of these things. He shrugged. A few do. They vary. You like them? She didn't sound haughty, merely curious. Not really. I find them treacherous and painfully annoying. Although made with the right seasoning, they are very tasty. She nodded in agreement. This is true. Of course, he'd only been joking. With a quick shake of his head, he said, Why, Princess, did you just agree with me? Startled, she blinked. No. No, of course not. She turned away from him, walking over to a boulder. She sat on it and looked at him, her head held high. I'm hungry. I await food. He had to give it to her. She certainly didn't let a change in her current circumstances faze her for long. Then you best get that rump in gear. The potatoes and vegetables are over there. There's a pot to cook them in and fresh water. Good luck. Her mouth dropped open. You expect me to cook food? I did the hard part. I went down to the farm, scared the little farmer, and took his cow. Then I removed its hide, the cow's, not the farmer's, placed it on the spit, and now watch it while it cooks. The least you can do is cook some vegetables. We'll eat like humans, with plates and utensils, and a table. But I don't know how to cook. Then you best learn, Princess. I'd hate for you to starve. She despised him. Rude, arrogant, low-born dragon. Was this to be her life from now on? Trapped in this human body, forced to cook food for an angry-looking peasant? Couldn't her mother have just killed her instead? Wouldn't it have been kinder?
I don't see that beautiful ass moving, Princess.
She glared at him, about to tell him to go to hell, when her stomach grumbled. By the gods! What was that sound? Was she dying? She looked down at her stomach, her hands clasped over it, and for the first time ever she heard Bersilac laugh. Even more shocking, she kind of liked the sound of it.
You are merely hungry, Rhiannon, he said kindly. Do as I ask and we'll eat soon enough, I promise.
Groaning in annoyance, she slid off the boulder and walked over to the pit fire. As he said, he had potatoes and some other vegetables out beside a large pot filled with water. Another bowl of water beside it. Crouching down, she studied the food in front of her. In fact, she studied the food for about 5 minutes until she heard the lowborn lean his long body over and his snout right behind her say, "What exactly are you doing?" She ignored that shudder his low voice elicited in her body. Damn it, she had to ignore it. Deciding on my next plan of action.
To cook potatoes, you need a plan of action.
Everything in life needs a plan of action, lowborn. I just don't randomly do things and hope everything turns out all right.
But where's the excitement in that? The fun?
Fun? She looked at him over her shoulder. When do you ever have fun?
I have fun, he snapped. In fact, I'm a very fun person.
Really? She turned and faced him. And what do you do for fun?
Lots of things.
Do most of those things involve killing something?
On occasion, he grumbled.
Exactly.
Well, what do you do for fun?
She shrugged. I enjoy when the villagers near my den run for their lives. She grinned. All that screaming. He shook his head, the tip of his snout brushing against her human body.
I guess that's something.
The lowborn leaned back, returning to the carcass. She had to admit, at least to herself, it smelled delicious, and damn it, so did he.
I must say, Princess, I'm surprised you haven't been able to shift back yet.
She shrugged. My skills have always been weaker than my mother's.
That seems strange. Why dragons are known for their powers.
Well, apparently, I'm the exception to the rule. She stared at the potato. Odd-looking vegetable. My magic has always been weaker, and I'm much smaller than most dragons. One of the wizards who trained me called me the runt of the litter.
That's a cruel thing to say. I can kill him for you if you'd like.
Rhiannon barely bit back her smile of surprise. No one had ever offered to kill another for her, at least no one she ever believed. But she believed Bersilac. No, that's not necessary. He merely spoke the truth.
Well, there's truth, and then there's just being a right bastard.
You know, you're not... She stopped herself abruptly, but the dragon's black eyes were on her in a second.
I'm not what?
Well, you're not quite what I expected.
And what did you expect?
To use your words, a right bastard, I guess. Definitely not one who would cook her a meal, and he hadn't yelled at her once. She really expected him to be much more brutal. Brutal and deadly, and he wouldn't be happy until she was crying, which she would never do.
That I can be, during battle. I don't feel the need to be that way when I'm home.
Squeezing the potato to see if it was juicy like fruit, she muttered, There are some who say you're cruel, heartless, and not just to our enemies.
And who says these things?
You want me to tell you so you can go and hunt them down? I have not forgotten that before you were Bersilac the Great, you were Bersilac the Vengeful.
Do you know how I got that name?
No. And she shouldn't care, but she was kind of curious.
Because of Swaik.
Ah, Swaik. She'd taken a turn with him once. It was all right, but nothing that she'd write down in a diary. Plus, he feared her. They all did. To be truthful, her reputation wasn't much better than Bersalac's, and she had yet to wake up with a dragon she'd gone to sleep with. They slipped out like they feared she'd wake and simply kill them for her amusement. "Aye, Swaik," she shrugged. "He has had much to say about you." Bersalac poured liquid over the cooking carcass.
"That's what I thought. You know that scar Swaik has on his right hindquarter? The one that even his scales can't hide."
"Aye. He received that during the Battle of—"
"He received it when I ripped him open from hip to claw."
"Why would you do that?" Not knowing what else to do with the stupid potato in her hand, Rhiannon dropped it into the water.
"Did you clean that first?"
Growling, she stood and turned to face him. "Did you tell me to clean it first?"
"You've truly never cooked for yourself before."
"Not only am I a princess, so I don't have to, I'm a dragon. There's a universe of cattle at my disposal. Why would I waste time cooking anything? Ever?"
"Have you never spent any time around humans? At all?"
"Only when I talk to them before feeding. But I don't do that often. I find when they start sobbing, it's harder to have a peaceful meal." He chuckled at her words. Bersalac had never laughed at anything. At least, that was the rumor in court. But she'd gotten him to laugh twice. She did. Rhiannon bit the inside of her mouth to stop from smiling with pride. Bersalac shifted, grabbed a pair of black breeches, and pulled them on. She frowned, confused at why he was putting on clothes. He saw her expression and shrugged.
"Trust me, princess. This will be much easier if I'm dressed."
With a sniff of dismissal, she turned away from him. Closing her eyes, Rhiannon worked hard to ignore the beauty of the dragon. And all those battle scars did nothing but enhance it. She'd never reacted this way to any male, dragon or human. Perhaps it was this unruly human body she had to tolerate. She didn't know, but she did know she didn't like it. "You never told me why you attacked Swaik."
"He spoke ill of my father."
He reached around her and pulled the potato out of the boiling water, casually dropping it back on the pile.
"I don't allow anyone to speak of my father that way."
"You allowed me." Rhiannon winced. Well, that came out horribly wrong. What if the big bastard hadn't noticed? He gently tugged a strand of her hair.
"True, but I had no intention of mating with Swaik."
She slowly turned to face him. Although he didn't touch her, he still stood as close as possible. She could smell him, and he smelled quite nice. No perfume like some of the royals, nor the smell of blood for those who took less care cleaning themselves. "We, lowborn, are not mating."
"Yes, we are."
"No, we're not."
"Why?"
And he seemed truly perplexed.
"Have you never been—"
"Before you even finish that statement, no, I'm not a virgin. Haven't been for quite some time. I leave virginal female royalty to the humans."
"So then I don't understand why you're so set against us being together. We're both attractive and of breeding age, both extremely intelligent, and quite worthy of each other's company, so I'm not sure what the problem is."
"Oh, well, when he puts it like that. Did you think my mother's orders would send me willingly to you?" He frowned in confusion.
"What does your mother have to do with anything?"
"I'm only here because of her."
"True, but you'll stay, princess, because of me."
She laughed. Dragons were naturally arrogant, but by the dark gods of fire, this one made the rest of them look insecure and unsure of themselves. "Will I now? And why would I do that?" She glanced around his sparse cave fit for a battle dragon rarely home, but not a princess. "Your grand riches? Your royal standing? Really? What reason would I have to stay other than this human body cannot fly?" She was pushing him. She knew she was, and yet she couldn't stop herself. And when he didn't answer right away, she felt a vague sense of disappointment. She truly thought he'd be up to the challenge. unlike others in her mother's court. Shame she was wrong. That's what I thought. She sniffed again and turned, walking off. He could fix his own damn potatoes. But she never should have turned her back on him. His hand threaded through her hair and snatched her back to his side. She braced her hands against his big chest, but he pulled until she looked up at him. It wasn't a vicious pull, or even brutal. It was just in control. And gods be damned, it felt so good.
"Don't walk away from me while we're talking."
He said it calmly, no trace of anger or rage. Actually, she saw amusement and lust in those dark eyes. Even his frown had faded a bit.
"If you're going to ask me a question, you have to give me time to answer."
"Let me go," she snapped.
"No, not until we're done."
His eyes roved over her face as he spoke, like he was drinking in her every detail.
"Now you asked me a question. You asked what I could give you to entice you to stay with me."
He tugged at the strands of hair he had a grip on, and she desperately fought the urge to moan out loud.
"What I'll give you is someone worthy of you, someone who can handle a dragon nest such as yourself. I don't fear your rages. I don't fear your acid tongue. In fact, I like you mean. The meaner, the better."
She opened her mouth to say something, but another tug had her growling instead.
"Except," he continued, "when we mate. Then you'll give yourself to me, completely. You'll let me do whatever I want to this body, whether human or dragon, because we'll play with both, Princess. We'll play a lot."
This time he grinned. A full grin showing beautiful white teeth and fangs as well as the handsomest human face she'd ever seen. Immediately her nipples hardened under the robe, and a sudden hot slickness slid down between her thighs.
"That's not to say you shouldn't put up a fight every once in a while. I don't mind a few battle scars coming from you. But in the end, so to speak, you'll submit to me. Willingly. Happily. And with a smile on this gorgeous face. And when you rule as queen, I'll be by your side, your consort, your battle dragon. I'll protect your throne and you with a fierceness no one has ever known. You'll wear my mark boldly and with utter pride. Together we'll breed sons and daughters who will make us proud and carry on our bloodline. We'll be a mating to be feared, to be spoken of in whispers. And when we go to meet our ancestors in the next world, we'll spend eternity together, terrifying those who came before us."
His other hand came up, softly caressing her cheek, then slipping down her jaw, her neck, until it slid under her robe and took firm but gentle hold of her breast.
"That is what we'll do, Princess, and that is why you'll stay."
She panted as his hand squeezed her breast, his fingers playing with her sensitive nipple.
"Because at the end of the day you're going to love me. I promise you that."
His mouth hovered close to hers, and she lifted her chin a bit, waiting for him to kiss her. His lips brushed over hers, and then he said, "Now, let me show you how to make boiled potatoes so we can eat." He released her, just like that. She stared at him in shock as he crouched down beside the boiling pot of water.
"You see," he said calmly, "first you have to clean off the potato before you cut it up."
And for the first time in Princess Rhiannon's life, she didn't know whether to kill or cry. At the moment, she was certain she might do both. Chapter 3. With a happy sigh, Rhiannon pushed the empty plate away and leaned back against the boulder. "All right," she said, while licking grease off each finger. "That was amazing." Bersilac smiled again, and she was amazed his face hadn't cracked. In more than 70 years, she'd never known the dragon to smile at anyone or anything, no matter what awards and treasure her mother bestowed on him, or when others may have said something funny.
"I'm glad you enjoyed it, Princess."
"What I don't quite understand is, well—"
"Yes?"
"How you know so much about humans. You can cook like them, you know what they should eat, how they eat, What utensils to use? They'd foregone the table when Bersilac couldn't remember where he'd put it last. Pouring more wine into her goblet, Bersilac confessed,
"My father."
She gasped. Good gods! Your father's not a human. He shook his head.
Now that would be quite a trick, since humans and dragons can't breed. No, Princess, he's not human. He just prefers human company.
He does? Why? With a shrug,
I don't know. He just does. He thinks they're interesting, and he loves the females.
Rhiannon shook her head and grinned. Your father has quite a reputation.
Aye, that he does. And he's damn proud of it. It'll be interesting when you two meet.
She looked up from her goblet of wine. Meet? Why would we meet?
I have to introduce you to him before I claim you. He's rather insistent on some of the old ways.
I don't want to be claimed by you, lowborn. He growled, low and deep from his chest. She ignored the odd little bumps that spread across her human skin, praying it wasn't some kind of strange human disease.
Stop calling me that. I do have a name.
For a brief moment, he sounded like a cranky hatchling rather than a feared battle lord. Fine. I don't want to be claimed by you, Bersilac. But it's not personal. I don't want to be claimed by anyone. No one has claim on me, and no one ever will.
But don't you want to claim someone? Don't you want someone to breed with and to call your own?
No.
Not at all?
No.
I don't understand. There is so much passion burning inside you, so much desire, I see it in your eyes. You need to release it or you'll become...
He stopped speaking abruptly and looked down at his empty plate. Like my mother? His eyes slowly rose up to look at her. You fear I'll become like her. Trust me, lowborn. I'm making sure I never become like her.
But you already are. As surely as you sit before me now as human. The more you harden your heart, the more you cut yourself off from everyone and everything.
Dragons were meant to be alone.
No. Dragons are social. We just don't need to spend endless amounts of time with each other like humans. But you, they say you go to your den and aren't seen for years at court or anywhere else. You don't see your kin. You've seen no one since the death of your father.
She winced at that. The one being she missed with all her heart was her father. He'd loved her, cared for her, and protected her from her mother. But with him gone, she had no one. Her siblings were petty and only wanted the throne or what they could grab from the queen's treasure. The other royals were not to be trusted, and the unclaimed dragon males did truly fear her.
You're young, Rhiannon. Much too young to cut yourself off from everyone and everything. What your mother did to you was cruel, but perhaps we should see the good in it. It forced you out of your den and into the world you'll one day be queen of.
Finally, she looked Bersilac in the eye and said with all honesty, Do you truly believe I'll live long enough to be queen? Bersilac leaned back against the boulder he sat next to and placed his arm on the knee of his raised leg.
Why would you say that?
She wants me dead. She's always wanted me dead. Why do you think she sent me to you? Bersilac didn't know whether to be insulted by that last statement or merely horrified.
What the bloody hell does that mean?
Don't be a fool, lowborn. She's testing your loyalty. Once you claim me, she'll expect you to either drag me back to her court in chains or to kill me.
That's not true.
He shook his head. He refused to believe that could possibly be true. What? You think she sent me here because she thought we'd fall in love? That we'd look in each other's eyes and have a beautiful and meaningful claiming? Try again. I'm in her way. Since my birth, I've been in her way. When I was younger, I was just annoying. Now she despises me and wants me dead. And you? She gave him almost a pitying look. She thinks of you as her pet, a well-trained war horse or some oversized battle dog, and she's dropped me right in front of that dog, completely defenseless, and left me, hopefully to die.
And you actually believe I'd kill you on your mother's orders?
No. She looked weary, exhausted. But I wouldn't put it past you to try and break me.
You're not a horse, Rhiannon.
I know that.
Then why would you even think that?
She let out a long breath. Your reputation precedes you, Bersilac. His frown deepened.
Now what the hell does that mean?
Rumors of what you do to females once you have them here have circulated the court for years. I hear everything. He raised an eyebrow, even more intrigued.
Oh? And what are those rumors?
Forget it. This conversation is getting uncomfortable.
Forget nothing, Princess. Tell me what you've heard, and I'll tell you if they're true.
Fine. She stared him straight in the eye, and he adored how she didn't back down from a fight. Banalin the Gold said you kept her chained here for days. Bersilac grinned. He couldn't help himself.
I did.
Rhiannon's body flinched the smallest bit, and her brows pulled down into a brutal frown.
But she wasn't forced, if that's what concerns you. If memory serves, she enjoyed every second of it. Immensely.
Rolling her eyes, she snorted in disgust.
What else, Princess? What else has you so concerned?
De Rohan the Silver. He really had to search his brain for that one. De Rohan the Silver? Gods, it had been ages since he lay with the Silver.
Oh, do you mean old Gobrian's daughter?
Yes, that Silver. My, what was that tone in her voice?
Yes, I remember her. What about her?
One of my mother's guards said he could hear her screaming from nearly a quarter league away.
Aye. She was a noisy one. Fun, but noisy.
He said she sounded in pain.
Well, there's pain, and then there's pain.
He grinned at the expression on her face.
Anything else?
I heard what you did to the Argraf twins.
Yes, but I only had one. My brother took the other. Don't ask me which. They both look exactly alike. Imagine coming from the same egg.
She looked at him in horror. Dark gods! You're as bad as your father. Bersilac laughed outright at that. He hadn't laughed so much in his entire life. Always so serious and intense, with much on his mind, this was the first time he ever felt he could relax.
Not in a million ages. There aren't enough dragons in the universe to compete with him. No, I'd be forced to involve humans, elves, and, rumor has it, centaurs.
I'm done with this conversation. She stood up, but he reached over and grabbed her wrist.
Tell me, Princess, what truly bothers you?
Nothing. But if you think you'll chain me here and turn me into some broken dragon available at your beck and call, you're as insane as my mother. I bend for no male, lowborn.
I have no desire to break you, Rhiannon. I like you mean.
He growled that last part, and her breathing sped up. As, it seemed, did her desire to get away from him. She tried to yank her arm from his grasp, but he didn't let her go. Bersilac sat up until he rested on his knees in front of her.
Perhaps it's time to set up some rules.
Rules?
Aye.
He tugged her until she grudgingly knelt down in front of him.
So that you feel more comfortable.
She watched him with narrow eyes, but she did relax a tiny bit. All right.
If there's anything you don't want me to do when we're together, say no.
She stared at him for a long time, then shook her head. That's it?
That's it.
All I have to do is say no.
Aye. You say no, and I stop.
That sounds very odd to me.
Why?
He leaned over and gently kissed her neck. I don't know. It just does. He kissed a spot under her ear.
Let me explain it to you this way. You say don't, I will. If you say stop, I won't. If you really want me to stop, you'll have to say no.
While keeping a tight rein on her left wrist with one hand, he used the other to wrap around her waist and pull her closer to him.
You can beg me, Rhiannon. Beg and plead for me to stop, and I won't. Because between us there will be only one word that will stop me, and it's no. Now do you understand?
Her body melted against his, her head tipping so he had better access to her neck. I understand.
Good.
He slapped her ass.
Now you should go to bed.
It took her a moment, but suddenly she pulled away from him. What?
To bed, love. You look exhausted. I've fixed a place for you down the cavern and to the left. It has a bed and everything. Until you can shift back to Dragon, no floors for you.
As hard as it was, he pushed her away and stood up, dragging her with him.
Besides, tomorrow we travel into Karezik.
A bit dazed, she pulled herself up. Why? He didn't want to answer that, at least not honestly, so he dragged his hand along her cheek.
Are you all right? You look a bit... Ow!
She punched him, right in the face. And the female had a right hook that could destroy the jaw of a strong human male.
What the hell was that for?
You play games with the wrong female, low-born, she snarled. She walked away from him, her robe swirling around her. Do you think I'm like one of those stupid whores you had here before? Do you think you can toy with me? Rubbing his jaw, he looked at her.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You hope to leave me wet and wanting so that I'll come begging for your affections like some dog looking for food. Damn, she was right on that. He was. He stepped toward her.
Rhiannon.
No, say nothing, she growled. His eyes narrowed. Why was she so angry? Angrier than he'd expect, since she figured him out quick enough. Of course it could be...
Are you already wet for me, Rhiannon?
She turned on him like a coiled snake. What?
You heard me, princess.
He walked toward her, and immediately she stumbled back away from him.
If I put my hand on your pussy right this second, will it be dry like the deserts of Alcindare, or wet and desperate like the Kennis River?
She slammed into the far wall, and immediately Bersalak placed his hands on either side of her head, caging her in. She looked caged in, too, like a wild animal about to snap.
Perhaps I should find out.
Get away from me, lowborn.
Now, Rhiannon.
He gently admonished as he used one hand to yank off the belt holding her robe together.
You know those aren't the right words.
She was gorgeously naked underneath. Bersalak placed his hand against her breast and squeezed, before moving down her body, past her hips, only to slip his fingers between her trembling thighs. Wait!
Still not right,
he muttered low, unable to turn away from the sight of his hand disappearing between her legs. As soon as two of his fingers slid inside her, they both let out a low moan. So wet and hot, like a volcano. Just thinking of having his cock buried there for several days or years was making him shake like a young one. He started shafting her with his fingers, and she groaned in response, her eyes shut and her teeth biting into her bottom lip. Leaning in close, he kissed her cheek and couldn't help but mutter,
Mine, Rhiannon. You're mine.
And that's when he felt her claws slash across his face. Yanking his hand out of her in a way, he stumbled back. He could feel and smell the blood dripping down his jaw. I belong to no one, lowborn, and if you hope to trap me with this game, you are sadly mistaken. He didn't even wipe the blood away as he stared at her, as they stared at each other, their eyes locked in silent battle.
What are you talking about?
You force me into a claiming, and I can fight you with the elders. And we both know it.
Aye, he did know that.
But if I let you willingly take me, fuck me, I have very little room to argue now, do I? She pulled her robe together and knotted the tie around it. You'll have to work a little harder than that, Bersalak the Vengeful, to ever hope of claiming me. Rhiannon walked past him, her shoulder brushing his as she stalked out. I will be claimed by no one, lowborn, she said over her shoulder, but especially not by you. She disappeared around the corner, and although his cock was so hard it hurt, he couldn't help but smile. Because she didn't even realize she still never said the word no. Once a good distance away from him, Rhiannon stopped and slid down the wall. She glanced at her hand. For several seconds it had returned to claw. Promising. She may be able to reverse this spell yet. But she couldn't worry about it at the moment. Not when thoughts of a black-eyed dragon kept playing through her head. Just with his fingers he'd managed to make her feel full. For those few seconds, she was his. Gods, could she be any weaker? What kind of queen would she be if she couldn't keep the local riffraff from her pussy? But was it really that simple? She'd let Bersalak get away with more in the few hours she'd been with him than with any other dragon she'd ever met. And she had to admit, it wasn't merely because her mother had trapped her in this weak human body. No, it was worse than that. She liked Bersalak's touch. She liked having his hands on her. She was, in fact, beginning to like him. And she absolutely hated him for it. Chapter 4. Rhiannon spent the hour before dawn trying to undo whatever her mother had done to her so she could shift back to dragon, but to no avail. She missed her dragon self. She missed her wings and her talons. She missed being able to take a horse for a quick meal. But most importantly, she felt unsafe in this human body. She poked at her skin, and it hurt. She dug her nail into her forearm, and it bled. By the gods, how do these humans live like this? And then there was Bersalak. She thought for sure he'd come to her last night. He'd come to claim her. And she'd been prepared, too. Ready to challenge him as human. Ready to die if he'd come as dragon. But he didn't come at all. And in the end, neither did she. Damn him. She'd never had a male, any male, make her feel so needy. And not for food or safety or any of those important things, but for sex. She wanted a lusty ride from that bastard, and she hated him for making her feel this way, especially when she'd been so comfortable with not feeling anything at all.
Are you ready?
She looked away from the early morning two suns to the dragon standing beside her. They stood at the mouth of his den, leagues above the earth. If she fell from here now, she'd die. Perhaps that was what her mother had hoped for. That her human form would crumple, and Bersalak would be forced to deal with the remains. I'm still waiting for you to explain to me why we are going to Karezik. She pulled at the collar of the dress she wore. It wasn't in any way high. In fact, it scooped dangerously low across her breasts. Much more, and her nipples would show. She hated wearing clothes, but she felt terribly bare without them, and felt suffocated when she had them on.
We are, in fact, going to the valley between the grand mountains of Karezik.
Fascinating. Still waiting on why. He looked at her, and his scales barely hid where she'd ripped into his flesh. She didn't bother to hide her smirk at that.
And you'll continue to wait, he growled. Now get on, dragoness, or I'll bring you there in my claw.
Without another word, she hoisted herself onto his back. I haven't ridden on the back of another dragon since I was no more than a hatchling. This might prove to be fun. To emphasize that point, she dragged her hands through his hair before taking a firm hold. She heard his stifled moan and bit her lip to keep from laughing. There was only so much mocking any dragon could take. Without another word, Bersalak hit the skies and headed toward Karezik, and whatever was in Karezik.
"And you remember my mother?"
Rhiannon barely held her growl in as Bersalak introduced her to all his kin. An extremely large, handsome brood who all felt the need to be human on this day. Even Bersalak brought a change of clothes with him. Chainmail leggings and shirt and a dark blue surcoat with the crest of humans destroyed by the Queen's army long ago. He introduced her to all his kin as the female he intended to claim. Bastard. His mother briefly bowed her head, but she saw the hate in the woman's eyes. Princess? Mistress? Gold eyes turned to Bersalak. May I speak with you a moment, my son?
Of course.
He nodded at her.
I'll be right back.
As you like, Rhiannon muttered, wishing she'd ripped his throat out the night before. Someone, she had no idea who, placed a goblet of wine into her hand while she leaned against a large dining table already laid out in preparation of a feast. I'm Melona. I remember. Rhiannon sighed, unable to hide her annoyance at her current situation. Bersalak's youngest sister. Rhiannon fought the urge to say, so? I'm a witch, too. Now Rhiannon looked at the female in surprise. A petite green dragon with Bersalak's black eyes, she was extremely pretty as human with her dark green hair, and she probably glittered like emeralds when dragon. She leaned against the table beside Rhiannon. Witch? Me? My skills are... Rhiannon shrugged. Weak. Embarrassingly so. Really? Another sister, Glina or something, leaned against the table on the other side of Rhiannon. That's surprising. A white dragon with no magic at all? Doesn't sound right. Was anything right at the moment? Perhaps. Ever wonder why? Ever wonder why what? Why your magic seems to be lacking. No, I just assumed I was born that way. Glina, a black dragon and several decades older than Bersalak, raised one glossy black brow. Perhaps. What does that mean? Rhiannon had no patience for word games with the lower classes. Instead of answering the question, Glina asked one of her own. You do know that your mother was with our father long before any of us were born, of course. Glina? Her younger sister admonished. What? I don't think it's a secret. It's not. Rhiannon sipped her wine. From what I understand, there are few of a certain age who have not lain with your father. True enough, Glina laughed. My father has a way with all females. It's in his blood. And passed down to all of you, I suppose. A couple of our brothers, and one of our sisters. And Bersalak. Both sisters spit out their wine. Rhiannon looked between the two women, one eyebrow raised. Something I said? Bersalak, who? Glina demanded as she wiped her chin. Our Bersalak? Melona asked in surprise. Well, yes. He's nothing like Father. Father's very jovial and happy, Melona explained, whereas Bersalak is very, sour and impossibly cranky. That's not fair, sister. Melona looked at Rhiannon. He's always been nice to me. He's been nice to me, too, Glina interrupted. But he's still not exactly the life of anyone's party. I don't think I've ever seen him smile. Mother said he used to smile. You know. Until Father... She shrugged. Well, you know. Glina took another gulp of wine. Father's way of raising us differs from most. You do learn to stay on your guard. I've never been captured or harmed during battle. Aye, that's true. Curious as to what their reactions might be, Rhiannon admitted, Bersalak smiles at me. Both sisters froze at Rhiannon's words. Then they slowly turned to face her. He smiled? At you? Gleena asked softly. Aye, a few times yesterday, and once before many years ago. Gleena's eyes narrowed. Are you sure it was Bersalak? I think I'd know. I've only been held captive by one black dragon these days. Maelona shook her head in wonder. That's fascinating. I'm not sure any of us have seen him smile, ever. I thought he was physically incapable. Rhiannon frowned at Gleena's words. Well, he's not, she snapped. Wait, what was she doing? Why did she feel the need to defend the bastard? Gods, she was pathetic. With a growl, Rhiannon walked away from the two females, leaving them to chatter to each other in low whispers. Bersalak took his mother's hands.
Please, trust me.
I trust you, son. His mother's gold eyes shifted to the female of his dreams. It's she I do not trust. She pulled one hand away, and her cool fingers carefully slid along her son's jaw, right where Rhiannon had clawed him the previous eve. Healing nicely, it still felt a bit sore. What is this? Did she do this to you?
I angered her.
Is this going to be your life? Praying you don't anger the crazy bitch because you fear she'll kill you in your sleep. Bersalak looked at his mother in mock surprise.
Why, Mother, I'm shocked at your words.
You sound like your father. She went up on her toes to get a better look at his wound. I won't tolerate her hurting you, my son. I'll kill the bitch first.
Weren't you the one who tried to cut Father's throat before he claimed you?
He deserved it. You, however, do not.
How do you know that?
I know my son. I know all my hatchlings. And she protected all of them, even from their mad father. Can't we get you someone else? Someone kinder?
I don't want kinder. I want Rhiannon.
They both watched as Rhiannon walked across the room, a goblet of wine in her hand. A large dog ran up to her, and she crouched beside it. She ran a hand over its hide and then leaned in and sniffed it.
Rhiannon,
he called out softly. She glanced at him over her shoulder.
No.
No what?
He's a pet, not a treat.
She frowned. Pet? She let out an annoyed sigh and stood up, walking around the beast. He smiled at her confusion over human living, and he heard his mother gasp.
What?
He asked, looking down into her beautiful face. She made you smile.
Aye, Rhiannon always makes me smile.
Shaylin dropped her head against her son's chest. Dark gods, I've lost you forever. Bersalak rolled his eyes.
I think, Mother, that's a tad extreme.
Sipping her wine, Rhiannon looked around the hall she stood in. Bersalak didn't take her to some mountain fortress to meet his kin. Aiken kept his family in a castle. A gorgeous castle nestled in a valley between the Taffy Mountains of Karezek. But this seemed a strange way for any dragon to live. The only way to enter the building was to shift to human. No one in dragon form could get through the doors. Rhiannon had heard many tales about Bersalak's father, Aiken the Wicked. In fact, details about his many loves and conquests filled volume after volume of books her own father would never let her read. She'd always heard he preferred to live among the humans, but she never realized to what extent until now. He even had human servants who seemed to have no fear of the dragons they served. Strange.
Well, 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 a great voice boomed behind her. My son's female.
Before Rhiannon had a chance to argue that particular point, a large hand slapped her on the back as way of greeting. She stumbled forward, thankfully right into Bersalak's arms. Otherwise, she would have ended up face down on the marble floor. Bersalak helped steady her.
Are you all right?
Aye.
Fragile little thing, isn't she?
Growling, Rhiannon turned around to face the one behind her, but she froze on the spot and stared.
By the dark gods of fire, he's gorgeous. This had to be Aiken. Built much like Bersalak and all Bersalak's brothers, the dragon had blue hair streaked with the white of age that reached down his back and swept across the floor. His sharp silver eyes looked back at her with curiosity as sinfully full lips tilted into a smirk that made her knees weak. All this explained why his offspring were so beautiful. Their father was that and so much more. No wonder her mother had taken a tumble in this dragon's bed. He had to be at least in his 5th or 600th winter, and yet he was strong, powerful, and deadly attractive still. When she didn't say anything, simply stared at him, Bersalak nudged her shoulder. "Say something," he near snarled between his teeth. So she did, to his father. "You are absolutely gorgeous." Aiken grinned and looked at his son. "Well, at least we know she has damn good taste. Excuse us." Then Bersalak was dragging her from the room, but she continued to stare at Aiken until a door slamming shut in front of her cut off her view. This wasn't the first time a female he was intimate with stared at his father with such keen interest. Before he'd never cared, but this was Rhiannon, his Rhiannon, and jealousy was fairly choking him to death at the moment. He turned her to look at him, both hands gripping her upper arms. "Could you have been more obvious?" She blinked in confusion. "Obvious about what?" "Your blatant admiration of my father." "Well, even you have to admit, he's bloody gorgeous." He didn't have to admit a damn thing. She winced. "Ooh, well, that came out terribly wrong. What I mean is, I suddenly understand my mother a little better." She grabbed onto the arms holding her. "If he looks like that as human, what, by the dark gods, does his dragon form look like? It must be magnificent." He couldn't take any more. Hearing her talk about his father like that filled him with a territorial need he'd never had with any female before. The grip he had on her arms tightened as he pushed her against the far wall. She only had time to let out a gasp before his mouth covered hers. She struggled, her arms trying to yank away from his hands, but he refused to let her go. Instead, he tilted his head to the side, getting a better angle, his tongue thrusting between her lips and into her warm mouth. He felt her move her leg, and not wanting her to shove her knee in his groin, Bersalak pushed his hips forward, trapping her lower body with his own. She gasped again, and his rational mind demanded he release her, but her hips tipped forward the tiniest bit, pushing herself against his rapidly growing erection. He stilled, afraid he might be misreading her, but then her tongue gently rubbed against his. That was all he needed. He released her arms so he could dig his hands into her hair, holding her head still for his kiss. Her arms, now free, wrapped around his neck and pulled him closer. Her response, nearly explosive in its carnality, had his legs shaking from lust. His control broken, Bersalak thrust his hips against hers. She groaned into his mouth, and his hips thrust again, determined to give them both release. But a banging on the door stopped him. "Oi, brother!" He could hear his brothers laughing hysterically from the other side of the door. "Father begs your attendance at dinner, O mighty battle dragon, defender of the Queen's throne." "And defender of the Queen's daughter," one of his sisters yelled as well. He went to pull away, but Rhiannon clung to his neck with a grip bordering on painful. "No, don't stop," she panted. Gods, he'd gotten the spoiled little brat to beg. Well, that gave him a nice bit of hope he didn't have the previous eve. "Sorry, princess," he gasped out. He wondered if she had any idea that no female, dragon, or human had ever made him this desperate before. "My family awaits, and unless you'd like an audience for this, I suggest we go." He pulled away, letting his hands slowly fall away from her body. What he wouldn't give to be able to rip that dress off her body and take her until the two suns rose, several weeks from now. But he'd do that if he only wanted her for a night or a few days. This game they played was for the rest of their lives. Winner take all.
His heart belonged to this dragoness, whether she wanted it or not.
And she damn well better want it.
Chapter 5. So how's your mother? The entire table froze, all eyes not on Aelin or Rhiannon, but on Bersalac's mother, Shaelin, who'd asked the question. Rhiannon cleared her throat. She's fine, although I pray for her death every night, mistress. Well, that refocused everyone's attention back on her. Should we guess you're not close to your mother, then? Gleena asked, as she expertly used the human utensils to eat the seared flesh on her plate. Starving, Rhiannon wished she could just pick the meat up on her plate with her fingers, but decorum instructed she followed the lead of those whose den it was. She detests the ground I walk on, but it's a mutual dislike. She fears your power, Maelona offered, as she kindly showed Rhiannon which utensils to use without letting on to the rest of them. Giving a small nod of thanks, Rhiannon followed her example. My power is nothing compared to hers, and she knows it. She cut the meat on her plate, her mouth already watering. You're incorrect, Shaelin said softly. You have much power, much more than your mother's. The magic's all around you. I can see it. Rhiannon chewed on her food. She found herself enjoying these cooked meats almost as much as the raw stuff she normally ate. Except she did miss the screaming, although not the sobbing. After swallowing, Rhiannon said, I was just discussing this with your daughters. I've had many teachers, mistress, and all of them said I was quite the sad failure. Gleena swirled her wine-filled goblet with one foot rested up on the chair, the hand holding the goblet braced against it. I've thought about this a bit since we spoke, princess, and I think they lied to you. Rhiannon's eyes looked up at the female sitting across from her. Gleena did not waste time wearing dresses or any other human feminine trappings. She wore black breeches, black shirt, and high black boots. She kept her thick hair short, which Rhiannon had never seen before on a dragon. Why do you say that? You're a white dragon. The power you have was born within you. Like the barbarian Kivich witches from the north, or the Nolwen witches from the desert lands. Your power flows through your veins, and nothing your mother does can take that away for good. Rhiannon swallowed another bit of beef. Then why are my skills so lacking? Why can I do so little? It took me a bit, but I think I finally figured it out. When you trained, you were always dragon, weren't you? Of course. So, they would have never seen it because of your scales. Seen what? Gleena motioned to Rhiannon's shoulder with a gesture, bare where the dress dipped down. That brand you wear. Glancing down at it, Rhiannon shrugged. Aye, all my siblings bear this mark. To be honest, I forgot it was there. Well, it's that mark that keeps you from your true strength, princess. And I bet my treasure your mother knew it when she had it placed on you. Frowning, Rhiannon looked down at the mark on her shoulder. Bersalac should have paid more attention to the female's ongoing conversation. Instead, he sent threatening looks to his two youngest brothers and several of his oldest when they leered at Rhiannon. Then his baby sister gasped in shock, and he turned in time to see his female take her eating knife to the small brand she had on her shoulder. Rhiannon! But it was too late. She'd already shoved the point into the flesh around the brand and dug under it, flicking out a chunk of skin and muscle. His kin burst into surprised gasps and comments as he pushed himself away from the table and went immediately to her side. She stared down at the wound gushing blood. I feel nothing. Crouching down beside her, Bersalac took a cloth from off the table and placed it over the wound.
Nothing? You feel no pain.
Oh, I feel pain. Lots of pain, but nothing else. He worked hard to understand her words, but failed miserably.
What are you talking about?
She grabbed hold of the cloth and stood up. Holding it against her arm, she walked away from the table, his entire family watching her. Nothing's changed. She turned and faced them. Are you sure about that brand?
It was a guess, Gleena answered, her eyes wide with shock.
A guess? That would have been nice to know before I cut it out of my arm.
Well, you mad cow, how were any of us to know you were going to do that?
What did you expect me to do? You tell me.
Rhiannon abruptly stopped talking. Bersilac stood up as her blue eyes locked onto his.
Gods, Bersilac, it hurts. It hurts, she whispered.
Then her arms flung out and her body lifted off the floor. Rhiannon? He moved toward her, but two of his sisters grabbed hold of him. Let me go!
No, brother, leave her be, Gleena ordered against his ear. You can't help her.
Bersilac watched as the magic of his kind tore through Rhiannon's body, looping around her limbs, cutting through her chest and stomach, pouring off her like rainwater. Do something, he roared, unwilling to watch her writhe in pain. We can't leave her like this.
Not we can do, but wait until the gods are done with her, Maelona whispered.
As soon as Maelona said the words, Rhiannon's body slowly rose up toward the ceiling. In fascinated silence, he and his family watched her rise and rise. Then she dropped, as if one of the gods slammed her with his mighty claws. But the force behind it was so great, Rhiannon's body slammed through the floor of the great hall, disappearing from their sight. Gods! The dungeon. She's gone to the dungeon. We have a dungeon? Bersilac's father led the way into the rarely used lower floors of the castle. Cobwebs hung everywhere, and they could hear the noises of small, frightened animals scurrying through the dank place. They found her right where she'd landed. Bersilac ran to her side. Rhiannon! Gleena and Maelona crouched next to her. Leaning over Rhiannon's body, Maelona let out a deep sigh.
She breathes.
Angry, and unable to take it out on anyone else, Bersilac pushed Gleena's shoulder. Why did you have to tell her that? Growling, Gleena pushed him back. How was I supposed to know she'd do something that bloody stupid? Stop it. They both looked down to find Rhiannon's eyes open and staring at them. Stop fighting. Rhiannon, are you all right? She blinked.
My head hurts a bit.
She licked her lips, and Bersilac hated himself for wanting to kiss her again as opposed to taking care of her. And every part of my body's on fire. Not surprising, Gleena offered. When that much magic goes through you, Princess, you can expect a large bit of pain. Rhiannon turned those blue eyes to Bersilac's sister. That, too, would have been wonderful to know before I did this, she ended on a healthy yell. With a shake of his head, Bersilac carefully slipped his arms under Rhiannon's neck and knees, lifting her off the floor as he stood. Let's get you back upstairs, Princess. I'm still hungry, lowborn, she muttered. But before he could promise her food, she was snoring. Rhiannon yawned and stretched. She felt amazing, alive with power. She could hear things, sense things she'd never been able to before. She could actually see tendrils of magic swirling around her. She watched one small pink one twirl and twirl and twirl. She turned over, her eyes following it until she realized Bersilac lay next to her in the bed. Awake, his head propped up on one arm, he watched her with warmth, which did nothing but cause her the highest level of anxiety. Then she realized that except for the thin animal skin covering them, they were both quite naked. As dragon, this would mean nothing. But in human form... Ow! He snapped as her fist made contact with his hard chest. Why are we in bed together? What have you done? She went to punch him again, but he grabbed both her wrists, pushing her onto her back. Stop hitting me. Get off me. Not until you calm down. Very hard to calm down, though, when Bersilac's warm, heavy body lay directly on top of hers.
Part of her would like nothing more than to open her legs to him. All that magic running through her system had done nothing but increase her overwhelming desire to have this dragon fuck her. Hard, long, and with absolutely no mercy. Aye, that's what she wanted. Good gods, what have I done to myself?
Calm down, Rhiannon, and I'll let you go.
He spoke calmly, soothingly, like he were trying to coax a yummy mare over to him before taking her off to be a snack. Rhiannon had no choice but to comply. As human, she was still so weak compared to him. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself through sheer will of effort to relax. It worked, but instead of releasing her, Bersilac stared at her face. Specifically, her mouth. Bersilac?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go.
Are you sure?
And he looked at her with such desperate longing she smiled. I'm sure. With a groaned sigh of resignation, he released her wrists and rolled onto his back. Still, she had to bite her lip to stop herself from laughing at the sight of his erection creating a nice tent with the bedding.
You're too cruel to me,
he groaned. Why? Because I won't let you have your vile way with me?
Yes, that's exactly why.
He sounded so wounded it forced Rhiannon's smile into a brutal grin. Poor thing. How you've suffered so.
Don't mock me, wench.
His arm slipped around her waist and pulled her over so she rested against his chest.
You seem to enjoy teasing me, and I was so worried about you.
He was worried about her. Really?
Aye, Rhiannon. I feared I'd lost you, especially when you went through the floor. It's marble, you know. Thick, unyielding marble.
She blinked. Oh, I guess the gods protected me.
I guess.
He paused a moment, then said,
Can you shift back now?
She reached inside herself, but after a few moments she knew. No, I can't.
Perhaps soon, though.
Perhaps. Or perhaps she'd be trapped like this forever, stuck in this weak body until her ancestors called her home. But one look at her human body and they'd most likely send her away in disgust.
Don't worry, Rhiannon. I promise we'll fix this. Soon you'll learn to manage the magic that flows through you, and then nothing will stop you.
You seem so sure.
Because I am sure. Now.
He kissed her forehead, then her cheek as he moved down her body.
Let's no longer talk.
She pushed against his chest, but even she had to admit it was a very half-hearted effort. But what could she do? Especially with him nibbling under her chin and his hands roaming over her body. Bersilac, she panted. Stop. He chuckled seconds before his mouth closed over one hard nipple and sucked. His rules came rushing back to her, and she realized he wouldn't stop. If she wanted him to stop, she'd have to say no. She said, Don't. A deep groan reverberated through her breast from his mouth while one of his big hands slid up the back of her leg, settling between her thighs. One of Bersilac's large fingers slid inside her, and Rhiannon heard herself whimper. Gods, the beast had her whimpering like some weak human. Still, it felt so damn good. His fingers making her body go wild. His tongue and lips teasing her nipples. Rhiannon wanted release, preferably now, but she would never ask. So instead she said, Bersilac, we mustn't. Like that, she was flat on her back, Bersilac's hard body pressing down on her, pushing her into the mattress. Oh, she enjoyed these rules of his. She didn't have to act like the slag she currently was. Instead, she could pretend this was all beyond her control when, in fact, he'd given her complete control. How did he know all this would turn her into a ball of flame? How did he know her so well? She'd never spent any time with him, barely spoke to him unless her mother was around, and she didn't want to hear her telling her she was a horrible bitch. Or was it that they were merely well matched? Dragons believed that their true mate waited out there for them, the one meant to be theirs until their ancestors called them home. Could her true mate truly be this overbearing, cranky, arrogant bastard? He moved down her body, his tongue leading the way until his big shoulders pushed her legs apart, and he settled his face between her thighs. For the moment, she answered her own question out loud. Actually, she screamed her answer. "Yes! Gods, yes!" Hearing her scream out in lust nearly sent Bersilac over the edge. He gripped her thighs tighter and delved deeper inside her tight pussy. She groaned and bucked under him, her hands digging into his hair. Gods, she tasted good. Smelled even better. This was the Rhiannon he always knew existed, the one he knew would be his forever. He'd wanted to wait until they'd returned to his den before taking her, since he had no doubts he'd never be able to wait until their claiming, which, due to her royal lineage, must take place at the full of the moon, 4 very long days away. Still, he never planned to do this here, in his father's house. But he couldn't help it. Especially with her goading him. That "we mustn't" nearly killed him. She knew exactly how to entice him. She understood him better than anyone. She just hadn't realized it yet. She would. Soon she'd understand everything. She'd realize that apart they were strong, but together they were unstoppable. One of her hands released his hair and grabbed hold of the headboard. She writhed beneath him, unable to move her hips because he'd pinned her lower half to the bed, while his tongue tormented her toward release. "Bersilac." She whispered his name, and his entire body clenched. "Gods, Bersilac." She probably didn't even realize she'd said it out loud, but it was all he needed to hear. He closed his mouth over her clit, suckling. Rhiannon's entire body bowed, and she let out a shattering groan. He felt her toes curl and uncurl where they rested by his shoulders, and he feared she'd break the headboard with the way she was holding it. Finally, she settled down, and Bersilac moved back up her body until he hovered over her. He took firm hold of both her hands, after prying one of them from the headboard and the other from his hair, and pinned them over her head. Then he waited. After a few moments, Rhiannon's eyes slowly opened, and he smiled down into her face. "Feel better?" Giving a wicked grin he prayed he'd be able to keep on her face the majority of the time they were together, she nodded. "Aye." "Good." His grip tightened on her wrists, pushing them down onto the mattress. She raised an eyebrow in question. "My turn," he answered, as he slammed his hard cock inside her, letting her delicious roar of surprise wash over him. Chapter 6. Finally, her mind cleared and she could again see straight. But by then, it was too late. She felt his cock push inside her with no warning, no preamble, and it felt delicious. It also meant she'd have little grounds to refuse his right to claim her. If he hadn't made his intentions clear in the beginning, she could have used him until the 2 suns burned away and the oceans disappeared, and he'd still never be able to have her without her agreeing. Yet she knew his intentions, and without any force whatsoever, he'd taken her. And she let him. The dragon elders would have little patience for her denials of his claiming now. Damn him. "Rhiannon," he whispered in her ear, and her entire body melted. "I'm going to fuck you, Rhiannon. I'm going to make you come. Again." She rolled her eyes at that, and she felt his smile against her cheek. "It will always be this way with us, you know. Always." She doubted that, but then he started moving and she stopped thinking about much of anything except how good he felt inside her. Bersilac held onto her arms, but her legs were free. She wrapped them around his waist, her heels digging into his ass. He growled at that and kissed her while his hips continued to move against her, his big cock powering into her over and over again. Her tongue met his and she cried out in desperation. Amazing that after what she'd just experienced, she now wanted more. So much more. Kissing her cheek, licking her chin and throat, Bersilac continued to push her toward another blinding climax. She tried to pull her hands away, but he took a tighter grip and pushed them deeper into the mattress. He won't let me go, she thought to herself, and that's when his mouth clamped over her breast again, sucking hard on her nipple. Her release hit with brutal swiftness, tearing through Rhiannon's entire body the way the magic had, only this time no pain, just pleasure. Wonderful pleasure. Panting and trying to focus, she realized Bersilac had come inside her and now lay collapsed atop her. That's when she had to admit, at least to herself, that it didn't feel too bad to have him there.
Rhiannon.
It felt like ages until he could get up enough energy to say that. But when she didn't answer him, Bersilac became seriously concerned. Scared he may have accidentally hurt her, he pushed himself up on one elbow, looking down at her.
Rhiannon,
he said again, louder. Mm-hmm. She sounded sated. Bersilac couldn't help but smile. It felt nice to smile.
Are you all right?
Slowly, her eyes opened, staring at him in wonder. Then, just as quickly, her eyebrows pulled down into a brutal frown. This changes nothing, lowborn. Bersilac laughed out loud, and that felt even better than smiling.
Sorry, Princess. This changes everything, and we both know it.
Growling, she tried to pull away from him, but he caught hold of her wrist.
You're not going anywhere.
Let me go.
No, I want to talk first.
Talk? She looked absolutely horrified at the idea.
Aye, talk. Make sure we are both clear on a few things.
She relaxed back but watched him warily. Clear on what things?
The next full moon is in 4 days. At that time, I'll claim you.
Wait.
No. I won't wait, Rhiannon. You're mine as I am yours. Nothing will change that.
Angry, she pulled away from him, scrambling across the bed. This isn't fair. It was the magic. It changed. He shook his head.
Try another tack, Princess. I won't believe the magic made you, of all dragons, do anything you didn't want to do.
But... Frustrated, he barked.
No. No more excuses. No more denials.
He pulled his body up and on all fours moved toward her. Eyes wide, Rhiannon moved back away from him. The bed was big, but it wasn't that big. Her back leg slid off the bed, almost tumbling her onto the floor. But Bersilac grasped tight hold of her wrist. Wait! He ignored her plea, yanking her onto the bed. As he placed his body over hers, she snarled, I'll never love you, lowborn. Never. His heart stuttered to a stop. He wanted her love, needed it even. This wasn't about taking a royal as his mate. This was about Rhiannon, and only Rhiannon. He'd loved her since he saw her, and he had admitted to himself years ago he would always love her. No female would ever compare with her. And now that he'd actually been inside her, had actually heard her cries of passion and felt her lust, he wanted no other female in his arms. Only Rhiannon. Always Rhiannon. But from what he knew of his Rhiannon, no sensitive male would ever live in her bed, own her bed. So the side that wished to care for her, that wanted to make her laugh as well as see her smile, he pushed aside. He would bury it until he'd claimed her. Even if he missed the next full moon, he'd only claim Rhiannon if she loved him. Nothing was worse than being with someone who didn't love you and never would. Dragons lived many years, and that was too long to live without a true mate to care for you. So he buried the part of him that cared and brought out the warrior, the merciless battle dragon who had destroyed more dragon kingdoms than he could remember. He dug his hand into her hair and snatched her head back. One of her hands reached up and gripped his shoulder, trying to push him off.
Perhaps we should understand each other, Princess. I will have you. I will make you mine until the end of time. Challenge me if you wish, but you'll lose in this battle. I promise that you'll lose."
Clear blue eyes glared at him, but he also saw the heat in them. With her hatred came her lust, just as he knew it would. He pulled her head back a little farther, and the hand on his shoulder dug into his flesh.
"I think it's time you understand how things will work between us, Princess. I think it's time I show you."
Bersalak banged on his older brother's door again. Finally, Athelgar pulled the heavy oak door open.
"What?" "I need your chains, brother."
Athelgar stared at him for several long seconds.
"Should I ask why?"
he finally said.
"No." "The cuffs only, or the collar as well?" "All of it."
With a shrug, Athelgar went back into his room. He heard his brother speaking to his mate. Bersalak shook his head when he heard her snap, "Where do you think you're going with our chains?"
"It's for a good cause,"
Athelgar said over his shoulder as he handed the chains to his kin.
"It's brought me luck, brother. Perhaps it will work the same for you."
"He fucked me to sleep," she thought, as she forced herself awake. The suns showed brightly through the narrow windows, and she knew it was late in the morning. The last thing she remembered at all was him bathing her, against her muttered protests, in fact. Rhiannon shook her head to clear her exhausted mind, but the sounds of heavy chains froze her. She went to touch her throat, but her hands would only move so far. She turned her head and saw that metal cuffs held her wrists. The chain tightened so her arms didn't stray too far from the headboard. She couldn't see or touch the collar around her neck, but she felt it well enough. Heavy metal weighing down on her shoulders. Even her feet were shackled, the chain securely locked to the end board. "Bastard!"
"Oh, good. You're awake."
"Release me! Now!" He smiled, and she took very little comfort from it.
"I think not. I like having you at my disposal, all wet and ready to fuck when I so choose."
She'd spit at him if he were any closer, especially when she felt her body respond so immediately. Her nipples peaked, and wetness seeped from between her legs. He saw it too, and his grin grew wider. She fought the chains again. "I'll scream for help."
"I wouldn't bother. Remember whose family this is. Aelin the Wicked. Somehow he managed to woo my mother, who, I've been told, tried to kill him more than once before their claiming. So I seriously doubt he'll find this such an extreme form of courtship."
"I am a princess," she argued. "You can't treat me—"
"You are a princess," he cut in. "A beautiful princess who belongs to me."
He finally walked over to her, and she stared hard at the human body before her. Gods, why did he have to be so beautiful?
"Tell me you're mine, Rhiannon, and I'll let you go."
Angry and lustful all in one turn, Rhiannon turned her face away.
"Tell me, Rhiannon."
His fingers slid up her calf, teasing the skin with just the tips of his fingers.
"Tell me."
Fingers slid between her thighs. Soft kisses followed.
"Or I'll be forced to get it out of you. Somehow."
She shuddered, and to her shame it wasn't from fear or anger, but lust. Her weakness sickened her. How could she ever hope to be queen when she couldn't even tell this bastard no? Kisses turned to licks that trailed over her sex and across her lower belly.
"Such simple words, Rhiannon. I belong to you, Bersalak. Say them, and let's be done with all this."
As she turned her neck, the collar bit into her flesh a bit. She closed her eyes in horror when she realized how much she liked it. "I won't," she choked out, while his tongue was teasing the very tip of her nipple. "I won't say it."
"Fine. Then I guess we'll have to do this the hard way."
He pulled away from her, and she briefly wondered what the hard way was. She couldn't imagine Bersalak hurting her. At least, not without some proper begging involved. He stretched out beside her, his head in her lap. She watched through narrowed eyes as he kissed her sex, his tongue pushing in to tease her clit the tiniest bit. She groaned, her eyes closing and her body tightening. Then he stopped, pulled back, and blew on her, gently. Her eyes snapped open, and he gave her that gorgeous smile. For someone who rarely smiled, he seemed to be doing it a lot all of a sudden. Because of her?
Give me what I want, Rhiannon, and I'll give you what you want.
Refusing to speak, she shook her head. The collar, warm from her body heat, felt wonderful resting against her flesh.
As you wish.
He leaned down and began teasing her again. Growling, she looked away, only to see his engorged cock bobbing there, Bersilak's hand gripping it firmly, stroking it slowly. Unable to stop herself, she growled with wanting, and Bersilak's mouth stopped moving. He lifted his head and looked at her. They stared at each other for several long moments. Then Rhiannon licked her lips. Bersilak groaned and growled all at the same time while he easily pushed himself up until he rested on his knees. He moved toward her, his cock leading the way. She no longer looked at him, but at it. Straddling her chest, Bersilak slid his hand behind her neck and gently lifted her head up. She opened her mouth and he slid his cock inside her. They both closed their eyes with a moan as Rhiannon sucked on him, loving the way his body shook as she took possession of him.
Gods, Rhiannon, he whispered. Gods, that feels good.
She thought about torturing him the way he'd been torturing her, but she didn't want to. She liked having his big cock in her mouth. She liked having him over her. She felt no fear, no sense of dread, wondering when he'd prove what a bastard he was. So she sucked, and she licked. His hands tightened in her hair, holding her head still as his cock moved in and out of her mouth as he neared release. Finally, he pushed into her one last time. She nearly gagged as his seed filled her mouth, bursting into the back of her throat. But she swallowed it and sucked until he pulled away from her and dropped down on the bed. Feeling smug, she licked her lips again and watched him panting, a light sheen of sweat over his body. Now he wouldn't be able to resist her. Now he'd rip these chains off her and fuck her until they both passed out. That's what she waited for. And she kept waiting. Eventually, Bersilak gave one big, satisfied sigh, then leaned back against the bed, his hands behind his head, his legs crossed at the ankles. The legs currently resting by her head. He looked up at the ceiling.
So which would you prefer, Rhiannon? A male hatchling first, or a female?
Her eyes widened in annoyance. What?
For our first, male or female? I like the idea of a female. I've always wanted a daughter.
He smiled at her, and it was the warmest smile anyone had ever given her.
I want her to look like you.
Then his eyes returned to the ceiling as if he could see their entire future together, playing out above their heads.
But a male offspring would also be nice too, don't you think? He could take care of his younger siblings. Now, I don't think we have to have as many as my parents. 15 is excessive, but definitely more than 2 or 3, don't you think?
Unable to look at him any more without screaming, Rhiannon stared out the window and debated the logic of flinging herself from the ledge. After he released her, of course. With a pathetic roll of her eyes, Rhiannon sighed, but it came out more like a sob. Chapter 7. He finally released her arms and legs and allowed her enough chain to get to the chamber pot in the bath. Other than that, he kept her tied to the bed for the remainder of the day and well into the night. Rhiannon really wished she could say she hated him. Hating him would make this so easy. She would promise him whatever he asked, wait until he untied her, and then she'd cut his currently human throat with a jagged piece of glass, or simply rip his throat out with her teeth. Whatever was convenient. But she didn't hate him, and she hated herself for not hating him. Pathetic female. She yanked her chain again. When Bersilak decided to leave her alone for a bit, he quickly realized that the headboard wouldn't last 2 seconds against her strength and rage, so he wrapped the chain around a pillar and locked it. With an annoyingly happy smile, he kissed her on the cheek with promises of returning and walked out. That had been nearly an hour ago, and he still had not returned. A soft knock at the door had her grabbing an animal fur from the floor and wrapping it around her body, since these human servants reacted so dramatically to any kind of nakedness. Why they would react that way over their own bodies with someone they didn't lust for, she had no idea. "Come." Might as well, since clearly she wouldn't be for quite a while. The door pushed open, and Gleena and Shaylin walked in. Gleena held a tray of food, the smell bringing Rhiannon's stomach to growling life, and her mother followed with a goblet and decanter. Rhiannon prayed that was wine she had with her, because she needed to numb her brain before she began destroying things around her for her own amusement. "We thought you might be hungry." "I'd like the key even more." The two females looked at each other, but not surprisingly, it was Gleena who spoke. "You've lost your mind, Princess, if you think we're about to get between you and my brother on this." "Fine." She turned, the chain winding around her throat, and stalked back across the room. Now, Bersalak's mother soothed. "No need to get angry. Everything will be fine, I promise." "Your son is unreasonable." "My son is in love." At Shaylin's words, Rhiannon spun around, but the chain pulled tight around her throat, snapping her head back. "Ah!" Bersalak watched one of his younger brothers pass out and drop to the floor. All that wine. He should have known better. His father's wine could kill an elephant. His father's hand slapped him on the back. Anyone else, even Dragon, would go flying, but all of Aylin's children learned to have sturdy backs and good balance. "Don't worry, son. You'll break her." Rolling his eyes, "I don't want to break her. If I wanted that, I'd have chosen one of those insipid royals." "But you didn't choose her," his brother Carwyn felt the need to say. "Her mother may have thrown her to me, but I'd chosen Rhiannon long ago. Everything I've done, every battle I've won, every rank I've earned has been for her, to be worthy of her." "You are worthy of her." His father sat down in a chair, putting his feet up on the table. "You're my son." "Oh, yes. That's been quite helpful." His brothers and two of his hard-drinking sisters laughed in agreement, but his father looked at his brood in confusion. "What does that mean?" "Come on. You can't tell me you don't know. Your name follows us around like the stink on a dog." "Everyone knows you, father," one of his sisters offered up, "and what they know isn't good." His father, always jovial and smiling, looked suddenly angry. "So you're saying that you're an embarrassment? Yes." Bersalak didn't mean to be cruel, but he wondered if his time with Rhiannon wouldn't have been a tad easier if his father hadn't been known throughout the Dark Plains as Aylin the Slag. "I'm still your father, boy, so watch how you speak to me. It's not my fault you can't get the little bitch to submit. Perhaps if you were more like me, this wouldn't be a problem." If it hadn't been for his siblings grabbing hold of him, Bersalak would have torn the old bastard apart. "Oh, I tried to kill him twice. Almost succeeded that one time." Rhiannon watched as Bersalak's sweet mother made a line across her throat with one finger. "Sliced his throat from here to here, but he shifted to Dragon before I could finish. His scales prevented him from bleeding to death." Rhiannon glanced at Gleena, who looked bored and unimpressed. "Why, that's a lovely tale, mistress." "No, it's not. But it is to say that the males of this brood are not looking for shy, retiring mates. The more you fight my son, the more he wants you. After I cut Aylin's throat, he claimed me 1 moon later." "Do you—" Rhiannon looked away from Shaylin's steady gaze. "Do I what?" "Well, ever regret being with him?" Shaylin leaned back in her chair, a soft smile on her lips. "No. I've never regretted being with him, and I can't even imagine my life without him. I do, however, regret how hard his reputation is on our offspring." Gleena snorted as she stared out the window. That's a bit of an understatement. She looked at Rhiannon. Where my brothers have done well by our father's reputation, his female offspring have not. I've beaten more than my fair share of dragons nearly to death who thought I was some kind of whore they could treat as they liked. Now she sees no one. I won't be treated like trash, Mother. I love my father, with all my heart, but there's not a day that goes by that I forget I'm the daughter of Aiken the Wicked. Your father has done the best for his offspring, Gleena, you included. Between you and me, you are one of his favorites. It would hurt him to know this was how you feel. And it hurts me to be alone, and yet we all must endure. If she'd not been chained to the spot, Rhiannon would have left mother and daughter to finish this discussion on their own. If for no other reason than that she felt a bit jealous. A very large bit jealous. Her arguments with her mother were nothing like these. If it hadn't been for the protection of her father, Adina probably would have killed her long ago. That was why every new moon she sent a prayer to the gods in honor of her father, because he, above all others, loved her. Now Shaylin wanted her to believe that Bersalak loved her. Could he? Could anyone? She wasn't exactly the easiest being to get along with. Bersalak's mother reached over and grasped her daughter's hand. "We're here for you, love. If you let me, I can help you," she said to Gleena. Gleena shook her head and looked out the window, but her grip tightened on her mother's hand. But they were startled from their silent moment when the bedroom door opened and Bersalak entered. Rhiannon stood up as soon as she saw his face. "Gods, what happened to you?"
"Nothing," he grumbled as he walked across the room. "Just a little discussion with my father."
"You promised me you wouldn't fight with him anymore," his mother accused, standing up so she could get a closer look at her extremely tall son.
"I didn't. I was arguing with someone else and he decided to end it."
Rhiannon reached up and touched the black and blue mark around Bersalak's eye. It startled him, and he turned to her so quickly she snatched her hand back and turned away from him. We best be going," Shaylin said, as she made a hasty retreat. "Come along, Gleena." Rhiannon heard mother and daughter leave, and it took all her strength not to demand they stay.
"Rhiannon?"
"She's very sweet, your mother."
"I know."
"She brought me food and wine. Made sure the collar wasn't too tight." Gods, she was babbling.
"Rhiannon."
Gleena can actually talk to her mother. That must be nice.
"Rhiannon."
He turned her around to face him.
"Stop."
"Stop what?"
"Avoiding me."
"I'm not." Yet she wouldn't look him in the eye. Really, exactly how was she supposed to rule a kingdom? Bersalak's big hand gripped her chin and lifted her face.
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing."
"Then why are you looking at me like that?"
Finally, she couldn't stand it any more. Her hand reached up and she gently ran her fingers over his wounded eye. He stared down at her in wary shock, but she couldn't stop herself. "Are you sure you're all right?" Gods, what had the bastard done to her? This had to be some sort of trick. Some sort of grand trick she thought she could play on him for her own amusement. But her eyes looked so sincere, and her fingers on his face were gentle and so careful. Gods, was she actually concerned about his welfare? About his health? This had to be progress, yet she looked appalled at herself for even asking.
"I'll be all right. I've taken worse hits. Growing up in this family, you learn to deal with surprise attacks."
She pulled her hand away. Good. Yes, very good. Rhiannon tried to turn away, but he pulled her back around again.
"Aren't you going to greet me?"
"Greet you?" He nodded and leaned down until his lips hovered over hers.
"Any time I return from defending your throne, you should make sure to greet me like this, so that the entire court knows you care for me.
I don't care. But he cut off her denials with a kiss. Gods. For someone who didn't spend much time as human, Rhiannon truly knew how to kiss like one. Her warm tongue teased his, her throaty groans slowly destroying his control. Somehow he pulled away from her, and Rhiannon looked up with absolute frustration. What now? Bersilac pulled the thin silver chain he currently wore around his neck out from under his shirt. He kept the key to Rhiannon's bondage on it. He unlocked the collar at her throat while she watched him with narrow eyes. "What is this? What are you up to?" Taking her hand, he pulled her onto the bed with him.
"One of my brothers told me he got word from one of his friends at court."
Gods, how did he tell her this? He looked into Rhiannon's clear blue eyes. They stared at him, waiting. No, there would be no delicate words for this female. She deserved nothing but absolute truth.
"Rumors are flying around court, Rhiannon."
Rumors? What kind of rumors?
"Some are saying your mother wants you dead."
She shrugged. I already knew that. Rhiannon said it so nonchalantly, whereas his kin would never believe in a million lifetimes Shaylin would ever harm them in any way. Rhiannon took it for granted her mother would.
"You are handling this much better than I did."
That was actually how he got the black eye. His brother told him the news. He called him a liar. They pushed, they shoved, they yelled, and then the hitting started. It wasn't until their father, who tolerated no fighting among his offspring, jumped in. With one punch he snapped Bersilac out of his rage, and with one solid backhand across his face, Aelin controlled his younger son. What's there to handle? This is the way of my life. Always has been. My father warned me long ago this time would come. That's why he made sure I was trained.
Trained?
Aye. Whether human or dragon, I can handle sword, mace, dagger, bow, and whip. I also know many forms of hand-to-hand combat. She smiled, and he saw pride light up in her eyes. And I can do things with flame that would amaze even you. He wondered if she even realized he still held her hands while they talked.
Amaze even me, eh?
Well, as a battle dragon, you must have seen many amazing things. Rubbing the back of her knuckles with his thumbs, he said,
"Nothing as amazing as you, Rhiannon."
Startled, she cleared her throat and looked away from him. So, what does this change?
Maelona knows a witch who may be able to help you now that you have your full powers. Tomorrow we'll go see her together.
I don't need you babysitting me, Bersilac. I think I can talk to a witch on my own.
She's a very old dragon, Rhiannon, who will no longer shift to human, and I'll not risk you.
Old dragons could be a bit unstable. Catch them on the wrong day, and they would rip the scales from your body without a second's thought. And what they were known for doing to humans. Sighing, she nodded. Fine.
We'll go in the morning.
Bersilac finally released her hands so he could push the fur from her shoulders.
Tonight I have other plans.
She tried to hide her smile, but she didn't do a very good job. And I wonder what those plans could be. Chapter 8.
A white dragon, too. Haven't seen your kind around in a bit.
Rhiannon sighed heavily, mostly from boredom, as Bersilac stood in front of her, trying to get the old bitch to help them. Dawnflade, an old, brown dragon, I didn't even know their kind still existed, had been keeping her waiting for nearly half the hour.
Mistress,
Bersilac tried again with a patience Rhiannon had become well acquainted with.
We truly need your help.
She can't shift back to dragon, can she?
No, she can't.
Well, I can't help her with that. Fine. Rhiannon's patience ran out. She stormed around Bersilac. If you won't help me, I'll find someone who will, she yelled up at her. The old dragon cackled hysterically. Gods, Bersilac, Do you know what you're getting yourself into with this one?" Rhiannon, uncaring she had no protective scales, growled and moved forward. But something grabbed hold of the back of her gown, and she turned to see that the tip of Bersalac's tail had caught hold of the thick material and held her in place. She glared up at him, and he winked. She really should hate him, except he looked so regal in his full battle dragon armor worn to impress the old bitch dragon. The metal breastplate, used to protect not only a dragon's chest but his vulnerable underbelly during battle, fairly glowed with the fire coming from the pit. Bersalac's was an intricate design of past battles. The detail of the work showed his rank. Then there were the scars covering a good portion of his body. Gods, what had he done to her? When did she become one of those lovesick females? How did she allow this to happen?
"Mistress, I ask you again, will you help us?"
"I can't change her mother's spell, Bersalac. The queen either has to die, or your lady love will have to reverse it on her own." "And how do I do that?" Rhiannon sighed dramatically. "Try this." The old witch lobbed a book at her. Written by dragons, the book was enormous, and with Bersalac's tail holding her in place, she could only cringe as it neared her head. But one black claw reached out and snatched the book from the air.
"Ah, thank you, mistress."
"Keep it. Soon I'll need none of this any longer." The dragon slowly turned and headed back deeper into her lair, but over her shoulder she said, "You do know that you two are well matched, don't you? You, princess, allow him to be kind rather than just a killer, and Bersalac allows you the ability to be a right bitch whenever you want." "Aye," she continued, her voice echoing in the cavern as she disappeared into the darkness. "You two are perfect together, and one day your children will change everything." Bersalac watched his sister and mother work with Rhiannon to find the spell that would break the queen's hold. They'd been at it for hours, and he could see his female's patience begin to wane. When she literally roared in frustration, shaking the table they were all working on, he knew she badly needed a break. "This is useless!"
"Come, Rhiannon."
He grabbed hold of her wrists and dragged her toward the exit.
"Mother, you'll be all right?"
Go. His mother didn't even look up as she shooed them away. Except for one other brother, his poor mother was the only scholar of the clan. Deciphering ancient text was the kind of thing she lived for. "I'll be fine." Using that to his advantage, Bersalac dragged Rhiannon from the castle and toward the woods. "Where are we going?"
"You are dangerously tense, my love. I fear for my family's safety."
She dug her heels into the soft ground, and he turned to look at her.
"What?"
"Don't say that again."
"I know you'd never hurt my family, Rhiannon."
"Not that. Never call me your love again. None of that."
"You're unbelievable, princess."
He headed back off, yanking her along behind him.
"You argue the most insane things."
"I think not. I need none of those insipid endearments from you."
"Oh, you'd prefer them from another."
"There is no other." He stopped again and looked at her.
"And it will stay that way, princess. There will only be me. There will only be you."
Shaking her head. "I don't understand you, Bersalac. Truth told, you could have anyone, low-born or royal. Do you truly wish to become consort to a queen so badly?"
"I don't want anyone, Rhiannon. I only want you. Since I saw you that first time, I've only wanted you. That has never changed. That never will change. Whether you take your mother's throne or leave it to one of your siblings, it won't change how I feel about you. And I think you know that. I think you fear it."
She pulled her arm out of his grasp and took several steps away. "I may never be dragon again. I may be trapped in this weak human body forever. I may never be queen. I may never rule. And one day you may have to choose between my mother and me. One day she'll make you choose."
"There is no choice. It will always be you, Rhiannon. You will always be my first and only choice. Your well-being is all I care about. Human or dragon, queen or low-born, I will make it my life's work to protect you and any offspring we have. I will not let anything harm our family, and I will definitely not let anything harm you."
He grabbed hold of her hand again, bringing it to his mouth so he could kiss her knuckles.
"My heart belongs to you, Rhiannon. It will always belong to you."
Frowning, she looked away, then down at the ground. He knew she'd reject him again. That fear of her feelings would make her run, but he was willing to wait for her. He had no choice. No other female would ever do. Then, to his shock, she slowly reached her free hand out for him while she kept her eyes on the ground. He grasped it and gave a small tug. She shuddered once, then she was against him, her arms wrapped tight around his waist, her head on his chest. He closed his eyes and sent up a silent prayer to the dragon gods who protected him in battle and life. Big hands smoothed up and down her back. He didn't speak. He made no triumphant proclamations. He merely held her tight and let her be part of him. She let his strength flow through her. He gave it to her gladly, with no regrets and without asking for anything in return. When the silence became too much for her, she said, "Where were you taking me?"
"Come, I'll show you."
Gently he unwrapped her arms from his body, and taking possessive hold of her hand, again guided her away from the castle. After several minutes, she heard the sound of rushing water, and her heartbeat sped up. Soon they came upon a river, the water not so rough a human could not use it. "Water," she sighed. "It's been ages since I bathed in anything but a tub."
"I know. I meant to bring you here yesterday, but I became sidetracked by that chain."
She smiled while Bersalak moved behind her. There was no surprise when his hands came around and began to untie her bodice. "You know, Bersalak, my hands work quite well."
"I'm sure they do. But one thing they teach warriors of all breeds is how to tie and untie knots."
He made quick work of the ribbon holding her bodice together, and soon his hands slid across her exposed breasts. Rhiannon sighed again and leaned back into Bersalak's hard body.
"You know, Princess, I think your being so tense is what has made banishing your mother's spell that much harder."
"Oh, you do you? And where did that tenseness come from? Perhaps because some mad bastard had me chained inside a bedroom for hours?"
"No, that's not why."
She grinned. He really was mad, and apparently all hers.
"I think that's what we should work on today, getting you to relax."
The dress slipped off her body and down her legs, pooling at her feet. "Is that right?"
"Aye. I want you relaxed and calm. The magic will probably just flow from you then."
She had to admire his ability to spin centaur shit into fine gold. Soft lips kissed her neck. Strong teeth nibbled the flesh beneath her ear. Large, calloused hands kneaded her breasts before slipping down her body, rubbing soft circles into her skin.
"One day, Rhiannon, you'll be dragon again. I won't stop until we make you whole once more."
Pulling from his arms, she smiled up into his handsome face. "We'll worry about that later. There's a river waiting for us." This time she took his hand and brought him to the river's edge. She pulled off his shirt and unlaced his breeches. He toed off his boots while she dragged his pants down his legs. She teased his screaming erection with the tip of her nose, and he groaned.
"You truly are evil."
She laughed. Bersalak was the only living being she could name who made her laugh with him as opposed to at him. Dragging her hands along his powerful thighs, she stood up. Leaning in, she kissed his bare chest. Bersalak sighed and muttered her name. His arms again wrapped around her, pulling her tight against him. She had to admit she did like feeling his naked human flesh against her own. Rhiannon dragged her hands down his lower back and across his ass. Her fingers dug into the flesh of his cheeks and gripped him tight. Chuckling low, he grabbed her shoulders and held her away from him.
You don't play fair, princess.
I didn't know I was supposed to.
Good point.
He lifted her up easily, tossing her over his shoulder.
I truly hope you can swim with that human body of yours, princess.
I can learn. They swam for a good while. Rhiannon continued to tease him, torment him. She seemed to enjoy it. She actually smiled. He loved seeing her smile. When she moved up behind him in the cold, clean water and took firm hold of his balls, he'd had enough. He dragged her out of the water and into the trees. Laying her out on the ground, he stretched out beside her.
It's time I teach you who's in charge.
That would be me.
So sure, are you?
Her hand reached out and took firm hold of his cock. Bersilac groaned, his head dropping forward and rubbing against her. Yes, she muttered smugly. I am sure. But two could play this game of hers. While she slowly stroked his cock, he eased his hand down to her sex. He slid a single finger inside her and she arched into his hand. Grinning, he watched as she bit her lip and pumped her hips against his hand.
Want more?
She nodded, a small whimper coming from her throat. He thrust another finger inside her and she cried out. He continued to fuck her with his hand while his mouth wrapped around her breast, his tongue teasing the nipple. Rhiannon's strokes on his raging hard cock became a little more fitful, not nearly as graceful as before, but she didn't release him. She stroked him with one hand and dug the other into his hair, clutching the back of his head, holding him to her. They both continued touching and rubbing each other, pushing each other to come. When her legs began to shake, Bersilac thrust harder and teased her clit with his thumb. Her hand gripped him tighter, stroking and stroking until they came together, writhing and grinding. When they finally released each other, he looked into her eyes, and together they said, "You're absolutely mad about me." She burst out in delightful laughter, but he covered her mouth with his hand, his body tensing at the smell of human flesh nearby. Rhiannon's blue eyes watched him, but she said nothing. She didn't fight him. They waited, and he wasn't surprised when human soldiers stepped into view. Thankfully, they were so deep into the trees that none of the men could see them. There were a lot of them, at least a battalion, and they had 2 large catapults equipped with long, thick spears, perfect for taking down a dragon. This wasn't the first time humans came to his parents' home in the hopes of capturing or killing one of his kind for sport, nor would it be the last. Leaning in to Rhiannon, he whispered in her ear, "They've come to hunt us. You need to get back to the castle. Get my father, my brothers and sisters." Again, she didn't argue, merely nodded her head and brushed her hand against his jaw. "Wait until I challenge them, then run. Understand?" She nodded once more. He kissed her forehead and stood up. He moved away from her and shifted, knocking down trees and startling the soldiers. They attacked immediately, but he still took a quick moment to make sure she'd followed his orders. She had. He could see her long body darting through the trees. Knowing his family would protect her, he turned his attentions back to the soldiers moving on him. Rhiannon had barely cleared the trees when big arms wrapped around her and yanked her back into a large armored body. "Gotcha." There were 4 of them, and she was naked and unable to change. Nay, not good. "Willing to whore yourself out to a dragon, so I guess you'll be willing to take us on as well, eh?" The one holding her threw her to the ground. She kicked out, nailing one in the groin. When he doubled over, she slammed her fist into his jaw. She felt bones shatter under her knuckles. Her father would be proud. The soldier stumbled away, staring at her as Rhiannon scrambled to her feet. "Gods, she broke his jaw," one of them said in awe. She truly did detest them. Humans. Vile, horrid creatures that smelled awful and seemed averse to general bathing. The 3 still undamaged men stood around her now, surrounded her. But before they moved, a roar from the river's edge caught all of their attention. Rhiannon turned in time to see some human twisting a broadsword into Bersalac's back. Others had ropes around his snout and neck. "No!" She didn't realize she said it out loud until she screamed, "No!" But before she could run back to the castle for help, the men surrounding her attacked. One slamming his fist into her stomach, another grabbing hold of her hair. Yet it was the one who slapped her face that caused her the most anger. The rage swept through her, and she roared. Humans. Humans were treating her like this. "Look at her!" one of those insipid little humans yelled, and Rhiannon turned toward them. It took her several moments to realize she now glared down at them, and with a quick glance at herself, she saw that she was dragon again. Grinning, she watched the men who had been so ready to beat and rape her run for their lives. She snapped one up, biting him in half. Another one she backhanded into the trees, loving the sound of his spine snapping as he hit a sturdy trunk. But the one who slapped her, him she picked up in her claw and bathed in his screams as she ground him to pulp. Once done, she headed back toward Bersalac, determined to help him now that she actually could. But as soon as she burst from the trees, they screamed warnings, and suddenly ropes wrapped around her throat. "A pair!" one of them screamed. "A breeding pair! Bring 'em back alive!" Chapter 9. Bring them back alive? Well, that was unacceptable. No one was bringing her or Bersalac anywhere. But the ropes around her neck cut into her throat in such a way she couldn't breathe fire. Whoever sent them knew how to hunt dragons. Still, Rhiannon had other talents. The power buried inside her for so long now soared through her body, and she used it to full advantage. She flicked the talons on her right claw, and the line of men beside her flew back. With a flip of her claw, she set another line of soldiers on fire without even needing to open her jaw or speak a chant out loud. Her ability to harm them without doing much more than think in their direction confused the men, which allowed her to pull on the ropes holding her. She dragged the soldiers over to her in the process, and as they got close, she stepped on them, enjoying the little squishy sounds they made. While she finished off the few who'd targeted her, Bersalac destroyed the others. The broadsword still protruded from his back, but he no longer seemed to notice or care. Yanking the rope off her throat, Rhiannon finished off the few soldiers running from her with a blast of her flame. Showing off for Bersalac, she let it whip out and around trees, circling around until it leaped out in front of them, enveloping them in fire. She looked at Bersalac and smiled. "Not bad, eh?"
"I thought I told you to go back to the castle. Was I not clear?"
He was angry, which made her defensive. "I did what I had to do. I'd do it again. And I don't owe you, lowborn, an explanation for anything I do."
"So,"
he barked, while struggling to reach the broadsword sticking out of his back,
"I cannot rely on you to follow simple instructions. That's what you're telling me."
"What I'm telling you— Oh!" She stormed around him and, without an ounce of mercy, yanked the steel from his back. His pained roar rang out over the valley. She tossed the weapon down. "What I'm telling you is I did what I thought was right. I'll always do what I think is right, including protecting you if I deem it necessary."
"I don't need your protection."
"And I don't need you." She went to walk around him and out of the valley, but his tail caught hold of hers, yanking her back.
"Rhiannon, wait."
"No." But with their tails locked together, she couldn't leave, and Bersalac wouldn't let her go. "Release me, lowborn."
"Stop calling me that."
"Then stop acting like it." Both crouching down now, their tails locked, they circled each other, both ready to attack at a second's notice.
"You make everything so difficult, Princess."
"No, I don't. I don't need you to baby me, Bersalac. To always protect me? I can't be queen if you're constantly stepping in and telling me what to do." He stopped moving.
"I was only trying to protect you. It's my job to keep you safe."
"No, it's not. If I'm ever queen, I'll have guards for that. They will protect me from enemies, but I'll not bed them." His black eyes focused on her face.
"You better not."
She finally chuckled. "I hadn't planned on it."
"Good,"
he grumbled while he took several steps toward her.
"I'd hate to kill all those guards for no reason."
Rhiannon grinned and moved around him, their bodies getting closer and closer. "I will always listen to your counsel, Bersilac, but you must trust me to make the best decisions I deem necessary." He stared at her body but didn't respond. "Bersilac?"
"What?"
"I'd actually like an answer on that one." He turned back to her face.
"An answer on what?"
"Your attention seems to be waning."
"Not really."
His eyes again roamed over her dragon form.
"You're a dragon, Rhiannon."
"Aye, Bersilac, I am."
"Then come to me. I plan to take you as dragon."
She knew how this game was played, although she'd never found anyone worthy. Until now. With a shake of her head, her white hair falling around her, "You'll have to catch me first, lowborn." Then she took to the darkening skies, her lover hot on her tail. It was her screaming that woke him the next morning. Bersilac scrambled up and searched the area for more soldiers, but all he saw was a screeching Rhiannon. A screeching human Rhiannon. "Look at me! What happened?" He had no idea. When they'd finally worn themselves out after finding many more uses for their tails, they'd nearly passed out more than fallen asleep, exhaustion of the day and night finally catching up with them. But when they'd slept, Rhiannon the dragon lay curled against his side, her light sleep growls making him feel more content than he ever had before. Yet here she was before him in the harsh light of the two suns, as human. It didn't matter to him whether Rhiannon was human or dragon, as long as she was his. But he knew it bothered her, which meant he had to fix this.
"Rhiannon."
"Look at these spindly things!" Her arms flailed wildly over her head. "And all this soft, useless flesh." If she were trying to get him hard and lusty, she was succeeding quite nicely. She turned and pointed at her ass. "And I could be wrong, but I think this thing is even bigger than is normal for a human my size. How is that acceptable?" Quickly, Bersilac shifted.
"Rhiannon, calm."
"Don't tell me to calm down. That bitch did this to me, and I'll make her pay for it." She stormed off, and Bersilac had a hell of a time keeping up with her. Anyone else he'd assumed they were merely spouting centaur shit about challenging the queen, but he would put nothing past Rhiannon, especially when she was this angry. Yet she could not face her mother now. Forget the guards who never left the queen's side. Rhiannon was still human, and clearly would remain that way as long as the spell remained unbroken. Her powers not nearly as strong as when she was dragon. And since he'd never seen the queen shift into human in all the decades he'd been at her court, he somehow doubted she'd do it now if her daughter issued a challenge. In fact, he felt relatively certain nothing could get the queen to shift to human while Rhiannon still breathed.
"I wish you to stop for a second so we can talk."
"Talk? About what?"
"About what we need to do next."
"Besides kill my mother? I have no idea." Grabbing hold of her arm, Bersilac pulled her up short and turned her to face him.
"We're in this together, Rhiannon. You and me. What hurts you affects me the same way."
"You don't understand." He gripped her other arm gently and pulled her close.
"Then explain it to me."
Rhiannon took a deep breath and stared at the ground. She knew how much this would hurt me. How much not being dragon would eat away at me until there was nothing of me left. She looked up into his face. "I know you don't see it. I know you don't see my mother's true intent. You've always had a blind spot when it came to her. But she won't be happy until she's destroyed me, Bersilac. Until she's taken every last bit of me. Your family, they love each other. Your mother protects all of you, and your father. He'd die before he let anything happen to one of you. But I don't have that with my mother or my siblings. I never have, and I never will." She took a deep breath and pulled out of his grasp. "She will make you choose, Bersilac. I know you don't believe it, but trust me on this." With one sad, long look at him that completely destroyed his heart, she turned and walked off, back to the castle and the safety of his kin. Rhiannon sat on the slanted ledge outside her room, staring out over the battlements of Aiken's castle and lands as the two suns faded to make room for the night. All that kept her from falling was her sturdy foothold on the slats. She wondered what she'd do next, wondered where this particular path was going. She knew now she loved Bersilac. She knew it because she'd risked her life for him, and because seeing the hurt look on his face had ripped her heart from her feeble human chest. She loved him, but she could only bring him pain. Her mother would make sure of that. Gods, how she hated that female. Her own mother. No matter what humans thought, dragons were not the godless creatures they believed her kind to be. They loved, they despaired, they felt joy and pain. They experienced all those things humans thought only their kind could feel. For more than 80 years, Rhiannon had cut off her heart. She didn't allow herself to feel much of anything, but still her mother found a way to hurt her. Not really surprising, though, since only a mother knew how to truly hurt or enhance children. Where Bersilac's mother always had a kind word or a soft touch for her lawless brood, Adina only had derision and complaint for hers. Rhiannon didn't realize how much she'd missed having her mother's love until she came here, until she watched Bersilac's kin with each other. Part of her wanted to hate them for giving her hope she could one day feel as safe as they all did, that one day she'd have a family that fought and screamed and generally annoyed each other nearly to death, but who still loved and protected each other as if it were their right. But no, she'd never have that. She'd never have that life. She sighed and debated whether to go back in when Melona screamed, "Don't jump!" It startled her, and Rhiannon felt her body slip on the smooth tiles, her balance gone. She slid down, her hands scrabbling for something to grab onto. Her human body would never survive this fall, and she had no idea how to stop herself without wings. Her legs flailed over the side of the ledge, and she slid into nothingness. Bersilac, leaning back in his father's favorite chair, took the goblet of wine his mother offered him. He glanced at her, and she smiled. "Don't worry. It's not your father's, it's mine." Nodding, he took a long drink. Her hand slid over his face, cupping his jaw. It was something she did often because she could. "Mother." "Have you ever regretted being with my father?" "Why does everyone keep asking me that question?" "Sorry?" "Nothing." She sat down at the table across from him, her hand sliding through her gold hair. "That is not an easy question to answer, my son. At least, not to you." "Why?" "Because you're not as easily put off as your kin." She gave a delicate shrug. "Look, there are sacrifices all mates must make for each other, and you do it willingly because you love them." "You hate spending so much time being human, don't you?" She was quiet for a long moment, then said, "I miss my cave. I miss my privacy. I've learned to tolerate this body because—" She gave a soft smile, and her son held his hand up. "I understand." If there was one thing he and the rest of the universe knew about his father, was that the bastard knew how to pleasure a female. But Aiken took special delight in exploring a woman's body. "So you have given up much?" "No, I still have my cave. I go there when your father leaves for war or to travel. When I'm alone, I am always dragon, and I revel in it. But nothing, absolutely nothing brings me as much joy as your father." "He's loud and obnoxious." "He's hilarious and passionate, and your father." "More's the pity." His mother's hand slamming down hard on the oak table caused Bersilac to jump, even though Bersilac didn't jump. Ever. Your father loves you, brat. He would die to protect you and only wants you to be happy. I never saw a dragon look as proud as he did the day he saw your frowning face look up at him the first time. Even then he knew you were special. Different. So don't think for a second that you can dismiss him, and definitely don't think you can put him down to me. I won't tolerate it. Bersalak bowed his head.
I'm sorry.
He heard his mother take in a deep breath, then another. Finally she said, It's all right. I know you're frustrated and unsure what to do, but I know you'll do the right thing.
I hope you're right.
The study door opened and his father walked in, stopping short as soon as he saw the pair of them looking so serious.
Oh, sorry. I'm not, interrupting something that will make me uncomfortable, am I?
Shaylin laughed. No, you old bear, you're not. Just talking with our hatchling. Aelin nodded his head.
Good, good.
He walked up to his mate but spoke to his son.
Nice work with those soldiers out there, by the way. Thank you, Father. Your female did a nice job as well. I'm impressed she's not some vapid princess. She protected me. Good, good.
His father scooped his mother up, sat in the chair, and then repositioned her on his lap, holding her close like he always did.
I like her, if that means anything. She's a bit rough around the edges, but I think that's because she had no choice with that bitch of a mother she was cursed with. I agree,
Bersalak replied solemnly.
I just don't know how to make her happy. You'll learn that in time. Of course, you may want to see if she hit the ground or not. I just saw her sliding off the ledge under her window.
Bersalak's head snapped up.
What?
A strong hand grabbed hold of her wrist. Gotcha. Rhiannon looked up to see Gleena smiling down at her. Almost lost you there. Your sister scared the centaur shit out of me. Gleena easily hauled Rhiannon back into her room window. She's as skittish as a colt, that one. Thought you were leaping to your death. I haven't become that human. I'm very glad to hear it. Melona shrugged. Sorry, I had a moment of panic. She has lots of those, her sister joked. No, I don't. I just saw her sitting out there and became worried. Kicked open, the door slammed against the wall and Bersalak strode in.
Why were you hanging off the ledge?
Glancing at Gleena, Rhiannon said with forced seriousness, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to end it all. He frowned in confusion.
What?
Gleena grabbed Melona and pulled her from the room. We'll just leave you to it, huh? The door closed, and Rhiannon looked at Bersalak. Do you really think I'd do something stupid? Do you think so little of me?
All my father said was that he saw you falling off the building.
If he saw me, why didn't he help? Bersalak snorted.
My father? Do you have any idea how many times the old bastard's thrown me off the roof while I was human? For him, that's a test of courage and speed.
Your father is...
frightening, horrifying, disturbed.
Interesting. Bersalak rolled his eyes and gave a short shake of his head.
Forget him.
His voice dropped impossibly lower as his black eyes locked on her.
Come to me, Rhiannon.
Stepping around the bed so that it stood between them, she murmured, Why should I?
Because I ordered you to.
Rhiannon laughed out loud. As if that means anything. Picking up the cuff still chained to the bedpost, he held it up to her.
I see it will be the hard way again this eve.
You'll have to get that on me first, lowborn. And I don't think you can manage. He grinned, apparently more than eager to take her up on her challenge, but another knock at the door had him cursing instead.
What?
One of Bersalak's brothers pushed the door open and looked in.
We need you downstairs, brother. What is it?
The Queen's guards are here to speak with you. Rhiannon held herself still, unwilling to react to this news, but she saw the color drain from Bersalak's face. It wasn't fear for himself, but for her that brought that reaction.
"Tell them I'll be right down."
His brother nodded and left. Bersalak turned to Rhiannon.
"Come to me, Rhiannon."
She did without question this time, and he put his arms around her, holding her tight.
"Stay here until one of my kin comes for you."
She nodded and felt his lips brush against her forehead. Then he released her and was gone. Chapter 10. The full moon had come and gone, and still Bersalak had not returned to her. She knew he'd intended to claim her on the night of the full moon as custom dictated, but she'd spent the night alone in her room, staring out at the battlements and praying to the dragon gods for her lover's safety. His family had done what they could to keep her spirits high, but even she could see how they'd begun to worry as the days passed. Even his father had begun to look serious. Now she sat in their dining hall, a book in her lap but unread, while she stared blankly across the room. Bersalak's kin kept themselves busy by sharpening weapons, reading, talking, or setting things on fire with small bursts of flame. Still, they always stayed close to her, protecting her as they no doubt had promised Bersalak before he left. Shaylin sat near her, studying the book the old dragon witch had given them, but as far as Rhiannon knew, she still hadn't found a way to reverse the queen's spell. Although Shaylin did think she'd found the spell the old bitch used on Rhiannon in the first place. At the moment, it looked as if Rhiannon might have to kill Adina in order to break the spell. Like she had a chance in hell of that. Not with her human and her mother surrounded by her damn guards. Part of her had given up hope she'd ever be able to shift into dragon again, but that concern paled against the fear of what may have happened to Bersalak. "Lord Bersalak has returned," one of the human servants yelled from the courtyard. Rhiannon stood up so fast she knocked her chair back, the book falling from her lap completely forgotten. She pushed past Bersalak's kin as they all made their way to the dining hall doorway. As dragon, Bersalak released his battle armor so that it clattered loudly to the ground. He stepped over it and shifted to human without missing a step. Her knees weakened at the sight of him alive and seemingly unmarked, but she saw the look on his face. Something was wrong, and she could only guess what. Naked, Bersalak took the steps leading to the hall 2 at a time. With only a brief nod to his mother, he took tight hold of Rhiannon's hand and dragged her toward the stairs. Glancing back at his confused family, she followed because she had no choice. He led her up the stairs and back to their room. He pulled her inside, closing the door behind them. Once inside, he released her and strode to the window. He stood where she'd stood night after night, waiting for his return. She'd even slept in a chair, because she couldn't bring herself to return to the bed without him. He clasped his hands behind his back, his legs braced apart. For many minutes, Bersalak said nothing, and she waited while staring at his human body. She'd never seen his muscles so tight and tense before, even when he was fucking her. Finally he said, "You were right about your mother, and apparently about my reputation among most of her court." She still didn't speak, letting him get this out in his own way. "She wants me to break you, and then, I'm certain, she's going to demand I kill you, to prove my allegiance to her, and," he choked out, "she seems to think I will." Bersalak cleared his throat, then went on. "The first thing she asked me was whether I claimed you already, and when I said no, she seemed relieved. She knows it would be hard for any dragon to kill their mate. That's why she kept coming up with excuses to keep me there so that the full moon would pass. From what I could tell among the court gossip, she thought the fall would kill you." He looked over his shoulder at her, and Rhiannon saw the love and pain in those beautiful black eyes. With a soft smile, he said, "She underestimated your will to survive, I think." He turned back to again look out the window. "She wants me to bring you to court in 3 days' time, broken and chained. I think then she'll expect me to kill you." Rhiannon walked up to Bersalak. She ran her hands across his strong shoulders and down his back, enjoying the feel of his flesh and muscle. Leaning forward, she kissed him between his shoulder blades. Sighing, Rhiannon wrapped her arms around his waist and rested against him. "I'll go back tomorrow." One of your brothers can— Bersalak turned around so fast she almost fell flat on her ass.
You'll do no such thing.
Grasping her upper arms, he pulled Rhiannon hard against him.
You'll stay here with my family is what you'll do. I'll take care of your mother.
No. She'll destroy your family just to get to me, and I won't allow that. Lifting her so that she had to go on tiptoes, Bersalak leaned in close.
Who said I was giving you an option, princess?
Who said you had to, lowborn? She snarled in return. This is my problem to deal with, not yours, and definitely not your family's.
Unless we decide it's our problem.
Startled by the presence of a third, the pair pulled apart and looked at Aiken. He stood in the open doorway, leaning casually against the frame with his arms crossed over his massive chest.
Neither of you will face that old bitch on your own. This isn't your problem, father.
Bersalak was using all his control to hold in the rage he felt. It had been growing day by day, especially as he played the oblivious fool for that bitch queen. All that kept him going was the thought of getting back to his Rhiannon and making sure she was safe. Now, with his father staring at him and acting like all this was some meaningless diversion, he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up before he snapped like so much dry wood.
You're my son, he said calmly. That makes this my problem.
Actually, Rhiannon interrupted, she's neither of your problems. She's mine, and I'll deal with her.
Like hell you will.
Don't bark at me.
You'll do as I tell you.
Like hell I will. The lash of flame came out so quickly they almost missed moving in time. But Bersalak pulled back, his arms around Rhiannon, and the flame slammed into the wall behind them.
What the hell are you doing?
Bersalak yelled at his father, his control gone.
Getting fed up with both of you.
Aiken yelled back, stunning Bersalak into silence. His father never yelled. Ever. He never had to. He found it much more annoying to mock people than to yell. Only one being ever forced him to yell. Bersalak's mother.
I hate to break this to the both of you, but this has very little to do with either of you. True, he motioned to Rhiannon. She wants you dead, all right. But she could have done that at any time. And the way her court fears her, no one would dare question it. And you.
Now he motioned to Bersalak.
She doesn't use to get to her daughter. She's using you to get to me. And dumbass that you are, you fell right into it. I've been telling you for years to watch your back with that bitch, and you refuse to listen. Now she's found a way in. And she knows if she hurts you, if she destroys you, she destroys me. Because as much as it pains me to admit it, you're my son.
Aiken took a deep breath, closing his eyes briefly. He let it out, and the silver gaze focused back on Bersalak's face.
She's right. Whether you go to her or Rhiannon goes, whether you kill her or not, they'll come here to destroy the rest of us. And I plan to lose none of my offspring to that slag bitch or any other. Have I made myself clear?
Rhiannon opened her mouth to speak, but Bersalak covered it with his hand, while his other hand held her in place. He nodded at his father.
Aye, you have. Good. Now you've got tonight. Fuck until you're both raw, but when the two suns rise, we decide how to handle this together. As family. You've got some of the meanest, scariest, battle-ready minds at your disposal, boy. Use them.
He turned and headed to the door.
I'll have food sent up. I'll see you in the morning.
The door slammed shut behind him. Rhiannon pulled Bersalak's hand off her mouth. Well, that was interesting. Bersalak's eyes narrowed as he stared down at the top of Rhiannon's head. Rhiannon glared at Bersalak. Why did you put this back on me? Bersalak fingered the collar around her throat, and she punched his hand off. How dare he?
I don't want you to do anything stupid. I don't want to wake up in the morning and find you gone, off to martyr yourself to that bitch.
She pulled at the chain, but it was as strong as the pillar Bersalak had wrapped it around. This is ridiculous. Let me go.
You heard my father's orders. We are to fuck.
He grabbed her around the waist and tossed her onto the bed.
"It's best we obey him. You saw how angry he was."
"You son of a—"
Watch what you say to me."
He grabbed her hips and flipped her over onto her stomach. She heard his sharp intake of breath, felt his fingers tighten on her body.
"I've been thinking about this ass for days now."
The flat of that palm slammed across her rear and she froze. Good gods! Some low-born dragon had just slapped her ass. And she had enjoyed it. As if to prove it, Bersalac's big palm came down on her other cheek. She kicked out, trying to strike the big bastard in the balls, but he pinned her legs down with his own.
"I can't believe you tried to kick me, your lord and master."
Oh, you insane bastard!" Another slap rang off her ass and she squealed. Like some weak human, she squealed.
"Be nice to me, princess."
"Get off me!"
Interesting. I'm not actually hearing the right word. I wonder why.
His hand slid under her body, and his index finger slid inside of her. She bit her lip to keep from moaning, but Bersalac chuckled anyway.
"Why, princess, you're dripping wet."
Teeth nipped her backside.
"I guess you like me slapping your ass, then."
"I do not." Another slap bounced off her cheeks, and, unable to stop herself, Rhiannon moaned.
"Oh, yes, Rhiannon," he whispered in her ear. "I love when you moan like that."
"Let me go."
"Not yet, princess. I don't think you're nearly wet enough."
His hand returned to her pussy, and Rhiannon squirmed as his fingers played with her clit. Fingers circled and circled and circled. One more touch, and she'd come all over his hand. And that's when he pulled away. "No!"
"Oh, you want me to stop?"
"No." She took a deep breath. "I mean, don't stop."
"All right, then."
He slapped her ass again. "Ow! That wasn't what I meant."
"It isn't up to you, princess. Your pleasure, like your safety, is up to me. Once we make you queen, you'll have bigger concerns, like making sure the Dragon Kingdom is safe from enemies and controlling the elders. You'll negotiate with the kings of other races and destroy those who would dare question your reign."
He leaned in close, his tongue flicking her ear while his finger went back to caressing her clit.
"But when you come to our sleeping place, when you lie beside me at night, then you'll belong to me. The worries of your day will be left outside because you will give yourself over to me, and I will make you scream in pleasure until all of Devenalt Mountain thinks I must be killing you. Do you understand me, princess?"
She nodded, unable to speak as she desperately sought the release he kept just out of her reach.
"That's not a clear answer, princess."
Another slap on her ass had her screaming into the pillow. "Yes! I understand, damn you! Yes!" He said nothing else as he flipped her onto her back and buried his face between her thighs. As soon as his tongue touched her clit, Rhiannon screamed in release, her entire body shaking at the strength of her orgasm. But Bersalac didn't stop. He sent her over and over again and again, until she was sure she'd die from the pleasure of it. Then he was over her, his hard, throbbing cock shoved inside her. He slammed into her, making sure, she knew, that her sore ass rubbed against the animal skins covering their bed. He fucked her with powerful, forceful strokes, until she sobbed in absolute joy. Then her Bersalac roared as he came deep inside her. "Son?" Bersalac forced his eyes open. His mother stood at the foot of the bed, looking much too sweet to have ever spent a night, much less hundreds of years, in his father's bed.
"We're
waiting for you two downstairs." She smiled as Rhiannon stirred awake next to him. "I think we have a plan." Chapter 11. Bersalac, in his finest dragon armor, led a still human Rhiannon to stand before her mother while Queen Adina watched them in smug silence. As always, her dragon guards hovered close, watching the pair with wary eyes. A collar around her neck and cuffs around her wrists and ankles, with a silver chain running through the loop on each and clasped firmly in his claw, kept her in complete control. Bersalak bowed low before the queen, resisting his urge to look at Rhiannon. The family had decided that any eye contact between the lovers would be a bad idea. They said the couple's feelings for each other showed too brightly to hide from Adina.
"My queen, I present to you Princess Rhiannon."
"Ah," the queen sighed out, while staring coldly at her own daughter. "I knew you'd be the right one for her, Bersalak. Look how she's finally learned her place."
"No female comes to my bed, Majesty, without learning that I am master."
Rhiannon's head dipped even lower, and he knew she was doing her best to hold in the laughter.
"Mad bitch," he thought, with a hidden smile.
"Good, good." She walked closer to the pair. "I knew you'd never disappoint me, Battle Lord." The queen slithered closer, and it was a slither, Bersalak noted, causing Rhiannon's body to tense up. "We have much to discuss, you and I, Bersalak."
"Of course, my queen. But first, as tradition dictates, I've brought my father with me to meet my intended mate's kin."
Gods. He'd almost said victim. At his words, Adina's head snapped up, and her eyes found Aelin immediately. Human, the older dragon wore a lush blue cape that covered him from head to toe and matched his hair color. Once the old bitch saw him, she couldn't turn away. She was mesmerized by him, and Bersalak realized then that his father had been right. All of this had very little to do with him and Rhiannon, and everything to do with the love one dragon had for another. He understood that feeling. He had it for Rhiannon. The only difference? Rhiannon returned that love. Aelin had love only for Bersalak's mother, which was why Adina hated them all. Rhiannon peeked out from under her hair and watched her mother walk around them to face Aelin. "Aelin." With a small bow of his head,
"My queen."
Now, Aelin, is that title necessary between old friends? I'll always be Adina to you, yes?" Unable to help herself, Rhiannon rolled her eyes, and Bersalak gave a sharp tug on her chain to remind her that at the moment she was all contriteness and submission. It wasn't easy, though, especially when all she really wanted to do was punch her mother in the face.
"You know, Adina, I had to take this opportunity to see you again. It's been so long."
Her mother practically melted at Aelin's words, and Rhiannon's heart went out to her long-dead father. She could only hope he had or would meet his true life-mate in the next world, since clearly he hadn't in this one.
"I've missed seeing you, Adina,"
Aelin continued. His voice was like the sweetest honey, low and deep, making anyone listening think about fucking. Lots and lots of fucking.
"Gods, you're still so beautiful. But..."
"But? But what?" And Rhiannon could hear the desperation in her mother's voice.
"Would you shift for me? Would you show me your human form once again? I did always love looking at you as human."
Rhiannon didn't turn around, but she felt the flames heralding her mother's shift. Now she was as human as Rhiannon, shocking her daughter. It may have been centuries since last the bitch shifted to human. The guards, clearly also concerned by the sudden event, moved closer to their queen. "I thought you'd come to see me much sooner than this, Aelin."
"I know, but with 15 offspring to raise, I lacked time. My mate needed me."
Adina snarled, and suddenly her mother moved in Rhiannon's line of sight. Gods, the old bitch was beautiful as human. Perhaps even more beautiful than Shaylin. and how that must have nettled her mother no end.
"Ah, yes, your mate," she sneered. "How is dear Shaylin?" "She is well, and very happy."
Adina's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Rhiannon knew they were quickly running out of time.
"Is she?"
"Aye." Aelin stepped in front of the queen. His big hands reached out and gently caressed her face, her neck, and although her mother did her best to keep her growing anger hot, apparently she couldn't ignore how those hands stroking her made her feel. Rhiannon watched silently as Aelin kissed her mother's forehead, her cheeks, her nose while he slowly stepped forward. Lost to the feel of him, Adina didn't even pay attention to where he led her.
"You know, Adina, Shaylin always regretted how the two of you ended your friendship."
Friendship? What bloody friendship? Damn. And things were just getting interesting.
"That was her choice, Aelin. How was I to know she wanted you for herself?" "That no longer matters, my dearest. But she did send you a gift."
Leaning her head back so that Aelin could kiss her throat.
"Gift? What gift?" she moaned.
Leaning forward now that Aelin had maneuvered the female directly in front of her, Rhiannon whispered, "Why, my queen?" The chain held tightly in both hands, Rhiannon wrapped the heavy silver around her mother's throat and yanked her close. "This gift!" The guards attacked immediately, but Aelin shifted, and he and Bersilac faced them together. Flames rose up from her mother, but immediately sputtered out. Using nearly the same spell Adina used on Rhiannon, Shaylin imbued the chain so that the bitch couldn't shift. Her mother knew it, too, based on the sudden and brutal fight she put up, clawing at her daughter's arms and face. Growling, Rhiannon pulled her away from the fighting dragons and over to a corner. "Come, mother, let us discuss this in private." Bersilac had to hand it to his father. The man could seduce the dragon gods out of their gold if he set his mind to it. He'd thought it was a long shot that Aelin would still be able to affect the queen as he once did, but he did all he'd promised. He'd gotten Adina to shift to human and had maneuvered her close enough to Rhiannon so that she could use the chain his mother had given them just that morning. When his mother had woken them up yesterday morning with words of a plan, Bersilac had felt a little wary. Left to their own devices, who knew what crazy nonsense his kin would come up with? And when he heard the plan, he thought, "See, crazy kin means crazy plan." Yet it had worked. His father's seductive ways still held true. Thank the gods. While the guards stayed focused on the three of them and the queen, they never saw his siblings slip into the queen's hall, using the shadows to their advantage. Prepared for battle, they moved as soon as Rhiannon wrapped that chain around the queen's throat. The queen's guards, some of them his own comrades, really thought they could beat the low-born family with their well-trained ways. Bersilac snorted at the idea as he twisted one dragon's head around until the bones cracked, breaking into pieces while his tail impaled another dragon, attempting to sneak up behind him under the chin. Growing up with Aelin the Wicked as a father prepared all of his offspring for any kind of battle. He'd trained each of them at hatching to fight any and all in their way. And even though his sisters were definitely a little more gently treated than the males of his kin, they were much more brutal, and Bersilac winced when two of his sisters ripped a dragon to pieces between the two of them. He turned and searched for Rhiannon. He trusted his mother's magics, but he didn't know how strong or weak her skills in comparison to the queen's. Quickly, he located his mate and her mother over in a corner. Rhiannon still had the bitch by the throat with that chain, which meant she still couldn't shift. But 5 of the queen's guards were advancing quickly, and Rhiannon couldn't fight them off or run with her mother in her arms. Besides, he knew his Rhiannon. She'd never run. Storming across the hall, Bersilac batted bigger dragons out of his way like they were toys. Nothing would keep him from reaching Rhiannon. He grabbed 2 guards around the neck, yanking them back and throwing them at his brothers who'd followed him over. He went for 2 others, but suddenly a small troop of battle dragons attacked him, swarming over him en masse. Desperately, he fought, trying to get to Rhiannon. He saw the queen's guards begin to move again, and the grim determination on her face. Then her arms jerked to the right, the sounds of bones cracking reaching Bersalac's ears. As the dragons approached her, Rhiannon suddenly let out a sigh. For a brief moment, he thought one of them had run her through with the tip of his tail. But flames, bright white flames, swirled around her, and then Rhiannon was Rhiannon the White Dragon Witch, the most powerful dragon witch in the land, and now, Queen Rhiannon. Her power fully free, her dragon form back, she lifted her head and with a powerful roar unleashed a line of flame that singed the rocky ceiling above her head. Everyone stopped fighting, and all eyes focused on her. She kicked out with her front claw, and her mother's limp human body, the neck broken, flew across the hall floor and slammed into the opposite wall. Bersalac's cock stirred as Rhiannon's blue eyes met on the eyes of her court. Rhiannon had never felt so strong, so alive before. Power of the gods flowed through her veins when it never had before. Even her dragon form was bigger. All these years she thought she was just tiny, a runt. No. Clearly her mother had been holding her back, but no longer. She stared at the dragons of her court. She was queen now. It was now her turn to rule. But first, with a short chant, she released a line of white flame imbued with powerful magics. Like a snake, it slid around the hall, avoiding Bersalac and all of his kin, until it reached each of the old queen's guards. With lightning-like precision, she tore into them, leaving nothing but a pile of ash and some burnt scales. The others, the ones whose loyalty was to the current queen rather than to Adina herself, watched in horror, most likely waiting for her to go after them next. But she had no intention of killing those loyal to the throne. They just needed to remember who the throne now belonged to. "My mother is dead," she said flatly to the survivors. "I am your queen. Bow to me now and show me your undying allegiance, or leave Devonalt Mountain and Dark Plains forever and hope I never see you again in this life." She thought there would be moments of waiting while people decided. There wasn't. As one, they all bowed before her. All except one. Bersalac stood tall and stared at her, not bothering to hide his smile. She motioned for him to kneel, trying her best to look suitably haughty. He smirked in return. So, with everyone else's head bowed in supplication, she took a moment to stick her tongue out at him. He laughed, loud and long, scaring everyone else, even his family, nearly to death. Bersalac walked with his father, now in dragon form, for the trip down to the entrance of Devonalt Mountain.
"Sure you won't stay for a while?" "No, lad. Your mother waits," he grinned. "And I don't like to keep her waiting. Much."
Shaking his head, Bersalac mirrored his father's grin.
"Gods forbid you leave a female waiting." "Only one female now, just like you."
His father glanced back into the cave as if to assure they were truly alone.
"Although I wouldn't wait too long, boy. She is still unclaimed, and there are many who watched her with eager eyes." "She's beautiful, so I'm not surprised, but I'll not give her up." "Of that I have no doubt. Your lust comes off you in great waves when she's around." "True, but still tradition dictates I wait until the next full moon." "Don't be a fool, boy. She's queen. You two make tradition. So do what you like, huh?"
Bersalac nodded in agreement, then took a large breath and said, "Thank you, father, for all your help today." His father waved his words off with his claw.
"You're my offspring, Bersalac. No words of thanks are ever needed."
"Well, I'll say this then. I no longer detest you." Laughing, his father slammed his claw against his son's back. Anyone else would have toppled from the mountain with a snapped spine, but Bersalac, as always, stood strong. If, for no other reason, he'd rather not hear his father's mocking laughter following him down.
"Now that's good news indeed. Your mother, at least, will be very happy." "But you? Could care less. I only want my children strong enough to survive these times."
The old dragon grinned, and Bersilac saw his rows and rows of fangs that grew as age came upon them all.
"And since you are now consort to the queen, I'd say I've done my job, wouldn't you?"
Bersilac nodded.
"Aye, that you have." "Then, my strong son, you best claim that deadly wench of yours or lose her forever."
With those words, Aelin the Wicked took to the air and back to Bersilac's mother, Shaelin, the tamer of Aelin the Wicked. Bersilac turned and headed back to the queen's hall. As he passed other dragons, they greeted him, but none challenged him. Instead, they kept their eyes turned away, except for some of the females who openly showed their lust. Apparently, the fact that he hadn't claimed Rhiannon caught their interests as well. Many of his brothers and sisters waited for him in the hall. They would stay until Rhiannon's reign was secure. The best fighters of his kin, including Gleena, had gone off to confront Rhiannon's siblings. They would not wait for them to come to her.
"Everything all right?"
he asked his remaining siblings. They all nodded, but Athelgar motioned up the many stairs that led to what would now be Rhiannon's bedchamber. His bedchamber.
"She's gone up. Lots of activity with the servants since she went up there, too."
Bersilac nodded as he stared up that long corridor. Strange how he suddenly felt a little, nervous. A battle lord who'd faced death on many, many occasions made nervous by one white dragon? Then again, what if she'd changed her mind? True, they'd already been lovers, but she could, in theory, make a case with the elders. The thought that she may have changed her mind chilled the blood in his veins. He couldn't lose her now. Of course, there was only one way to find out what she thought, and that was to face her head-on, as his father had trained them all to do with every challenge.
"Worried she changed her mind?"
Athelgar asked.
"It's not an unreasonable thought." "Aye, perhaps, but you'll never know until—" "I know, until I face her." "The worst she can do, brother, is turn you to ash."
Bersilac looked at his kin, and his brother merely smiled.
"Bastard."
With that last word, Bersilac headed up the stairs to his future. Chapter 12. Bersilac walked into the queen's chamber only to find it empty. Completely empty. Which seemed strange. He figured Adina would at least have a treasure to rest upon. Personally, he found lying on gold and jewels rather uncomfortable. My lord? The queen has moved chambers." Bersilac turned to look at who spoke to him, but he didn't see anyone. "Down here, my lord." He looked down, and his eyes widened in surprise. This was no dragon in human form, but a human. Sort of. It was actually a centaur. A female. Quite pretty, although she smelled like horse, which made him a tad hungry.
"And you are?"
"I am attendant to the throne, my lord."
"I've never seen you before."
"I often stay in the shadows, as you can imagine, my lord." She glanced at her hindquarter, which was, a horse's hindquarter. "It is much safer for me that way." With an understanding smile, Bersilac nodded his head.
"I understand."
"Please, my lord, follow me. She's waiting for you."
"Is she armed?"
The centaur's head tilted to the side. "I'm sorry?"
"Never mind." He motioned to her. "Go. I will follow."
She did, and he admired the beauty of Rhiannon's servant. Her hair and hide were a dark brown, but her eyes were a startling blue. Her long hair covered her chest, so she wore nothing but her skin and hide. How he'd never seen her before, he'd never know. But centaurs had strong magics, so perhaps she could protect herself from the dragon's keen senses. She stopped outside a smaller but still enormous chamber. "She is inside, my lord."
"Thank you."
With a small smile, the centaur said, "I will make sure no one disturbs you, at least until morn." Bersilac chuckled, and said again with much sincerity, "Thank you." Then she was gone, just like that. Bersilac looked around, but he couldn't see her anywhere. Interesting, but of no real concern. Besides, he had bigger issues at the moment. With a deep intake of breath, Bersilac entered the new queen's chamber.
"Rhiannon?"
He couldn't see her anywhere, but he did see the enormous bed she had set up in one corner. That made him smile. Seemed his princess had come to enjoy the benefits of a human body. On a whim, he shifted to human and walked toward the bed.
"Rhiannon, where are you?"
He reached the bed and looked down at the animal skins covering it. He felt his cock harden at the thoughts of what he planned to do to his princess in this bed, what he planned to do to her for hundreds of years if all went as planned.
"Rhiannon?"
he called again. Suddenly she slammed into his back, her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist. She was human and deliciously naked. Ha! It took him a moment, but he realized Rhiannon was, well, attacking him. Grunting, she had firm hold of his neck and actually tried to throw him on his back.
"What in bloody hell are you doing?"
He wasn't angry, just greatly perplexed. "What?" she panted as she did her best to drop him to the floor. "You thought this claiming would be easy? You'll have to fight for me." The fact she couldn't get him to budge or even wind him seemed to irritate her as she growled in his ear. Of course, the sound only made his cock pulse in time to his heart and lust. Crossing his arms over his chest and bracing his feet apart,
"Didn't I just fight for you?"
"No, you fought for your queen, who is me. But in order to claim Rhiannon the Dragoness, you'll have to fight me."
"Oh, is that right?"
"Well, you didn't think I'd just roll over, did you?"
"Actually, I was hoping for an on-all-fours sort of thing."
"You'll have to do more than hope, lowborn."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure," she said with her usual dose of arrogance. With a smile, Bersilac reached back with one arm, his forearm stretching over her and his fingers taking tight hold of her under her armpit. With a smile, he flipped her over his shoulder and slammed her onto the bed.
"I win,"
he cheered. Bastard. She should have been much sneakier. She forgot the stories his siblings told her about Aelin's way of raising his offspring. When she slammed into his back, although she knew he never sensed her coming, the big ox never even moved. She could have been a fairy or a piece of dust from the way she affected him. Gods, she loved him. She looked up into his smiling face. He'd knocked the wind out of her by slamming her on the bed so hard, but she really had no one to blame but herself. He moved closer, but his big feet hit something under the bed, and he glanced down only to look back at her with a huge grin. He did that a lot now, and she loved it.
"I'm guessing my sisters helped you get your chamber set up, eh, Rhiannon?"
He reached down, and when he stood tall again, he held those damn chains in his hands.
"I love how my kin cares for me so."
Damn it. She tried to scramble away from him, but as strong as he was also unbelievably fast. He caught hold of her around the waist and slammed her back to the bed.
"Oh, no, no, my love. You wanted me to claim you properly, then claim you I shall, so that everyone knows it."
Gods, what did that mean? The collar snapped around her neck and she growled in protest.
"Don't complain. You know you love it."
She did, but she wasn't about to admit that. Once he had the collar on securely and the chain that ran from it in his hand, he pulled her up the bed until her head nearly touched the headboard. Then the bastard clamped cuffs on her wrists and chained her arms to the bedpost. And his sisters had suggested this bloody bedpost. I'll have to thank them later, she thought happily to herself. Now it was true she could finally shift back to dragon at any time, but then so could he. Besides, where would be the fun in that? Bersilac stood up and stared at her with both her arms bound. Gods, the heat in his eyes made her wet and needy, as it always did. No one had ever looked at her like that. True, she'd seen lust before, but never so mingled with love. He glanced at her legs.
I'd hate for you to kick me.
he muttered to himself. "Don't you dare!" Which, of course, meant he would dare. Bersalac's big fingers dragged along her body as he slowly walked to the foot of the bed. He stopped long enough to gently grip a nipple between thumb and forefinger and squeeze. She barely stopped that moan in time, but he saw her struggle and grinned. Then he was moving again. Once he reached the end of the bed, he locked a chain to the tall bedpost and then grabbed hold of her foot, cuffing it. He walked to the other side, the whole time staring at her.
"Gods, Rhiannon, you are beautiful. Whether as dragon or human, you're beautiful."
She'd had other males say similar words to her in the past, but never with such passion, and, because Bersalac wanted only her and not her crown, those words meant so much more than anything anyone had said before. Her other foot locked to the bedpost, she now lay spread-eagle and open for his pleasure. She couldn't wait. Instead of taking her, though, he stared at her for long moments, and finally she couldn't stand the silence any more. "What? What are you staring at?"
"I'm thinking about what I'm going to do to you. I want everyone to know that you belong to me, Rhiannon. Everyone. Tell me now if that's not what you want."
Ooh, this was going to hurt. But it would be a short-lived pain, and she wanted all to know she belonged to him. She wanted dragons from far and wide to know that to even look at her was to risk her mate's wrath. "No more words, lowborn. Don't waste my time. Just do what you intend, or let me go." He nodded once, and then he was on the bed, his mouth over her human foot. Right by that oddly shaped big toe. Bersalac's talented tongue slid across her toe and down the top of her foot, and where his tongue went, a brutal pain followed as he burned her. Most dragon mates marked a shoulder or wrist, some a breast, or, the ones with senses of humor, the ass. But Bersalac was his father's son, and when he took a woman he wanted everyone to know he'd claimed her. Kin or enemy, friend or foe, they would all know. She bit her lip to keep in the screams of pain she wanted to unleash as Bersalac's tongue wound its way across her exposed body. And where his tongue couldn't reach, he let out a lash of magic-imbued flame to do the job for him. But even as the pain grew worse and worse, so did the feeling that was growing steadily along her spine and in her pussy. As she fought to keep her cries of pain in, she also fought to keep in her screams of lust. By the time his tongue slid across her belly, she arched her back and screamed out her climax. But he didn't stop. Not her Bersalac. He kept going, his tongue moving up her body, across her ribs, and around one breast to lash across a nipple. That's when another climax racked her. Still he wasn't done. His tongue slid across her upper chest and collarbone, then across her neck, finally stopping as he stroked her jaw. For a moment, she thought he'd splash it across her face, but he'd hate to give her any more scars than she already had.
"Does it hurt?"
he whispered in her ear.
Do you care?"
"Nay."
"Do you want me to fuck you now, princess?"
It should insult her that he still called her by that title, but she wanted him to call her that until they were gray elders. She wanted to always be his princess, because she had thousands who would see her as their queen. "Get on with it, lowborn," she snarled. And she saw her Bersalac smile just before his mouth slammed down on hers. He kissed her hard, snatching the breath from her lungs and her ability to think or reason. Then he was on top of her, his flesh pressing against hers. She cried out from the pain of his skin rubbing against her fresh burns, but the sound was lost inside his mouth. Then he was inside her, and she immediately climaxed before he finished the first stroke. He slammed into her, forcing his hard cock into her body again and again, as words tumbled from his mouth, and it took her a moment to understand what he kept chanting over and over against her ear.
"I love you, Rhiannon. I'll always love you. I'll always love you."
Bersalac came with a roar, pouring his seed into her hot, tight body as she came yet again, this time screaming his name. Collapsing on top of her, Bersalac wrapped his arms around her and held Rhiannon tight. She was his now, and every dragon would know it. She gasped for air beside him, and he realized he couldn't keep lying on top of her like this. As dragon, they were now of equal size, but as human, she was still smaller than him, although taller than most human males. Using his arms to push himself off her body, he rolled over and lay beside her, his head cradled in the curve of her still-bound arm.
"I love you, Rhiannon,"
he whispered, as if others could hear. She whispered back, "I love you, Bersilac." He'd waited so long to hear that, and it felt even better than he used to imagine it would. He reached up and unshackled her. He glanced down at her feet, temporary exhaustion weighing him down.
"Think you can take care of those?"
"Aye." Her hand waved tiredly in the air, and the shackles unlocked and dropped from her feet.
"You know, love, your new skills could get in the way of our mutual enjoyment of your being bound."
She smiled, her white hair plastered to her sweat-covered forehead. "Only if we let it." He grinned and turned over, lying on his stomach.
"All right then, princess. Your turn."
She stared at him in confusion. "My turn what?"
"To claim me. I'd like you to avoid the face, though. I think I have enough scars there, don't you?"
She stared at him in surprise. It wasn't that females didn't mark their mates, but it rarely happened in the beginning. Most males needed to show their dominance, and did it with the claiming. Years later, after all had settled down, did the females finally mark them. Are you sure?" She couldn't seem to get that look of shock off her face. It made him smile. She usually hid her surprise so well.
"Am I sure that I want everyone to know I belong to you as you belong to me? Oh, yes, love, I'm very sure. Now,"
he settled down, his head resting on his crossed arms.
"What was it you said to me? Oh, yes. No more words, princess. Don't waste my time. Just do what you intend or let me go."
Before he could say another word, Rhiannon straddled his ass, and he just knew this was going to hurt. "My lord?" Bersilac forced his eyes open to find the centaur standing beside him. She leaned in and whispered, "I'm sorry to awaken you, my lord, but your kin have asked to speak with you." He glanced around, his eyes still trying to focus.
"Is it morning?"
The centaur smiled, most likely remembering her promise from the night before. "Yes, my lord. Late morning."
"Tell them I'll be right there."
Without another word, she bowed and left. Rhiannon, still human as was he, was pushed up tight against his side, her head nearly buried in his armpit. She slept deep and looked beautiful doing it. He smiled as he remembered their claiming from the night before. With all that screaming and roaring and snarling, the whole court must have thought they were killing each other. He kissed her forehead and dragged himself out of bed. Without even thinking about it, as human, he went to the Queen's Hall. He had every intention of getting right back into bed and enjoying Rhiannon, his Rhiannon, even more before first meal. Then he'd spend the rest of the day and eve taking her as dragon. Several of his brothers and Gleena, all those who went to track down Rhiannon's kin, waited for him. One of his younger brothers whistled.
"Gods, Bersilac, what did that female do to you?" "What is it?"
he barked, his arms crossed over his chest and his feet braced apart. He was in no mood for his siblings' antics when he had the woman of his dreams waiting for him back in their bedchamber. Gleena answered. By the time we arrived, her 3 brothers and that viper sister of hers were long gone. Word is that 2 of her brothers went into the Northlands.
"Northlands?" he scoffed. "The lightning dragons will eat them alive. What else?"
While the sister and the other brother went to the desert lands of Alcindare, those dragons might help them. Athelgar stepped forward.
"There's no guarantee the lightning dragons won't help them either. They may be barbarians, but they are greedy ones. They'd love to have this territory."
"And they'll never get it." At the sound of Rhiannon's voice, they all turned except Bersilac. When around others, he would never turn away from those who may harm her. Now that she was queen, even with her mother dead, Rhiannon was in more danger than she had been before. So instead, he gave a quick glance at her over his shoulder. She stood before them as human, completely naked, the marks of her claiming pitch black against her skin, and the collar and chain still around her neck. Bersilac had never loved her more. "Gods, Bersilac," his sister exclaimed. "What the hell did you do?" He knew what she meant. He'd branded a dragon the entire length of Rhiannon's body, the tail starting at the very tip of her foot and reaching up one leg, across her stomach, around her back and across her ass, then back around and up her ribcage, across her breast, then up her chest and collarbone until it rested across her neck and stopped at the right side of her jaw. But even though he knew what his sister meant, he didn't answer her. Their claiming was their claiming, and no one, even his nosy kin, had any say in it whatsoever. He spoke to Rhiannon without turning around.
"What do you want us to do? Do we follow them?"
"No. I'll not send out troops to bring back 4 dragons," she stated with confidence. "But that doesn't mean we won't be prepared for them. If they come back here, with or without dragons from other regions, we'll rip the scales from their body and tear their flesh apart." Bersilac bit back his smile as the entire hall fell silent at Rhiannon's casually dropped words. He knew she meant it, but it was the coldness that frightened the rest of them. It didn't frighten him, though. He knew she'd make a wonderful queen. He never had a doubt. "We have things to do right here first," she continued. "My kin can wait until they do something stupid." She grew silent, and he could feel her eyes boring into his back, examining her own mark. A dragon burned into his human flesh covered his entire back, and, to his amusement, his ass as well. His body grew tight, while his cock grew hard at the thought that his female wanted him as much as he wanted her. And he didn't bother to hide his reaction. Let them see. Let them see it all. "My bed grows cold, mate," she murmured behind him. "Don't leave me waiting." With that, she turned and walked back to her bedchamber, her chain dragging behind her. Bersilac focused on his family.
"We leave them for now, as she said, but we'll be ready for them should they return."
His brothers nodded, as did his sister. They were all part of Rhiannon's court now, no longer the lowborns, but royalty. With a nod, he turned and walked back up the stairs. He heard one of the other dragons, not his kin, mutter to a comrade beside him, the voice filled with disgust,
"She's marked him already. Look at his back."
The dragon snorted.
"Well, we see who has the cock in that family."
Bersilac kept walking, even as he sensed his kin silently backing away from the one who spoke. As he reached one of the weapon stands at the edge of the hall, he grasped a long pike, turned, and threw it with unerring aim. The pike slammed through the dragon's neck, yanking him back and impaling him against the marble wall behind him. Bersilac turned to the rest of the court, who watched him in fear. All except his kin. They looked down at their feet or at the ceiling, because they knew if they looked at each other they'd burst out laughing, which would definitely destroy the terror thing they were all striving for at the moment. He smiled, which seemed to scare the royals even more.
"I didn't hear him. What did he say?"
No one answered. No one dared.
"That's what I thought."
With that last bit sneered at those too weak to challenge him, he went back to his bedchamber and made his mate scream his name for the remainder of the morning, and well into the afternoon. Epilogue. 195 years later. Snarling, Rhiannon marched back toward the family's cave. While Devenalt Mountain held her throne, it was this cave where she raised her hatchlings. And what spoiled, rotten little hatchlings they were. Without even thinking, she stormed past her mate, busy with his kin looking at attack plans. Her throne was at risk, and they would be going to war. Already her 2 eldest had been given the armor of battle dragons. She didn't want them to go, but they were old enough now to make their own choices. Bersilac's claw grabbed her upper forearm, holding her in place.
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing." She tried to pull away, but his grip was like a vice.
"Leave us,"
he commanded the dragons in the room, and without hesitation they did.
"What's wrong, Rhiannon? Tell me."
She yanked her forearm away and glared at her mate. "You're," and she punctuated that "you're" with the tip of her tail in his face. "Viper offspring, cut off his tail." Bersalak shook his head in confusion.
"Cut off whose tail?"
"Gwainvel's," she shouted, so angry she could barely see straight. But instead of Bersalak demanding his offspring's presence so he could tell them what horrible little bastards they were, he burst out laughing.
"I'm sure he deserved it."
Her tail slapped him across the neck. "This isn't funny."
"Oh, Rhiannon, just repair it. You baby him too much."
She slammed her foot down, shaking the cave walls. "I can't."
"Why not?"
"When I caught them, I yelled right as Fargus was throwing it to Briake. He was so startled that it slipped past his hands and into the river. They have not been able to find it." Bersalak cleared his throat and worked hard to keep his face straight.
"It's an easy enough thing to happen, my love."
Her tail slammed into Bersalak's chest, which didn't even budge him. "You raised them very much as your father raised you, my love. Those little bastards don't get startled." Unable to hold it back any more, Bersalak once again burst out laughing.
"I know."
"Oh!" Rhiannon turned and started to storm away, but Bersalak's forearms wrapped around her, and he pulled her dragon body tight against his own.
"Don't be angry, love. Please, I'm sorry."
He gave a valiant try at not laughing. "It was horrible, Bersalak. Blood was flying everywhere, and he just kept swinging that tail around." With one snort, Bersalak started laughing again. "You know," she growled, "you wouldn't think this was so funny if it were your precious Morfydd or Kita." As she knew, that sobered him immediately.
"No, I would not."
"Well, that's how I feel about my Gwainvel."
"Again, you baby him too much."
"And you're too hard on him because he reminds you of your father."
"From the time he was 20 winters, I kept finding him with my father's kitchen staff."
"He's lusty."
"He's a whore."
"Oh!" She pulled out of his arms. "I won't discuss this any more. You're irritating me, lowborn." She turned to walk away from him, but his voice stopped her.
"Don't walk away from me, Rhiannon."
There was no threat in his voice, only delicious promise.
"Shift,"
he ordered with a low purr. "Why should I?"
"Because I told you to."
She did her best to hide the shudder that went through her body and shifted to human. In seconds, his human arms wrapped around her from behind. Then his low voice muttered in her ear,
"You are much too tense, Princess."
"Think you can help me relax, then?"
"Oh, I know I can."
His hands on her breasts, he pulled her back until she knew they were right by the table with all its elaborate battle plans and maps. And that's right where he tossed her. Stepping between her legs, Bersalak's head lowered until his mouth covered her breast. Moaning, she leaned back, her legs wrapped around his waist, her hands buried in his silky black hair. After all this time, he still felt so very good. But they kept forgetting one small thing. Actually, 5 not-so-small things.
"Gods,"
their eldest son barked.
"Can you two not find a private alcove, or at the very least a bed?"
Rhiannon looked over to see her children at the entrance. Her eldest, Fargus, slapped his claws around the eyes of her 2 youngest, Kita and Aver. Morfydd looked appalled and embarrassed, Briake looked bored, and Gwainvel, of course, applauded.
"It's nice to see old dragons fucking, isn't it?"
he cheered. And she suddenly wished that she'd taken his tail. Bersalak lifted his head and roared,
"Out, you little bastards! Out!"
Morfydd couldn't move fast enough. She practically sprinted from the room, white hair flying behind her. I really will have to find a way to toughen that little dragoness up. Briake snorted and walked away, reaching back to grab Gwainvel's wounded tail and drag the cheeky little bastard, yelling and threatening and still bleeding, from the room. Fargus lifted up his young kin and walked out, while Kida tried to remove her brother's hand so she could get a better look. And Rhiannon's sweet Aver just kept saying, "What? What am I missing? What?" Once they'd left, Bersilac focused those black eyes on her, eyes that her eldest son had.
"You wanted hatchlings."
"I know. I just didn't want those hatchlings. Personally, I blame your father." Bersilac's eyes grew wide.
"Excuse me."
On a burst of laughter, she exclaimed, "Well, that came out horribly wrong."
"Oh, that's it, Princess. You've got to make it up to me now."
With that, he lifted her up and tossed her over his shoulder. "Where are we going?" she demanded, even as she kept laughing and he stalked off deep into the cave.
"Where do you think?"
And laughing, they said together, "To get the chains." This concludes Dragon Actually by G.A. Aiken, narrated by Holly Jackson. Copyright 2008-2013 by G.A. Aiken. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with G.A. Aiken, care of Ethan Ellenberg Agency, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.